He and she were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together since their early years. Following a tumultuous argument, he stormed out, declaring fervently, "Even if I die, Mo Ziyan, will leap from the rooftop and never again pay her any mind. Women are spoiled, just wait and see if I leave her be for 2 days, and shall be obedient. If I back down this time, I'll call her grandma." The next day, Mo, the young master, knocked on Ning Wanxing's door. "My dear little aunt, could you kindly open the door?" He doted on her, protected her, and indulged her to the point where she could do as she pleased in his world. Some could no longer bear witness. "Young Master Mo, Miss Ning seems a bit fierce." Mo Ziyan replied, "I spoil her, do you have a problem with that?" When Ning Wanxing returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Her delicate face bore a hint of tipsiness from the wine as she leaned against the elevator, eyes closed. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Had she arrived at the 10th floor so quickly? Dazed, Ning Wanxing stood up, bracing herself against the elevator wall as she stepped out. She had barely taken 2 steps when she stumbled against a solid arm. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, lowering her head to sidestep the person and continue on her way. The corridor's lighting sculpted the silhouette of a man. With tousled, light-colored hair, his features appeared as though meticulously drawn by an artist with defined angles. A straight nose and thin lips that were slightly pursed. He leaned against the elevator with an air of defiance, a hint of roguish charm about him. His dark pupils fixated on Ning Wanxing's face, a visage he had longed for during her 2 years abroad, now standing before him once more. Mo Ziyan's gaze remained locked on Ning Wanxing as he scoffed. "Has no one ever told you that when apologizing, one ought to look the other in the eye?" Ning Wanxing lifted her eyelids, hands clasped together, her voice a bit dazed. "Uncle, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you." "Uncle." Montauk Jian's temples twitched. "You little brat, what did you just call me?" As he leaned in closer, the faint scent of alcohol wafted from her. "Have you been drinking?" Mo Ziyan narrowed his eyes dangerously, observing her tipsy demeanor, gritting his teeth. "Who gave you the audacity to get so drunk all by yourself? After all these years, you still haven't learned. Who are you?" Ning Wanxing retorted, her temper flaring as she weakly pushed against him. "I didn't drink your wine, so why are you yelling at me? Who am I?" Mo Ziyan smirked, gripping her chin tightly. "Look closely, who am I? Stay away from me, I don't know you." Ning Wanxing pushed him with all her might, but to no avail. The young lady then closed her eyes, gathering her breath. "Help! Assault! Someone! Save me!" Her shout echoed through the corridor, illuminating the lights from the 6th to the 16th floor. "Ning Wanxing, shut your mouth. You scoundrel, and yet so arrogant. Wait a minute, how do you know my name?" "The young master not only knows your name, but also that your head is full of nonsense." "Your head is the one filled with nonsense," Ning Wanxing retorted, kicking him in frustration, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. That glare revealed the handsome contours of the young man in the corridor's light. Montauk Xian, the childhood nemesis she had sparred with all her life, the heir to the most powerful family in Jiangxing, Mo Ziyan. "What is he doing here? How does he know my address since returning to the country?" "Kick me again," Mo Ziyan said, not flinching as he leaned even closer, his warm breath brushing against her face. "Why not continue kicking? Just a moment ago, you were quite bold." Ning Wanxing blinked her lively eyes, pushing him lightly. "Am a ladies use words, not force. You get up first. Do you think he'll get up just because you ask?" Mo Ziyan replied, raising his chin defiantly. "Have you ever seen a rogue so obedient? Can we discuss this reasonably?" Ning Wanxing spread her hands helplessly. "I merely bumped into you, I've apologized. What more do you want? I want to strangle you. The world is so wonderful, yet you are so irritable. This is not right." Ning Wanxing enunciated her name deliberately, his voice low and dangerously restrained. "After disappearing for 2 years, you dare to return?" Chapter 2. A new understanding in a moment of daze. Ning Wanxing found herself captivated by his proximity. His breath enveloped her, an intoxicating essence that lingered in the air. Ever since that incident 2 years ago, she and Mo Ziyan had not shared such intimacy. Regaining her composure, she feigned innocence. "What are you saying? I don't understand." "Do I know you, young sir?" she added, pretending to ponder. What was your name again? You do seem somewhat familiar." Despite knowing that she was deliberately pretending not to recognize him to provoke him, the veins on Mo Ziyan's hands throbbed with irritation. She possessed this uncanny ability to infuriate him with mere words, stripping him of all rationality in mere moments. Damn it! His deep-set eyes shimmered with an inscrutable light. Instead of releasing her, He tightened his grip on her chin and narrowed his gaze dangerously. You truly don't remember me? Not all. Please let go. If you continue to cling to me, I will. Suddenly, Mo Ziyan lowered his head and captured her lips, silencing whatever she intended to say next. Ning Wanxing was utterly taken aback by his boldness. Her body froze, her pupils dilating in shock. With one arm raised to shield her mouth, she pointed an accusing finger at him. When she was angry, her eyes widened comically, and her cheeks puffed out adorably. Mo Ziyan chuckled lightly, arching an eyebrow. What about me? Leaning closer, he lowered his voice playfully. Didn't you say you didn't recognize me? Well, let us reacquaint ourselves in my own way. His face, so close, made Ning Wanxing's already tipsy mind spin further. She gritted her teeth. Mo Ziyan. Do you now recognize me? His lips curved into a mischievous smile as he brushed back a strand of her hair. It seems this method of dealing with you is quite effective. You, scoundrel. Frustrated, Ning Wanxing straightened up and raised her hand to slap him. Yet, whether due to excessive drinking or the lingering effect of that kiss, her brain felt deprived of oxygen. Just as she stood upright, the world around her darkened, and she fell heavily into his embrace once more. Hey, you little rascal. Ning Wanxing. She could hear his tense voice as he held her tightly. Chapter 3. Do not touch me. The following morning, the sunlight was blinding. Ning Wanxing awoke, sitting up in a daze. She surveyed her surroundings, confirming that she was indeed in her rented apartment. Biting her lip, she began to sift through the events of the previous night. The memory of that kiss suddenly crystallized in her mind. She had been forcibly kissed by Mo Ziyan at her apartment's entrance. Ning Wanxing let out a dry laugh, trying to convince herself that it must have been a dream. But when she turned to look, a strange man's jacket lay carelessly draped over the sofa. Why was there a man's jacket in my apartment? It looked so familiar. Of course, it looked familiar. Mo Ziyan had worn it last night. This was not a dream. He had truly been there, and that kiss had indeed happened. Heavens! Ning Wanxing threw her head back in a silent scream before leaping out of bed. She hastily washed up and grabbed Mo Ziyan's jacket, dashing out the door. As she made her way out of the complex, she called her friend. Hello? Shengxia, do you know where Mo Ziyan is? Shengxia, still half asleep, replied groggily. It's Saturday. He is probably at home, throwing a party. Wanxing, you'd better not go over there. That young master used to detest women. But ever since he went abroad 2 years ago, his demeanor has drastically changed. He seems to switch partners like changing clothes, hosting parties almost weekly, each time with a different female companion. Ning Wanxing pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before responding. At home? The Mo family villa? That should be it. I understand. You can go back to sleep now. After hanging up, Ning Wanxing hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Imperial Manor. The Imperial Manor, a symbol of power and wealth. The driver wasted no time, speeding toward their destination. At the Mo family villa, loud rock music reverberated through the spacious house. A colorful crowd of men and women mingled, all centered around a striking young man. Leaning against the sofa, arms outstretched, he exuded an air of dominance, a vast swimming pool visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Mo Ziyan, eyes closed, held a wine glass, his jawline beautifully defined. As he closed his eyes, the image of Ning Wanxing's swollen lips from their kiss flashed before him. Though it seemed like a mere illusion, it felt like an enticing temptation that refused to fade. He was truly losing his mind. Opening his eyes, Mo Ziyan took a sip of his drink. A girl in a miniskirt approached him. Mo, why are you drinking alone? The cloying scent of her perfume wafted toward him. Mo Ziyan remained silent. Montak. The girl gazed at Mo Ziyan's chiseled profile, swallowing hard. Her eyes drifted down to the elegant hand holding the wine glass. Oh, even his hands are so attractive, so well-defined. As her fingers reached for Mo's hand, he immediately straightened up, slamming the glass onto the table, glaring at her. Do you want to die? He despised women touching him. The girl looked dejected. But I'm your girlfriend. What's wrong with a little touch? How can a couple be together if they can't even hold hands? Mo Ziyan folded his arms and leaned back, legs stretched out on the coffee table, exuding an air of authority as he looked at her with disdain. What's your name? The girl chuckled awkwardly. Mo, don't joke with me. I mean, they had known each other for a week, yet he didn't even know her name? Was he teasing her? Chapter 4. Who on earth is she? Mo Ziyan scoffed coldly. Chun-yi, starting tomorrow, you are not to be seen under my nose. Disappear, understood? The girl looked forlorn. My last name is Li. Mo, what have I done wrong? Just tell me, and I will change. I don't care what your last name is. Listen carefully. I have no girlfriend. You are merely my temporary companion. Nothing more. Understand your place. Li Yi felt somewhat aggrieved, wanting to plead for her case, but upon meeting Mo Ziyan's displeased gaze, she dared not say more, merely nodding in resignation. Mo Ziyan's temperament was peculiar. Although he was surrounded by many women, he remained indifferent to them. It was unclear why he maintained such a lavish facade. But regardless of whether they were companions or girlfriends, anyone associated with Mo was bound to boast about it for an entire year, even if it was merely as a companion with whom he couldn't even hold hands. Several followers surrounded Mo Ziyan. Mo, are you in a bad mood today? Don't be upset. Let us drink with you. Just then, a commotion arose at the villa entrance, as if someone had barged in. Mo Ziyan, get out here. Ning Wanxing stormed in, her eyes scanning the room before landing on the nonchalant figure of the young master lounging on the sofa. This scoundrel was lounging so comfortably. The room fell silent for a moment before someone jumped up. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? How dare you shout Mo Xiao's name? Security! Security! Throw her out. Let her stay. Mo Ziyan raised his voice, adjusting his posture lazily, propping his chin on his hand. A hint of a mysterious smile appeared on his previously displeased face. I know this woman. Ning Wanxing gritted her teeth, hurling the jacket in her hand at him. What did you do to me last night? What? The eyes of those around them nearly popped out at her ambiguous statement. Who is this woman? What is her relationship with Mo Xiao? Mo Ziyan clicked his tongue, his dark eyes sweeping over Ning Wanxing's figure. With a physique like yours, what makes you think I would be inclined to do anything? Ning Wanxing instinctively glanced at her body, her anger rising to the point where her hair might stand on end. That damned Mo Ziyan. Do I not have any dignity? She was so furious that she nearly wanted to pull him off the sofa and throw him against the wall. Stomping her feet in frustration, she exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense. You scoundrel, taking advantage of me when I was drunk and kissing me." Li Yi, sitting next to Mo Ziyan in a very short skirt, immediately stood up, her face a picture of disbelief. Everyone around was equally shocked. What did this woman just say? Mo Dasha, who would explode at the slightest touch from another woman, had forcefully kissed this girl? This was sensational news. Who on earth was she? And what about Mo Ziyan? He had committed such a scandalous act, and it was now exposed in front of so many people. Rather than feeling embarrassed, he scoffed dismissively. With his legs casually crossed, he exuded an air of nonchalance, asking, "What do you propose? Should I kiss you again?" Who would want that? We have no relationship. What gives you the right to kiss me? Montak Jian. You must clarify this with me today. Oh, Mo Ziyan replied with his signature devilish smile. Are you implying that we should establish a relationship? Chapter 5. Too poor, shameless. Bastard. Ning Wanxing furiously pointed at him. You did it on purpose. You're deliberately trying to disgust me. I disgust you? Mo Ziyan crossed his arms. Some people clearly enjoyed themselves. What did I enjoy? You could barely stand last night. If I hadn't held you, you would have fallen flat on your face. Isn't that enjoyment? The crowd. What on earth happened between Mo Xiao and this woman last night? Their conversation was simply too suggestive. Montak Nian. Ning Wanxing was truly enraged. Noticing the gazes fixed on her, she realized how ambiguous her exchange with Mo Ziyan had been. What about it? Mo Ziyan straightened his posture, hands in his pockets, swaggering closer to appreciate Ning Wanxing's flustered and angry expression. A smirk played on his lips. He relished seeing her fuming. What can you do about it, Ning Wanxing? She was indeed angry. This emotion, stemming from him, inexplicably filled Mo Ziyan with a sense of vindication. 2 years ago, this woman had vanished without a trace, and now she had returned, only to see him with another woman. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Oh, are you jealous? Suddenly, Ning Wanxing tugged at his tie, pulling it down forcefully. Mo Ziyan, surprisingly compliant, leaned down, a seductive tone escaping his lips. He gazed at her with playful curiosity. Miss Ning, are you reluctant to let go of that kiss from last night? Do you wish to savor it once more? Ha! Ning Wanxing laughed, her beauty radiating innocence. However, she corrected him. No, you've got it all wrong. I actually came to tell you. She paused, articulating clearly, your kissing skills are abysmal. The atmosphere fell silent, as if struck by a sudden chill. The heavy metal music failed to lift the tension. Everyone was in stunned silence. To publicly provoke Mo Dasha? This woman must be seeking her own demise. As expected, an intimidating aura emanated from Mo Ziyan as he growled. What did you say? Your kissing skills are atrocious. She had the audacity to repeat it. Mo Ziyan stood upright, furious, kicking the sofa hard before turning to glare at Li Yi. You tell this woman how my kissing skills are. Li Yi. How would I know how your kissing skills are? I haven't even touched your hand. Mo Ziyan's eyes were filled with menace. Am I speaking to you? Are you deaf? Li Yi straightened up. I can testify that Mo Xiao's kissing skills are particularly good. Is there a misunderstanding about what particularly good means? Ning Wanxing looked at Li Yi with sympathy. Classmate. You haven't been kissed before, have you? With his skills akin to a dog gnawing, he can still be considered good? Mo Ziyan's expression darkened. His gaze fixed on her. Oh, so you've kissed many others, have you? Of course not. Mo Ziyan is my initial kiss. But what era was this? Why dwell on a first kiss? Ning Wanxing only wanted to infuriate that scoundrel Mo Ziyan further. She raised her chin, flicking her hair back, of course. The boys abroad are far superior to some self-absorbed individuals. Mo Ziyan, you're still miles away from that. Chapter 6. He no longer likes you. 1. Watching Mo's face shift from blue to white, a feeling of vindictive pleasure surged within Ning Wanxing. She slung her bag over her shoulder, turning to wave goodbye to the onlookers. You all carry on, bye-bye. With that, she elegantly departed. The crowd stood in a daze, eyes flitting back and forth between her and Mo Ziyan. Mo Ziyan, filled with rage, yanked off his tie and threw it onto the sofa. Get out. Everyone. Just get out. Everyone held their breath, hastily leaving as the music ceased. Mo Ziyan paced the living room, his strides long and agitated, revealing his evident displeasure. Butler Su Ku stood off to the side, trembling. While these people didn't know Ning Wanxing, he had been in the Mo family for many years and was well acquainted with her. It could be said that the young master and Ning Wanxing were childhood friends, growing up together. However, everything changed 2 years ago after that incident. It was rumored that after leaving, Ning Wanxing had gone abroad, and she had been gone for 2 whole years. Following that incident, the young master seemed to have transformed entirely. Perhaps out of spite, he began to surround himself with various women, appearing carefree and reckless. Yet, he hadn't even held hands with any of them. Butler Su observed Mo Ziyan's demeanor and tried to soothe him. Young master, Ning Wanxing was just angry when she said those things. Please don't take them to heart. Being publicly criticized for his kissing skills must have wounded his pride. Mo Ziyan turned to glare at Su Ku. Does she still have the audacity to be angry? Didn't you hear her? For the past 2 years abroad, she has been living it up. Butler Su was taken aback, huh? He initially thought his master was furious over the comment regarding his kissing skills. But now it seemed that wasn't the root of his anger at all. What? Investigate. Who has she been in contact with over the past 2 years? If she spoke to any male, even a cat, I want the name. Yes, sir. Upon exiting the Mo residence, Wanxing was busy calling a ride on her phone. A hesitant voice called out behind her. Wanxing? Turning around, she was met by a girl with exquisite makeup and long, straight black hair. It was Yi Qingqing, her cousin. Wanxing had attended the same school and class as her since childhood. To be precise, Ning Wanxing had always lived with the Yi family. Behind Yi Qingqing were 3 other female classmates. Coincidentally, Wanxing recognized all 3. They were former classmates from middle school. Yi Qingqing excitedly grasped Ning Wanxing's arm. Is it really you? Where have you been the past 2 years? Do you know how worried our family has been about you? Ning Wanxing smiled. Worried that I'd die out there? Ning Wanxing averted her gaze and said, Put away your false affections. Do you not understand why I left the Yi family? Others may be oblivious, but you should know. Yi Qingqing's face paled at her words. One of Yi Qingqing's friends indignantly retorted, Ning Wanxing, how can you be so heartless? Did your conscience get devoured by a dog? If it weren't for the Yi family taking you in, you wouldn't even be alive today. I've never seen such an ungrateful wretch. Qingqing, your family should have ignored her from the start. Let her starve on the streets, a thankless creature. Yi Qingqing softly interjected, regardless of her faults, Wanxing is still my cousin. Please don't speak of her in that manner. Chapter 7. He no longer likes you, too. Ning Wanxing pried Yi Qingqing's hand away. I have just returned to the country and have many matters to attend to, so I cannot entertain you. Well, Yi Qingqing's friend chimed sarcastically, just back from abroad? What are you showing off for? As if you've never traveled before. Ning Wanxing, you are merely a poor girl who lost her parents early and barely survived by living with relatives. Who knows what unscrupulous means you employed to stay abroad for so long? After they finished, the group erupted in laughter, their faces etched with blatant mockery. Yi Qingqing looked at Ning Wanxing in silence, worry etched on her face. Wanxing, where have you been all these years? How have you survived? Ning Wanxing's heart coldly scoffed, her expression revealing no emotion. With a doll-like face, she ignored everyone and turned to leave. Seeing her indifference, Yi Qingqing's friends became enraged. One shouted at Ning Wanxing's retreating figure, "Oh, by the way, during your 2 years abroad, Qingqing has developed a close relationship with Mo Xiao, and they will be together soon. If you have any sense, you should avoid disturbing them." Ning Wanxing halted at this. Yi Qingqing softly said, "Wanxing, I know you and Mo Xiao once had a good relationship, and if it matters to you, I'll try to keep my distance from him." Her friend shouted, "Why should we accommodate this ingrate? She is my sister. Please do not speak of her that way." Yi Qingqing replied, stepping forward. She leaned close to Ning Wanxing, appearing to comfort her, but her words turned provocatively. "So what if you were back? No one cares about you, not even Mo Ziyan. He no longer likes you. He likes me now." Wanxing pursed her lips and shot her a cold glare. After saying this, Yi Qingqing stood tall and turned to her friends. "Let's go." "Qingqing, what did you just say to her?" "I asked her if she wanted to come home with me." But Wanxing refused. "Still, since we are family, it is good that she has returned. We should take care of her." "Goodness, you are far too kind. If she were my cousin, eating our food and using our resources, then disappearing for so long without a word, I would have slapped her." The group continued their conversation as they walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Ning Wanxing. In their eyes, and even in Yi Qingqing's, she was merely a wild girl who had strayed for 2 years. She was an orphan with nothing to her name. As an orphan, she should learn to wag her tail like a dog and express gratitude to those who offer her charity. But Ning Wanxing did not comply. Truly ungrateful, Ning Wanxing silently observed Yi Qingqing's retreating figure. After all these years, Yi Qingqing remained a little princess, surrounded by adoring people. To everyone, she was gentle and kind, while Wanxing was deemed wild and ungrateful. In their childhood, it was Yi Qingqing who broke Uncle Ye's beloved vase, but cried first, claiming she knew nothing. As a result, Wanxing received a severe beating, and her denial was met with accusations of lying. Chapter 8. Searching for Qi, it was Yi Qingqing who lost her pen, but framed Wanxing for it. If not for Mo Ziyan's presence at that time, Wanxing might have been expelled from school. In this world, the most innocent of all was often the one who wore the mask of a white lotus. "But, I apologize. I have not been idle during my 2 years abroad." Wanxing bent down and picked up 2 pebbles from the ground. Nonchalantly, she aimed for Yi Qingqing's calf and flicked her fingers. Whoosh! Yi Qingqing screamed, stumbling forward and landing awkwardly, a complete mess. As her friends hurried to help her up, Yi Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears. "Serves you right." A smirk tugged at Ning Wanxing's lips just as her phone rang. She turned and walked away without looking back. As she walked, she swiped her phone screen and answered, "Hello?" In a country far away, a castle-like structure stood quietly amidst a forest. A blonde girl sat at a computer desk, her index finger gliding over the mouse. "Boss, how's the progress on your end?" "Ning Wanxing Yavnet. I just returned to the country. I haven't even reported to school yet." "What progress could there be?" "Not only our organization, he is searching for Qi, but other organizations have also dispatched people to look for him. You must keep your terrifying identity hidden at all costs, or it will be even more challenging to uncover Qi's whereabouts." "Do you believe there are people in this world with extraordinary abilities? They appear no different from ordinary individuals, yet possess capabilities that far exceed the norm. Perhaps they can see for dozens of kilometers or effortlessly read your innermost thoughts. They embody the powers found only in science fiction novels. Yet, such individuals exist in reality. The O.N.E. organization consists entirely of such people. The organization has many companies and industries under its name, but that is merely a FAAD. In truth, its members engage in various black market dealings, many even collaborating directly with the state. Ning Wanxing herself was uncertain when she acquired the ability to have prophetic dreams. She did not dream often, but whenever she did, the dreams foretold the future. Boss. Her assistant, Lin Yuer, pulled her back to reality. "I understand. We must find Qi and successfully obtain the data on that USB drive, no matter the cost." Ning Wanxing rolled her eyes. "But the information you provided about Qi is far too scant. I don't even know if Qi is male or female, only that they are at Starry Night Academy. Isn't that like searching for a needle in a haystack? Well, you can take your time searching, just make sure it doesn't exceed the deadline set by the president. I'll hang up. If you find any detailed information about Qi, send it to my email immediately. After hanging up, Ning Wanxing gazed up at the sky. A gentle breeze tousled her hair. Despite her cute appearance, she looked nothing like the leader of an organization at just 18 years old. Ning Wanxing's eyes flickered. Since leaving the Yi family 2 years ago and joining the O.N. organization, she had made her way to this point. If it were not for her quest to find Qi, she might never have returned. Qi, the internationally renowned assassin. Half a month ago, Qi obtained a classified document of utmost importance. People from various countries and organizations were all eyeing this information. However, Qi was shrouded in mystery, conducting himself with utmost caution. No one knew his true identity. Rumors even suggested that Qi had lost his memory. As tensions rose among various forces, everyone sought Qi. Ning Wanxing's organization was among those in pursuit. Starry Night Academy. Could the infamous assassin Qi truly be attending this university? Chapter 9. The Girl Who Can Foresee the Future Monday. Today marks the day of enrollment at Xingye Academy. It is summer, and the blue and white uniform beautifully accentuates Ning Wanxing's figure. With arms outstretched, she twirled in front of the mirror, reveling in the brilliance of her 18-year-old self. Grabbing her bag, she hummed a cheerful tune as she stepped outside. Speaking of Xingye Academy, it is renowned throughout the entire Z Nation. Unlike ordinary universities, it is a 5-year, full-time private aristocratic institution that amalgamates high school and university curricula. Upon entering the 3rd year, students can select their specialized fields for targeted instruction. This system significantly saves students' time, outpacing the traditional approach of transitioning from high school to university and then specializing. The academy structure spans 5 years: 1st, 2nd, 3rd years, Advanced Studies 4 and Advanced Studies 5. Wanxing is enrolled in the University District, Advanced Studies 4, in Class A of the Management Department. It seems that Mo Ziyan is also in Advanced Studies 4, but he is rumored to be in Class S. Xingye Academy caters to the nobility and elite, offering a limited number of programs, with the Management Department comprising a significant portion. The environment here is lavish, not to mention the daunting cutoff scores. Even the annual tuition fees are staggering. During each enrollment season, luxury vehicles abound for pickups. At this moment, however, a bright yellow taxi parked at the academy's entrance. Standing out conspicuously, Wanxing smiled as she paid the fare, thanking the driver before stepping out with poise. Just a few steps away, a horn blared behind her. Suddenly, a red Ferrari zoomed past, resembling a racing spectacle, and came to a halt right in front of her. The surrounding admirers erupted in screams. Such ostentation could only belong to Mo Ziyan. As the car door swung open, a pair of long legs emerged. Mo Ziyan pushed his sunglasses up onto his head, exuding a rebellious charm that was quite captivating. Wanxing curled her lips in disdain, questioning his need for such display. Mo Ziyan casually draped his bag over his shoulder, one hand tucked in his pocket, as he sauntered into school alongside a girl clinging to him, completely ignoring Wanxing as if she were invisible, even engaging in laughter with other girls. What a scoundrel! Wanxing muttered under her breath, following behind toward the school. Inside the classroom, discussions swirled around the new transfer student. Shun Luoxua nudged her friend Yi Qingqing, pondering, "What are you thinking about?" "My cousin Yi Qingqing sighed. She asked the new transfer student today. She left for 2 years and refuses to come home, which has saddened my parents greatly." Shun Luoxua scoffed. "Seriously? You're still thinking about that ungrateful girl? Your family has been too kind. If it were me, I wouldn't take care if she perished outside." Nearby, a short-haired girl named Shaohan asked curiously, "Wasn't he your cousin raised in your family? If she left, how can she afford to attend our school?" Shun Luoxua snorted disdainfully. "She is probably being kept by someone. Women like her can easily find a way to make money." Upon hearing the gossip, many classmates gathered around. "Yi Qingqing, the new student today, is your cousin? Was she adopted by your family? She ran away 2 years ago? So rebellious." As the conversation spiraled into absurdity, Yi Qingqing smirked subtly. What could she do? The more they insulted Ning Wanxing, the more amused she became. Yi Qingqing feigned concern. "Let us not jump to conclusions. This concerns a girl's reputation." "Jump to conclusions? You know how expensive our school's tuition is." Shun Luoxua asserted confidently. "I bet Ning Wanxing's money comes from dubious sources." "How shameless." And Xiaohan chimed in with a mischievous grin. Then let us prepare a grand gift for her later. All eyes turned toward the entrance, eagerly anticipating mischief. In Class A of the management department, Wanxing stood at the door, hesitating to push it open. Last night, in a dream, she had unknowingly opened the door, only to be drenched by a bucket of water strategically placed atop the door. The water had soaked her completely, leaving her utterly embarrassed. As her classmates erupted in laughter at the spectacle, she couldn't help but smirk at the irony as she lingered at the threshold. In the distance, a middle-aged woman with glasses and a ponytail approached. You must be the new student today. Why aren't you going inside? Teacher, I'm a bit embarrassed for being late to class, so I'm just gathering my thoughts outside, Wanxing replied. The homeroom teacher nodded, understanding that shyness is normal on the first day at a new school. Come along, I'll take you in. As she opened the classroom door, a bucket of water fell, drenching the teacher completely. The classroom fell silent. Shun Luoxue, the mastermind behind the prank, turned pale. Why had the homeroom teacher, and not the new student, walked in? The teacher wiped her face and shouted, Who did this? Step forward. The homeroom teacher of Class A is notoriously strict, and now she was furious. Shun Luoxue lowered her head in fear, while Yi Qingqing was taken aback, never expecting such a turn of events. Her gaze shifted to Ning Wanxing, who had pulled a tissue from her bag and offered it to the teacher. Here you go, teacher. So sweet and obedient. The teacher took the tissue, wiped her face, and stepped onto the podium. What is the matter? No one wants to admit it. If you don't, the entire class will face punishment today. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, all students staring down at their desks. Upon hearing the threat of collective punishment, one student hesitated, stealing a glance at Shun Luoxue, yet no one stepped forward. What's going on? Is this class really so united? Though Shun Luoxue orchestrated the prank, she had no intention of taking responsibility even when faced with the teacher's ultimatum. Very well, the teacher adjusted her glasses, except for the new student Ning Wanxing. Everyone else will copy the school rules 20 times. Submit them by this Friday. 20 times. That is a daunting task indeed, even at the expense of the entire class. Shun Luoxue remained unfazed, her expression unyielding, showing no signs of guilt. Such audacity. Wanxing rolled her eyes. During break time, classmates lamented about the punishment of writing lines. We're innocent. Why must we all suffer? Shun Luoxue's antics were truly infuriating. She instigated the prank yet refused to take the blame, dragging everyone down with her. Hush! Do you not know who Shun Luoxue's boyfriend is? Someone whispered. Though her boyfriend is not a student at Xingye Academy, he is notorious for his reputation as a delinquent, the leader of miscreants at Jiangqing University. Previously, when Shun Luoxue clashed with a student from a neighboring class, her boyfriend had led a group to confront and beat up the student so badly that he ended up hospitalized, nearly losing his life. Since then, the notoriety of Shun Luoxue's boyfriend as a formidable fighter had spread throughout the school, leaving no one daring to cross her. Who would dare to stand up against Shun Luoxue? Everyone could only swallow their anger. Shun Luoxue flung her textbook aside and strode over like a leader. I believe I just overheard you discussing me. What? Am I a burden to you? The few classmates immediately shook their heads vigorously, denying any such notion. No, that's not what we meant, Yi Qingqing said gently. Luoxue, please don't act like this. The whole incident originated because of you. Everyone is protecting you, which is why they didn't expose you in front of the homeroom teacher. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates softened. Yi Qingqing was indeed too gentle. How was I to know things would turn out this way? Shun Luoxue crossed her arms and glanced at Wanxing, who seemed indifferent, propping her chin on her hand while twirling a pen over her textbook. She approached and forcefully kicked Wanxing's desk. The one we should be condemning is her. If she hadn't been walking behind the homeroom teacher, would we have been punished? Hey, I'm talking to you. Apologize to everyone. Chapter 11. I'm slapping you. Wanxing's desk was directly kicked askew by Shun Luoxue. She lifted her gaze, tried kicking it again. Without hesitation, Shun Luoxue delivered another kick. I just kicked it. What's the matter? With a particularly formidable boyfriend, everyone feared her. Thus, Shun Luoxue was accustomed to dominating the class. Not to mention, the one she was currently bullying was the defenseless Ning Wanxing. Luoxue. Yi Qingqing wrapped her arm around Shun Luoxue's. Don't do this. Wanxing is my cousin. She should be grateful to be your cousin. Qingqing, if it weren't for your sake, I would have slapped her for that attitude. Shun Luoxue glared at the seemingly fragile girl. Ning Wanxing, you seem rather arrogant. Huh? I'll say it again. You caused everyone to be punished with writing. Apologize quickly. Wanxing smiled. I caused everyone to be punished? What else could it be? That basin of water was prepared just for you. Are you implying that you dug a pit for me, and I must obediently jump in? Who do you think you are? Shun Luoxue slammed the desk. Ning Wanxing, do you know who you're talking to? I want to mess with you, so what? You owe it to me. Qingqing's family kindly took you in and raised you. How did you bully her back then? Oh, I forgot to mention. Shun Luoxue straightened up, addressing the surrounding classmates. This new student is actually an old acquaintance of Qingqing and me. We were in the same class in middle school. And she was a thief who stole Qingqing's pen, nearly getting expelled. She was an orphan, and it was Qingqing's family who took her in. Yet she broke Qingqing's father's cherished vase and then framed Qingqing for it. The classmates looked at Ning Wanxing in shock. Yi Qingqing softly said, Luoxue, please stop. That was all in the past. This statement seemed to tacitly acknowledge the dirt Shun Luoxue had thrown at Wanxing. Leaning back against the desk, arms crossed, Wanxing watched the spectacle as if it were a play. All right, that's the past. Let's talk about the present. Shun Luoxue looked at Ning Wanxing with disdain. You left home for 2 years, broke and alone, and now you've suddenly returned, having enrolled in Xingye Academy. Who doesn't know how expensive the tuition is? What do you think your money came from? Ning Wanxing, dare you say you didn't sell yourself for it? Wanxing. Yi Qingqing appeared heartbroken, her eyes reddening. Why did you leave home? Why do this to yourself? Do this to myself? Wanxing's lips curled slightly. In their eyes, she was merely an orphan who had left the Yi family for 2 years. But what would their expressions be if they knew her true identity now? Wanxing stood up. Have you said enough? What, feeling guilty? Shun Luoxue sneered. A person like you deserves to be splashed with water. What kind of look is that? You want to slap me? Ning Wanxing, do you know who my boyfriend is? Come, I'll let you slap me. Dare you try? Slap. A powerful slap landed squarely on Shun Luoxue's face. I slapped you. Chapter 12. Who do you think you are? When Ning Wanxing slapped down, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Oh my, the transfer student actually slapped Shun Luoxue. Did she even realize how formidable Shun Luoxue's boyfriend was? Shun Luoxue's face bore the vivid imprint of 5 fingers, shock written all over her features, taking a moment to register. Ning Wanxing, you actually dare to touch me, you. Are you tired of living? Speak clearly. Wanxing leaned forward, gripping Shun Luoxue's collar, her voice fierce. You better not provoke me. This slap is your first warning. With that, she pushed Shun Luoxue back, weaving through the crowd and exiting the classroom. Her slightly curled, grayish-black hair flowed gracefully in the air. Shun Luoxue covered her face, her anger reddening her features, glaring at Wanxing. You're just an unwanted poor girl, with no background. What gave you the right to act so high and mighty? Just wait. Yi Qingqing bit her lip, watching Wanxing's departing figure. 2 years had passed. Ning Wanxing had changed. Luoxue was right. Ning Wanxing. What right did she have to act so arrogantly? Did she really have the capital to be so proud? Yi Qingqing withdrew her gaze, turning to Shun Luoxue. Are you all right? I'll call my boyfriend immediately. Shun Luoxue pulled out her phone, speaking viciously. My boyfriend won't let her off. The transfer student was fearless. While the other classmates were fully aware of how formidable Shun Luoxue's boyfriend was, especially those who had just complained about Shun Luoxue. Upon hearing she was about to call her boyfriend, they all shrank back, gathering around. Shun, is your face all right? That Ning Wanxing went too far. The water basin incident was just a prank. How could she not take a joke? Maybe you should check with the nurse? Shun, you're the kindest and gentlest. Go comfort her. Make sure she doesn't get upset. Don't worry, everyone. Yi Qingqing smiled gently, wrapping her arm around Shun Luoxue's. I'll accompany her to the infirmary. The crowd watched as Yi Qingqing and Shun Luoxue left. Yi Qingqing, truly a goddess, both beautiful and gentle. They said her relationship with Mo Ziyan was quite extraordinary. In Class S at the back row by the window, Mo Ziyan lounged casually. Dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and a loosely tied gray tie, he wore the same uniform as everyone else but exuded an air of defiance. His inky black eyes remained fixed ahead. Ning Wanxing had transferred to Xingye Academy, just a wall away in Class A. Why had she suddenly come to Xingye Academy? Was it because of him? Mo Ziyan rubbed his chin, nodding to himself. It must be because of him. Of course. Otherwise, how would that troublesome girl suddenly reappear in his world? Women are indeed capricious creatures. With that thought, Mo Ziyan stood up, hands in his pockets. and walked towards the classroom exit. However, as he stepped into the hallway, he unexpectedly collided with Yi Qingqing. "Hey, have you seen Ning Wanxing?" Ziyan. Yi Qingqing looked up at Mo Ziyan's handsome face, her eyes suddenly reddening. She lowered her head, quietly beginning to cry. Chapter 13. Who do you think you are? Mo Ziyan frowned, diverting his gaze. He detests women who cry. Ning Wanxing, having been fostered by the Yi family since childhood, has known Yi Qingqing and Mo Ziyan for many years. However, the attitude of the young master Mo towards Yi Qingqing stands in stark contrast to his demeanor towards Ning Wanxing. Whenever Wanxing engages in playful banter with Mo Ziyan, Yi Qingqing remains an outsider, caught in the middle and feeling surplus. With one hand in his pocket and the other idly scratching his ear, Mo Ziyan dismissively commented, "Cry at your own pace." With that, he strode away with his long legs. Yi Qingqing wiped her tears and hurried after him, apologizing. "I didn't mean to cry in front of you. It's just that Wanxing just enrolled today, and we both are in Class A of the design department. But she got into a spat with some classmates over trivial matters. The worst part is she actually hit one of them, and now their face is swollen and pitiful. Wanxing is my cousin. How could she have turned out like this? No matter what I say, she won't listen, and I'm both angry and worried for her. It's truly heartbreaking." Mo Ziyan paused, turning to look at Yi Qingqing. "What did you say? Who did she fight with?" Yi Qingqing wiped her tears again. "Shen Luoxue, the one you've met, my friend. And how is she now?" Luoxue was publicly slapped by Wanxing and has been crying. "Who cares about her? I'm asking you if Ning Wanxing is all right." Yi Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. "Wanxing, she is fine." Mo Ziyan gritted his teeth. "That insufferable woman never gives me a moment's peace." Without another word to Yi Qingqing, he made his way towards Class A. Yi Qingqing instinctively followed a few steps, disbelief flashing in her eyes. The one who was attacked was someone else, yet he was concerned about Ning Wanxing. Was he mistaken? She couldn't let Mo Ziyan approach Wanxing. She didn't want to remain the outsider between them. Yi Qingqing bit her lip and followed. "Ziyan, my mother made a feast, and she asked me to invite you over for dinner." Mo Ziyan did not look back. No time. At noon, as school let out, everyone was heading outside. "Look, it's the young Master Mo. So handsome." The girls around began to buzz with excitement, sneaking glances at Mo Ziyan and whispering animatedly. Wanxing emerged from the classroom, her petite ears adorned with white headphones, a small bunny backpack slung over her shoulder. Moving to the beat of the music, Mo Ziyan leaned coolly against the corridor window, his gaze following her, Ning Wanxing. Unfortunately, Wanxing, lost in her music, did not hear him and passed by without a glance. For the first time, Mo Ziyan felt ignored by a woman. Every other woman seemed eager to be near him, except for her. "Ning Wanxing." His tone grew colder. "Hey, is someone calling me?" Wanxing turned off her music and looked back, startled to find Mo Ziyan standing behind her, his dark eyes fixated on her. "Is there something you need?" With a smirk, Mo Ziyan approached her. "Listen well, Ning Wanxing. Keep your distance from me at school. Don't wander around under my nose without reason, or you'll regret it." "Excuse me, you spoke to me first." Mo Ziyan towered over her, his deep-set eyes casting a cold glance. "I'm merely warning you." Wanxing clenched her teeth in frustration. "What do you mean?" "To put it plainly, I don't wish to see you," he replied, withdrawing his gaze, his chin raised in a haughty manner. "A woman like you disgusts me." With that, his attention shifted to Yi Qingqing. "Weren't we supposed to have lunch together? Let us go." Yi Qingqing stole a glance at Wanxing, suppressing a smile, and nodded obediently. "Okay." "Oh, this devil incarnate." Wanxing fumed, clenching her fists. "Who does he think he is? Just because he doesn't want to see me? Does he think I long to see him?" Watching Mo Ziyan and Yi Qingqing leave in jovial conversation ignited a fire within her. The surrounding classmates whispered, "Did you see? Yi Qingqing's relationship with young Master Mo is definitely not simple. She might be his official girlfriend. Oh, I wish I could dine with young Master Mo too." "Dream on. What kind of women do you think young Master Mo attracts? You think you stand a chance?" It seems young Master Mo really dislikes Ning Wanxing. She's in for a rough time ahead. Serve her right. As Wanxing approached the school gate, she noticed a group of delinquents loitering nearby. About 7 or 8 boys, all with dyed hair, some flaunting tattoos on their arms, leaned against motorcycles, smoking and chatting. Among them was a familiar figure, Shen Luoxue. "She's out." Shen Luoxue, with her slightly swollen face, leaned against a tall, slim boy. "Ah Sun, that's her." And Ishuan flicked away his cigarette and stood up, cracking his knuckles. You must be Ning Wanxing? I heard you hit my girlfriend? You've got guts, little sister. And Ishuan appeared to be the leader of the group. And as he stepped forward, the others followed suit, discarding their cigarettes. Oh, such a grand display? Seems like they come with ill intentions. Wanxing chuckled lightly, crossing her arms. With a slight tilt of her exquisite chin, her kawaii face radiated disdain. I did hit her. What are you going to do about it? Even at death's door? You still act so recklessly. Sen luopu esneret, Ning Wanxing. You'll soon learn the price of hitting me. A poor girl like you. If I let your boyfriend beat you to death, no one would know. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing you. Beg for mercy? You think you're worthy? Wanxing laughed mockingly. Shan Luoxue was nearly driven mad by her demeanor. You, dear, don't be upset. With me, and Ishuan protecting you, I'll ensure those who provoke you know the consequences. And Ishuan turned to Ning Wanxing. Do you think you can speak to my girlfriend like that? Who am I? Wanxing smiled, her hair dancing in the breeze. In an instant, her smile faded, and she replied calmly, I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. And Ishuan spat. You don't know your place. Today, even if the king of heaven descended, he couldn't save you. Brothers, attack. Wait. Wanxing stepped back, raising her voice. And Ishuan held up a hand, stopping his eager subordinates. He scrutinized Ning Wanxing. What? Now you're scared? Shen Luoxue clung to an Ishuan's arm, looking arrogantly at her. Ning Wanxing, weren't you quite bold just now? Are you backing down? Then kneel and lift your face to beg me for 2 slaps. And I might just let you go. Wanxing pondered for a moment. She had returned to the country to seek the assassin known as Qi. It wasn't T, just her organization looking for him. Various countries and elites were all in pursuit of Qi. The information in his possession was of utmost importance. Wanxing needed to find out Qi's true identity without drawing attention and acquire the vital information he held. After much contemplation, I have decided to conceal my abilities until the Qi is discovered. It is prudent not to be overly ostentatious. Noticing that Wanxing was silent and her eyes somewhat vacant, Ishuan called out, Are you stunned? If you wish to keep the peace, then heed my girlfriend's advice. Shen Luoxue was filled with delight, crossing her arms and stepping forward, eagerly anticipating Wanxing to kneel before her and raise her face, so she could deliver 2 resounding slaps to vent her frustration. Just the thought of Wanxing begging for mercy before her brought Shen Luoxue great satisfaction. Wanxing glared coldly at Shen Luoxue. Even if she had to maintain a low profile, she could not allow herself to be trampled upon by someone as trifling as Shen Luoxue. It was utterly infuriating. Clenching her small fists, she took a deep breath. Then, raising her arm to point at the distant sky, she exclaimed, Look, a flying saucer. The crowd instinctively turned to follow her gaze. However, the vast blue sky revealed nothing but a few crows soaring past. Turning back, she realized Wanxing had vanished. Damn it! And Ishuan promptly returned to his motorcycle, shouting, Chase after her. Wanxing dashed towards the crowded area, muttering, Excuse me, coming through. Surrounded by people, she had to conceal her strength. You little rascals, just wait. Tonight, I shall delve into your backgrounds and take you on one by one until you call me Mom. With this thought, she turned to glance back, only to see those thugs on motorcycles rapidly closing in, just as she was about to accelerate down a side street. She unexpectedly collided with an elderly woman riding an electric scooter. Bang! Ouch! Wanxing struggled to rise, rubbing her shoulder, when in the next moment, she found herself encircled by the thugs on their motorcycles. And Ishuan halted his motorcycle and taunted, Run now. Let us see how you escape. Shen Luoxue, jumping off the motorcycle, pointed menacingly at Wanxing and snarled, Beat her. Do not stop until she apologizes to me. Make sure to give her a good thrashing. Suddenly, a brazen voice rang out from behind. Dare to lay a finger on her? I dare you. Chapter 16. The one Mu De Xiao admires. Behind this group stood a tall girl clad in a white blouse and a black pleated skirt. Not the uniform of Xingye Academy, but rather resembling the attire worn by an Ishuan. Upon closer inspection, one would realize this girl was from Jiangxing University. The neatly tailored school uniform had been transformed into an ultra-short skirt, paired with high-top Dr. Martens boots, and her hair dyed a striking slate color, exuding a rebellious vibe. And Ishuan recognized her with astonishment. Ji Xingxia, the daughter of the Ji family, though rumored to have been adopted. Her guardian was a man of considerable renown in all of Jiangxing. Ji Xingxia swiftly approached, asking, Wanxing, are you all right? Wanxing turned and plunged into her embrace, sobbing, They're all bullying me. Shen Luoxue was dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Wasn't I the one who was slapped? Wanxing has not been bullied at all. Ji Xingxia cradled Wanxing protectively, casting a sideways glance at an Yixuan's group. What do you intend to do to my friend? An Yixuan was taken aback. You know each other? She is my friend. Do you not understand my words? An Yixuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing the earlier bravado had dissipated significantly. So, it was all a misunderstanding. This girl is from the same school as my girlfriend. They have some history, which is why I didn't know she was your friend. Now you do, right? Yes, yes. Do not trouble my friend again. Even without me. She is not someone you can provoke. As Ji Xingxia spoke, she beckoned an Yixuan closer with her finger. Leaning in, he heard her lower her voice. Speaking in a tone only they could hear, Wanxing is the one Mu Xiao has a crush on. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and cross her. An Yixuan grasped Shen Luoxue's arm and summoned his underlings to retreat at the first sign of trouble. What are you doing? Asun, why are you leaving? We haven't resolved the situation with Wanxing yet. Hey. Shen Luoxue was forcibly dragged away, exasperated yet powerless, glaring furiously at Wanxing. Wanxing stuck out her tongue at Shen Luoxue and joyfully turned to Ji Xingxia. What brings you here? Ji Xingxia was her only confidant in the country. Before going abroad, Wanxing had been a model student, while Ji Xingxia was known for skipping classes, drinking, and partying. Despite their seemingly disparate paths, they shared a deep understanding. Ji Xingxia wrapped her arm around Wanxing's neck. Of course, I came to drink with you. Again? Please spare me. Though she protested, Wanxing's body was honest and moved forward with her friend. Let us drink. Let us have some fun. Drinking leads to trouble, you know? It was because I drank with you a few days ago and returned home intoxicated that I ended up. Ji Xingxia's driver awaited them, opening the car door for the two girls. Once seated, Ji Xingxia mischievously poked Wanxing's cheek. So what happened between you and him? Wanxing turned her face away. Stop pretending you don't know. Ji Xingxia adjusted her posture. I've been meaning to ask you, what exactly happened between you and Mo Ziyan 2 years ago? 2 years ago, that incident. Wanxing's gaze flickered slightly. She lowered her head. I and he. Chapter 17. Just leave, never mind. If it's too difficult to discuss, you needn't say anything. Ji Xingxia embraced Wanxing once more. Just join me for a drink. Ji Xingxia's character was such that she never fussed over trivial matters. Even after 2 years of silence from Wanxing, upon her return, she remained the one who would embrace her, regardless of the storm. Their friendship, devoid of the intricacies that often accompany female relationships, was remarkably comfortable. Wanxing smiled. All right, I'll drink with you, no matter how much. Meanwhile, Shen Luoxue had shaken off an Yixuan's grasp, seething with rage. What on earth is wrong with you? Didn't we agree to teach Wanxing a lesson? Look at the predicament we're in. Where am I to put my face? Are you still my boyfriend? You remember I'm your boyfriend? An Yixuan retorted, equally irate. I'm your boyfriend, and you're putting me in this situation. What have I done to you? Weren't you the one who said that girl named Wanxing has no background? She is just a poor girl without connections. That is nonsense. Ji Xingxia just said she is the woman Mu Xiao likes. And you dare to ask me to teach her a lesson? Do you want to get me killed? Mu Xiao likes her? Shen Luoxue paused, then burst into laughter. Wanxing? As if she could be worthy of that. Whether she is worthy or not isn't for you to say. Ji Xingxia just told me in my ear. Ji Xingxia and Wanxing have been friends since middle school. Do you really think she embellished things to scare you? Shen Luoxue crossed her arms, scoffing. I've known Wanxing since middle school. I know what she is like. As for Mu Xiao liking her, she is currently the one he dislikes the most. Today after school, he explicitly told everyone to keep Wanxing at a distance, saying he finds her repulsive. Tell me, what kind of liking is that? An Yixuan hesitated. Are you serious? Of course. Shen Luoxue rolled her eyes, pulling out her phone. Mu Xiao is currently with Qingqing. The woman he likes is her, not Wanxing. If you don't believe me, I can call Qingqing right now. As she spoke, Shen Luoxue indeed dialed the number. A gentle voice came through the line. Hello? Qingqing, is Mo Xiao with you? Yi Qingqing's voice was filled with joy. Yes. We're going to have dinner together. Shen Luoxue raised an eyebrow at an Yixuan. See? Mo Xiao's affection is undeniably for Qingqing. What is Ning Wanxing to him? Shen Luoxue clenched her fists. Ning Wanxing, consider yourself fortunate today, having narrowly escaped. But you better watch out, time is on my side. Next time, I shall ensure your downfall. After Yi Qingqing hung up the phone, she stole a glance at the driving Mo Ziyan. In this confined space, It felt as if the air was laden with his unique scent, stirring her heart. Dinner together. Could this be considered a date? She felt elated when Ziyan bypassed Ning Wanxing to approach her. The sight of Ning Wanxing's enraged expression only delighted her more. She suppressed a smile, her gaze landing on a box of candies beside her, strawberry-flavored. How did such a thing end up in the car? Without a second thought, she picked it up, intending to open it and savor one. Suddenly, the sports car screeched to a halt. Mo Ziyan glanced sideways, his dark eyes piercing as he commanded, "Get out." Yi Qingqing was taken aback. "Ziyan, what did you say?" "Get out." Chapter 18. Intoxication 1. His displeased tone was laced with frost, striking Yi Qingqing with an icy chill. Panic surged within her. She had no idea how she had offended Mo Ziyan. All she knew was that his current demeanor was truly terrifying. She bit her lip, her voice softening. "But weren't we supposed to go to my house for dinner?" Mo Ziyan snatched the candy from her hand, impatience evident in his voice. "Do not make me repeat myself." This was his nature, arrogant, uncompromising, and perpetually moody. Yi Qingqing's good spirits evaporated in an instant. After a few seconds, she tightened her grip on her bag's chain. Although she felt deeply reluctant, she could only endure outwardly, softly replying, "All right then, drive carefully." With that, she opened the car door. As soon as she stepped out, the sports car sped away, leaving behind a trail of arrogant black exhaust. Mo Ziyan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead like the vastness of the stars. He pressed a button to retract the roof, transforming the car into a convertible. The swift speed of the vehicle whipped his flaxen hair wildly. Outside a park, far from the city center, the red sports car finally came to a stop. Mo Ziyan adjusted his seat backward, extending his arm to shield half of his face, revealing only his thin, sensual lips pressed into a straight line. The strawberry candies from the Ferrero brand. He always carried such treats with him because Ning Wanxing loved them. In her childhood, a single candy would bring a smile to her face whenever she was upset. Had Yi Qingqing not discovered this pack of candies, Mo Ziyan might have remained oblivious to the fact that he still held onto this habit. Cursing under his breath, he straightened up and prepared to toss the candy out of the window. However, just as he raised his arm, it stiffened for a moment before retreating. Instead, he tossed the candies into the storage compartment and slammed his fist against the steering wheel in frustration. On the other side, the bustling night market was alive with activity. At a food stall, Wanxing and Ji Xingxia sat together, surrounded by several empty beer bottles. Wanxing, lightheaded from drinking, had flushed cheeks, while Ji Xingxia seemed unfazed as she called out to the vendor for more drinks. Shaking her head, Wanxing stood up. "I'll be right back." However, as she turned, she collided with a man beside her. Looking up, she found a man in his 20s, adorned with a large gold chain, leering at her. "Hey there, little sister. Are you two here, drinking alone?" Accompanying him were 4 others, all similarly rotund. Wanxing, feeling the effects of the alcohol, thought her legs felt like they were on cotton. She frowned and attempted to push him away. "Let go of me. Don't be like that. We just want to get to know you too. Give us a chance." Ji Xingxia, still sober, stood up, towering over the men at nearly 1.7 meters. "Let her go." She moved to reclaim Wanxing, but the men blocked her path. Grinning lewdly, "No need to be angry. We mean no harm. Just want to chat and drink." Chapter 19. Intoxication 2. Yishengxia spot. "You think we do want to drink and chat with you losers? Let her go, or I want to hold back." The rotund man was unfazed, chuckling. "I do like to see what you can do." After all, these girls were just high school students. Especially this one. His eyes lingered on Wanxing, finding her adorably cute and easy to bully. Seeing her flushed cheeks only fueled his confidence. "Hey, little sister, how about I treat you to a drink? Afterward, we can have some fun together." Wanxing flashed an innocent smile, grabbing his collar. "Sure, let us play now." With that, she threw a punch. The man yelped, stumbling back in shock, but before he could recover, the seemingly cute girl swiftly moved forward, pressing his arm down while delivering a kick to his knee, executing a graceful spin that knocked him to the ground. The man gasped in pain. "Ouch, ouch." In the next moment, Wanxing stepped onto him. "Uncle, is this how we play? Let me go. Or else. Or else what?" Wanxing pressed harder. "I didn't catch that." "Ah, please, warrior queen. Don't step on me. I was blind to your strength." Wanxing scoffed, standing upright and delivering another kick. Scram. Everyone around was dumbfounded. The group of thugs quickly rushed to help their fallen leader, retreating in defeat. Ji Xingxia snapped back to reality, running over in excitement. Oh my gosh, Wanxing. How did you do that? Wanxing blinked, chuckling nervously as she scratched her chin, tilting her head in confusion. How did I do that? I'm not sure, hee hee hee. Oh dear, I told you drinking leads to trouble. Didn't we agree to keep a low profile? Just a little drink, and I lost my composure upon seeing those clueless thugs. Noticing the astonished gazes surrounding her, Wanxing felt a wave of embarrassment. She clung to Ji Shengxia's arm. Let us call a night for drinks, shall we? Already leaving? I still have so much to complain to you about. Just as they prepared to settle the bill and leave, a voice called out from behind. You little brat, stop right there. Turning around, they were met with the sight of the gold chain man, flanked by a dozen others. Rubbing his swollen eye, he seethed. How dare you hit me? You'll regret trying to leave here today. Wanxing stepped back, exchanging worried glances with Ji Xingxia. What are we waiting for? Run. She grasped Ji Shengxia's hand and dashed away. But just a few steps later, they were blocked by several burly men. A stout man, cursing vehemently, approached and exclaimed, Where do you think you can run? He raised his arm, preparing to strike Wanxing. Suddenly, someone seized her arm, yanking her back. A tall figure stepped in front of Wanxing, causing her to pause and gaze up at the youthful boy before her. He shielded Wanxing behind him, gripping the stout man's wrist with a fierce intensity, his entire demeanor radiating hostility. It was Mo Ziyan. The stout man struggled to break free, but was taken aback by the boy's astonishing strength. Dare to lay a finger on her, and I will end you, Mo Ziyan warned, his eyes cold and his lips curling into a menacing smile. The stout man, somewhat intimidated, felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He turned to his companions, demanding, What are you standing there for? Get him. The group of thugs exchanged glances before charging forward collectively. 5 minutes later, screams filled the air as several men lay sprawled on the ground. Mo Ziyan stood casually, hands in pockets, looking down disdainfully at the defeated ruffians. A clear indication of their ineptitude. Do you even know who I am? The stout man gasped, barely recognizable after the beating. Struggling to his feet, he pointed back at the food stall. I own this place. Do you have any idea who protects this establishment? Who owns this entire street? Suddenly, Wanxing interjected. I remember. This stall was exposed online a few days ago. The owner, leveraging his connections, has bullied several girls. How could such a notorious establishment still be operational? The stout man regained his composure, shouting defiantly, I run this place. I have power, and I won't be shut down. Who are you to tell me otherwise? He then glared at Mo Ziyan, adding, You think you know who I am? When you discover who I answer to, you'll regret this. Oh, you own it? Mo Ziyan retorted with a mocking smile, pulling out his phone and commanding, This is Mo Ziyan. I give you 5 minutes to bring people to number 1 Chang'an Road. The stout man stared in disbelief as Mo Ziyan hung up. Within minutes, a group of men in black suits arrived. The leader approached respectfully, asking, Young Master Mo, how may I assist you? Mo Ziyan pointed towards a stall, commanding, Destroy it. Immediately, the bodyguards complied without hesitation, launching an assault on the establishment. How could this happen? The stout man collapsed to the ground, utterly stunned. Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, looking down at the man. Is this enough arrogance for you? The stout man was at a loss for words, perhaps finally realizing the gravity of the formidable youth he had provoked. Ji Xingxia whistled and nudged Wanxing, remarking, Isn't young Master Mo incredibly handsome? Wanxing stared blankly as Mo Ziyan finished dealing with the ruckus, dusting off his arms before striding toward her. The neon lights reflected off his angular features, accentuating his striking appearance. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, giving him an air of rebellious charm. Was it just her imagination? Wanxing's gaze lingered, momentarily captivated by the warmth in his eyes. Ning Wanxing, he proclaimed, leaning down to grasp her wrist. His voice rising in frustration. Do you dare to drink again? Are you incapable of thinking before stepping out? What car do you like? If he hadn't happened to pass by today, she might have already been harmed. Wanxing was speechless. How could she find softness in the gaze of this devilish figure? Known for his sharp tongue? Ji Xingxia interjected. It was my idea to invite Wanxing for drinks. It's not her fault. The driver from the Ji family had arrived. Waiting nearby, Mo Ziyan, holding Wanxing's hand, shot a warning glance at Ji Xingxia. If you lead her astray again, I won't spare you. Is drinking really leading her astray? A drink can ease all sorrows, don't you understand? Where are you taking Wanxing? Ji Xingxia asked while advancing. With a lethal glare, Mo Ziyan replied. If you follow her, I'll have Ji Yilyang break your legs. Ji Xingxia halted, conceding, just make sure she gets home safely. I believe you can do it. The Ji and Mo families shared a long-standing friendship, and Ji Yilyang was Ji Shengxia's legal guardian, albeit only 4 years her senior. Despite Ji Shengxia's mischievous nature, she held a measure of respect for Ji Yilyang. As for Wanxing, she had a low tolerance for alcohol, and the drinks she had consumed earlier were taking their toll. Dazed, she was pulled into Mo Ziyan's car. Wanxing, feeling lightheaded, tried to shake off his grip. You don't need to worry, young Master Mo. You said to keep my distance, that seeing me disgusts you. So why do you care? Do you think I want to care? Then don't. Mo Ziyan, frustrated, snapped, shut up. Wanxing, push him away, I want to get out. I'm going to find Xingxia and drink more. Try it, and I'll leave you here. I refuse to ride in your car. Wanxing pouted, angrily looking away. Your car reeks of other women. It's unbearable. Upon hearing this, Mo Ziyan smirked subtly. He lifted her chin, asking, what kind of car do you prefer? What do you mean what I prefer? If you want to know, I'll tell you tomorrow, okay? Is this a display of your wealth? Mo Ziyan tightened his grip on her chin, grinding his teeth. What do you mean by showing off? I am wealthy. Feeling increasingly dizzy, Wanxing endured the scent of perfume lingering in the car, pushing his hand away. Then I kindly asked the affluent young Master Mo to take me back to the scenic mansion. Thank you. Just wake me when we arrive. Mo Ziyan watched as she began to doze off, his temples throbbing. Do you think I'm your chauffeur? Waking slightly, Wanxing replied. Aren't you the one who insisted on taking me? Fine, I'll just take a taxi home myself, she declared, attempting to slip out of his embrace. At this hour, in this state, you'll take a taxi home? Huh. Mo Ziyan scoffed, pressing her back down, swiftly securing her seatbelt before circling back to the driver's seat. As he fastened his own seatbelt and turned to look, he found the girl beside him had already fallen sound asleep. Are you a pig? You fall asleep in a second. Outside, the market bustled with activity, while inside the car, silence reigned. The boy did not rush to start the engine, but remained in his seat, observing her. A myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes. The scant information gathered by his butler left him pondering what this woman had experienced during her 2 years abroad. After watching her for a long while, he murmured softly, Ning Wanxing, what did I owe you in my past life? The expression on Mo Ziyan's handsome face shifted instantaneously as he seized her arm, inquiring, why are you crying? Woo-woo. Damn it, don't cry. Wah. Ning Wanxing tilted her head back, her sobs growing more intense. You're scaring me. Over the past 2 years, many women had lingered around Mo Ziyan, yet they all adhered to 2 immutable rules about him. First, there must be no physical contact, for he despised women touching him, not even a single finger. Second, crying was utterly intolerable, as Mo Ziyan was most vexed by tears. However, at this moment, he wrapped her in his embrace, his long fingers gently wiping away her tears, his voice unconsciously softening. All right, I want to be fierce with you, I promise. Wah wah wah. What do you want from me, woman? He cradled her small face, his tone laced with exasperation. Please stop crying, can you? I want to go back to the Yi family. Ning Wanxing whimpered. Uncle Yi's illness has worsened. We'll go back tomorrow. Ning Wanxing fell silent, merely biting her lip, tears swirling in her eyes. In the next instant, she adjusted her sleeping position, wiped her own tears, and drifted back into a deep slumber, as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of her dreams. Mo Ziyan, somewhat distastefully, pushed her away. As Ning Wanxing's small head nearly struck the car window, he hurriedly reached out to support her. Cursing under his breath, he once again cradled the girl who had fallen back into slumber. While carrying her, he couldn't help but berate himself. Damn it, why must I do this for Ning Wanxing? After carrying the princess back to the 10th floor of the apartment, Mo Ziyan glanced at the keypad lock. Then at Ning Wanxing, Stinky girl, what is the door code? MMM. Don't disturb me. She waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Mo Ziyan's lips twitched. I'm asking you for the door code. Hey, wake up. The following day, Wanxing's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. My head aches terribly. MMM. That chandelier on the ceiling is exquisite. Wait, is that chandelier in my apartment? Ning Wanxing sat up abruptly, surveying her surroundings in terror. Where am I? A casual voice interrupted her thoughts. Oh, you finally woke up? Turning her head, she saw a carefree young man lounging on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, elegantly sipping coffee. The morning sunlight streamed in, casting a golden halo around him. resembling a noble prince residing in a castle. Mo Ziyan, how are you doing up here? This is my home. Where else would I be? How am I in your home? What have you done to me? As she spoke, she looked down in haste. Her clothes from yesterday had been replaced with pajamas. Who changed my clothes? Chapter 23. I'll fight you, Mo Ziyan. The young girl leapt off the bed, her bare feet pattering against the wooden floor as she advanced towards Mo Ziyan, fists raised. You devil, scoundrel, you shameless. Mo Ziyan grasped her wrists firmly, but could not evade her kicks, leaning back slightly. Stinky girl, you need to know your limits. Though he said this, he was clearly indulging her. Know my limits? I'll fight you. How can you be this strong? Aren't you a woman? I warn you, don't test my patience. Just then, a knock echoed from the bedroom door. Turning to look, she realized the door had not been closed. Butler Sue stood at the doorway, bowing respectfully. Young master, breakfast is ready. Please. As he glanced up, his voice trailed off, astonishment plastered across his face. There stood Miss Ning, clad in a pink pajama, her delicate feet and slender legs humorously draped over her master. The atmosphere turned awkward yet tinged with a hint of intimacy. Imogen's expression darkened as he swiftly wrapped his arms around Wanxing's back, spinning her behind him, glaring furiously at Butler Sue. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. Butler Sue quickly averted his gaze. Yes. With that, he exited and closed the door. Mo Ziyan tugged at Ning Wanxing's disheveled nightgown, commanding, hurry and change your clothes. He turned to leave. Stop. You haven't explained anything. He halted. You got drunk last night. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have made it out of that diner. Then why am I here? You sleep like a dead pig when drunk. And I didn't know your apartment's door code, so I kindly brought you back home. By the way, you owe me a thank you. Hurry up. My pajamas. Don't flatter yourself. The maid changed you. A woman like you wouldn't pique my interest, even if you were naked in front of me. Mo Ziyan, you. The young man impatiently interrupted. Are you done? Do you have to dress like this to talk to me? Mo Ziyan turned his sharply defined face toward her. His gaze intense. Ning Wanxing, do you realize how dangerous your current state is? Following his gaze, Wanxing looked down to see her pajamas neckline askew from their earlier tussle, exposing a generous amount of her collarbone. Moreover, the pajamas featured a V-neck design. Ning Wanxing shut her eyes, clutching her chest, and grabbed a nearby pillow to hurl at him. Get out, get out. Mo Ziyan elegantly tilted his head to evade the pillow's assault. Idiot. He casually cradled his head with his hands, strolling forward. What kind of women haven't I seen? I just said, I have zero interest in a flimsy little thing like you. Change your clothes and come downstairs quickly. Flimsy little thing? How infuriating. Wanxing bit her lip, glaring at the devil as he exited. Mo Ziyan descended the spiral staircase to the first floor, where the maid was preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed, Young master, why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Mo Ziyan froze, grinding his teeth. Which eye of yours saw my face turn red? Speak again. And you need to come to work tomorrow. The maid recoiled slightly. She had seen it with both eyes. Mo Ziyan, feeling vexed, tugged at his collar and hurried to the fridge, retrieving a bottle of cold water and gulping it down. Chapter 24. If you don't want to feed me, then don't. Slamming the bottle on the wooden table, Mo Ziyan wiped his lips with the back of his hand, his other hand gripping the table's edge tightly. Is summer upon us? The temperature is unbearable. Ning Wanxing had changed into the school uniform she wore yesterday. The maid must have cleaned and pressed it after changing her. Indeed, meticulous care. However, she had no recollection of the previous night. What had transpired? How had she been brought back by Mo Ziyan? She completely forgot. Had she revealed her identity while intoxicated? She truly was prone to blackouts after a few drinks. Fortunately, she didn't have classes today, allowing her to handle some personal matters. Adjusting the bow tie on her shirt collar, Ning Wanxing turned and descended the stairs. As she made her way down, she took in the opulent decor around her. She had never been in this particular villa of the Mo family before. The air was thick with wealth, evident in the exquisite paintings adorning the hallway, all masterpieces from renowned artists of yesteryears, each worth a fortune. Truly extravagant. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she caught sight of the infamous devil seated at the dining table. Upon hearing her approach, Mo Ziyan glanced over. His chiseled features firm, lips slightly parted. Come here. Ning Wanxing retorted, I'm not eating. Come here. He repeated, or do you want me to tie you up myself? He could indeed do such a thing. With another appointment looming, Wanxing had no time to spar with him. Reluctantly, she stepped forward. I already said I don't want to eat. Who said you had to eat? Mo Ziyan sat there, arms crossed and legs straight, resembling a gang leader, chin held high, demanding, I want you to feed me. Wanxing could hardly believe her ears, eyes wide. What did you say? Mo Ziyan flashed a devilish smile, enunciating each word. Feed me. Food. How absurd. Why should I feed you? Don't you have hands? My hand is injured. Mo Ziyan raised his elegant hand, pointing to a scar. I got hurt while fighting for you. Fighting for me? You. Last night. Mo Ziyan looked at her sideways, his voice low. What? Are you trying to deny it? Was there even a fight last night? Wanxing struggled to piece together her memories. It seemed, perhaps, maybe, she stared at Mo Ziyan's injury and muttered, It's not like you broke any bones. Mo Ziyan frowned. What did you say? You ungrateful girl. Do you even have a conscience? Did she actually hope for him to be seriously injured? Mo Ziyan gestured towards breakfast, urging, Hurry up. But you said yesterday at school that you didn't want to see me. Why now do you want to feed you? I could disappear from your sight right now. Because, he drawled, you don't want to feed me, so I insist that you do. Is this guy a sadist? Aren't you busy? If you don't finish this bowl of rice, you can forget about leaving my villa. Gritting her teeth, Wanxing reluctantly picked up the bowl. What kind of expression is that? Ning Wanxing, do you know how many women are lining up to get close to me? I'm giving you this opportunity, and you still look unwilling? Wanxing continued to struggle, stirring her porridge with a spoon. Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, turning his handsome face away. Fine, I won't eat then. If you don't want to feed me, then don't. Wanxing felt a wave of relief. Then I'll take it away. Try taking it away. Was he childish? What was he thinking? After a tense 2 seconds, Wanxing finally conceded. She scooped a spoonful of porridge. Mo Ziyan opened his mouth obediently. Chapter 25, a mere 20 million. It turned out to be century egg and lean meat porridge. As Mo Ziyan chewed leisurely, he kept his gaze fixed on Wanxing. Another bite. Wanxing could no longer hold back. Are you 3 years old? Eating while narrating your own actions? I'm doing as I please. It's none of your business. Mo Ziyan propped his chin on his hand, wearing his signature devilish grin, and commanded, Move faster. Eat, eat, eat. Might as well choke on it. Wanxing wished she could pry his mouth open and dump the entire bowl of food down his throat. Breathe in, breathe out. Ning Wanxing, you can do this. Just finish this bowl, and you will be free to leave. Spoonful after spoonful, before long, the bowl was empty. She set the empty bowl down. Is that enough? Are you satisfied? Mo Ziyan lazily rested his chin on his hand, his eyes flickering to a nearby servant, complimenting. Not bad. The servant, praised by the young master, trembled with fear. Not bad. Young master, you never eat century eggs. He had barely touched the Western breakfast prepared for him. Can I leave now? Goodbye. Come back. Mo Ziyan caught her. I'll drive you home after breakfast. Aren't you done eating yet? I meant for you to eat. Idiot. Mo Ziyan pushed a new bowl of century egg porridge towards her. I don't want to eat. Whether you want to or not, you must eat. I'm not asking for your permission. Wanxing glanced at the food, shrugged, and sat down. How do you know where I'm going? Mo Ziyan scoffed. ISNT it to the Yi family? Wanxing silently drank her porridge, appearing pensive. After finishing breakfast, Mo Ziyan went to get the car while Wanxing waited at the door. Her phone suddenly rang. Answering, she heard the voice of her assistant in Y country. Lin, you are boss. We found a ring that the old man cherished in his youth. Leaning against the villa door, Wanxing replied, Oh? My people saw it at an auction in the SS black market. The starting bid is $20 million. Should we acquire it? That ring was merely an ordinary copper ring. It hardly seemed worth such an exorbitant price just based on its appearance. The inflated value in the black market stemmed entirely from the legendary story behind it. Moreover, it was a treasured item of old Mr. Ning in his youth. Who is old Mr. Ning? A figure of immense power in Y country, secretly leading the mysterious organization O.N.E. On the surface, he is also the largest shareholder of the listed company Dreamer. 2 years ago, Wanxing left the Yi family because of that matter. She was an orphan, left alone after departing from the Yi family, without any support, other than the necklace around her neck engraved with the character Ning. She had no idea who she truly was. She was unaware of the vast world and where her true home lay until she met Ning Iza, her grandfather, her biological grandfather. When her grandfather found her and embraced her with tears in his eyes, Wanxing was utterly astonished. She followed him away from Hua country to Y country, joining the O.N.E. organization. Although her grandfather told her that her parents had perished in an accident over a decade ago, she was grateful to have her grandfather. Yet just as everything was falling into place, her grandfather fell ill. Wanxing snapped back to reality. Her voice steady without a hint of hesitation. $20 million? Yes, acquire it. Chapter 26. I want you to treat me to dinner. $20 million for a copper ring may not seem worthwhile to you, but it is my grandfather's treasured possession. Unterstot, Lin Yue replied. A loud honking interrupted her thoughts. Wanxing looked up to see a brand new sports car parked at the entrance. Seeing that she was still standing still, the young man honked again, calling out, "Aren't you coming? Waiting for me to come over and invite you? I have something to attend to. I'll hang up for now." Wanxing straightened, instructing, "If there is anything in the future, email me. I need to keep a low profile during this return, and it's often inconvenient to answer your calls." Understood. Hanging up, Wanxing approached and opened the passenger door of the sports car, fastening her seatbelt while glancing at him sideways. "Why did you change cars again? And it's a brand new one." And Mo Ziyan absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. "Is it strange for me to change cars? If I want to, I can." Implicitly meaning, I have money. "Fine, as long as you're happy." And Mo Ziyan shot her a glance. "This car doesn't smell like other women, right?" Wanxing tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by other women as smell?" "Nothing." And Mo Ziyan turned away, urging, "Hurry up and buckle your seatbelt. You talk too much." Wanxing. Who is talking too much here? At the Yi family. Wanxing gazed at the familiar villa beside her, unbuckled her seatbelt, and politely said, "Thank you for the ride." And Mo Ziyan rested his chin on his hand, elbow against the window, looking outside, and scoffed, "Who cares for your thanks? I'm leaving, you may go. Goodbye, Ning Wanxing." And Mo Ziyan called after her, "Did you really think of me as your chauffeur? I have already expressed my gratitude. Do you think your thanks are worth a mere few coins? What else could it be?" And Mo Ziyan fixed his gaze upon her, uttering a few words. "I want you to treat me to dinner." The audacious demon declared, "If it weren't for me last night, you would have been sleeping on the streets. So what if I asked for a meal?" Wanxing helplessly replied, "I can't say when I'll be able to come out." "Then I'll wait until you do." Wanxing opened the car door and stepped out, noticing that he indeed had no intention of driving away. "If you wish to wait, then wait." Wanxing tugged at her handbag. "I'll head inside first." And Mo Ziyan lowered the car window, his arm dangling out, revealing his handsome face. "I warn you, girl, if you dare sneak away on your own, you'll be in big trouble, understand?" Okay, I understand," Wanxing replied, utterly speechless. Is this guy truly so idle? Just to have a meal with me, he waits here? And Mo Ziyan watched as Ning Wanxing entered the villa. The youth seemed to be in good spirits, casually opening the convertible's roof and reclining the seat, resting his head on his arms as he gazed at the blue sky, a half-lit cigarette dangling from his lips. His mind began to contemplate where to take that mischievous girl for dinner. Chinese cuisine? Western fare? Who knows if her tastes have changed over the past 2 years? Perhaps I should simply indulge in a bit of everything. With that thought, Mo Ziyan fished out his phone and called his subordinates, instructing them to reserve all the top 10 restaurants in Jiangxing for him. Chapter 27. The second young miss returns, standing before the iron railing of the villa. Wanxing looked up at the familiar structure. Though she had arrived, her heart was still in turmoil. Yet, thinking of Uncle Ye's illness, she finally mustered the courage to press the doorbell. Moments later, a maid greeted her with surprise, exclaiming, "Second miss? My goodness, it's really the second miss. The second miss has returned." Wanxing nodded politely. "Jean Ma, I came to see my uncle. Is he here?" Yes. Come in, second miss." Jean Ma excitedly opened the door wide and turned to call out, "Sir, madam, it's the second miss. The second miss has returned." A sharp voice, accompanied by a plump figure, echoed from the staircase on the second floor. "What are you shouting about? Who is this second miss?" "There's only one young lady, Qingqing, in the Yi household." Upon looking up, Wanxing recognized the figure as Chun Ziyan, the matriarch of the Yi family. It was the weekend, and there were other guests in the living room. Wanxing recognized them. They were all relatives of Chun Sen, who now stared in astonishment at the long-lost second miss. Yi Qingqing clung to Chun Ziyan's arm, following her down the stairs, feigning persuasion. "Mom, it's been so hard for Wanxing to come back. Please don't be like this." "Who asked her to return?" Chun Ziyan retorted, raising her arm to point at Wanxing, her voice rising. "Who gave you permission to come back? You ungrateful wretch. If you had the ability to leave, then don't return." Indeed, everything unfolded just as Wanxing had anticipated. She replied calmly, "I only came back to see Uncle Yi. It has nothing to do with certain individuals. Please don't be so self-important. Where's my uncle?" Chun Ziyan's voice escalated further. "What kind of attitude is this? Do you not regard me as your elder? How could our family raise such an ungrateful creature? Yi Qingqing seemed to become angry as well. Wanxing, how can you speak to my mother like that? It's so impolite. After you ran away from home for 2 years, my mother worried about you so much. The surrounding relatives quickly stood up to mediate. All right. Let's not be angry anymore. It's good that the child is back. Exactly. Wanxing, you really are too inconsiderate. How could you behave like this? Even though your aunt may seem harsh now, she has shed tears for you whenever your name was mentioned. This we have all witnessed. How can you be so difficult to please? Wanxing, you must apologize to your aunt. Huh? Chun Suyin worries about me? She sheds tears for me and claims that I ran away from home? 2 years ago, it was this very woman who cast me out of the Yi family. Wanxing's small hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her eyes swirling with dark, tumultuous emotions. The scene of her expulsion from the Yi family 2 years ago felt as if it had happened yesterday. It was a stormy day, with thunder and lightning raging outside. Get out! Chun Suyin had thrown Wanxing's backpack out of the villa. Wanxing, still clad in her middle school uniform, drenched from the rain, trembled as she lowered her head and pleaded softly, "Auntie, please don't drive me away. Don't make me leave this home." Although her surname was Ning. This was the Yi family. Once she left, she would have nowhere to call home. Chapter 28. You are a harbinger of misfortune. The fortune teller even said it was because of you, the harbinger of misfortune, that your uncle fell ill. Chun Suyin tugged at Ning Wanxing's clothes. From today onwards, you are not to step foot in this house again. Bang! The door slammed shut. Yi Qingqing approached with an umbrella, gracefully like a princess, looking down at the now disheveled Wanxing. She chuckled softly, her voice gentle yet laced with mockery. Ning Wanxing, you are merely a child adopted by my father. You are just an appendage of mine. Why do you have to claim this place as your home? You have no home. You do not deserve one. You have no home. You do not deserve one. Those words seemed to echo in Wanxing's ears. She snapped back to reality, looking up at the relatives who were now scolding her and insisting she apologize to Chun Suyin, and scoffed, "Apologize? Why should I listen to you? What kind of attitude is this? Is it reasonable to run away from home? I have never seen such ingratitude. Even a dog raised by the Yi family would be better than you. No wonder Aunt Chun is angry. You truly are an ungrateful wretch." Yi Qingqing softly interjected, "Uncle and Aunt, please don't be upset. Wanxing is just ignorant. As her older sister, I apologize on her behalf." How thoughtful of our Qingqing. I heard you've been getting close to the young master of the Mo family? When you become the young mistress of the Mo family, don't forget about us. Ye vink similit civiti. The relatives stood up. All right, you all catch up. We'll take our leave now. With disdainful glances at Wanxing, they dispersed one by one. The villa was left with only Ning Wanxing, Chun Suyin, and Yi Qingqing. Even the servants had retreated. Once the crowd left, Chun Suyin's demeanor grew even more unpleasant. Her words sharp and cruel. "You wretched girl, how dare you return? What? Did you find life outside unbearable and come back to swindle your uncle's money? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. You are an orphan, worthless trash. All the wealth of the Yi family is reserved for Qingqing." Wanxing could not hold back and laughed, a scornful smile. Ever since reuniting with her grandfather and traveling to Y country, she was no longer the destitute orphan she once was. Indeed, the Yi family had once seemed like a wealthy household to her. But now, the little wealth of the Yi family meant nothing to her. In Y country, she possessed hundreds, if not thousands, of times the wealth of the Yi family. "The money of the Yi family holds no value to me," she stated calmly. "I merely heard that uncle's illness has worsened, so I came to see him. Once I do, I will leave, not a second longer." "Bah!" Chun Suyin spat in Wanxing's direction. "You a stray dog cast out. How dare you act so high and mighty? You think you can look down on the wealth of the Yi family? Leave quickly and don't dirty our carpet." Yi Qingqing stood behind her mother, her gaze at Ning Wanxing filled with mockery. "Ning Wanxing, what are you pretending to be wealthy for? Do you think that after spending 2 years abroad, you've transformed into a phoenix? How dare you look down on the wealth of the Yi family? Do you have any idea that the Yi group has an annual production value exceeding tens of millions? Have you ever seen that much money in your life?" Chapter 29. 2 years ago, Wanxing had no desire to engage further with this mother-daughter duo. Since childhood, she had been bullied by Chun Suyin. It was clearly Yi Qingqing who had shattered Uncle Ye's cherished vase. Yet Chun Suyin insisted it was Wanxing who did it. With a righteous indignation, she showed no mercy. Wanxing denied it, but was met with a brutal beating from Chun Sunyan. Had it not been for Uncle Ye's timely return, Wanxing feared she might have been killed by Chun Sunyan's wrath. In this household, only Uncle Yi treated her kindly, genuinely caring for her as a child. She turned her back on Chun Sunyan and her daughter and headed toward the bedroom on the second floor. Chun Sunyan yanked at Wanxing's clothing. "What do you think you're doing? I told you to get out. Are you deaf?" Wanxing shot her a sideways glance. "Let go. Hey, I see you've grown some wings now. Don't think just because you've matured that I won't dare strike you. Still not letting go? Then don't blame me for breaking your arm. Go ahead. If you're capable, then do it. After being expelled for 2 years, what a formidable spirit you've developed. Ning Wanxing, please show some respect when speaking to my mother." Yi Qingqing stepped forward, her seemingly gentle tone laced with aggression. "My mother is your elder. She raised you. Even if she needs to discipline you, you should accept it humbly, shouldn't you?" With a thud, a cane struck the floor, and a voice, weak yet authoritative, rang out. "What is all this noise about?" Coming down the wooden spiral staircase was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, his hair graying, dressed in a black robe, draped with an overcoat, standing there with a cane. Upon seeing him, Chun Sunyan instantly released Wanxing and rushed over, tears streaming down her face. "Darling, look at the wonderful child you've raised. After 2 years, she comes back and threatens to break my arm. I've fed her and taken care of her since childhood. And now I'm the one being tormented, am I not?" Yi Tianhua regarded his wife with a cold snort. "I know you well enough. You must have bullied Wanxing again. Otherwise, this child wouldn't have spoken like that." As the head of the family, his words carried weight. Chun Sunyan felt a surge of frustration, glancing desperately at her daughter. "Qingqing, tell your father who bullied whom." "Dad, Mom did nothing wrong. It was Wanxing who spoke disrespectfully to Mom as soon as she came home, embarrassing her in front of so many relatives." Wanxing indeed went a bit too far. After saying this, Yi Qingqing quickly added, "However, Wanxing has finally returned home, so please don't scold her." Yi Tianhua ruffled Yi Qingqing's hair, then turned to Wanxing, his lips trembling slightly. "Child, it's been 2 years. How have you been?" A simple inquiry brought tears to Wanxing's eyes. "Quite well, I haven't died." "Stop saying such things. Don't you fear the consequences?" Yi Tianhua feigned a stern expression and beckoned her. "Come here. Let us go to the study. Uncle has much to discuss with you." Wanxing nodded and hurried over, assisting Yi Tianhua as they walked toward the study. Chun Sunyan ground her teeth, cursing under her breath, "Little wretch." Yi Qingqing watched Wanxing's retreating figure, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She hadn't anticipated that Ning Wanxing would actually return. 2 years ago, the words exchanged between them. Chapter 30. Hospitalization. Yi Qingqing clenched her fists, withdrawing her gaze, concealing the indecipherable emotions within her. Meanwhile, in the study, after gently closing the door, Wanxing looked back at Yi Tianhua. It was evident that his health had deteriorated over the past 2 years. "Are you all right? Don't worry about me." Yi Tianhua sat on the sofa in the study, waving her over. "Come here, let Uncle have a good look at you." Obediently, Wanxing approached and sat opposite him. Yi Tianhua coughed heavily a couple of times, then looked at Wanxing, his tone tinged with concern. "You've lost weight." Wanxing smiled and gestured to her arm. "I've been on a diet." "Why would you diet when you're still growing? Besides, you're not even overweight." Yi Tianhua expressed his concern. "Tell me, where have you been these past 2 years? If my health hadn't worsened, would you have returned to see your uncle at all? Or would it have been until my death that you would remain absent?" Wanxing's smile faltered slightly, and with a hint of sadness, she shook her head. "No, that's not it. These past 2 years." Hesitating, she chose to omit her current identity and told a small lie. "I've been working to support myself. I'm managing just fine." Yi Tianhua sighed heavily. "I know, it was all Chenai's fault 2 years ago. Now that you're back, hurry up and pack your things to move back in." Outside the study, Yi Qingqing stood with a cup of coffee, eavesdropping. Upon hearing Yi Tianhua's intention for Ning Wanxing to move back, she pursed her lips and knocked on the door. With a warm smile, she entered, her voice gentle. "Dad." "Wanxing, I made you some coffee. Leave it there." Yi Tianhua patted the sofa beside him. "I was just discussing with your sister about having her move back in." Yi Qingqing sat beside Yi Tianhua, gazing at Wanxing with a beaming smile. "That's wonderful. Wanxing, come back home. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past 2 years." Wanxing regarded Yi Qingqing's seemingly harmless face, subtly averting her gaze. "No, thank you. I'm currently renting a place outside." "Ah, Amida Urban. After leaving the Yi family, you're only worthy of renting a room. Yi Qingqing looked at Ning Wanxing with feigned sympathy. It's unsafe for a girl to be alone. You should return to the Yi family, all right? Thank you, but really, it's unnecessary. Cough, how stubborn you are, Yi Tianhua sighed, raising his hand. Qingqing, assist me to the desk. I have something to give Wanxing. Yi Qingqing nodded, quickly helping him up. Just as they began to walk, she suddenly tripped over the edge of the sofa. She gasped and instinctively grabbed onto the nearest person, tumbling forward. Wanxing's gaze sharpened. Yi Qingqing's fall was one thing, but she was supporting Uncle Yi, who was in poor health. How could he withstand a fall? Wanxing quickly stood, be careful. Bang! Yi Qingqing crashed into the edge of the coffee table, remaining motionless, while Uncle Yi collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Outside, a piercing voice rang out, "Oh my God, Qingqing darling." Chen Sunyan rushed in, her expression twisted with horror. Ning Wanxing, what have you done? Chapter 31, I believe. An ambulance wailed past. In a hospital room, a crowd had gathered, including an elderly woman with white hair. Yi Qingqing lay there, a bandage wrapped around her forehead, smiling weakly. Grandma, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Just lie down. Lady Yi quickly pressed Yi Qingqing back down, her heart aching. Does your head still hurt? It's fine. What about my dad? Is he all right? Your father hasn't regained consciousness yet. The doctor said he is fine. Chen Sunyan tucked the blanket around Yi Qingqing. Lady Yi inquired, Sweetheart, what exactly happened? How did you get hurt? Yi Qingqing's gaze lingered on the waiting Wanxing at the door, her voice hesitant as she spoke. Wanxing, after running away from home for 2 years, my father scolded her a few times. In a fit of anger, she deliberately tripped him as he stood up. I was injured while instinctively trying to protect my father, only to end up bumping into the coffee table. What a heartless creature, Lady Yi exclaimed, her face contorting with rage as she glared at Wanxing, reaching out to grasp her arm. You ominous star, what brings you back? Your return can only spell trouble. Look at what you've done to Qingqing. Look at how you've harmed my son. Do you have no conscience left? I ask you, do you have any conscience at all? The soft flesh was twisted painfully, causing Wanxing to gasp. She stepped back. Grandma, I didn't. This situation was brought about by Yi Qingqing's own actions. She failed to steady Uncle Yi. Lady Yi, furious enough to wish for Wanxing's demise, pointed at the innocent-looking Yi Qingqing on the bed and shouted. Qingqing was injured while trying to protect her father, and you dare blame her? Yi Qingqing quickly intervened. Grandma, please don't be angry. Wanxing was just acting out of spite. How can you say that when you're so badly hurt? Why are you making excuses for Wanxing? Yi Qingqing was the cherished jewel of the Yi family, and Lady Yi had high hopes that she would marry into the Mo family. If Qingqing became Mrs. Mo, it would bring honor to their family. What was Wanxing? Merely an adopted daughter, unworthy even of the Yi surname. Wanxing calmly declared, since Uncle Yi is fine, I shall take my leave. Who is right or wrong will be revealed once he awakens. Lady Yi bellowed, after causing such chaos. Do you think you can just walk away? You will not leave this door until you apologize to Qingqing. With that, several bodyguards who accompanied Lady Yi blocked the exit. Turning away, Wanxing retorted, why should I apologize for something I did not do? Just because you say you didn't do it, doesn't mean it's true. The evidence is clear. Chen Sunyan, relying on Lady Yi's support, raised her hand to twist Wanxing's ear. Still refusing to admit it, Lady Yi watched coldly, fully allowing Chen Sunyan to bully Wanxing. Wanxing seized Chen Sunyan's wrist, gradually applying pressure. Stop it. That hurts. Chen Sunyan cried out, her expression shifting. Lady Yi raised her hand and slapped Wanxing across the face. Ning Wanxing, are you trying to rebel? How dare you strike an elder? Do you want to test me, an old woman? You commit wrongs, yet refuse to acknowledge them. Who would believe you? Who would? I do. Chapter 32, a forceful slap in the face. Lady Yi turned in shock. It was none other than Mo Ziyan, the young master of the Mo family. Standing at the door, he observed the chaos in the hospital room, his sharp features etched with a menacing aura. His obsidian eyes fell upon Wanxing's face, still marked with fingerprints, and his fists clenched, emanating an intense presence. Seeing him, Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight as she straightened up. Ziyan, alas, his gaze did not linger on her for even a moment. He strode forward, standing before Wanxing, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Who did this? He is so tall, Wanxing thought as she touched her cheek and looked up at Mo Ziyan. She had not anticipated being met with a slap from Lady Yi. In just 2 seconds, her face had been struck, and her ear painfully tugged by Chun Sunyan. After 2 years of being pampered in country Y, no one had dared to treat her this way. Beside her, Yi Qingqing bit her lip and spoke, Ziyan. It's not what you think. Wanxing. Mo Ziyan snapped. I'm not talking to you. Keep your mouth shut. Yi Qingqing was rendered speechless, frozen in place. Wanxing, wishing to shield him from her disheveled appearance, lowered her head and said softly, I'm fine. Fine? Your face is swollen. What do you consider a problem then? In contrast to Wanxing, Mo Ziyan seemed to be the one truly enraged. He kicked a nearby chair with a violent force, turning to Chun Sunyan and Lady Yi, his eyes blazing. Are you tired of living? The chair crashed against Chun Sunyan's foot, sending her and Lady Yi recoiling in fear. What is happening? They wondered. Mo Ziyan's presence could be interpreted as a visit for Qingqing, but why did he seem to be defending Wanxing? Chun Sunyan forced a smile, her previous aggression evaporating. Young Master Mo, you don't know the full story. Don't be deceived by this dead girl. After running away from home for 2 years, she's back and cannot even take a little scolding without resorting to violence against her uncle and Qingqing. Interrupting her, Wanxing asserted, I will say it again. I did not do anything. Young Master Mo, look. Qingqing is lying in the hospital, and her uncle has yet to awaken. All of this is her doing, yet she refuses to admit it. Don't let such a woman deceive you. Mo Ziyan's jaw tightened, resembling a formidable ruler. So you were the one who twisted her ear? And if I did, she brought this upon herself. She deserves it. Chun Sunyan's voice was sharp and spiteful. Young Master Mo, don't be fooled by this little vixen. The one who is injured is Qingqing. Have you even looked at her? Cared for her at all? Ning Wanxing is a jinx, a cursed disaster. Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Ziyan lunged forward, seizing the earring from Chun Sunyan's ear and yanking it fiercely. Blood flowed profusely. Shen Suyan's kimed, ah. Chapter 36, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Mo Ziyan appeared as a bloodthirsty demon risen from the depths of hell, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Did you enjoy that? If you dare, keep talking. Chun Sunyan clutched her ear, gasping in pain. She had merely twisted Wanxing's ear. Yet, Mo Ziyan seemed intent on destroying hers entirely. The room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by Chun Sunyan's cries of distress. Yi Qingqing, despite her foredrip, stood up, shock written across her face. Ziyan, what are you doing? How could you strike my mother? It was just a few words against Ning Wanxing. Just a twist of her ear. Must you make such a fuss? Mo Ziyan scoffed. You all listen closely. If anyone dares to provoke Ning Wanxing again, it won't end with just a physical altercation. Lady Yi turned pale, retreating towards the door. Bang! A fist whizzed past Lady Ye's ear, crashing into the wooden door, blocking her escape. Startled, she nearly lost her footing. Mo Ziyan's voice was dangerously low. You want to leave? If I'm not mistaken, you just slapped her, didn't you? With Chun Sunyan serving as a warning, Lady Yi dared not defy him. Trembling, she looked at Wanxing. Wanxing, please say something nice on behalf of your grandmother, quickly. The evening star gently touched her small face, still swollen from recent events. Perhaps, considering Uncle Ye's perspective, she truly wished to reciprocate in kind. Mo Ziyan glanced back at Ning Wanxing and inquired, what do you intend to do with them? This single query seemed to bestow the fate of those individuals upon Wanxing. Indeed, he possessed the capability to command the entire situation. Wanxing observed old Lady Yi, her grandmother, Uncle Yi, and Yi Qingqing in the hospital. Realizing that she was not connected to this predicament at all, old Lady Yi ground her teeth in frustration. Sunyan was not wrong. Ning Wanxing indeed acted like a little vixen, seizing the opportunity to threaten her. She struggled to suppress her fury, acknowledging, Wanxing, I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize for not clarifying the situation. My anxiety led me to strike you. Please, do not hold it against an old woman like me. Montag Jian scoffed disdainfully, retorting. What good is an apology? Do you think being elderly exempts you from the law? Old lady, ye had never been so publicly undermined. And you? Mo Ziyan shot a piercing glare at Chun Sunyan and Yi Qingqing. Did your apology get consumed by a dog? Chun Sunyan, on the verge of exasperation, exclaimed, after all this, bloodied and battered, and I must apologize to Ning Wanxing? Why should I? Chun Sunyan added, didn't you just say that apologies are worthless? They are worthless, but you must still utter them. Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, asserting that she would not be allowed to cease her apologies until he deemed it sufficient. Otherwise, a sinister laugh followed, laden with endless threats. Chun Ziyan gritted her teeth, but could only swallow her pride. Addressing Wanxing, I am sorry. I should not have slandered you without proper investigation. I was merely overtaken by worry, much like your grandmother. Please, let's not dwell on this. I apologize, I apologize. I apologize. Chapter 34. Pain. Wanxing cast a sidelong glance at her, observing for a moment. In truth, witnessing her in such a state was rather gratifying. All right, the young woman finally declared. If you refrain from troubling me in the future, I would be most grateful. In this household, I wish only to have dealings with Uncle Yi. Henceforth, let us act as if we do not see each other. With Mo Ziyan present, Chun Ziyan dared not object, nodding reluctantly with a forced smile. Benaat ye vingings diligate eterior, had feasts kunanchet tightly. You only want to associate with your father? Ning Wanxing, dare you assert that you have not returned to Vi for inheritance? With a sigh of relief, Wanxing turned to the young man, Mo Ziyan. Unexpectedly, upon glancing at him, she was taken aback. Your hand is injured. Mo Ziyan lowered his gaze. The wounds from last night, as altercation had yet to heal properly, and in his earlier anger, the injuries had reopened. He stared at her unblinkingly and admitted, it hurts. The others were taken aback, their expressions shifting. The fierce and domineering demeanor he had just displayed crumbled at those two words. Wanxing grasped his hand, inspecting it with concern, feeling a twinge of discomfort within her. She brightened her clear eyes and said, wait for me. I shall fetch you some medicine. With that, she swiftly dashed out. Mo Ziyan's lips curled into a devilish smirk, making no effort to stop her. He relished the sight of her caring for him. The devil cast his gaze upon his wound, frowning in disdain at the minor injury. If it had been more severe, perhaps this troublesome girl would have been even more concerned for him. Mo Ziyan stepped forward, intending to follow her, when suddenly, Yi Qingqing's voice interrupted. Ziyan, why are you doing this? Mo Ziyan feigned ignorance. Yi Qingqing's voice trembled with emotion. Have you forgotten how Wanxing treated you 2 years ago? Upon hearing this, Mo Ziyan paused momentarily. 2 years ago, with a cold glare, he retorted, that has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. With that, he left without a backward glance. Upon exiting the ward, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Ha! Ha! Wanxing gasped for breath, holding up the medicine she had procured. Fortunately, this is the hospital. I managed to buy the medicine. Come, let me apply it for you. She instinctively grabbed his arm to lead him away, but to her surprise, Mo Ziyan grasped her hand tightly and leaned closer to her. Startled, Wanxing recoiled. What are you doing? Approaching me so closely. Do you not realize that your face is quite capable of leading one astray? Mo Ziyan fixed his gaze upon her, his voice low and enticing. Are you worried about me? Wanxing replied earnestly. I merely feel a sense of guilt. You are indeed worried about me. I can see it. I'm not. He glared at her, insisting, if I say you are, then you are. As long as you are happy. Wanxing declared. Let me apply the medicine. I am a man. Such minor injuries are inconsequential. Mo Ziyan insisted, snatching the medicine from her hands and commanding, lift your face. Confused, Wanxing raised her gaze, only to find his fingers coated in transparent ointment, carefully applying it to her slightly swollen face. His usual nonchalant demeanor was replaced with intense concentration. The proximity made her acutely aware of his breath mingling with hers. It was far too intimate. Mo Ziyan lowered his gaze, his voice husky. Why is your face flushed? Chapter 35. To go or not to go this enigma. Wanxing diverted her gaze. I feel warm. Is that not permissible? Montak Ziyan chuckled, evidently pleased. You're quite the oddball. Wanxing rolled her eyes, reclaiming the medicine and meticulously applying it until satisfied. Done. Let us return to our respective homes and rest. Mo Ziyan seized her collar, his expression a mix of amusement and mock seriousness. Ning Wanxing, have you forgotten something? What? What did I forget? Good. You indeed forgot that you left me waiting outside the Yi residence. Realization dawned upon Wanxing. Oh no, I truly forgot. Mo Ziyan raised his hand, tousling her hair. You are the first woman bold enough to keep me waiting this long. You have quite the nerve. Wanxing protested as he ruffled her hair. I did not intend to. You saw how chaotic the situation was. Furthermore, I do not have your contact information. I cannot even call you to explain. Mo Ziyan, release me. You are ruining my hairstyle. Mo Ziyan clicked his tongue. What? Are you implying that I should provide you with my number? If you desire it, just say so. I shall allow you to save my private contact. I would never. You narcissist. Take out your phone. What for? Just do as I say. Ning Wanxing shot him a glance and retrieved her phone from her pocket. Mo Ziyan swiftly typed in a series of numbers, dialing himself before tossing the phone back to her. Here's my number. Next time. I expect you to have no excuses. Next time? This man expects me to treat him to dinner countless times? Just then, a delighted voice called out from behind, Mo Xiao. Turning around, they saw a glamorous young woman with exquisite makeup, adorned with a Chanel bag and red stilettos. Striding towards them. Is that truly you? What brings you here? Are you unwell? Mo Ziyan, hands in pockets, raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, just a bit of business. The girl nodded, seemingly oblivious to Wanxing's presence, as she gently tugged at his sleeve. You must come tomorrow evening at 7 to the 2012 bar. Everyone will be there. Mo Ziyan yawned lazily. We'll see. Do you need anything else? The girl gently brushed her hair, stating that she would also be present tomorrow and would await his arrival. Well, I shall take my leave now. Wanxing observed the beauty's silhouette, pondering whether she was the new girlfriend of the esteemed Mo. Mo Ziyan offered no response to her inquiry. Instead, he smirked mischievously and raised an eyebrow, retorting, What do you think? Should this young master attend tomorrow? Chapter 36. If you're angry, I will. Wanxing, exasperated, replied, How should I know if you intend to go? You asked me. But who am I to answer? She pressed, I'm asking you. Mo Ziyan fixed his gaze upon her, demanding with unabashed confidence, Hurry up and say it. The young lady shrugged. If you wish to go, then go. Your legs belong to you. Suddenly, the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. Mo Ziyan glared fiercely at her, Ning Wanxing. Wanxing looked up at him, her eyes filled with inquiry. In the next instant, Mo Ziyan stood upright, casually brushing away the strands of hair that had fallen onto his forehead, and remarked nonchalantly, Fine. Having left 2 years ago and now returning unexpectedly, it was evident she had come back for him, if she was stubbornly refusing to admit it. He was keen to see just how long this infuriating girl could maintain her facade. Wanxing, confused, asked, What do you mean by fine? What exactly are you trying to say? The girl you just saw is named Coco. She organized tomorrow's gathering. Mo Ziyan, hands stuffed in his pockets, turned to Wanxing with a warning. The number I just gave you is my personal one. Not many are privy to it, so don't disturb me unless necessary. I intend to revel with that crowd until dawn. Do you understand? Why are you being so fierce? Who would want to call you? Wanxing shot back, rest assured. If I need something, I won't bother you. I can handle it myself. If you could handle it, you wouldn't have ended up with a pig's swollen face. Wanxing, furious, prepared to kick him. Who are you calling a pig's swollen face? Mo Ziyan evaded her, grinning wickedly. Little silly pig, your legs are too short. TSK. Ning Wanxing, which man would want you in the future? Mo Ziyan, are you itching for a fight? Wanxing ground her teeth, her fists raised, ready to strike. But to her surprise, Mo Ziyan simply lifted his arm and easily restrained her small head. Wanxing, unable to move, flailed her arms in vain. Frustrated by his height, Mo Ziyan stifled a laugh, grasping her arm. All right, little piggy, how much longer must you dig? Let us hurry. I'm hungry. Go eat your grandpa. You can drink the northwestern wind. Mo Ziyan easily confined her wrist, watching her with amusement. Are you angry, Humph. Little fool, Mo Ziyan chuckled softly, suddenly leaning in, meeting her gaze, his handsome face close to hers, enticingly saying, Don't be angry. Do you know that if you get angry, I will W what will you do? Wanxing looked at him, her breath momentarily halting. Mo Ziyan patted her small head. Do you know that if you get angry, you'll look even uglier? That will ruin my appetite. Where's my knife? No one stop me. I'm going to slay this demon. Goodbye. She turned and left. I must be going insane. How could I have harbored a moment of fantasy about Mo Ziyan? Such thoughts should have been utterly extinguished after that incident 2 years ago. If not for the pursuit of the assassin key, I would have left this place tomorrow. Watching her storm off in a huff, Mo Ziyan nonchalantly followed. Hey, did I give you permission to leave? You Haven Tea treated me to a meal today. Wanxing paused, pulling out 200 yuan from her bag, tossing it at him with flair. Buy whatever you want. Stop pestering me. Chapter 37. Staring. Mo Ziyan looked down at the 200 yuan that had been tossed into his arms, his temples throbbing. Do you have any idea who stands before you? You think 200 yuan can dismiss me? I only have this much cash on me. Wanxing replied earnestly. Otherwise, you can eat first, and I'll reimburse you after. I'll even add an extra 100, making it 300. Reimburse? What does this little girl think I am? Montak Ziyan Laukiten Anga. Do you believe I'll cook you for dinner? Wanxing shrank back, hugging her arms. You're a violent maniac. Just then, her stomach growled audibly. Little pig. Mo Ziyan seized her wrist, pulling her along. Hey, where are you taking me? Wanxing protested. The boy's response was forceful and direct. Just obediently follow me, and keep your mouth shut. 20 minutes later, they found themselves seated in the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangxing. Wanxing scrutinized the menu, her lips twitching. This insufferable man had chosen such an expensive place. She did possess a black card her grandfather had given her, but it remained at home. Besides, her current status was that of a penniless girl, and she couldn't swipe it unless absolutely necessary. All the money in her other cards totaled no more than a few tens of thousands, meant for emergencies. Yet here, a single steak cost 3,000 to 4,000. Wanxing muttered, so expensive, no wonder there's no one around. Mo Ziyan looked up at her. What did you say? I don't have that much money. Wanxing raised the menu, whispering sneakily, can we go somewhere else? This woman had no idea that he had reserved the entire restaurant. There was no need for this foolish girl to pay. All he required was her presence. Mo Ziyan eyed her with a sly glance, her face adorable yet oblivious. The devilish side of him stirred, and he lazily replied, no, if you don't have money, I'll keep you here to wash dishes as payment. Are you even a man? Mo Ziyan chuckled lightly. Do you need me to demonstrate that with actions? Wanxing was startled and immediately sat upright. The waiter stood by. Young Master Mo, shall we order now? Order. Mo Ziyan waved his hand grandly, as if directing a battle. This, and this. Too troublesome. Just bring one of everything on the menu. Wanxing, can you even finish all of that? Who says I have to finish it all? Then why order so much? How long would she have to wash dishes? He raised his chin, exuding confidence. This young master is pleased. With that, he slammed the menu down and tossed it aside. Bring the food quickly, lest someone's stomach keeps growling and becomes a nuisance. In truth, they were the only two customers present. The someone he referred to was not too subtly directed at her. Wanxing clutched her stomach, her face flushing with embarrassment. How infuriating. This rogue was leaving her no face at all. The waiter suppressed a laugh, respectfully collecting the menu, yes. Wanxing pretended not to hear, lowering her head to play with her phone. Time passed, and the surroundings remained quiet. When she finally looked up, she found Mo Ziyan resting his chin on his hand, his demeanor relaxed, yet his intense gaze was fixed on her. Chapter 38. The reason Wanxing chose not to respond, returning her attention to her phone. The silence persisted, the heated gaze above her remained unwavering. Unable to withstand it any longer, she finally asked, what are you looking at? Looking at you, came his unabashed reply. What do you want to see me for? This young master is used to the women outside. Occasionally, it's nice to admire a bean sprout. Bean sprout? Wanxing looked around, confirming that he was indeed referring to her. This insufferable man. Soon after, the first dish arrived. Wanxing turned her anger into appetite, devouring her food rapidly. In stark contrast to her demeanor, Mo Ziyan sat upright, exuding an air of aristocracy as he delicately sliced his steak, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. Could you please be more mindful of your image? This young master does not wish for others to think he is dining with a beggar. I shall eat as I please. Do you have any authority over me? She retorted, but before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself choking, desperately pounding her chest. Ning Wanxing, why not just choke to death? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Montak Ziyan stood abruptly, swiftly pouring a glass of water and placing it before her. Drink up. I have no time to deal with your demise. Ning Wanxing grasped the life-saving glass of water and gulped it down, finally exhaling in relief. With her beautiful eyes narrowed in indignation, she glared at Mo Ziyan. This man had such a sharp tongue. After the meal, Wanxing clasped her hands earnestly, expressing gratitude for the hospitality. Then she raised her chin, smiling sweetly. All right, let's settle the bill. Although the bill had already been paid, Mo Ziyan deliberately teased her. Did we not agree that you would treat me? I have no money. Her candid response left her momentarily speechless. Once outside the restaurant, Wanxing nudged his arm. Mo Ziyan, thank you for what you've done these past few days. It is a testament to our friendship since childhood. Hearing her mention their friendship so casually caused a flicker of surprise in Mo Ziyan's eyes. Memories from 2 years ago flooded his mind. Do you know why I helped you? Wanxing, feigning seriousness, stroked her chin and boldly suggested, perhaps it's because I have become more attractive since returning. And you are enamored by my beauty? Humph. Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, leaning against his sports car, his demeanor imperious. Who do you think you are? With a mere flick of my finger, I can have any woman I desire. A notorious flirt, surrounded by many women. And yet you remain proud, do you? Oh, then why do you think this young master repeatedly comes to your aid, even at the cost of my own injury? I am genuinely curious. Of course it is because Mo Ziyan straightened his posture, casting her a sidelong glance. This young master dislikes you. Wanxing's smile froze. What did you say? I dislike you, which is why I let you owe me. Mo Ziyan stated, opening the door to the driver's seat, turning to look at her. Remember what you owe me, Ning Wanxing, and keep your distance. With that, he slammed the door shut and sped off in his car, leaving her alone. From a distance, a Maybach observed the scene, its owner, a pair of eyes, quietly taking in the unfolding drama. With jet black hair and coffee-colored pupils. The silver earring on his left ear sparkled in the light. Chapter 39. Xiao Jingqian Wanxing stood bewildered, watching the car disappear, her awareness gradually returning. She stomped her foot in frustration, shouting, Mo Ziyan, you scoundrel! This capricious demon, who had been amiable just a moment ago, had turned hostile. Fuming, she pulled out her phone and summoned a ride home. Upon her arrival, she instructed her organization to compile a complete list of all individuals associated with Xingye Academy. Gazing at the extensive list of names, Wanxing buried her head on her desk, pondering how she could possibly find the assassin key. At the top of the list was Mo Ziyan, his photo exuding an arrogance that was unmistakable. Scoundrel! Wanxing furiously clicked on his profile, imagining delivering a fierce beating to him. Monday arrived in the blink of an eye. As Wanxing hummed a tune while entering the school gates, she sensed an unusual atmosphere among her classmates, particularly among the girls, who appeared as if they were on an adrenaline high. Have you heard? Xiao Jingqian is back. He has returned to school today. Ah, is that true? I'm a newcomer, and I've heard he hasn't been around since I enrolled. Am I finally going to see the real deal today? The chatter reached a fever pitch. Xiao Jingqian. Wanxing pondered the name, and as she lost focus, she tripped over something. With a startled gasp, she instinctively reached for something nearby to steady herself. To her surprise, she grasped a sturdy arm. Blinking, she looked up to meet a strikingly handsome face. He stood against the sunlight, his jet black hair slightly tousled, his voice captivating. Are you all right, classmate? Straightening herself, Wanxing adjusted her shirt. I'm fine, thank you. The boy's coffee-colored eyes held a softness, and he continued, be careful while walking. A charming girl like you would be missed if she were to fall. Curiosity piqued. Onlookers fell silent for a moment before erupting in excitement. Xiao Jingqian, it's really him. I'm dead. How can he be so handsome? Seriously, why is he chatting with that girl? From behind, a sarcastic voice chimed in. Oh my, I suppose we have our school as socialite. Ning Wanxing, already cozying up to Xiao Jingqian. I implore you to look in the mirror and see your worth. Turning around, she saw Shun Luoxue and Yi Qingqing approaching. Shun Luoxue strode forward. Xiao, do you know who stands before you? She is the ill-fated girl who was kicked out of her home 2 years ago. You'd best keep your distance to avoid tarnishing your reputation. Wanxing glared coldly at her, but before she could retort, the boy spoke first. Xiao Jingqian smiled faintly, lacking warmth. It would be wise for a girl to refrain from being so cruel. The term ill-fated is rather harsh, don't you think? Shun Luoxue was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Xiao Jingqian would stand up for Ning Wanxing. Had they not just met? I've been away for over a year, so I'm a tad unfamiliar with the place. Xiao Jingqian addressed Wanxing with gentlemanly courtesy. Could you kindly show me the way to the management building? Chapter 40. A name I adore. Shun Luoxue clenched her fists and stepped in front of Wanxing again. The management building is right next to our design department. I'll take you. However, Xiao Jingqian seemed oblivious to her presence, completely bypassing Shun Luoxue to focus on Ning Wanxing. May I? Of course. Wanxing beamed, patting Shun Luoxue's shoulder. Could you kindly step aside? I need to escort our new classmate to the classroom. Shun Luoxue glared at Wanxing in a furious disbelief. Yet, no matter how exasperated she became, she could only watch as Wanxing and Xiao Jingqian walked away together, chatting and laughing. Seething with anger, Shun Luoxue longed to rush forward and separate the two. Ye vink aprudochit softly. Luoxue, let us head back to class. Look at her. Xiao just returned, and she is already clinging to him. Am I wrong to call her ill-fated? Isn't she just a girl cast out from her family? With Xiao Jingshan back at school, it was clear he had drawn ire from many. The surrounding girls seethed with jealousy, joining in the derogatory remarks. Only Yi Qingqing remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When a classmate noticed, they asked, "Qingqing, why are you crying?" "Yesterday, Wanxing came to my house. In the chaos, she caused sent my family into disarray, even landing my parents in the hospital. Then, that bruise on your forehead, was it also her doing?" Ye ving bitalib, chu sin silenge. Surrounded by exclamations of disbelief. How can there be such a person? Ning Wanxing is truly shameless. Meanwhile, Wanxing walked alongside Xiao Jingshan. "Thank you for earlier," she remarked, glancing up at him. He was so tall that from this angle, she could only see the line of his jaw. This height. Was it similar to Mo Ziyan's? Yet, Mo Ziyan's jawline was resolute, while this young man's features exuded a sense of relaxation. Xiao Jingshan chuckled softly, his bright eyes sparkling with amusement. "So, how you plan to thank me?" Wanxing replied. "I was merely making conversation, and you actually follow my lead. It was just a simple verbal thank you. After all, I did help you back to the classroom, didn't I? At the very least, I have the right to know your name. Ning Wanxing, a star in the tranquil night." Xiao Jingshan smiled, his eyes crinkling with delight. "I quite like that name." Wanxing reciprocated the compliment. "Oh, yours is lovely as well." Xiao Jingshan turned to her. "Are you sure this is the right way?" "I'm sure." 5 minutes later, this path should be correct, right? Wanxing surveyed her surroundings with suspicion. "Are you really certain?" "Yes, absolutely," she replied weakly. The Starry Night Academy, being a renowned aristocratic institution, was simply vast. Having just transferred, she had only found her classroom with help from classmates last time. I distinctly remember passing a fountain to reach the management department building. 10 minutes later, Wanxing halted, and Xiao Jingshan stopped alongside her. Scratching her chin, she confessed, "It seems I've gotten lost." Xiao Jingshan erupted into a low chuckle, his laughter muffled. Wanxing wished to hide behind a tree. Getting lost in school felt utterly foolish, ruining her regal image. Xiao Jingshan raised his hand to catch a leaf that had just fallen atop her head. "All right, just follow me." "Wait." He pointed in a direction, this way. In disbelief, Wanxing followed him, twisting and turning until they soon arrived at the management department building. "What has happened?" Wanxing gazed at him, astonished. "You clearly knew where the classroom was all along?" Xiao Jingshan replied with a grin. "Indeed, I did." "Then why did you let me lead?" "Initially, I wanted you to guide me to avoid those pesky girls, but later, it was to give a certain little lady a chance to assist me." "Ors, that's rather scheming." "I can't believe he endured this game of getting lost with me," Wanxing thought. "Your classroom should be in this building, right?" "Yes." Xiao Jingshan's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Now that we've found the building, locating your class should be a breeze." At this point, he was still accommodating her. Wanxing cleared her throat, feigning ignorance, and boldly patted his shoulder. "No problem, just follow me. Then I shall rely on you, Ning." Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted. "Heh, I didn't expect this place to be so lively." Wanxing's posture instantly stiffened. Her hand, which had previously rested on Xiao Jingshan's shoulder, froze. The oppressive aura was overwhelming, almost paralyzing her neck. Slowly, she turned her head to see. Of course, it was Mo Ziyan, clad in a white shirt and black trousers. One arm draped casually over his shoulder while the other rested in his pocket. He radiated an undeniable dominance. How could anyone possess such an imposing presence? If he were to be angry, a mere glance could render her breathless. Mo Ziyan fixed his gaze on Wanxing, his voice dripping with menace. "What are you chatting about?" Startled, Wanxing instinctively hid behind Xiao Jingshan. "Don't come any closer." Mo Ziyan suddenly smiled, but his tone was commanding. "Come here." "Please don't smile. It only makes you more terrifying." "Why should I go to you?" Wanxing retorted, unafraid. She even stuck her tongue out at him. "Weren't you the one who told me to stay away?" Mo Ziyan's fury surged, and he stepped closer, gripping Wanxing's wrist tightly. "Let go of me, Mo Ziyan. Where are you taking me?" "I refuse to go with you." "Ziyan, your temper remains as volatile as ever." Xiao Jingshan intervened, stepping in front of Mo Ziyan. "Class is about to start. Where do you intend to take her?" "None of your concern. Move aside." Montag Xian Shouvet Xiao Yingxian Azida, holding on to Wanxing's wrist as he strode forward. He was so tall and his strides so long that Wanxing had to jog to keep up. "This is infuriating." She struggled against him. "You barbaric demon, you're hurting me. Let go." Yet, the more she resisted, the tighter he gripped her wrist. Finally, in a moment of emotional eruption, He turned and forcefully pushed her against the wall. Ning Wanxing, was this your intention? What did I intend? Flirting with other men in public? Do you wish to lose your arm? I could easily detach it right now. Are you insane? Didn't you say to keep my distance? Mo Ziyan leaned in, his dark eyes piercing into hers, teeth clenched. So, you choose to be ambiguous with other men? How'd I never notice your talent for flirting? Flirting? When have I done that? Wanxing exclaimed, exasperated. Must you always be so rude? Mo Ziyan, my affairs are none of your concern. Manage your own women. Yesterday, I return your words to you. I detest you as well and wish to see you not even for a moment. Please keep your distance from me. Mo Ziyan's hair fell over his brow, obscuring his expression, his demeanor darkening ominously. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen in time, his silence more unsettling than any outburst. Wanxing bit her lip, pushing against him. Move aside. I need to return to class. She could not budge him at all. He pinned her firmly against the wall, demanding, repeat what you just said. Good words are not to be repeated, especially since you already. Before she could finish, Wanxing suddenly froze. Mo Ziyan leaned in closer, his lips just inches from hers. You detest me? Wish to avoid me? His breath brushed against her face, igniting an inexplicable sensation in her heart. Wanxing longed to push him away, to flee. Yet she found herself immobile. With her back pressed against the cold wall, she could only watch as his handsome face drew nearer. Hastily closing her eyes in a futile attempt to shield herself, a mocking voice echoed above her. Is this what you call disdain? Ning Wanxing, your body is far more honest than your words. What do you mean? Wanxing's eyes flew open in surprise, grasped her chin, looking down at her with disdain. You have utterly failed to inspire in me any desire to kiss you. Do you understand? Chapter 43. Does he truly despise me so? I have been insulted. Wanxing, gathering strength from an unknown source, forcefully pushed him away. Your kissing skills are so abysmal. Who would crave your kiss? Furthermore, I simply wish to flirt with other men. What business is it of yours? By what right do you control me? I am the president of the student council, and here my word is law. For a moment, Wanxing was rendered speechless. How could she have forgotten that held the position of student council president? He indeed wielded the power to affect her academic standing. Go and clean the playground immediately. If it is not spotless, you are not permitted to return to the classroom. Stood tall, hands tucked into his pockets, his characteristic posture exuding an air of arrogance. School is a place for learning. Should I witness a repeat of the earlier scene, I assure you, you will regret it. With that, he departed, leaving her seething. Clean the playground. Did this scoundrel comprehend the vastness of the area? Alone, how long would it take her to tidy it? This was nothing less than a personal vendetta. Wanxing trembled with rage. You shall pay for this. 10 minutes later, broom in hand, she approached the playground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Other girls had their devoted suitors. Why was hers an unrepentant devil? From childhood, had delighted in tormenting her, and now he had escalated his cruelty. Did he genuinely loathe me so? Clutching the broom, her memories flooded back. Ning Wanxing, why are you crying? Wah, you took my candy. Here, take it. I don't even want it. But you've already had a bite. Stop crying. It's annoying. I'll buy you a new one. 10 boxes if you want. Ha ha. Ning Wanxing, are you squatting here to play frog? How ugly. My stomach hurts. Hey, don't scare me. Wait, I'll call the private doctor. No need for a doctor. Could you help me get that thing? Seemed to understand. Turning around in a fit of anger, his ears slightly reddened. Don't even think about it. I absolutely refuse to buy it. You could just suffer here. 10 minutes later. Hurry and change. You imbecile. Why are you so late? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? I didn't want to, but I was the only one doing duty today. The next day, the group mates who had deliberately abandoned Wanxing were severely punished by. Ning Wanxing is under my protection. In this world, only I shall bully her. If you dare harm her again, just try me. Chapter 44. Support. A gentle breeze stirred, bringing Wanxing back to her senses. It felt as if everything had changed since she left the Yi family 2 years ago. S-World now felt foreign to her. He had formed a new circle, new friends. The handsome man, Xiao Jingxian, she had just encountered, seemed to know as well. Were they friends? Xiao Jingxian was so amiable, not at all irritable, and particularly considerate towards girls. With a mix of resentment and resignation, Wanxing began her arduous task. As she swept, a few pieces of garbage caught her eye. Without a second thought, she bent down to pick them up. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted her. Who the hell is this? Do they have a problem? Looking up, She met the gloating faces of Shun Luoxue and Yi Qingqing. Shun Luoxue brandished a shopping bag from the school store, pointing at the trash she had just dropped. "What are you standing there for? Clean it up." Calmly, Wanxing pointed at the garbage she had intentionally discarded. "You can pick it up." "Why should I?" Shun Luoxue sneered. "You're the one assigned to clean the playground." With that, she opened a bag of chips she had just bought and spilled them on the ground. "Now, hurry up and clean it." Yi Qingqing stood behind Shun Luoxue, taking advantage of the moment with a smug expression. "Wanxing, we heard you were punished to clean the playground. What happened? Didn't he stand up for you last time?" Yi Qingqing's words, ostensibly filled with concern, were laced with mockery, clearly aimed to provoke Wanxing. Just days ago, Wanxing had caused her to lose face in front of her grandmother and the crowd. At that time, had shown her no mercy, and her mother had also been hurt. Now, witnessing Wanxing punished, Yi Qingqing felt a sense of satisfaction. Wanxing gazed at the scattered chips, gripping her broom tighter, her voice growing firmer. "I demand you pick up the trash." "I won't. I refuse." Shun Luoxue retorted defiantly, crushing the chips underfoot, making the mess even harder to clean. Yi Qingqing feigned sympathy, advising Wanxing, "You should clean this up quickly. Otherwise, if sees you slacking, he might punish you to clean the entire school." Shun Luoxue laughed, her brow raised in triumph. "Exactly. You better tidy up this rubbish, or I'll go tell about it. And then you'll be in trouble." Chapter 45. Support 2. "Go ahead, tell him." Wanxing replied, unfazed. The girl's clear eyes revealed no fear. Her expression remained stoic as she pointed at the litter on the ground. "Now, clean up the garbage you threw down." Shun Luoxue hesitated, exchanging glances with Yi Qingqing, before stepping forward to snatch the broom from Wanxing's hands. She threw it to the ground, pointing at her. "What gives you the right to be so arrogant? You think you can command me? A poor girl like you only deserves to clean up our mess. I'll say it once more, clean it up, or I'll make you work until nightfall." "Very well." Wanxing inhaled deeply. Although she had returned to the country to conceal her identity and strength in search of the assassin key, she could no longer tolerate this. Even as an ordinary person, being bullied to this extent warranted a rebellion. With determination, Wanxing seized Shun Luoxue's arm, executing a swift maneuver to position herself behind her. In the next moment, she delivered a forceful kick to Shun Luoxue's knee. "Ah!" Shun Luoxue gasped, unable to react, collapsing to the ground. She turned her head in terror. Ning Wanxing, what are you doing? You call me arrogant, didn't you? Let me show you just how arrogant I can be," Wanxing declared, tightening her grip on Shun Luoxue's arm and pressing her down. "You will clean up this mess as it was made, or else you will regret it." Noticing the commotion, a crowd began to gather around them. Yi Qingqing suddenly bent down to pick up the broom, feigning innocence. "Wanxing, please let Luoxue go. I can help you clean if you want. Just stop bullying her." Shun Luoxue immediately joined in, raising her voice in a mock plea. "Ning Wanxing, you were the one punished to clean the playground, and now you want to threaten me and Qingqing into helping you? Are you even reasonable?" Indeed, the two of them were playing the victim. Yet Yi Qingqing, recognized as the school goddess, was beautiful, came from a wealthy family, and exuded an aura of gentleness. With her seemingly delicate demeanor, one could imagine that even if she committed a crime, she would have her loyal admirers defending her. Several boys could no longer bear the sight and shouted, "Ning Wanxing, release classmate Shin at once. Having been punished to clean, why should you expect others to assist you? How utterly shameless." Yi Qingqing, sheltered behind the boys, trembled with fear. In the distance, Mo Ziyan leaned against the window of the president's office, coldly observing the scene. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had formed a fist. He cursed softly under his breath and rushed out. Chapter 46. An Apology. Meanwhile, Wanxing was still being pointed at and criticized by the crowd. However, she felt numb to it all. Ultimately, these classmates were inconsequential to her. Since they were insignificant, Wanxing chose not to care about their opinions or remarks. With a calm expression, she declared, "Shun Luoxue, you deliberately littered. If you don't clean up your mess today, I will not let this go." A boy shouted in anger, "Ning Wanxing, don't go too far." "What is all this commotion?" A melodious voice interjected. It was Xiao Jingchen. The black academy uniform accentuated his tall stature, his fair skin and delicate features radiating an aura of sickly beauty. The previous tension in the crowd dissipated slightly. Someone spoke up, "Young Master Chun, it's this Ning Wanxing. She has been punished to clean the playground and is threatening other female classmates to join her. It's truly despicable. Cleaning the playground. Xiao Jingchen repeated, turning to glance at Wanxing. Are you here to accuse me as well? Wanxing shot him a glance. It was these two white lotuses who threw trash in front of me. The litter on the ground is proof. Is it wrong for me to ask them to pick it up? Yi Qingqing shook her head. Luo Xue and I merely passed by. We had no idea about the trash. Shun Luo Xue retorted angrily. Who are you calling a white lotus? Be clear. Whoever took my words is a white lotus. You. Xiao Jingxian assessed the situation, then strode over to stand beside Wanxing. I believe Ning classmate. Jingxian, how can you say that? Yi Qingqing was incredulous, tears brimming in her eyes. We're both members of the student council, and after all this time, you choose to trust a girl you've known for less than a day? Are you implying that I'm bullying Wanxing? Am I truly so vile? The crowd hesitated to confront Xiao Jingxian and instead gathered to comfort Yi Qingqing. Don't cry. We know you're innocent. We all witnessed how Ning Wanxing bullied you. It's a pity there are no cameras on the playground. Otherwise, we would loved to show the footage and expose that shameless woman. Just then, a voice filled with hostility emerged from behind. Who is the shameless woman? Oh my, it's Mo Xiao. The crowd instinctively parted, holding their breath. They never anticipated the situation would escalate to disturb Mo Ziyan. Yi Qingqing's eyes flickered with panic as she lowered her head, stammering, Ziyan. Let me explain. I was merely passing by. It was Wanxing who forced me to clean with her. Mo Ziyan's gaze fell upon Wanxing, who merely pouted and shifted closer to Xiao Jingxian. Seeing this, Mo Ziyan's expression darkened. He approached with a cold demeanor, directly pulling Wanxing over and standing before Yi Qingqing, looming over her like a monarch, and commanded, apologize. Yi Qingqing wiped her tears, her voice thick with grievance. Ziyan, I truly didn't tea. I didn't tea. At this point, it was ridiculous to continue feigning innocence. Wanxing silently scorned her. Yet in the next moment, Mo Ziyan turned to Wanxing. I told you to apologize to Yi Qingqing. Did you not hear? Chapter 47. This is my way of apologizing. Wanxing was taken aback. She looked into his expressionless eyes, devoid of warmth. He was supporting Yi Qingqing. This scene, this gaze, this phrase felt hauntingly familiar. In the first year of middle school, Yi Qingqing had secretly hidden her new stationery in Wanxing's desk, falsely accusing her of theft. At that time, a crowd of classmates surrounded them. The accusations felt like bullets whizzing past her. Ning Wanxing, you're a thief. How shameless to steal what isn't yours. Teacher, I don't want to sit next to someone with dirty hands. I want to change seats. No, I didn't tea. At that time, she was merely a helpless child fostered by the Yi family, while Yi Qingqing was the lofty princess. No one believed her. It was Mo Ziyan who kicked the desk, roaring arrogantly, silence. This young man had always been the prodigy, feared by all. He warned everyone, Ning Wanxing has not stolen anything. If I hear anyone call her a thief again, I will throw them into the sea to feed the fish. But, Ye Ving murmured. Wanxing has no evidence to prove she isn't a thief. Who says there is none? The boy's voice was filled with arrogance. My presence here is the best evidence. Yi Qingqing fell silent, gripping the desk tightly. You dare frame her under my watch? Mo Ziyan pulled Wanxing in front of Yi Qingqing, commanding her apologize. Ziyan, did you not hear me tell her to apologize? At that moment, the same words echoed in Wanxing's ears. Yet Mo Ziyan was siding with Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Then a flash of delight crossed her eyes. She unconsciously glanced at Wanxing, her gaze filled with defiance. If not for the onlookers, she would have yanked Wanxing's hair, laughing and telling her, Ning Wanxing, didn't Ziyan protect you before? Weren't you quite arrogant then? How now? Do you not dare to believe it? Not satisfied, are you? But he is currently defending me. Yi Qingqing, suppressing her rising smile. Yi Qingqing finally spoke, forget it. Ziyan, I'm Wanxing's sister. Even if she's wrong, I should support her. Unfortunately, Mo Ziyan ignored her entirely, his gaze fixed solely on Wanxing. The crowd regained their confidence. Hey, since Mo Xiao has spoken, you still want to apologize? Hurry and apologize to Qingqing. She's under Mo Xiao's protection. Don't think you can escape just by being silent. Suddenly, Wanxing let out a cold laugh, pushing through the crowd toward the water station. She picked up a bucket of water and strode back, pouring its contents over Mo Ziyan before everyone present. Isn't this what you wanted? This is my way of apologizing. Mo Ziyan was thoroughly drenched, his flaxen hair clinging to his sharply defined face. The surroundings fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 48. The most detestable woman no one dared to breathe. Had this woman lost her mind? Did she not realize who she was provoking? Yet, the girl displayed an air of fearless defiance, leaving behind those words as she stormed away, pushing past everyone. Drip, drip. Water pooled at the exquisite line of Mo Ziyan's chin, cascading down drop by drop. Ziyan, are you all right? Ye ving claim it. Hastily retrieving a tissue from her pocket to dry him off. How could Wanxing act so outrageously? Mo Ziyan's lips pressed into a thin line, his jawline icy, radiating an aura of terrifying hostility. The furious master, Mo, resembled a devil wreaking havoc as he forcefully shoved Yi Qingqing aside, his voice thunderous with rage. Get lost. All of you, just leave. The surrounding crowd, terrified, dared not utter a single word. They quickly shrank back, dispersing in haste. Each person silently offered a candle for Ning Wanxing, the first to confront Master Mo in such a manner. Angering him could very well seal her fate. As they pondered this, they cast furtive glances at Yi Qingqing, who remained by Mo Ziyan's side. Indeed, Yi Qingqing was the rumored legitimate girlfriend of Master Mo. Yi Qingqing did not leave. Instead, she stepped forward. Ziyan, you're drenched. You might catch a cold. Let me accompany you back to the student council to change. Mo Ziyan kicked over the water bucket, glaring at her with cold, piercing eyes. You too, get lost. Yi Qingqing was frozen in place, caught off guard by his erratic mood swings, feeling quite embarrassed. Why was he treating her this way? Just moments ago, he had defended her, understanding Mo Ziyan's uncompromising temperament. She dared not press further and gently replied, then I'll head back to the classroom. Don't forget to change your clothes. She felt truly elated that he had stood up for her. As the crowd dispersed, only Xiao Jingchen lingered, intrigued by Wanxing's exit direction. Mo Ziyan ripped off his thoroughly soaked tie, cursing under his breath. That damned woman. Does she wish to court disaster? Xiao Jingchen, a fellow member of the student council and Mo Ziyan's close friend since their first year, had never heard of Ning Wanxing before her sudden reappearance. Ziyan, do you have some sort of grudge against her? Mo Ziyan sneered. She is the woman I despise most in this life. My previous actions, fighting for her or standing up for her in the hospital, were merely reflections of my good mood. Yes, purely due to that good mood. With his fists clenched unconsciously, Mo Ziyan reflected on the woman who had vanished for 2 years only to return unexpectedly. He had initially thought Ning Wanxing had come back for him, yet after all this time, she showed no signs of yielding. His patience was wearing thin. Ning Wanxing, don't regret it. Xiao Jingchen chuckled lightly. Dislike her? Is that true? Mo Ziyan nonchalantly shrugged off his jacket and unbuttoned his collar. I have no time for falsehoods. However, I find her quite likable. It's you who seems excessive. Mo Ziyan replied coolly. Do you wish for death? Okay. Xiao Jingchen raised his hands in mock surrender. If you truly detest her, why are you so concerned about my interactions with her? I'm looking out for you. Just a friendly piece of advice. Stay away from her. She is a heartless little brat. I'm not afraid. Mo Ziyan felt inexplicably irked, retorting, then do as you please. After changing into a fresh uniform at the student council, Mo Ziyan walked with a cold expression towards his classroom, hands in pockets. Xiao Jingchen and a few other male council members followed closely behind. As they passed Wanxing's classroom, Mo Ziyan's gaze, initially fixed ahead, flickered slightly. He caught sight of a young girl slumped over her desk, frowning in evident discomfort, one hand repeatedly rubbing her abdomen. Back in class, he checked the date on his phone, month end. It was her menstrual period. Was she in pain? Xiao Jingchen, deep in thought, remarked, I noticed Ning seemed unwell when we passed Class A. Who cares about her? Mo Ziyan draped his jacket over his head, signaling his desire to sleep. Don't mention her name in my presence again. Xiao Jingchen shrugged, sensing the unspoken tension, and chose not to press further. In Class A, Wanxing was painfully resting her face on the desk. The cramps are unbearable. It was tea like this before. It must be that jerk Mo Ziyan who upset me. As she gritted her teeth, a voice suddenly interrupted Ning classmate. What? Wanxing lifted her head in confusion to see an unfamiliar male student placing a thermos in front of her. This is for you. He wore the student council uniform. What's inside? She inquired. The boy replied cautiously, I'm not sure. I'm just following orders. Wanxing straightened up, taking the thermos to inspect it. Whose orders? Who sent you? The boy hesitated momentarily. Anyway, I've delivered it. I must be going now. With that, he hurriedly left. Wanxing opened the thermos and sniffed. It smelled like medication for menstrual pain. Could it be that Xiao Jingchen had sent it? Or perhaps Mo Ziyan? No, it couldn't possibly be that devilish jerk. It must be Xiao Jingchen. However, how could he know about her menstrual cycle? After class, Wanxing hurried to the management department. Outside a classroom, she caught hold of a female student. Hello, could you help me call for Xiao Jingchen? Thank you. The girl glanced at her, rolled her eyes, and walked away. Hey, is that necessary? Wanxing felt a bit disheartened. But being a charming girl, she soon attracted the attention of a bespectacled boy. Are you looking for Chen Xiao? Yes, not in class. Where'd he go? The bespectacled boy shook his head, unable to provide an answer. Wanxing flashed a friendly smile. Do you have his contact information? Could you share with me? If the thermos was indeed from Xiao Jingchen, she wanted to thank him in person. The boy hesitated, but before he could respond, a loud crash echoed from the classroom. Mo Ziyan had slammed a book down on the desk, commanding with the authority of a ruler. From today on, no one in our class is allowed to speak with anyone from the adjacent class. Is that understood? The bespectacled boy trembled slightly, glancing between Mo Ziyan and Wanxing before sealing his lips and retreating into class S. Wanxing reached out helplessly. Wait. You didn't tell me Xiao Jingchen's contact information. What was Mo Ziyan thinking? Why impose such a ridiculous rule? The tyrannical devil. Wanxing gnashed her teeth, glaring at him in frustration before turning on her heel to leave. Mo Ziyan resumed his seat, coldly observing Wanxing's departing figure. That damned woman dared to publicly seek Xiao Jingchen's contact information. How brazen! The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, tugging at his tie in annoyance. Later that evening, in a bar filled with heavy metal music, dazzling lights, and revelers swaying to the rhythm, a chaotic atmosphere enveloped the room. In a corner, Mo Ziyan sat with an air of authority, surrounded by his subordinates and a variety of women. Yi Qingqing was among them, as they played dice in a lively gathering. Mo Ziyan sat impassively in the center, sipping his drink, appearing detached from the festive ambience. What is wrong with Master Mo? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. One of Mo Ziyan's subordinates stood up, addressing Yi Qingqing. Why don't you sit here and keep Master Mo company? After all, there are rumors that you're becoming his official girlfriend. Yi Qingqing beamed with delight, eagerly swapping seats with the boy. Zitting bezita Montag Xian. With her arm brushing against his, Yi Qingqing felt her heartbeat intensify along with the music. Unable to resist, she yearned to draw even closer. Chapter 51, Number 7 and Number 1. A kiss. Someone inquired, Mo Xiao, what's wrong today? Are you feeling down? Mo Ziyan remained silent, taking another sip of his drink. Yi Qingqing spoke up. Something happened at school today. A girl publicly provoked Ziyan. A boy shouted, who is that girl? How dare she provoke Mo Xiao? Is she seeking death? This boy, named Zhuo, shared a distant familial connection with Mo Ziyan and had played together since childhood. His personality was rather foolish. Typically, wherever Mo Ziyan was, Zhuo would be present. Mo Ziyan cast a cold glance in Zhuo's direction, causing him to shrink back, feeling inexplicably frightened by Mo Xiao's gaze. Had he said something wrong? Yi Qingqing, understanding the atmosphere, refrained from elaborating further, raising her glass to clink with Mo Ziyan's. Come, let me drink with you. The mere thought of Ning Wanxing and Xiao Jingchen together made Mo Ziyan tighten his grip on the glass. He allowed Yi Qingqing to nudge his glass, and she felt a surge of happiness. Ziyan did not reject her nor push her away. Previously, he had detested girls getting too close, yet now, with her so near, he appeared to acquiesce. Yi Qingqing slowly leaned closer to Mo Ziyan once more. He had always been the one to dominate the room. When he was in a foul mood, no one dared to indulge in reckless behavior. Yet, the atmosphere required someone to enliven it. How about we play a game? Sure, let us play the King S game. Everyone but Mo Ziyan cheered in excitement. Cards were dealt. A total of 10 players, with the one drawing the king card becoming the king, while the other 9 drew cards numbered from 1 to 9. The king could command any 2 players to perform an action. In the first round, the king commanded players 5 and 6 to drink from each other's glasses. The 2 young men exchanged glances awkwardly and, with intertwined arms, shared a drink, prompting laughter from the crowd. As the atmosphere lightened, the second round commenced. Zhuo drew the king card, and with his boisterous personality, he exclaimed, drinking from each other's glasses is too dull. I want number 7 and number 1 to kiss. Who is number 1? Yi Qingqing hesitantly raised her card. It's me. But kissing seems a bit excessive. Zhuo chuckled. You can't say that. If we're playing, we must play wholeheartedly. Now, who is number 7? The group glanced around, realizing no one had drawn 7. Except for Mo Xiao. Instantly, all eyes turned to Mo Ziyan. Chapter 52. You've had too much to drink. Mo Ziyan stared impassively at his card. The number 7, clearly visible in the upper left corner. Yi Qingqing, initially reluctant, felt a spark of excitement upon discovering that the other was Mo Ziyan. How fortunate. Even fate seemed to be on her side. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, adopting a shy demeanor as she leaned closer. Ziyan we. However, Mo Ziyan abruptly tossed his card onto the table. This boring game isn't worth playing. Not playing? Yi Qingqing quickly grasped his sleeve. It's just a game. I'm fine with it. Don't ruin everyone's fun. I said, I'm not playing. Mo Ziyan impatiently shook off her hand, creating an awkward silence in the room. Cough. Let us just skip this round and continue drinking, Zhuo suggested, attempting to defuse the tension. The others, hesitant but obedient, resumed their joviality, pretending nothing had occurred. Yet, Yi Qingqing felt disheartened. Why was it that such a splendid opportunity was slipping away? She stole a glance at Mo Ziyan's profile, the bar's dim lights highlighting his striking features. Her gaze fixated on his alluring lips. A wave of anxiety surged within her. She clenched her fists, resolving that no matter what, she would never allow Ning Wanxing to take Ziyan away from her. Before she knew it, it was past 9 o'clock. The others had migrated to the dance floor, leaving only Mo Ziyan and Yi Qingqing. Throughout the evening, he had spoken little, yet he had consumed quite a bit. The youth appeared slightly intoxicated, loosening a few buttons of his shirt, revealing his captivating collarbone. A sight so enticing that Yi Qingqing found it hard to look away. She shifted slightly, adjusting Mo Ziyan's handsome face. Ziyan, you've had too much to drink. Indeed, Mo Ziyan was intoxicated. His once inscrutable gaze now glimmered. Do you want me to help you find a room to rest? Montag Ziyan's lips parted, releasing a few words laced with the scent of alcohol. Stay away from me. But you're really intoxicated. Yi Qingqing boldly wrapped her arms around him, an act she would never have dared while he was sober. She cradled his face, her breath fragrant. I like you. I have for many years. Please don't reject me anymore, okay? As she spoke, she leaned forward, pressing her crimson lips against his. Chapter 53. Why are you back so late? Don't touch me. The youth forcefully pushed her away. Yi Qingqing stumbled back onto the sofa, disbelief washing over her as she gazed at him. Ziyan, don't you dare touch me, Mo Ziyan reiterated, rising unsteadily to his feet. You're not her. Her? Who is she? Yi Qingqing, disregarding her thoughts, hurried after him. Where are you going? Mo Ziyan, visibly agitated, snapped. Do you have any idea how annoying you've been since earlier? Try following me again and see what happens. Ziyan. Yi Qingqing struggled to suppress her emotions. Desperation gripped her as she could only watch him walk away. After all that drinking, where could he possibly be headed? In a certain apartment, Wanxing had just returned home. She had spent the evening training at a shooting range. After reuniting with her grandfather 2 years ago, she had been learning marksmanship from a sniper within the organization. Although she had a fixed practice schedule, her time back in her homeland had delayed her training, especially since firearms were strictly prohibited in China. Thus, she could only indulge her cravings at the shooting range. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 10th floor. The sensor light did not illuminate, and as Wanxing fumbled for the electronic door, she suddenly caught sight of a dark figure nearby. Instantly alert, she adopted a defensive stance, attempting to intimidate the figure. Who is there? As the light flickered on, it revealed a young man's silhouette. Montag Nian? The notorious young master was now crouched against the wall. You scared me, Wanxing exclaimed, her heart racing. What are you doing here at this hour? The boy kept his eyes closed, his jawline strikingly handsome, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Could he be dead? Wanxing frowned and stepped closer. Hey, what are you doing? Montag Ziyan? Wake up. Shut up. Mo Ziyan opened his eyes, his deep voice tinged with irritation. Why are you back so late? I came back because... Wanxing paused abruptly, questioning why she should explain herself. Memories of earlier when he had forced her to apologize to Yi Qingqing ignited her anger. She rolled her eyes and retorted. What does it have to do with you? As long as you are alive, that's enough. I don't want to find a corpse on my doorstep tomorrow morning. I wouldn't even know how to explain it then. Goodbye. With that, the girl turned to leave, only to have him raise his hand and grasp her wrist firmly. What do you want? Let go. Mo Ziyan's voice was somewhat hoarse. You came back so late. Did you go looking for Jiangchen? Chapter 54. Overwhelmed, Wanxing's lips twitched. Why was he bringing up Xiao Jingchen? Who I look for is none of your business. Mo Ziyan, with eyes like obsidian, stared unwaveringly at her. After a moment, his thin lips moved. I'm just here to warn you. Keep your distance from Xiao Jingchen. He is a friend of mine, and I want to allow you to bring him misfortune. Understand? Wanxing was left with a colossal question mark hovering above her head. I'm not a plague. How could I possibly bring him misfortune? This infuriating guy, when he kept quiet, was bearable, but the moment he spoke, he was bound to make her furious. Gritting her teeth, she insisted, let go. Mo Ziyan's demeanor was resolute. I asked you, did you hear me? Let go. Wanxing forcefully shook him off. To her surprise, she actually succeeded. Mo Ziyan had been drinking and was already unsteady. Now he stumbled forward. Careful. Without thinking, she instinctively reached out to support him. In response, he wrapped both arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice low and husky as he murmured, promise me. Ning Wanxing froze in place. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear as she turned her head slightly. His handsome face was mere inches away. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze. How much have you had to drink? Mo Ziyan fell silent, as if he had lost his normal consciousness, leaning heavily against her. Wake up. You're too heavy, she exclaimed, struggling to stabilize him. With no other option, she entered the password to open the door and dragged the seemingly lifeless Mo into the apartment. She tossed him onto the sofa bed and collapsed beside him, fanning herself with her hand while glaring at the seemingly unconscious Mo Ziyan. What should she do now? Who could she call? Xiao Jingchen. She didn't have his contact information. Among their former mutual friends, she only had Ji Xingxia's number. Reluctantly, she dialed Ji Xingxia. The call connected. Ji Xingxia's cheerful voice came through. Hello, darling. What's up? Mo Ziyan is drunk and at my place. Tell Ji Yelyang to hurry and find someone to drag this devil away. What? Ji Xingxia shot up from the sofa, sensing the gossip potential. Drunk and at your place? What are you waiting for? Highlight that. She quickly held the phone away and shouted. Huh? What did you say? The signal here is terrible. I can't hear you. Where are you? How can the signal be bad? I am sleepwalking. Got to go. Beep, beep, beep. Wanxing listened in disbelief to the busy signal on the other end. At that moment, she deeply understood the meaning of poor choices in friends. Glancing at Mo Ziyan, she resignedly stood up. However, her legs felt a bit numb, and as soon as she stood, she stumbled forward, falling directly onto Mo Ziyan. She quickly struggled to get up, but to her surprise, the young man suddenly seized her wrist, flipping her over so that she lay beneath him. Chapter 55. Unyielding Wanxing found herself forcibly confined within his domain. Stuttering, she asked Mo Ziyan, what are you doing? He pinned her wrist down, his eyes filled with an inscrutable intensity. Why did you come back? What? His dark gaze bore into her. Why do you keep appearing before me? Wanxing pushed him aside. You're clearly drunk. Fine, I'll accept my misfortune. Wait here. I'll get you something to sober up. But Mo Ziyan held her arm tightly, pulling her into his embrace, his voice hoarse as he said, You're not allowed to leave. Let go of me first. A 1T. Mo Ziyan clung to her, tightening his grip. Get up quickly. Don't think you can just come over because you're drunk. Ning Wanxing. His chin grazed the top of her head as he gently cradled her face with one hand, his thumb caressing her cheek. Then, lowering his gaze, he asked, Did you cast a spell on me? His rich voice, laced with an irresistible allure, enveloped her ears completely. Her voice softened. What do I have? Is that so? He chuckled, tightening his embrace around her. Then why is my heart racing uncontrollably just by holding you like this? Thump, thump. The heartbeat was truly rapid. Was it Mo Ziyan's heartbeat? Or could it be mine? Wanxing shuddered, feeling a peculiar sensation coursing through her body, a sweet warmth enveloping her heart. She shifted slightly. Hey, you're burning up. His breathing grew heavier. This isn't normal. Even if I just drank, it shouldn't be to this extent. Wanxing quickly reached out to check his forehead. You have a fever. Could it be from the water she splashed on him? Mo Ziyan remained silent, merely grasping her hand and caressing his cheek with it. A fever was no trivial matter. Wanxing wasted no time. sitting up hastily to rummage through the medicine cabinet by the television. Fortunately, she had a habit of keeping various medications on hand. The white pills were antipyretics, while the yellow ones were anti-inflammatories. After pouring a glass of water and feeding him the medication, he fell into a deep slumber. Wanxing squatted beside him, resting her chin on her hand as she watched him. The sleeping Mo Ziyan resembled a well-groomed lion. Honestly, when he wasn't in his usual sharp-tongued state, he was truly delightful. His features appeared soft. It was rare to see him so vulnerable. Wanxing's playful spirit ignited, glancing at the markers on the coffee table and then at Mo Ziyan's angular face. She grinned mischievously and leaned in with the marker. The once arrogant young master was now completely at her mercy. After a moment, the girl stood upright, admiring her handiwork, and burst into laughter. "Humph, that's for bullying me. This is karma." The next day, Wanxing turned over, groggily opening her eyes. What time was it? Rubbing her eyes, she looked towards the clock hanging nearby. But her gaze was drawn to a tall figure. Huh. She quickly redirected her attention, astonished to see a boy sitting beside her, having pulled up a chair, arms crossed, intently staring at her. "Mo Ziyan, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, pulling the blanket closer. Admiring the sleeping posture of a certain pig, he replied, tilting his chin and commenting expressionlessly, "Tsk, so ugly." Wanxing, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, "Ugly, and yet you still look? Get out. No ruse." Mo Ziyan replied leisurely, extending his legs. "First, explain what you did to me last night." "What do you mean by what I did to you?" Mo Ziyan shot her a glance. "I can't remember much from last night. Are you sure you didn't take the opportunity to do something to me? Stop being so narcissistic. Who would want to do anything to you?" Mo Ziyan stood up straight, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Then who drew those strange symbols on my face? You little brat. Who gave you the audacity to tease me?" He had washed his face all morning, nearly scrubbing his skin off in the process. "That damned woman." Wanxing blinked innocently. "What strange symbols?" "I don't know. You were already like that when you came to find me last night. Besides, if it weren't for me, you would have burned up from the fever last night. Is it common to bite the hand that feeds you?" "Oh, a fever? You drank too much and came here to make a scene. Have you forgotten all that?" Wanxing clicked her tongue. "Getting a bit of water splashed on you and you catch a fever? Some people are quite fragile." "What did she just say?" "Fragile." Mo Ziyan smirked coldly, stepping closer. He propped a leg on the bed, leaning down to grasp Wanxing's chin, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Are you provoking me?" Wanxing swallowed hard. Now in a confined space with a lone man, and lacking the strength to match Mo Ziyan, she recoiled, rolling away from his embrace. "I'm done talking to you. I'm getting up. Why didn't you call Jingchen when you got drunk? I see you wanted to be alone with me." He retorted. "Please, if I had Jingchen's contact information, I would have called him immediately to get you out of here." Didn't he have Jingchen's contact information?" Mo Ziyan raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Slipping on her pink slippers, Wanxing bypassed him, heading towards the living room. "Since you're awake, you should hurry and leave." There was still an hour before school. She switched on the television, tuning into the international channel, listening to the morning news in English while preparing breakfast. Mo Ziyan followed, but the girl didn't even glance at him. What did she mean? Was she really trying to get rid of him? Did she dare treat him as if he were invisible? In this world, only he could tell others to leave. No one was allowed to send him away. Mo Ziyan paced back and forth in the living room, feeling quite displeased at being ignored. He then began to assert his presence. "Ning Wanxing, what kind of place are you living in, a pigsty? This sofa is so uncomfortable. It's making me sore. Replace it. And this refrigerator, what an outdated model. How could you bear to use it? It's an eyesore. And this television, how small is it? I can't believe you can still watch it." Mo Ziyan was like an ancient king inspecting his realm, waving his hand as he arrogantly pointed out the flaws in his surroundings. "Ning Wanxing, what on earth did he want?" The boy settled on the sofa like a big shot. "Just throw all of this away. I'll buy you new ones. I beg you. This is my rented apartment. Why would you buy new things? So what? I simply won't allow you to live in a dump. This is an apartment, not a dump." Mo Ziyan propped his face on his hand, looking at her. "How about this? I'm in a good mood today. You can pick any apartment you want, anywhere." "No need. I like it here." Mo Ziyan snorted lightly, pulling out his phone to call his housekeeper. "Buy me room 1022 in the scenic mansion. Immediately. Transfer of ownership? Of course, it'll be transferred to whoever is renting it. Is that such a complicated issue that I need to teach you? The housekeeper on the other end of the line? What kind of ridiculous logic is this? Forget it. Whatever the young master says goes. Yes, I'll handle it right away. Mo Ziyan hung up the phone, tossed it aside, and leaned back on the sofa, hand behind his head. All done. Wanxing felt her head spinning. Was this guy a nouveau riche? Mo Ziyan, what exactly are you trying to do? What's all this about? Nothing much. I just don't like being in debt to others. Mo Ziyan said nonchalantly, glancing at Wanxing. Consider this a token of gratitude for taking care of me yesterday. Such a casual tone, as if he had merely bought a cabbage at the market. This is merely a temporary stop for me. Why would you buy it? Hurry and call off what you just said. Why should I listen to you? I don't need you to spend so much money to thank me. I've told you, I don't like being in debt to others, especially to an annoying woman like you. You think I'm annoying and yet you insist on sticking around? I'm hungry and too weak to walk. Mo Ziyan said coolly, with an air of self-justification. Ning Wanxing, I'm giving you the chance to make me breakfast. Hurry up. Wanxing wanted to bang her head against the wall. Who would come and drag this unreasonable demon away? Breakfast was a simple sandwich accompanied by a glass of milk. Mo Ziyan frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Hey, is this all you have to offer? And I only drink freshly brewed coffee for breakfast. If you don't want it, then don't eat. Put it down. The evening star silently placed a sandwich before him and then sat down across from him. She buried her head in her sandwich as the morning sunlight flooded through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the small dining table. This house is one I have rented, and the landlord would never agree to sell it. Mo Ziyan, you do not need to buy it. I do not want it. Mo Ziyan scoffed lightly. Even while eating his sandwich, his movements were imbued with an exquisite grace. Whether to give or not is my affair. Whether to accept is yours. In any case, what I choose to give will not be taken back. Such arrogance. The evening star tilted her head slightly, gazing at him. Do you really dislike me? Mo Ziyan paused, looking silently at her delicate face. After a moment, he swallowed and slowly parted his thin lips to say, Were you scheming? Before he could finish his thought, his phone vibrated. A glance revealed it was a call from Yi Qingqing. The phone continued to vibrate, disrupting the atmosphere. The evening star lowered her head and took another bite of her sandwich. However, Mo Ziyan raised his hand and hung up the call. The girl mumbled through her food. Aren't you going to answer? Afraid I'll eavesdrop? Indeed. Mo Ziyan lazily supported his chin with his hand, watching her with amusement. After all, whispers are best shared between two people. Wouldn't you agree? The evening star chuckled softly. So, you mean to say that I interrupted your secret conversation with Yi Qingqing? Montag nian smidet es ly. What else would you think? You frivolous demon. How shameless. The evening star lowered her head and took another bite of her sandwich. Hey, Ning Wanxing. I don't eat lettuce. Remember that next time. There won't be a next time. Thank you. Mo Ziyan appeared indifferent. Fine. Without you, there are other women. The evening star chose not to respond further. She finished her last sip of milk, slammed the cup onto the table, and turned to leave. She didn't want to spend another second with this arrogant and fickle demon. Yet, Mo Ziyan, out of the corner of his eye, watched her leave, feeling oddly pleased by her demeanor. At Xingye Academy, the sports car slowly parked in the school lot. The evening star, sitting in the passenger seat, felt like a thief. She glanced around before pulling out a silk scarf from her bag and wrapping it around her head, leaving only her eyes visible. Mo Ziyan, with his indifferent expression, asked, Are you planning to rob a bank? Sure. The evening star turned to him, placing a finger to her lips. I don't want other students to see us together. Just to be safe, I'll go first. You could get out in 5 minutes. Bye. Come back here. Mo Ziyan grabbed her collar, his smile dangerously playful. What? Is it a hardship for you to go to school with me? Aren't you a person of renown? I'm just an ordinary person. You wouldn't want any scandal to arise between us, right? Mo Ziyan fixed her with a piercing gaze, sneering. Exactly. I have no desire to be associated with you. So if anyone sees you, you're done for. I want to be discovered. The evening star pointed at the car door. Open the door. I want to get out. No. Mo Ziyan turned off the engine, tossing the car keys up and catching them with flair. There are too many people around. Wait until it's quieter. But if we stay here any longer, I'll be late. What does your tardiness have to do with me? You get out in 10 minutes. Mo Ziyan shot her a glance, his tone dripping with absolute authority. Ning Wanxing, you better behave and not defy me. With that, he opened the driver's side door and stepped out, leaving the evening star abandoned in the car. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Had she provoked him? Was it because she delayed his early morning gossip with Yi Qingqing? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What a jerk. Did he think she would just wait? After watching him walk away, the evening star opened the car door and rushed out. To her surprise, she heard Yi Qingqing's voice behind her stop. Who are you? What are you doing beside Ziyan's car? How is it that the more she wished to avoid someone, the more she encountered them? The evening star cursed in her heart, not looking back as she quickened her pace. However, the person behind her was evidently too close, lunging forward to grab her arm. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? In the struggle, the evening star's scarf was torn away. Je vink staved in disbelief. Ning Wanxing. Oh no, she had been seen. The evening star decided to abandon all pretense and forcefully shook her off. Let go. Yi Qingqing, emboldened by the lack of bystanders, shed her previously gentle facade. What were you doing next to Ziyan's car? Are you still clinging to him? I advise you. He doesn't like you now. He never has. Though. The evening star rolled her eyes, too lazy to engage further. Ning Wanxing. Yi Qingqing called after her, raising her voice. Don't forget, he protected me before. Have some shame and stay away from him. You will never take him from me. Yet, no matter how much she warned her, Ning Wanxing simply ignored her, walking away as if she were invisible. Yi Qingqing bit her lip in frustration, clenching her fists tightly. The last class of the morning was swimming. The evening star had taken a leave of absence due to her period. Most of the class had left, and she lazily rested her head on her desk for a short nap. When she awoke, she found herself surrounded by classmates. The evening star's eyelashes fluttered as she sat up slowly, her voice still laced with sleep. What do you want? Shun Luoxue slammed the table. What are you pretending for? Qingqing's bracelet is missing. Did you steal it? The evening star yawned lazily. What bracelet? Sitting nearby, Yi Qingqing looked frantic, rummaging through her backpack. It's a dreamer bracelet. It was given to me by someone very important. I distinctly remember taking it off and placing it in my bag before swimming class. So where could it have gone? Shun Luoxue chimed in sarcastically, just now. Only Ning Wanxing was left in the classroom. Who do you think stole it? Yi Qingqing, looking pitiful, pleaded, Wanxing, if you need money, I can give it to you. Please return the bracelet. It's very important to me. The evening star replied, Oh, what brand is this bracelet? Shun Luoxue scoffed, dreamer. A poor girl like you probably hasn't even heard of it. Let me tell you, it's a luxury brand from Europe, costing several thousand for just one bracelet. Dreamer. The evening star burst into laughter. Did they not know that Dreamer was a brand from country Y, and its chairman was her grandfather? Shun Luoxue snapped. What are you laughing at? You've never seen such an expensive bracelet, so you resorted to stealing from others? The evening star's eyes held scorn. I'll laugh at your stupidity. Framing someone is old trickery. After all these years, you still dare to use it. It seems you haven't made much progress. Je vink tikten het had grip onhad uniform him. Ning Wanxing, what exactly are you so proud of? Back then, you had Ziyan protecting you. But things are different now. You're nothing to him. The person he protects now is me. Do you believe that even if I ruin you today, he will stand by my side? Yi Qingqing had stealthily hidden the bracelet in the evening star's desk. Now, all she needed to do was gather her classmates and search the desk, and everything would become clear. Ning Wanxing, today I shall surely bring you to disgrace. Yi Qingqing and Shun Luoxue exchanged a knowing glance. Shun Luoxue immediately shouted, Everyone, come and see. Our class has a thief. She stole Qingqing's bracelet and still refuses to admit it. As Shun Luoxue's voice rang out, other classmates gradually gathered around, intrigued by the accusation. A thief? Shun Luoxue pointed at Wanxing, declaring, Ning Wanxing stole Qingqing's bracelet, worth several thousand. In an instant, the gazes of those around converged on Wanxing. Her expression remained impassive as she asserted, I did not steal. Would a thief confess? Shun Luoxue retorted confidently. Let us discuss this before swimming class. The bracelet was in the backpack, and after class, it vanished. The entire class had only Ning Wanxing remaining in the classroom. Who else could it be? Shun Luoxue, known as the queen bee of the class with a formidable boyfriend, instilled fear in many. As for Yi Qingqing, she was the goddess, gentle and exuding a protective charm. Naturally, the class's sentiments quickly tilted in their favor. Ning, I never expected you to be a thief. Can't you maintain a modicum of pride? If you lack it, do you resort to stealing from others? How disgusting. Why must we share a class with such a dishonest person? Can someone please expel Ning Wanxing from class, eh? Their expressions were twisted with disdain, contempt, and disgust. Surrounding voices were rife with condemnation and curses, each word like a sharp dagger, piercing Wanxing's heart. How familiar this scene felt, reminiscent of a similar incident in middle school. Yi Qingqing felt an exhilarating satisfaction. Wanxing deserved it. From childhood, she was nothing but unwanted trash. She deserved to be scorned. She deserved it. This time, no one would stand up for her. With such thoughts, Yi Qingqing feigned a victim's demeanor and said, "Wanxing, please return my bracelet. I implore you. I reiterate, I did not steal." Shen Luoxue raised her voice again. "You still refuse to admit it? The bracelet must be in your desk. Do you dare to let us check your desk? Checking is fine. But if it's not there, what will you do? It must be with you. If it's not, I, Shen Luoxue, will kneel and call you daddy, admitting my mistake. But if the bracelet is indeed yours, Ning Wanxing, I demand you leave Xingye Academy immediately." Many classmates, particularly the boys, chimed in, still defiant when faced with doom. "Do you dare let us check? If you don't present it, we'll make you regret it. Are you suddenly mute? Have you lost your courage? Okay, remember your words." Wanxing straightened, crossing her arms and giving Shen Luoxue a knowing glance. "I allow you to check." Shen Luoxue smirked in triumph. "You surely did not expect that during half of swimming class, Qingqing and I sneaked back. While you were napping, we personally slipped the bracelet into your desk." With a forceful shove, Shen Luoxue crouched down to search Wanxing's desk. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 61, Kneel and Call Daddy. Her fingertips brushed against emptiness. Shen Luoxue crouched down, peering inside. Nothing was there. How could this be? Where was the bracelet? It was supposed to be hidden inside Ning Wanxing's desk. Shen Luoxue's face turned pale, nearly collapsing in disbelief. What had gone wrong? Wanxing maintained her pose, arms crossed. Her cute exterior now radiating a queenly aura. She looked down coldly at the astonished Shen Luoxue. Indeed, the bracelet had been hidden by Yi Qingqing in her desk. But all of this had been foreseen during her brief nap. In that dream, as soon as swimming class ended, Yi Qingqing and Shen Luoxue had stormed over. Accusatory fingers pointed at Wanxing, proclaiming her a thief. In front of many classmates, they retrieved the hidden bracelet from her desk. In that dream, Wanxing endured humiliation and bullying, berated as a thief, shameless. She was collectively expelled from class, suffering a significant loss of dignity. Amidst the scornful faces, she even caught a glimpse of Yi Qingqing behind her classmates, casting a taunting glance, reveling in her scheming success, all orchestrated by Yi Qingqing. Yet she emerged as the protected victim. Now, upon awakening, everything had changed. Wanxing coldly smirked. "Do you see clearly now? Have you found the bracelet?" The surrounding students clamored. "Shen, hurry up. Slap her face. Look how arrogant she is." Yi Qingqing inquired, "Luoxue, what is happening?" Shen Luoxue meticulously searched Ning Wanxing's desk, eyes wide. "Nothing." "How can it be nothing?" Yi Qingqing was momentarily stunned. "Nothing? How can that be?" Wanxing lazily leaned against her desk, retorting, "I didn't steal it. So how could it possibly be here?" Shen Luoxue's voice sharpened, nearly frantic as she rummaged through Wanxing's desk. "Impossible. The bracelet is here. It must be. Where did you hide it?" "Indeed. Where's the bracelet?" Wanxing smiled lightly. "Because I woke up before class ended and returned the bracelet you attempted to frame me with, you fools. Right now, that bracelet is comfortably resting on your desk." Shen Luoxue. After returning the bracelet, she had resumed her position, eyes closed, feigning sleep. "Luoxue, Yi Qingqing, since you wish to play dirty, I shall indulge you today." "What are you saying?" Yi Qingqing stepped forward, stammering. Just now, only Wanxing remained in the classroom. How could the bracelet? How could it not be with her? Shen Luoxue glared fiercely at Wanxing. "So where did it all go wrong? I'm asking you." Wanxing walked over. "Have you found the bracelet in my desk?" The answer was evident. Shen Luoxue, humiliated and furious, pointed at Wanxing. "Where did you hide it?" "Shameless wretch." Unexpectedly, the girl stepped forward, grasping Shen Luoxue's hair. "Who are you calling shameless? Kneel down and call me daddy." Chapter 62, A Humiliating Defeat. 1. Shen Luoxue winced as her hair was painfully tugged, tears welling in her eyes. "Let go of me, Ning Wanxing. I command you to release me." "Release you?" "Certainly, but only if you kneel and call me daddy first." Wanxing replied with a disarming smile. Yi Qingqing bit her lip in frustration. "Wanxing, how can you be so barbaric?" "Barbaric?" Wanxing blinked innocently. "It was Shen Luoxue who insisted that if the bracelet wasn't found in my desk, she would kneel and call me daddy. We are all classmates. How could I stand by and watch Shun become a person without integrity, unable to bear defeat? I simply had to assist her. Shun Luoxue, filled with rage, was ready to claw at her. You. Wanxing tightened her grip on Shun Luoxue's hair, lifting her chin, gazing down with an air of undeniable victory. If you want me to let go, then you must comply. Shun Luoxue's chest heaved with anger, the pain forcing her to part her lips, gritting her teeth. Daddy, it's me. I misunderstood you. Can you please let me go now? Wanxing regarded her with a sidelong glance, relishing her triumph. She then pushed Shun Luoxue backward. The surrounding classmates were utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? How had the situation suddenly reversed like this? That was Shun Luoxue, the queen bee of the class. Was she all right? Yi Qingqing embraced her, raising her gaze. You stole my bracelet and injured my friend. How can you bully others like this? Bully? Wanxing glanced at the onlookers, a charming smile revealing 8 pearly teeth. I merely acted in accordance with the wager we just made. Did any of you accuse me of bullying? In an instant, the classmates crossed their arms, realizing they were witnessing Guoguo's threat. They had not missed the earlier scene. Ning Wanxing was extraordinarily formidable. For a moment, the class remained silent, stifling their words. Yi Qingqing's face turned a shade of green from anger, and she took deep breaths. Were it not for her concerns about her goddess image, she would have lunged forward to stomp Ning Wanxing into the ground. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the corridor. The student council had arrived. Unlike the ordinary uniforms, they donned well-tailored black attire, their golden badges glimmering in the sunlight. Mo Ziyan sauntered in, hands in pockets, his back straight, with 2 buttons of his collar undone, exuding an aura of authority akin to a gang leader. All the girls turned their gazes toward him, enamored. Wanxing glanced over, but quickly averted her eyes after a mere second. However, Mo Ziyan halted, visibly displeased. What was the meaning of that? The audacious girl only glanced at him and then looked away. He would make her look. With long strides, he approached, glaring at the gathered crowd. What are all of you making a fuss about? Upon seeing Mo Ziyan, Yi Qingqing found her ally. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice thick with grievance. Ziyan, you're finally here? Wanxing is being utterly unreasonable. Oh, Mo Ziyan's tone was melodious, his dark eyes shifting toward Wanxing. Chapter 63. A humbling experience, 2. What was this devil doing here? Was he going to back Yi Qingqing? Wanxing pouted, deliberately turning her face away from him. The classmates held their breath at the sight of the esteemed Mo Ziyan. They weighed the situation in their minds. Ning Wanxing meant nothing to him, but Yi Qingqing was different. She had always enjoyed a close relationship with him, being the one he favored. No matter how capable Ning Wanxing was, could she surpass Mo Ziyan? Flattering Yi Qingqing was undoubtedly the right choice. With this thought, the crowd began to echo Yi Qingqing's words. Mo Ziyan, Yi Qingqing's beloved bracelet went missing. During swimming class last week, Ning Wanxing was absent, and when she returned, the bracelet was gone. This cannot be a coincidence. Ning has been particularly arrogant, refusing to admit her fault and even resorting to violence. Mo Ziyan, you must stand up for Yi Qingqing. Mo Ziyan was undoubtedly Yi Qingqing's strongest ally. She gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice sweet and soft. That bracelet was a gift from my grandmother for my birthday last year. Ziyan, you must help me. The previously pitiful demeanor of Shun Luoxue instantly vanished. With Mo Ziyan here, he would surely side with Qingqing. Ning Wanxing, weren't you so arrogant just now? Soon, you will witness the consequences of provoking us. Mo Ziyan ignored everyone, his gaze fixed on Wanxing. Don't you have anything to say to me? Heh, would you actually believe me if I spoke? Why would I humiliate myself before you? Wanxing felt an overwhelming annoyance, reaching its peak. She chose not to respond and returned to her seat, extracting her textbook to read. She disregarded everyone, including Mo Ziyan. TSK, this girl was clearly courting disaster. The onlookers assumed Wanxing was merely feeling guilty. Mo Ziyan, Qingqing was truly pitiful. She almost cried from the bullying, a chubby boy scoffed. Someone like Ning Wanxing, a petty thief, deserves to be expelled from our high school. How does it feel, Ning Wanxing, to be scorned and despised by all? I told you, no one would stand up for you anymore. You will forever remain beneath my heel. Yi Qingqing composed her expression, raising her delicate face. Ziyan, initially, I thought that if Wanxing returned the bracelet, this matter would be settled. But look at her. She shows no sign of remorse. Everyone is right. Keeping someone like her in our school will only tarnish our reputation. Enough. Mo Ziyan's handsome face darkened, his voice chilling. If you utter one more word, I will end you. Yi Qingqing was taken aback, utterly incredulous at what she had just heard. Ziyan. And don't you dare call me Ziyan. This is clearly Ning Wanxing's fault, you bang. Mo Ziyan kicked over Yi Qingqing's desk, glaring at her with a fierce expression. Yi Qingqing, who gave you the audacity to disregard my words? The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Mo Ziyan was furious at Yi Qingqing, not Ning Wanxing. Ye Vingying's birit. When had she ever faced such humiliation in front of so many people? Watching her desk topple over, she trembled uncontrollably. A voice in her head growing louder, screaming, Why? Why? Chapter 64. Reflection. Yi Qingqing's desk fell, causing Shan Luoxue's desk in the front row to tilt. An observant classmate pointed at the bracelet on the desk. Hey, isn't this Yi Qingqing's bracelet? The crowd turned their attention, confirming it was indeed the bracelet Yi Qingqing wore today. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Shan Luoxue stepped forward, picking up the bracelet to inspect it closely, still unable to comprehend. How could it possibly be here? This had to be Ning Wanxing's doing. How had that wretched girl managed this? A classmate murmured, What's going on? It turns out the bracelet was with Shan Luoxue all along. It was never lost. They had all misunderstood Ning Wanxing. Mo Ziyan pointed at the bracelet, glaring at Yi Qingqing. Is this what you claim to be lost? I don't know how this happened. Perhaps it was just an oversight by Luoxue. The boy smirked. Do you take me for a fool? Do I seem easily deceived? I truly don't know how this happened. My bracelet went missing, and until it's found, I'm also a victim. Yi Qingqing protested, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. I have no time to listen to your excuses. Mo Ziyan interrupted her impatiently. As a member of the student council, you will address this at Monday's assembly in front of all the students. Yi Qingqing staggered back. He was actually making her reflect in front of so many classmates. Even in front of Ning Wanxing, she had always been proud, the center of everyone's admiration. Now, Ziyan demanded she appear like a pitiful worm, a failure. Just imagining that scene was unbearable. Following Mo Ziyan were Xiao Jingchen and other student council members. Yi Qingqing looked pleadingly at Xiao Jingchen behind Mo Ziyan. Jingchen, please say something for me. I haven't done anything wrong. Why must I reflect? Xiao Jingchen shrugged, apologetic. I just returned to the student council. I have no authority to intervene. Yi Qingqing took deep breaths, fearing she would explode in front of everyone. Ning Wanxing, the one who should be targeted, is now on the brink of exasperation. Mo Ziyan cast a cold glance at Yi Qingqing, warning her that if she continues to flaunt herself in that black uniform, she would be expelled from the student council of Xingye Academy, a bastion of authority among the students, where the uniforms set them apart from the ordinary. She could not afford to be dismissed. Yi Qingqing went pale, stammering her compliance, promising to reflect on her actions. Mo Ziyan, disregarding her, turned and left, his demeanor indifferent, as if conducting mere business, his eyes dismissing everyone around. However, as he passed by the chubby boy who had just insulted Wanxing, leading the charge to expel her from Xingye High School, he paused. What is your name? The boy, taken aback, replied, I am Li Zimu. Very well, Mo Ziyan retorted. You are expelled. On what grounds? The boy protested. On the grounds that I find you displeasing, Mo Ziyan replied, his jaw clenched, hands in pockets, exuding an air of rebellious arrogance. Li Zimu was rendered speechless, watching the audacious young master depart with an air of dominance. Throughout, Wanxing remained focused on her textbook, her thoughts wandering. Did Mo Ziyan truly have a change of heart? Wasn't he supposed to despise her? Ning classmate, a melodious voice broke her reverie. Looking up, Wanxing saw Xiao Jingchen approaching, clad in a similar black uniform, yet exuding a distinctly different aura. While Mo Ziyan was roguish, Xiao Jingchen was undeniably striking. What an odd description. Noticing Wanxing lost in thought, Xiao Jingchen chuckled softly, his bright eyes fixed on her. I heard you visited Class S to find me last time? Wanxing snapped back to reality. Oh, yes. He picked up a pen from the desk, flipped open his notebook, and jotted down a series of numbers. This is my WeChat ID, which is the same as my phone number. As he leaned over, a subtle scent of mint wafted from him, intoxicatingly pleasant. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. Out of the corner of her eye, Wanxing caught a glimpse of a letter tattooed on his neck. K. Her heart skipped a beat. The letter K is the initial of the infamous assassin, Qi. Xiao Jingqian straightened, lightly tapping her forehead with the pen. Remember to add me. Wanxing was thrilled. I will definitely add you. Right now. Oh my, if Xiao Jingqian is indeed the assassin Qi, it would be a stroke of fortune. After he left, the surrounding girls were visibly envious. One girl sarcastically remarked, Ning classmate, you certainly have connections. Not only did Mo Xiao come to your aid, but Chen Xiao also gave you his contact information. What is his number? Let me add him too. Wanxing closed her notebook, smiling sweetly. That one do. The girl's expression soured instantly. What did you say? No. Do you hear me? Wanxing replied, turning back to her textbook. Why are you so smug? The girl retorted, Mo Xiao is not helping you out. He is the president of the student council and has authority over these matters, understand? Wanxing chose not to respond. Indeed, Mo Ziyan only stepped in because he deemed Yi Qingqing's actions a disgrace to the student council. Men, even after Yi Qingqing's significant embarrassment, there were still boys eager to curry favor, adjusting her desk for her. Yi Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, returning to her seat, and warned Wanxing in a low voice. Don't get too pleased with yourself. We shall see. That night, at the Mo family villa, Butler Su glanced at Mo Ziyan, who had pressed the screen of his phone for what seemed like the umpteenth time, unable to contain his curiosity. Young master, are you waiting for someone to contact you? Mo Ziyan, his head propped up in boredom, stiffened at the question. Nonsense. I am not waiting for that woman's message. Butler Su couldn't help but chuckle. Though his young master was domineering and overbearing, he was rather endearing. The moment he spoke, it was as if he had inadvertently confessed. Mo Ziyan caught the hint of smile on Butler Su's lips and straightened up, irritated. What are you laughing at? I am not, Butler Su replied. You clearly are. If he thought about her so much, why hadn't he contacted her first? Mo Ziyan raised his chin defiantly. Women always contact me. Have you ever seen me take the initiative to reach out? Could it be that something unfortunate has occurred? Butler Su Vento. What makes her so different? Does she have more limbs or eyes than other women? Butler Su remained silent. Because she is different in your heart, young master. However, the urge for self-preservation prevented him from voicing this thought. Mo Ziyan ground his teeth in frustration. That ungrateful woman. I help her save face. And she can't even utter a word of thanks. It was infuriating to wait from day until night. Perhaps Miss Ning is also waiting for your message. Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Butler Su. Are you serious? After all, girls tend to be reserved. Huh. She is hardly a delicate flower. She is as strong as an ox. He scoffed at the thought, yet Butler Su's words brought a slight upward curve to his lips. Why not take the initiative and contact Miss Ning to test the waters? Mo Ziyan snorted, reluctantly conceding, fine. For your sake, I shall begrudgingly reach out to her. With that, he quickly grabbed his phone and hastily typed a few words before hitting send. The message was dispatched, and he placed the phone just below his eyes. What is this? This anticipation for her reply feels surprisingly pleasant. However, 10 minutes passed. The smile on Mo Ziyan's face began to fade. 20 minutes passed. His handsome features grew increasingly dark. 30 minutes later, Butler Su, trembling slightly, hugged his arms, contemplating whether to turn on the heating. Mo Ziyan was on the verge of flipping the table. What does Ning Wanxing mean by this? Is she ignoring me on purpose? Perhaps Miss Ning simply hasn't seen it. Who authorized you to make excuses for her? No justifications. Young master, if I may speak frankly, if you truly wish to approach a girl, patience is required. Why should I be patient with her? Who does she think she is? I've had my pick of women. Butler Su was momentarily at a loss for words. Bowing his head, as you wish, young master. Mo Ziyan stood up, irritated, and strode towards the second-floor bedroom. That insufferable girl, if she gets bullied again, let us see if I will still come to her aid. At that moment, the television that had been on played a news segment. Recently, several cases of home invasion and assault have occurred in our city. The suspects typically strike at night, targeting solitary women, luring them to open the door under the pretense of delivering food or checking water meters. The investigation is ongoing. Mo Ziyan halted in his tracks, his expression darkening further. Nighttime, solitary women, criminal acts. Damn it, that fool hasn't responded to my message. Could something have happened to her? He retraced his steps, picking up the phone to dial Wanxing's number. Beep, beep, beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. That foolish girl. Mo Ziyan cursed under his breath, grabbing a jacket and rushing out of the villa. Upon arriving at the entrance, the youth hesitated, his steps faltering. It was situated quite a distance from a residence. Even with a car, he could not reach in time. Contemplating this, the boy's gaze deepened in thought. 10 minutes later, a low rumble echoed. Above's apartment, the sound of whirring helicopter blades filled the air. Chapter 67. A joyride. The cabin door swung open, revealing a tall, striking figure who leapt down with an air of confidence against the wind. Clad in his student council uniform, his black tie billowed wildly, and his tousled hair spoke of a carefree spirit. His chiseled features were taut with determination as he strode purposefully toward the 10th floor, followed by several bodyguards in sleek black suits, each descending from the helicopter in succession. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Wanxing opened the door, pounded on the door, yet received no response from within. He turned to the entourage behind him and commanded, "Take this door down." "Yes, sir." The bodyguards, obediently following his orders, prepared to dismantle the door. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps emerged from inside, and the door swung open. Dressed in a camisole nightgown with a coat draped over her shoulders, S. hair was damp, and she exuded a warm, steamy aura reminiscent of someone freshly emerged from a bath. The bodyguard stood frozen in astonishment. Faced with such an overwhelming scene, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is happening? A midnight raid? S. expression darkened upon seeing her state. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the threshold, his piercing gaze commanding, "Turn around, or do you wish to court danger?" The bodyguards, intimidated, swiftly averted their eyes. With a loud slam, the door was forcefully shut. Step back, bewildered. "What do you want?" Pointed accusingly at her attire. "Dressed like that, and you dare to open the door? Do you possess no sense of vigilance?" Glanced down at her nightgown and coat. What was wrong with her outfit? This was utterly absurd. "Indeed, I have no vigilance. Had I known the person outside was you, I would have surely kept the door shut." "Ning Wanxing, what on earth are you doing? Why are you here in the middle of the night?" Her carefree demeanor belied the presence of danger. Scrutinized her intently. "What were you doing just now?" "Bathing," she replied, casting him a peculiar glance. "And you? What brings you here at this hour?" She recalled that was quite a distance from her apartment. Gritted his teeth, "Just out for a joyride." "Is that a problem?" S. lips twitched. "You came to my place for a joyride? Do you need to report to me before you go anywhere? And what if I do? What of it?" His tone was unapologetic, leaving her momentarily speechless as she glared back at him. Returned her gaze defiantly. In the enveloping night, with only the two of them present, an unspoken tension lingered in the air. Averted her eyes first, feeling a touch awkward. "Hey, Ning Wanxing," he called, his voice slightly hoarse. "What? Do not dress like that in front of other boys." "What? If you dare to appear like that before other boys, you will regret it." Sighed, exasperated. Was he being overly possessive? She chose to ignore and headed toward the refrigerator. However, followed closely, warning her, "Hey, are you listening to me?" Chapter 68. Protection. After pouring herself a glass of milk, shot him a glance. "Do you not find your behavior rather nonsensical?" "Absolutely not," he retorted. "I am merely stating that you are not permitted to dress like that. Just because you are wealthy and powerful, does that grant you the right to dictate my attire?" His expression was one of cool defiance. "You are welcome to test how much control I truly possess." "Is this jealousy?" Tilted her head, intrigued. Scoffed, crossing his arms against the refrigerator. "Jealousy? With you? What do you mean with me?" Huffed, puffing her cheeks in exasperation. She unscrewed the cap of the milk bottle and took a sip, relishing the cold refreshment after her bath. Nothing beats a chilled bottle of strawberry milk after a shower. As she drank, observed her intently, the white milk flowing down her lips. It was maddeningly distracting. He averted his gaze, then abruptly snatched the bottle from her grasp. "No more for you." "Hey, that's my strawberry milk." Place the bottle on the highest shelf of the nearby bookcase. "Give it back. I'm really angry. When you leave, I'll retrieve it for you." "Why should I wait?" "Because I said so." He smirked, challenging her. Frustrated, she glared at him, then turned her attention back to the bottle, attempting to reach it. She strained to tiptoe, jumping and stretching, but to no avail. Finds this amusing, doesn't he? Short legs cannot reach. Bastard. She kicked him angrily. "Who are you calling short?" Gasped. Taken aback. "You dare to kick me?" "I did, and what of it?" She retaliated, fists flying. "Are you going to get it down or not?" "Ning Wanxing, do not think I will not retaliate. Let go. You come here in the dead of night to bully me, you scoundrel." Despite her fierce warnings, made no move to defend himself, allowing her to strike him as he retreated, until she collided with the edge of the coffee table behind her. She lost her balance and began to fall forward, bracing for an unceremonious tumble. S' expression shifted in an instant. He swiftly grasped her arm, instinctively pulling her into his embrace. With a soft thud, the world around them fell silent. Why is my floor so soft? She cautiously opened one eye, only to find herself sprawled atop. Shut up. He snapped, his expression dark. How long do you plan to remain on me? Get up. In a fluster, she attempted to rise, only to inadvertently brush against him again. Freezing in place. What is that? Chapter 69. The assassin key. Who is it? S' expression turned quizzical. Could be his abs? She shifted slightly, lowering her gaze. She rolled off him in shock, her face burning bright red. Propped himself up on his arms, regarding her with an unreadable expression. Ning Wanxing, was that deliberate? Stop. I would never do that on purpose. Flustered, covered her face in embarrassment. Just leave my house. Rose, dusting off his sleeves. You still owe me a thank you. Thank you? For what? If you hadn't purposely placed my strawberry milk on that shelf, none of this would have happened. He stepped forward, his breath exuding an overwhelming intensity. Are you going to say something? Late Star pressed her small hand against his chest, her body instinctively leaning backward. Thank you. Thank your entire family. Are you satisfied now? Why is he so close? I can't even bear to look at him. Late Star felt her hand burning and her gaze wandering aimlessly. That sensation from earlier. Could it be that he feels something for me? Mo Ziyan raised his hand. Late Star shut her eyes tightly, pleading no. The young man scoffed, raising his long fingers to pull up the coat that had slipped down her shoulders, observing her with leisurely interest. What do you mean by no? What? Late Star opened her eyes, her flushed face revealing a pair of sparkling eyes blinking in confusion. Did you think I was going to do something to you? Montak Niyan. She had been toyed with by this devil again. He took down a carton of milk from the shelf, looking at her chest with disdain. Drink more. You need to replenish your strength. Late Star gritted her teeth. What do you mean by that? You know very well. Do I really have to spell it out? Mo Ziyan averted his gaze, snorting lightly. Just so you know, I'm a normal man. If any woman were on top of me, I would react the same way. Late Star, get out. The bodyguards were waiting downstairs. Time passed, and eventually, she saw her young master step into the silver-white moonlight. He stood at the ventilation shaft between the buildings, leaning against the lamppost. The dim yellow light cast a halo around him, accentuating the depth of his features. Young master? One of the bodyguards began to approach. His voice was hoarse. Do not come any closer. The bodyguards immediately halted. Mo Ziyan raised his arm, obscuring half of his handsome face. He swallowed hard, closing his eyes and allowing the cool breeze to envelop him. Damn it, just now. He had uncontrollably wanted to kiss her. The bodyguards stood at a distance, exchanging glances. What is going on with the young master? This is a bit unusual. In any case, it remained an unsolved mystery. They only knew that their young master stood at the ventilation shaft for a long time before leaving with a discontented expression. Late Star collapsed on her bed, clutching her pillow and tossing it from side to side. How humiliating. Today was undoubtedly the most embarrassing day since her return to the country. That scoundrel Mo Ziyan, I must keep my distance from him in the future. Lost in thought, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. In her dream, a party was in full swing. A masked young man approached her, his voice alluring. Do you want to know who the assassin Key truly is? Of course. I want to uncover the true identity of Key and find a way to obtain the secret documents he has hidden. That is the primary purpose of my return. If you cannot find Key, you will have to continue hiding your identity and play the role of the poor girl in everyone's eyes. Key is at Xingye Academy. Join the student council, and you'll find the answers you seek. Who are you? Me? The young man leaned closer, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, the silver mask obscuring half of his face while the contours of his jaw were strikingly handsome. He bore a familiar scent. I am someone who deeply loves you. The dream shattered. Late Star stared blankly at the ceiling, glancing at the time. It felt as though she had only just experienced a fleeting dream, yet morning had already arrived. She turned over, carefully savoring the details of her dream. When did she discover her ability to foresee the future? Perhaps 2 years ago, when she was expelled from the Yi family and reunited with her biological grandfather. Since then, she had rarely dreamt, but each dream foretold the future. This made her particularly sensitive to her dreams. Last night's prophetic dream clearly conveyed the information she currently needed most: the whereabouts of Qi, linked to the student council of Xingye Academy. This dream was incredibly helpful, narrowing down her search significantly. But who was that masked young man? Someone who loves me deeply. Late Star tilted her head, lost in thought. Her head ached. Who could it be? Shaking her head, Late Star jumped out of bed. In any case, what mattered most now was finding a way to infiltrate the student council of Xingye High School. Xingye Academy. Good morning. Good morning. At the school gate, many students greeted each other as they walked towards the classroom. Late Star pondered how to get into the student council when someone suddenly tapped her shoulder. Turning around, she was surprised to see Xiao Jingxun. Xiao Jingxun, dressed in the student council's black uniform, smiled radiantly. Good morning. What are you thinking about so intently? Good morning. Late Star's gaze was fixated on the golden badge of the student council on his uniform. Xiao, is the student council still accepting new members? Xiao Jingxun instantly understood her intent. You want to join? Yes. Is it possible? If it were before, it would have been no problem. Xiao Jingxun rubbed his chin, looking apologetically at her. But I just returned to school, and I haven't been involved in the student council matters for a long time. Then, how can I join? Give me some time, and I'll help arrange it. Really? Thank you so much. However, may I know your reason for wanting to join? Reason? Late Star glanced at Xiao Jingxun, recalling the letter K tattooed on him, feeling a bit apprehensive. Could Qi be Xiao Jingxun? The student council's uniform is quite appealing, Late Star replied seriously. Is that all? Also, I'm a bit vain. Late Star unabashedly downplayed herself. Who wouldn't want to be someone in the student council, strutting around the school? Xiao Jingxun playfully flicked her forehead. Only a truly vain person would deny their vanity. I'm serious. So, am I. Xiao Jingxun turned his handsome face slightly. If you successfully join the student council, may I request a favor? Of course. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'm all in. Xiao Jingxun's smile deepened. Then it's a deal. Hooray. Late Star beamed with joy. Xiao, you're simply the best. Just call me Jingxun. All right. Then you don't need to call me Ning classmate. Just call me Late Star. Just then, a commotion erupted behind them. Turning around, Late Star saw that the devil Mo Ziyan had arrived. Late Star averted her gaze, turning back to Xiao Jingxun. I'll head back to class now. We'll stay in touch. With that, she hurriedly ran away. Mo Ziyan's dark eyes fixated on the girl's retreating figure. What does she mean? Just a moment ago, she was chatting animatedly with Jingxun, laughing like a carefree child. Yet the next second, she bolted at the sight of him. Xiao Jingxun waited for Mo Ziyan to approach before greeting him with a smile. Ziyan, good morning. Mo Ziyan maintained a stoic expression, responding with a curt HM. I want to bring a newcomer into the student council. Don't tell me it's Ning Late Star. Indeed, it is her. Xiao Jingxun smiled at Mo Ziyan. Let her join. She is quite interesting. ISNT she? Is a student council a marketplace? You can't just add people as you please. On my account, let her in. I can allow you to bring one newcomer in for my sake, but anyone other than Ning Late Star. Why are you so intent on opposing her? She can join the student council if she wishes. Mo Ziyan smirked wickedly, turning to look at Xiao Jingxun. Let her come and plead with me personally. At lunchtime, beneath the cherry blossom tree. What did you say? You want me to plead with that scoundrel? The evening star widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Jingxun. With a sigh, Xiao Jingxun explained that Ziyan was the president of the student council, and any new member's admission required his signature. I'm sorry, Wanxing, he said. Wanxing quickly waved her hands, saying, no need for apologies. I should be thanking you instead. I know that Mo Ziyan is doing this on purpose. So what do you plan to do? Wanxing's eyes flitted as she imagined Mo Ziyan's arrogant face. With a pained expression, she wondered if there was truly no other way to join the student council. If Ziyan remained obstinate, it would indeed be challenging. In the school cafeteria, renowned for its CAF-like ambience and diverse, delectable dishes, Mo Ziyan sat on a couch by the window. Dressed in a black uniform and a white shirt without a tie, he exuded an inexplicable aura of restraint. The afternoon sun streamed through the expansive glass windows, illuminating his striking features, making him resemble a character from a comic book. His captivating appearance drew the attention of many girls, including Yi Qingqing, who dared only to observe him from afar, hesitant to approach. Rumor had it that Ziyan was in a foul mood today. At that moment, a petite figure approached, calling out in a high-pitched voice, young Master Mo. Instantly, Montag Ziyan sputtert Coffee evia. Oh dear, Wanxing exclaimed, quickly pulling out 2 tissues. How careless of you. Hold still. Let me help you clean that up. As she dabbed at his chest, Mo Ziyan stiffened at her touch. Enough, he snapped, grabbing her hand. What are you doing? With an innocent expression, Wanxing replied, I'm just cleaning your shirt. Montag Ziyan's tuat tightened. I don't need your help. Just keep your distance. Wanxing turned her gaze to the coffee. Then let me get you another cup. Wait here. She dashed to the coffee vendor, swiftly returning with a cup in hand. Here you go. Leaning back with his arms crossed, Mo Ziyan regarded her with a bemused expression. I believe I warned you to keep your distance back at school. What are you doing now? His demeanor was infuriatingly smug. Wanxing kicked her feet against the floor, muttering, as if I wanted to get close to you. If it weren't for your status as student council president, I would have walked away without a second thought. What did you say? Montag Ziyan Wanxing. His legs crossed as he adjusted his posture, leaning back into the sofa. Is this your attitude? Wanxing squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. What do you want from me? He regarded her with amusement. Are you begging me? Fine. I can be accommodating. I'll endure. Please allow me to join. Your sincerity is lacking. I beg you. Your smile is too forced. Mo Ziyan, I implore you. I dislike being called by my full name. Mo Xiao, Young Master Mo, Brother Mo. Each title seemed to melt his heart, and he leaned on his hand, dark eyes fixed on her. The last title was quite nice. Keep going. Say 100 times. 100 times? Do you take me for a parrot? Wanxing warned with a strained smile. I advise you not to push your luck. Mo Ziyan stood up. Well then, it's fine. The student council won't miss you. Wanxing grasped his arm tightly. On that sunny afternoon, the cafeteria echoed with her repetitive calls. Brother Mo. Brother Mo. Brother Mo. The surrounding girls gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how this girl could so boldly address Mo Ziyan and even cling to his arm. Did she not know that he despised women touching him? Yi Qingqing, watching from a distance, clenched her fists in jealousy and lost her appetite, hastily leaving the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Wanxing's voice was nearly strained from repetition. I've said it 100 times. Can I join the student council now? No. Wanxing could scarcely believe her ears. What did you say? He smirked, enunciating each word slowly. No, you cannot. Weren't you just agreeing to it? Mo Ziyan raised his chin defiantly. I only said you could say it 100 times. I never promised you anything. Where's my 20-meter-long knife? You scoundrel, I'll kill you. She charged forward. Kill me, and you'll never enter the student council. The girl halted abruptly, wiping her tears and retracting her imaginary weapon. I genuinely wish to join. Can you help me, please? Mo Ziyan glanced at her, casually responding, Fine, I'll give you a chance. Really? But it comes with a probation period. What? What on earth is a probation period? Do you think this is a job interview? For 1 month, during which you must obey my commands unconditionally. Understood? Why should I? Mo Ziyan looked down at her with an air of authority. Because I am the president. My word is law here. This is the only way for you to join the student council. You, what about it? He added, I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Time is of the essence. 3, 2. Gritting her teeth, Wanxing declared deal. A smirk danced on Mo Ziyan's lips as he patted her head. You must be at my beck and call, understood? How infuriating. Wanxing glared at him. I can comply with your probation, but you mustn't make things difficult for me. You have no bargaining power over me, Mo Ziyan retorted, turning to leave with his hands in his pockets. After a few paces, he turned back, his demeanor haughty. Aren't you coming? Hurry up. Reluctantly, Wanxing followed him. Before long, school had concluded. As Wanxing stepped outside, she spotted a sleek silver car parked at the entrance. In the driver's seat of the convertible sat a young man, exuding an air of arrogance, wearing black sunglasses and engrossed in his phone. Such ostentation could only belong to Mo Ziyan, the most conspicuous figure at the school. Surrounded by classmates, I felt a pressing need to distance myself from him, wanting to avoid any ambiguous entanglements. The evening star drifted away from the direction of the sports car. Ning Wanxing. I closed my eyes and turned my head dramatically, exclaiming, Oh, Montag Ziyan, what brings you here? Mo Ziyan wore a cryptic smile at the corner of his mouth, his voice chilling as he remarked, You aren't deliberately avoiding me. Are you? I'm not. I haven't. Stop making baseless accusations. Is that so? With an arm casually draped out, his tone was nonchalant, yet carried an unmistakable authority. Then get in the car. No need. I can go home by myself. He scoffed arrogantly, self-important woman. Who would want to drive you home? Hurry up. I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 74. Who is this beauty at this moment? It was the peak of after-school hours, with students bustling about. It was simply too conspicuous. I refuse. I don't want to go anywhere. Don't you want to join the student council anymore? Reluctantly, I strolled towards a sports car. As expected, with each step I took, the gazes of nearby girls were as if they were ready to devour me whole. With a heavy heart, I climbed into the car, fastening my seatbelt while grumbling, "Please, can you tone it down next time? What's wrong? Didn't you see those love-struck gazes that nearly pierced me? Are you scared?" Not at all. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Stay close to me, do not define me, and I assure you, you will be safe. Conceited fool. Do you fancy yourself a monarch from ancient times? Don't you dare think I'll bow to you. Just wait until I officially join the student council. I'll kick you out. After buckling up, the sports car roared to life, swiftly disappearing from the crowd's sight. I turned to him and asked, "So, where exactly are you taking me?" At that moment, Mo Ziyan's phone buzzed. He maneuvered the steering wheel, glanced at his phone, and said to me, "Respond to this message." "Huh? You want me to reply for you? Isn't there a third person here?" "Fool. But is it really that private?" I took his phone, glanced at it, and saw no contact name, just a black moon icon, asking where he was, the tone urgent. 15 minutes. I nodded and sent the message as instructed. A short while later, the car pulled up beside a high-end KTV establishment in the city. Hesitating, I stepped out and asked, "What are we doing here?" Mo Ziyan tossed the car keys to the valet at the entrance, to have someone cover for me. "Huh? Cover for you?" He shot me a sidelong glance. "That's your task for today. You brought me here just to cover for you? Are you even a man?" The KTV manager personally welcomed Mo Ziyan, bowing and ushering us into a private room. As soon as we entered, I noticed the room was already filled with people, both boys and girls, easily numbering over a dozen. I recognized none of them. As Mo Ziyan made his entrance, everyone promptly stood, exclaiming, "Mo Xiao, you finally arrived. Oh, who is this beautiful lady?" All eyes turned to me. One girl in a short skirt with a ponytail looked at me as if she were about to pounce. She? Mo Ziyan appeared in good spirits, glancing back at me with a smirk. "This is my little follower." Surrounding murmurs filled the air. One intriguing claim. The girl in the short skirt quickly cleared a seat for him. "Mo Xiao, please sit here." That position was the focal point, no matter the occasion. Mo Ziyan always occupied the center. He strode overconfidently, but as the girl beside him prepared to sit down, he commanded, "You go sit elsewhere." "Montak she. That's my spot." Mo Ziyan shot her a sideways glance. I said to move to the side. Reluctantly, the girl got up. Mo Ziyan leaned against the wall like a domineering figure, casting a glance at me. "What are you still standing there for? Come here." Chapter 75. Commanding that insufferable jerk, who claims I'm his little follower. Who agreed to that? I rolled my eyes, but still made my way over, greeting those around me while firmly stating, "Hello, everyone. I am Ning Wanxing, a classmate of Mo Ziyan, and I am not his little follower. Montak Nian." She actually addressed him by his full name. He looked at me sideways. "What? Being my little follower is a grievance to you?" "Not all. You are. I am not. I say you are. And so you are." Watching the two engage in this childish banter, others exchanged glances. Was this truly the same Mo Ziyan who usually exuded an aura of cool confidence? They were astonished, yet each quickly regained composure, greeting me with polite pleasantries. I smiled in response, though my enthusiasm was waning. From the moment I entered, the scent of smoke pervaded the air. I truly despise such environments. I cover my nose with my sleeve, a subtle detail, yet Mo Ziyan noticed. Just then, a boy sitting in the corner suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, "Wait, who are you?" I looked up to see a handsome boy in a black denim jacket. It was sure, a loyal sidekick who had followed Mo Ziyan since childhood. Having grown up alongside Mo Ziyan, I naturally knew him well and had gotten along quite nicely in the past. I hadn't noticed him until now. Was sure, cigarette in hand, rushed over. Astonished as he scrutinized me. "Ning Wanxing, am I seeing things? When did you come back?" He was smoking, and the odor was particularly strong. "Just a few days ago." Cough, cough. I waved my hand, dispersing the smoke. Wow, you're finally back. Do you know what has been happening with Ziyan over the past 2 years?" Before he could finish, Mo Ziyan kicked him. Sure stumbled back, rubbing his rear. "Ziyan, what was that for?" "Don't smoke in the private room. If you want to smoke, go outside." Sure pouted, but usually we all smoked casually together. Why was I being singled out? "I'm not feeling well today." Mo Ziyan raised his glass, slamming it down on the table. "No smoking in here." Zwasher quickly extinguished his cigarette. Others who were smoking also followed suit, quietly putting out their cigarettes. Mo Ziyan stood tall, casting a disdainful glance at Zwasher. Come with me. Okay. Zwasher hurriedly followed, turning back to me with a grin. Wait for me, and we'll catch up later. Hey, don't leave. I don't know anyone here. It's so awkward. I pouted, resorting to my phone to pass the time. Thankfully, the atmosphere in the room remained lively, with loud music and people singing while others played dice. The girl in the short skirt, who had previously been dismissed by Mo Ziyan, approached, looking down at me. Hey, aren't you Mo Xiao's little follower? There's no alcohol left. Go fetch some from the supermarket. Chapter 76. You're just a little follower. I shifted my gaze from my phone to this girl. What are you staring at? I asked you to fetch some wine from the supermarket. Wanxing chuckled. Why should I listen to you? Don't you have legs? Infuriated, she advanced towards a girl. But several girls nearby quickly restrained her. Forget it. Amy, there's a service button here. However, the girl named Amy was relentless, asserting, Mo said she's just a little lackey. If she's a lackey, then she's here to serve us. What is wrong with me asking her to fetch some wine? While her words held a semblance of truth, who could ascertain the girl's true background? It was their first encounter, and Mo had never been seen with such a person before. Someone inquired, Ning, are you also from Xingye High School? What do your parents do? What is the name of their company? Wanxing replied coolly, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Amy, a socialite among the wealthy, wore a luxurious outfit that surely cost 6 figures. Having mingled in high society since childhood, she had never heard of anyone named Ning in the Jiangcheng elite circle. She scrutinized Wanxing, noting her attire appeared rather inexpensive, which only fueled her arrogance. With a sneer, Amy remarked, Is it inconvenient to disclose? Or is it simply that you have nothing to reveal? Wanxing stared at her expressionlessly. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Who is looking for trouble? Amy pointed at her, recalling how Wanxing had taken her spot, igniting her fury. Her voice turned acerbic. You, an ignorant poor girl, think you deserve to sit here? Wanxing shifted her posture, arms crossed, leaning back lazily. Whether I deserve it or not is not for you to dictate. It was Mo Ziyan who asked me to sit here. If you have a problem, take it up with him. Her words struck a nerve, and Amy leapt up, reaching for Wanxing's hair in a fit of rage. Venting her anger, You're just a lackey by Mo's side. Do you really think you're someone important? How dare you speak to me like that? Wanxing, furious, seized Amy's hand, ready to retaliate, but a chilling voice interrupted from behind. What are you doing? Amy turned to see Mo Ziyan re-entering the room, his expression dark and menacing. She quickly released Wanxing's hair, but hastily accused, Mo, this lackey of yours doesn't listen at all and dares to defy me. Chapter 77. The dual Wanxing stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Jin, you called me here, but I didn't come to serve these people. This girl actually ordered me to the supermarket. Do I owe her anything? I was just yanked by my hair. Amy shot Wanxing a fierce glare. You're just a lackey. What is wrong with being ordered around? Shut your mouth. Mo Ziyan pointed at Amy, speaking imperiously. She is my personal lackey, exclusive to me. What gives you the right to command her? Amy was momentarily taken aback by Mo's outburst. Mo Ziyan. He strode over to Wanxing, scrutinizing her closely, and gently adjusted her hair. Are you an idiot? You're usually so formidable. Why didn't you fight back just now? If I see you allowing others to bully you again, you'll never join the student council. What kind of threat is this? Yet Wanxing felt her anger dissipate slightly, allowing him to fix her hair. I hadn't even had the chance to retaliate before you came in. Mo Ziyan stroked her hair. Does it still hurt? Of course it hurts. Remember that pain, foolish girl. Next time someone bullies you, return the favor. She said I don't deserve to sit here. Mo Ziyan shot a fierce glare at Amy. She doesn't deserve? Who dares provoke my people? You must be tired of living. Amy shivered at his words. Despite the loud music and the throngs of people enjoying themselves, she felt as if she were trapped in a freezing chamber, chilled to the bone. I didn't. He interrupted her. If you don't handle this to my satisfaction, I'll have your claws removed and feed them to the fish. No. Terrified, Amy turned to Wanxing. Ning, if I pulled your hair, you can pull mine too, however you like, until you feel better. Wanxing, unceremoniously, seized Amy's hair. Amy screamed, glaring at Wanxing, astonished that she dared to actually pull. What else with that look? Didn't you ask me to pull? Is there a problem? No. No problem. Remember, next time, don't look down on others. Otherwise, the outcome will be dire. That wretched poor girl. Amy was furious, but could only grit her teeth. Yes, I'll remember. Wanxing released her grip. Mo Ziyan asked, is that all? Good enough, she replied. He cast a disdainful glance at Wanxing. You're really easy to please. Was sure, ever the sycophant, chimed in, our star is just not so petty. We simply don't want to fuss about it, right? Just as he finished, Mo Ziyan kicked him. This fool was on the verge of tears. What did I do this time, brother Ziyan? Don't call her star. You're not even close to that. At that moment, someone called out, hey, how about a singing duel? This was a game often played by the wealthy young elites, where two people would sing and the karaoke system would display the scores. Onlookers could place bets before the singing commenced. Chapter 78. 1 million. I bet on Ning Wanxing to win. Wanxing was uninterested, but the crowd urged, Ning, come sing a song. Yeah, come on, we all want to hear you. With everyone's eyes upon her, refusing would make her seem unworthy. Wanxing shrugged, all right. Who asked the other contestant? Amy clenched her fists and stood up. Can I sing against you? Wanxing glanced at her, I don't mind. After all, it was just a casual song. To everyone's surprise, the crowd erupted with excitement. Not for any other reason, but because Amy was regarded as a superstar among them. They often joked that she should pursue a singing career, as she would surely become famous. The odds clearly favored Amy winning, and bets began to pour in. I bet 10,000 on Amy. I'll wager 50,000 on Amy. If Amy wins, I'll put down 100,000. Was sure, feeling indignant, shouted, hey, stop that. You all shouldn't be like this. My sister Xing sings beautifully. I'll bet $100 to support her. The crowd responded with disdain, get lost. You think $100 is worth mentioning? Just then a cocky voice cut through. 1 million. I bet on Ning Wanxing to win. It was Mo Ziyan. His words shocked everyone. Wanxing widened her eyes in disbelief. 1 million? Has he lost his mind? This sum undoubtedly escalated the excitement. Tudi, Montag Ziyan was impressive. The stakes of this duel just became infinitely more interesting. Amy, who had intended to embarrass Ning Wanxing through the betting process, saw her face turn pale at the mention of 1 million. Wanxing tugged at Mo Ziyan's sleeve and whispered, do you have too much money to spend? I shall not bear responsibility for your defeat, he quipped, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he lightly tapped her forehead. You must sing well, for you carry the weight of 1 million on your shoulders. Why impose such pressure on me? Can't we just have some fun? Amy retorted confidently, being the first to take the stage with an English song. Her enunciation was beautifully American, and her performance was indeed captivating. The karaoke system ultimately awarded her a staggering score of 99 points. Such an incredible score. Someone exclaimed. Amy truly embodies the essence of songstress. Brushing her hair back, Amy passed the microphone to Wanxing. Although her demeanor remained composed, her eyes conveyed a challenge. It's your turn. Recalling the 1 million wagered by Mo Ziyan, Wanxing steeled herself and stepped up. The familiar melody began to play. She chose the song When your eyes squint with laughter, when you sip on cola and chatter. I wish to be good to you, yet you remain unaware. Missing you, longing for you, has become a delightful habit. When you share your worries of the day, when you confide that sleep eludes you at night, I yearn to express my feelings, yet fear I might falter. Do you know how much I like you? Her clear voice, imbued with the unique sweetness of youth, lingered in the air. She perched on a high stool in the corner bar, swaying gently to the rhythm of the song, her earnestness particularly enchanting. Mo Ziyan focused entirely on Wanxing's profile, not glancing at the screen. When the song concluded, the audience was taken aback by her remarkable performance. As they regained their composure, a score flashed across the screen, 89 points. How could it only be 89? Sure gasped. It was so good. This system must be malfunctioning. Those who had placed their bets on Amy exhaled in relief. The final score is what truly matters, isn't it? Amy, too, felt a sense of relief, her expression gradually morphing into one of pride. Finally, I got my revenge. She glanced at Wanxing, who was tapping the karaoke system in confusion. This machine must be broken. I never score below 90. She murmured, bewildered. Amy smirked. Well, a loss is a loss. How dare you blame the system? The group chuckled, pointing at the 3 glasses of whiskey lined up on the table. Ning classmate, you lost, so you'll have to drink. Wanxing turned back in surprise. What? It was customary for the loser in their little games to down 3 shots. Amy couldn't help but revel in her friend's misfortune. Ning classmate, please. The victorious party selects the drinks, and Amy chose a potent spirit. Wanxing hesitated. What is this nonsense? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Amy shrugged. It's always been our unspoken rule. Sorry, I forgot you were new, but you can't escape the drink just because of that. Feeling dejected about the impending punishment and the lost million, Wanxing trudged over, about to raise the glass to her lips. In an unexpected moment, an arm reached over and snatched the glass from her hand. To her astonishment, Mo Ziyan had approached, standing behind her, and he downed the whiskey in one swift motion. Then the second and the third, his movements fluid and captivating, leaving the onlookers mesmerized. He slammed the empty glass onto the table, chin raised defiantly. 3 shots. I'll drink in her stead. The crowd was stunned, including Amy, who gaped in disbelief. Mo Xiao, is he really shielding Ning Wanxing from the drinks? Typically, it was others who shielded him. When had he ever protected a woman like this? Apologies, Mo Xiao, for your sudden loss of 1 million. Mo Dasha is quite the bold one, betting 1 million right off the bat. Who can withstand such stakes? Amy remarked, feigning concern. If only you had bet on me from the start, you wouldn't have lost that million. What a pity. Mo Ziyan brushed back his hair with a casual air, chuckling lightly. Who says I lost? 1 million for a song from Ning Wanxing is a bargain, in my view. The crowd gasped. Zwusher clutched his heart, exclaiming, what a blow. Mo Ziyan had quite the audacity. Even though Wanxing had lost, he managed to elevate her status with just a few words. Wanxing herself was taken aback. Earlier, at the KTV entrance, Mo Ziyan had invited her with the intention of having her shield him from drinks. But now, who was truly shielding whom? As the group continued to play another round, Wanxing and Mo Ziyan settled back onto the sofa. After 3 shots, he was beginning to feel the effects of the alcohol. With his feet propped up on the coffee table, he leaned against Wanxing. She shifted uncomfortably. What are you doing? Stay still. Realizing he was likely tipsy, she decided to let him rest against her. As she tilted her head slightly, the previous wager of 1 million lingered in her thoughts. Montak Jian Chakotsofti, his breath carrying a charming scent of alcohol. What about the million? Are you afraid I'll come to collect? You placed a bet voluntarily. Why should you come to me for repayment? She countered, albeit with a hint of guilt. Indeed, his breath brushed against her ear, a teasing touch. I don't blame you. A shiver ran down Wanxing's spine, heightened by his nearness. Mo Ziyan gazed at her, his eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. He reached out, playfully teasing her chin. You sang beautifully. She sounded like a mother duck quacking. Wanxing burst into laughter. A mother duck? What a descriptor. But I still lost. So what? He replied, shifting his position to remain comfortably against her. In my heart, you are the best. Wanxing froze, her gaze darting away in a fluster. A warm sensation spread in her chest. Did he truly understand the weight of his words? The music in the KTV room throbbed loudly. Yet the laughter of those around them seemed to fade into the background. It felt as though they existed in their own little world, everything else becoming inconsequential. Thump, thump. Oh no, her heartbeat was too loud. Wanxing shifted nervously. Ning Wanxing, he murmured, eyes still closed, arms crossed as he leaned against her. Are you infested with lice? How can I rest with you moving around? All right, fine. You've turned back into a demon in an instant. Get up. My shoulders are aching. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Then you can move to the other side. I'll switch to the other side. When they finally emerged from the KTV, it was already past 9 in the evening. Having consumed alcohol, Mo Ziyan could no longer drive. The Mo family chauffeur had been waiting at the entrance early in the morning. Upon seeing the guests emerge, Butler Sue promptly opened the rear door of the car. Once inside, Mo Ziyan leaned back against the seat, his handsome face tilted upwards. He had unfastened a few buttons of his collar, his eyes closed, appearing somewhat dazed. Standing outside the car, Wanxing exchanged a few words with Butler Sue regarding the events of the evening, but when she turned her gaze back to Mo Ziyan, her expression changed. She hurriedly approached him. Hey, what's wrong? Chapter 81. Not allowed to leave. Mo Ziyan's complexion was ghastly pale, cold sweat streaming down his resolute features. His stomach must have been irritated by the strong liquor he had consumed earlier. Butler Sue quickly took out his phone. I will summon the private doctor to the villa immediately. Mo Ziyan lifted his eyelids to glance at Wanxing. First, take her home. Half supporting Mo Ziyan, Wanxing called out to Butler Sue, don't mind him, hurry and find a doctor for him. Mo Ziyan's brow was tightly furrowed. You seem to be issuing orders to my subordinates quite comfortably? His voice was hoarse, lacking the usual domineering arrogance. Wanxing immediately covered his mouth. Just be quiet. If your stomach hurts, You should speak less. The car sped forward, and Butler Sue, seated in the passenger seat, turned to look back. The young master has been drinking far too frequently these past 2 years. The doctor advised against consuming any more stimulating spirits. Otherwise, his stomach will inevitably suffer. But the young master never listens. However, now that Miss Ning is around, you'll be managing him. Wanxing blinked. Me? Manage this esteemed young master? Where did Butler Sue find the audacity to say such a thing? Was he not afraid of being thrown out of the car by Mo Ziyan? Yet, perhaps due to the intensity of his pain, Mo Ziyan remained silent in rebuttal, merely shielding half of his face with his arm. His thin lips pressed into a straight line. The scenery outside the window blurred past, enveloping the car in a quietude. Wanxing unconsciously turned to gaze at him, his outline shifting in and out of light from the street lamps outside. He had been drinking frequently these past 2 years. Indeed, she had heard from Shengxia that this young master had been living quite freely. This was his retribution for such reckless abandon, was it not? However, today, he had done it for her. Wanxing quietly stared out the window. Mo family villa. After the private doctor had administered an 4 to Mo Ziyan, it was already past 11 in the evening. Wanxing sighed in relief and stood up. I should be heading home now. Yet, Mo Ziyan grasped her hand. You're not allowed to leave. If I don't leave, do you expect me to stay here? Indeed, I want you to stay here. Though Mo Ziyan's voice was weak, his tone was unyielding. I'm in this state. As my little attendant, you must remain close by, serving tea and fetching water. This is the least you can do. I'm not your maid. Regardless, you're not allowed to leave today. Butler Sue smiled gently. Miss Ning, please stay. I'll have someone prepare a guest room for you. It's quite late, and the young master is concerned for your safety on the way home. Why are you so chatty every day, old man? Mo Ziyan glared at Butler Sue. When did I say I was worried about her safety? She looks perfectly safe to me. Ning Wanxing clenched her fists in silence, disregarding Mo Ziyan. She turned to Butler Sue and smiled. Then I'll trouble you. Sue, take me there now. Mo Ziyan growled. You little brat, did I permit you to leave? Come back. Bang. The door slammed shut. For the first time being ignored by a woman, Mo Ziyan not only felt no anger, but instead a smirk crept upon his lips. He took out his phone, resting one hand behind his head, and activated the recording feature. The girl's clear voice filled the air, singing the song Wanxing had performed earlier at the karaoke. When you squint your eyes and smile, when you drink cola and make a fuss. I wish to treat you well, but you never knew. I think of you, and that can become a habit. La la la. I really like you, don't you know? I really like you, don't you know? Chapter 82. Soul enticing soup. The following day, Wanxing woke up early, dressed neatly, and made her way to the kitchen on the first floor. It wasn't tea until nearly 8 o'clock that the young master, yawning and appearing rather carefree, descended the spiral staircase. As he reached the first floor, he caught sight of a figure at the dining table. Wanxing emerged holding a large bowl of soup, adorned in a pink apron. Her hair casually tied back, a heartwarming sight. Mo Ziyan approached. What is this? Nourishing soup. Wanxing sat down, pouring a small bowl and sliding it toward him. Resting her chin on her hands, consider this a reward for covering for me last night. Mo Ziyan lowered his gaze at the steaming soup, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. After a pause, he murmured, You are certain this one tea kill me? Wanxing. Mo Ziyan pulled out a chair, sitting down and smacking his lips. It looks dreadful. Montak Nian. Wanxing smiled tenderly. Do you think I'll pour this soup over your head? The young man took a spoonful and sipped, leisurely providing his assessment. Although it looks unappealing, the taste is barely acceptable. What kind of soup is this? 99 soul-enticing soup. What? Wanxing revealed a sinister smile. After drinking this soup, your soul will be drawn away by me. Draw away my soul, is it? Mo Ziyan chuckled softly, raising his eyes, his gaze burning with intensity. I'm waiting. Wanxing, pervert, have you ever made this soup for any other man? Before she could respond, he continued in a low voice, if you dare say yes. Just try me. What is it to you? What will you do if I do? Mo Ziyan's expression remained impassive. I'll break that man's legs. Violent man. On what grounds do you break someone's legs? Did you? Wanxing rolled her eyes. Of course not. I haven't even set foot in the kitchen for 2 years. Who would I make it for? But then again, she hadn't tasted the soup herself yet. Wanxing grabbed an empty bowl, intending to scoop a spoonful to try. Mo Ziyan, however, swatted her hand away. What are you doing? Drinking soup. Not allowed. It's all mine. Wanxing's eyes widened. With so much, can you even finish it? If I can't, I'll save it for next time. Regardless, this is all for me. You're not allowed to touch a drop. What a domineering fellow. Why can't I drink the soup I made myself? Let go. I want to drink it. Wanxing childishly tugged at him. After scooping a small spoonful, she eagerly took a sip. The next moment, her expression changed. Yuck. What is this awful taste? Wanxing spit the entire contents back in her bowl and grabbed the water beside her, gulping down a few mouthfuls. It was sour and astringent, a bizarre taste that was indescribable. Simply put, it was terrible. But I followed the online tutorial precisely. Mo Ziyan, sitting elegantly, took another sip. Is that so? I actually find it quite to my liking. Wanxing watched in disbelief as he continued to consume spoonful after spoonful of the soup, exclaiming, "It's really bad. Stop drinking it. Why is this woman so chatty? If I say it's good, then it's good." Chapter 83. Don't be afraid to trouble me. Why don't you believe what I say? Wanxing grabbed a new bowl and scooped a spoonful, offering it to Butler Sue. Butler Sue, please taste this soup and tell me how it is. Butler Sue accepted it, taking a small sip, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Wanxing inquired, "It really doesn't taste good, does it?" Mo Ziyan cast a light glance over. Butler Sue replied, "I find Miss Ning's soup to be quite good." The evening star blinked her big eyes in confusion. Huh, why does everyone say it's delicious? Is there something wrong with my taste buds? Just then, her phone suddenly vibrated. She leaned in to check and saw a WeChat message from Xiao Jingchen. After exchanging a few messages, she stood up and asked Mo Ziyan, "Isn't the doctor allowing you to rest at home today? I'll head to school first." Butler Sue inquired, "Young master, should I arrange a car to take Miss Ning to school?" "No need to trouble yourself." Wanxing quickly waved her hand. "Isn't Xiao Jingchen's home nearby? He said he would pick me up on the way." Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped. Mo Ziyan raised his gaze. "Who did you say?" "Xiao Jingchen." "Yes. You are not allowed to go." "Why? Who approved your trip to school today? You have other tasks." Wanxing was puzzled. "What can I do if I don't go to school?" "Next week, Xingye High School will hold a summer festival with several other schools in Jiangxing. You need to go to Hideout today to confirm the venue." Wanxing pointed at herself in disbelief. "You wanted to go? Mo Ziyan, you're the student council president. Isn't this something the president should handle?" Mo Ziyan's tone was laced with a threat. "I don't want to move, so I'm assigning this task to you. Any objections?" As soon as she left the Mo family villa, Wanxing received a call from Xiao Jingchen. "Yingchen, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to hitch a ride with you." "What happened?" "Isn't the summer festival next week? Mo Ziyan asked me to confirm the venue." "I see," Xiao Jingchen pondered. "That is not an easy task. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Do you need my help?" Wanxing recalled Mo Ziyan's earlier warning. "This is an assessment task I assigned you, and it must be completed independently. Otherwise, you're in big trouble." With a twitch of her lips, she regained her composure. "No need. I can manage on my own." "All right, just be careful. If you encounter any issues, feel free to call me." Xiao Jingchen's voice held a hint of temptation. "Don't hesitate to bother me, okay?" "Okay." After hanging up, Wanxing ground her teeth in frustration. That demon Mo Ziyan was just using this assessment as an excuse to toy with her. Stay calm, stay calm. A month-long period had begun, and 2 days had already passed. With 28 days remaining, she could become a full-fledged student member, kick Mo Ziyan to the curb, find the killer key, and ascend to the pinnacle of her life. With this mantra in mind, Wanxing walked towards the Imperial Manor. As Xiao Jingchen had predicted, this was indeed a taxing task. After finalizing everything, she realized it was already past 1 o'clock. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour began. Wanxing was forced to seek shelter at a mall entrance. Looking utterly disheartened. "Seriously? Am I this unlucky?" At that moment, a dazzling youth appeared in the distance, holding a blue umbrella, gracefully approaching her. Chapter 84. Beauty. As the umbrella slightly shifted, a remarkably handsome face emerged. "Xiao Jingchen," Wanxing gasped, watching him approach with a smile as he closed the umbrella. "What are you doing here? What a coincidence. What if I said I came specifically for you?" "For me? The rain is heavy." Xiao Jingchen's delicate features shone, his coffee-colored eyes sparkling with warmth. "I thought Wanxing might need someone hold an umbrella for her, so here I am." "That is so sweet of you." Wanxing was touched and rummaged through her pocket. "I have nothing to offer in return, but here, take this." Xiao Jingchen looked down at the green candy in his palm. "This is the free mint candy from the Korean restaurant on the 5th floor of this mall, right? Mint candy. Every customer dining in the restaurant can take one." "Ah." Wanxing blinked and scratched her chin. It's the thought that counts. Xiao Jingchun smiled, clutching the candy tightly. I accept your gift. I was really surprised to see you earlier. Xiao Jingchun looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Have you handled the tasks that Ziyan assigned you? Let me check. Wanxing pulled out her notebook and flipped through the pages. Almost done. Then let us go, Xiao Jingchun said, pulling out a waterproof bag from the mall entrance and sealing the umbrella inside before heading into the mall. Where are we going? Do you know the theme for next week's summer festival? Their SA theme? Hanshu. Xiao Jingchun glanced at Wanxing. Everyone will wear hanfu for the summer festival. You probably haven't prepared one, have you? About that. I've heard many girls in my class talking about hanfu lately, but I didn't pay much attention. Wanxing asked earnestly, is it mandatory to wear one? Let's take a look first and see if you find something you like. Shall we? All right. The first floor of the mall was filled with luxury brands and high-end custom shops. Xiao Jingchun seemed quite familiar with the place. Leading Wanxing to a store called in. You, the store manager, dressed in a black suit, greeted them with recognition. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? There's an event at school next week. Xiao Jingchun pointed at Wanxing beside him. Help her pick a suitable hanfu. The manager's gaze turned to Wanxing, smiling warmly. Miss, please follow me. Wanxing didn't have time to assess the store's pricing before she was ushered into the fitting room. Yikes, this store looks pricey. After a while, Wanxing stepped out, spinning in front of Xiao Jingchun with her arms outstretched. How does it look? Xiao Jingchun was momentarily stunned before nodding. Very beautiful. Really? Wanxing turned to look in the full-length mirror. She wore a chest-length RU skirt, with a light blue top and a blue lower skirt adorned with exquisite embroidery. The hem swayed like jingling bells. Though she didn't put on makeup or styled her hair, she was still breathtaking. Xiao Jingchun gazed at her silently, suddenly recalling a line of poetry. What is it? He stepped forward, gently lifting a strand of her hair, whispering, when the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Chapter 85. Are you concerned? Wanxing blinked, instinctively taking a step back to create distance. Sorry. Xiao Jingchun straightened, smiling gracefully. Do you like this hanfu? More than that. I'm concerned about the price, Wanxing replied earnestly. After all, she and T brought much money back home to maintain the image of her former impoverished self. The black card her grandfather had given her was to be spared until she found the killer key. Revealing her identity would spell disaster. Xiao Jingchun's bright gaze remained fixed on her. You need to worry about that. I will cover it. He is paying for me? Wanxing quickly refused. That's not right. Why not? This is my way of returning your favor. Sweat dripped down her brow. He couldn't possibly be referencing the mint candy she had given him, right? Wanxing was resolute. The clothes were far more valuable than the candy, and she truly couldn't accept such a gift. The manager, waiting aside, chimed in, Miss Ning, the payment has already been made. I will wrap the clothes for you and have them delivered to your home this afternoon. How much is this hanfu? She intended to transfer the money to Xiao Jingchun immediately. The manager shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Ning, but I cannot disclose that information. What? Why can't you say? Wanxing felt helpless, suspecting a conspiracy between the two. Xiao Jingchun smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling a sense of relief that she had accepted his gift. However, he thought to himself, this hanfu is not particularly valuable in my heart. The candy you gave me holds far greater significance. Wanxing truly wished to remind Xiao Jingchun that the candy was merely a complimentary item from the restaurant. Still feeling somewhat guilty, Wanxing suggested, how about I treat you to a meal? I know a fantastic Japanese restaurant on the 5th floor of the mall. Xiao Jingchun's smile deepened. All right. At the Japanese restaurant, though it was past peak hours, the place was still bustling with patrons. After placing their orders, Wanxing excused herself to the restroom. Left alone, Xiao Jingchun received a phone call. Hello, Ziyan. Mo Ziyan, sitting at his desk, was reviewing documents. Have you confirmed all the area coordinators for the summer festival? Please send me the list. I'm on my way out, not at the student council. I'll organize it and send it to you once I return to school. What are you doing? Didn't you ask Ning to handle the venue? It's pouring rain now, and she's stuck there alone. I have some free time, so I thought I'd go pick her up. Mo Ziyan paused slightly, then rose and walked to the window, pressing the automatic curtain button. As the curtains drew back, he confirmed that indeed, it was raining heavily outside. His study was soundproof, isolating him from any external noise. It's really coming down out there. He tightened his grip on the documents, gazing at the relentless rain. You sure are going out of your way for this. Xiao Jingchun chuckled. If I don't go, how will Ning get back? It's hard to catch a cab in this weather. Are you that concerned? I only care about whether she has completed the tasks I assigned her. Don't worry. She did very well. Mo Ziyan smirked slightly, his tone cool and detached. That's best. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Chapter 86. The Rise of Mo's Jealousy. Mo Ziyan tossed the documents onto his desk in frustration. He didn't care, not at all. Returning to his swivel chair, he took out his phone and opened WeChat. He saw that Wanxing had just updated her moments 2 minutes ago. Incredibly delicious Japanese food, patiently waiting. Along with a photo and location tag. Mo Ziyan gripped his phone tightly, his temples throbbing. This damned woman. How dare she go out for Japanese food with another man? After the meal, Wanxing contentedly patted her stomach as she walked with Xiao Jingchun towards the parking lot. It was so delicious, wasn't it? Xiao Jingchun looked at her with amusement, nodding in agreement. Yes, it was delightful. The rain continued to pour heavily. As they reached the parking area, they spotted a silver sports car parked arrogantly beside Xiao Jingchun's vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing Mo Ziyan's handsome face. What brings you here? I need to find Ning Wanxing. Mo Ziyan replied expressionlessly, his gaze fixed on Wanxing, his tone commanding. Get in the car. What do you want? Wanxing didn't move closer, leaning back against Xiao Jingchun, complaining, I just finished my work. Even machines need rest. Let alone, I'm a living person. Mo Ziyan's expression darkened as he opened the car door, stepping out without even bothering to use an umbrella, and swiftly pulled Wanxing towards him. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Ignoring her, he turned to Xiao Jingchun. I'm taking her with me. Without waiting for a response, he dragged Wanxing away, opening the passenger door and unceremoniously tossing her inside. You brute. Wanxing rubbed her wrist, glaring at him. However, Mo Ziyan remained impassive, starting the engine, and the sports car roared to life, speeding away. Why are you so domineering? I'm a mop. Why do you always drag me around? Mo Ziyan's expression remained unchanged. What torturous task do you want to assign me this time? I'll tell you that I've been nonstop since morning. Whatever you assign me, I refuse to do it. If I hadn't run into Jingchun, I might still be stuck in a mall. Wanxing shouted, her voice rising. The sports car screeched to a halt. Ning Wanxing. He glared at her with piercing eyes, his voice rising above hers. Do you take me for a ghost? Wanxing fell silent for a moment. Why are you yelling? Did you not think to call me when it started raining? Must you always trouble others? Why are you so thick-skinned? You're the one with thick skin. Didn't you say you didn't want to go out because it was a hassle? Didn't you ask me to confirm the venue? Why are you acting crazy now? Jingchun is much gentler than you. Mo Ziyan gripped the steering wheel tightly, letting out a cold laugh. Then go find him. How can you say that? Didn't you just drag me into your car? For 2 years. Mo Ziyan had never felt this out of control. He unlocked the car, staring coldly at Wanxing. Get out. It was still pouring outside, and he wanted her to get out? Wanxing trembled with anger. Fine, if you want to go, I'll go. Who wants to stay in your car? Chapter 87. Devoured with that, she indeed opened the car door and dashed into the rain, not looking back, seething as she walked away. Wanxing cursed Mo Ziyan in her heart, thinking what an absurd demon he was. Mo Ziyan, watching her leave, pounded the steering wheel in frustration. He lifted his gaze, his black eyes fixed on her retreating figure in the rearview mirror. The weather was gloomy, and the large raindrops fell relentlessly upon her. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, then pushed open the car door, striding out into the rain. He quickly caught up with her, grabbing her arm firmly. Wanxing turned to see him chasing after her, her anger escalating. What do you want? Come back with me. Weren't you the one telling me to get lost? He hesitated for a moment, then assertively replied, I now permit you to come back. Huh? Wanxing laughed in disbelief, shaking off his grip. Who do you think you are? Just because you tell me to go, I must go? Just because you tell me to come back, I must come back? Don't be ridiculous. Shaking off his hand, she quickened her pace. Mo Ziyan froze, his gaze still following her. Ning Wanxing, where are you going? She didn't look back. I'll go wherever I please. It's none of your business. Oh, right. Didn't you tell me to find Xiao Jingchun? Then I'll just, Mo Ziyan, what are you doing? Wanxing screamed as he suddenly picked her up effortlessly, with his arms firmly around her. Mo Ziyan strode back toward the sports car. Wanxing glared at him in fury, but all she could see was the determined line of his jaw. He opened the passenger door and gently placed her inside. This time he didn't throw me in, but what does it matter? I want to be grateful. Wanxing pushed him away. Get away from me. Mo Ziyan leaned in, enclosing her within the passenger seat, retrieving a towel from the glove compartment to dry her hair. Don't touch me. I want to get out. You jerk. I swore I'd never be your vehicle again. His handsome face inched closer. Have you vented enough? So close. His striking features hovered near her. Wanxing was already seated in the car, sheltered from the rain, but he remained outside, the rain drenching his black shirt. Not enough. I want to get out. Do you wish to be drenched in the rain? The rain was of no concern to him. Yet, Wanxing stubbornly persisted, pushing against him with all her might. Why couldn't she budge him at all? Mo Ziyan seized her hand that was incessantly pushing against him and warned. I caution you, if you continue this ruckus, I shall kiss you. Wanxing, oblivious to the weight of his words, retorted, How amusing. Who is truly causing a commotion here? You give me. Ziyan leaned in, one hand bracing against the chair while the other seized the back of her head. He then lowered his lips, firmly sealing the mouth that had been so defiantly protesting. In that instant, silence enveloped the world. Wanxing's eyes were wide with astonishment. MMM. Her words were entirely consumed by his kiss. This was a kiss. Oh heavens, I am kissing Mo Ziyan. Wanxing struggled, attempting to push him away, but was met with an even more suffocating embrace. Chapter 88. Silence. It truly felt suffocating. After it ended, the girl collapsed into the chair, utterly spent. Had it finally quieted down? Wanxing felt devoid of the strength to even curse. Mo Ziyan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, asking, How does it feel this time? Are you satisfied? You rogue. Wanxing raised her arm, intending to slap him. However, her wrist was swiftly captured. The boy smirked, raising an eyebrow. I warned you earlier. This is of your own making. How could he speak with such audacity about everything? Mo Ziyan, I never wish to see you again in my life. Is that so? He shrugged nonchalantly, his smile becoming even more mischievous. Regrettably, according to our agreement, today, tomorrow, and every day for the next month, whenever I summon you, you must respond without fail. I agreed to your so-called probation period, but I did not consent to you having your way with me during this time. Wanxing vigorously wiped her mouth. Who knows how many women you've kissed with that mouth? It's utterly disgusting. Mo Ziyan returned to the car, drenched to the bone. Calmly, he turned on the air conditioning and started the engine, as if nothing had transpired. Ziyan. What? I solemnly warn you. I'm not like those women you toy with outside, she asserted, her face stern. He rested his chin casually on one hand while steering with the other. So, Wanxing bit her lip, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sensation of being unable to breathe. She leaned back heavily against the seat, angrily gazing out the window. At that moment, her phone rang. Hello, may I speak with Miss Ning? Speaking. I am a delivery person from Ann. You, mister. Shin just purchased a set of hanfu from our store and asked me to confirm your address for delivery. Please let me know a suitable time for me to bring it to you. Wanxing was uncertain when she would return. Initially, she contemplated asking Mo Ziyan, but the thought of speaking to him was unbearable. She finally replied, How about you just leave it at the community collection point? I'll pick it up tonight. Understood. After hanging up, Mo Ziyan glanced at her. What hanfu? Did Jingshin buy that for you? Wanxing continued to stare out the window, ignoring him. Mo Ziyan did not press further, and the car fell into silence. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of a store. Mo Ziyan unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the car. Wanxing pretended not to hear. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Mo Ziyan shot her a sidelong glance. Or do you wish for another kiss? Pouting, Wanxing turned and pushed open the car door, stepping out. Young Master Mo. The store manager hurried to greet him. The hanfu you arranged for customization is ready. We were just waiting for you to pick it up. Ziyan, hands in his pockets, looked at Wanxing go try it on. Chapter 89. Utterly awful. It truly felt suffocating. After it ended, the girl collapsed into the chair, gasping for air. Had it finally quieted down? Wanxing felt utterly drained of energy to even curse. Mo Ziyan tucked her hair behind her ear again. How does it feel this time? Are you satisfied? You rogue. Wanxing raised her arm, intending to slap him once more. But again, he captured her wrist, smirking. I warned you earlier. This is your doing. How was he able to speak so boldly about everything? Wanxing shouted, Mo Ziyan, I never want to see you again in my life. Is that so? He shrugged indifferently, his smile more devilish than before. Regrettably, according to our agreement, today, tomorrow, and every day for the next month whenever I summon you, you must respond without fail. I agreed to your so-called probation period, but I did not consent to you having your way with me during this time. Wanxing wiped her mouth vigorously. Who knows how many women you've kissed with that mouth? It's utterly disgusting. Mo Ziyan returned to the car, completely drenched. Calmly, he turned on the air conditioning and started the engine, as if nothing had transpired. Montak Niyan. What? I solemnly warn you. I'm not like those women you toy with outside. She maintained a stern expression. He rested his chin casually on one hand while steering with the other. So, Wanxing bit her lip, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sensation of being unable to breathe. She leaned back heavily against the seat, angrily gazing out the window. At that moment, her phone rang. Hello, may I speak with Miss Ning? Speaking. I am the delivery person from in. You, mister. Shin just purchased a set of hanfu from our store and asked me to confirm your address for delivery. Please let me know a suitable time for me to bring it to you. Wanxing was uncertain when she would return. Initially, she contemplated asking Mo Ziyan, but the thought of speaking to him was unbearable. She finally replied, How about you just leave it at the community collection point? I'll pick it up tonight. Understood. After hanging up, Mo Ziyan glanced at her. What hanfu? Did Jingshin buy that for you? Wanxing continued to stare out the window, ignoring him. Mo Ziyan did not press further, and the car fell into silence. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of a store. Mo Ziyan unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the car. Wanxing pretended not to hear. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Mo Ziyan shot her a sidelong glance. Or, do you wish for another kiss? Pouting, Wanxing turned and pushed open the car door, stepping out. Young Master Mo. The store manager hurried to greet him. The hanfu you arranged for customization is ready. We were just waiting for you to pick it up. Montak Yiyan, hands in his pockets, looked at Wanxing. Go try it on. I refuse. Wanxing's rebellious spirit surged within her. As she kicked the ground and silently hummed a tune, the store manager and other staff wiped their brows nervously. This young lady is quite stubborn, daring to ignore young Master Mo. Yet, Mo Ziyan remained patient, behave, and try on the clothes. And I'll shorten your probation period in the student council to half a month. All right? Upon hearing this, Wanxing's ears perked up. Half a month. Without a second thought, she dashed forward, asking the manager, Where do I go to try it on? Please follow me. Wanxing eagerly followed. Mo Ziyan watched her retreating figure, curling his lips into a smile. Foolish girl, soaked to the skin. He changed into a new outfit inside the store and sat on the couch, flipping through a magazine as he awaited Wanxing's return. Inside the fitting room, several staff members lined up, each holding various styles of hanfu as they approached. The Evening Star, in disbelief, exclaimed, What are all these? Miss Ning. These are all the unique hanfu outfits specially commissioned by Mr. Mo. Each piece is one of a kind, the manager explained, detailing the various styles from the high-waisted skirts to the crossover collars and the spectrum of colors, emerald, crimson, azure. As he recited them like treasured jewels, the Evening Star felt overwhelmed. Just how many had Mo Ziyan ordered? Was he attempting to gather 7 colors to summon a mythical beast? Reluctantly, she began trying them on one by one. With each outfit, Mo Ziyan lazily lifted his eyelids to offer his critique. Too garish, too enchanting, too commonplace. Frustrated, yet compelled to smile, she realized he wouldn't easily shorten her assessment period from 2 weeks. Was he deliberately using the guise of fitting sessions to vex her? This was the last piece, and if he dared to voice any more negative opinions, she would no longer entertain him. Once she donned the final hanfu, she stepped outside. Mo Ziyan raised his gaze once more, but didn't he immediately offer an opinion? His eyes, like the vast starry sea, fixed upon her without blinking. The outfit consisted of a white floral top and a gradient pink skirt. Crystal clear and delicate, petals danced around her, the hem of her skirt swaying lightly with her steps. The Evening Star possessed a naturally pristine beauty, and this hanfu accentuated her ethereal charm without veering into the realm of the overtly seductive. A staff member sincerely praised her beauty. Yet, Mo Ziyan remained silent. She shot him an annoyed glare. Are you done staring? Only then did he seem to snap back to reality, quickly diverting his gaze. It's hideous. Hurry and change out of it. Fine. I didn't want to wear it anyway, she retorted, turning to head back into the fitting room to change in her own clothes. Upon emerging, she heard Mo Ziyan imperiously instructing the staff. Wrap up the last hanfu she tried on. I'll take it now. Certainly. The Evening Star was taken aback. Wasn't it hideous? Why are you having it wrapped up? As the car pulled up to her doorstep, dusk had settled. Still miffed, she opened the door to exit. Hold on to the clothes, Mo Ziyan commanded. Didn't you say it was ugly? I don't want it. Mo Ziyan averted his gaze. After a moment, His thin lips parted. For the summer festival, wear this hanfu. Why should I listen to you? Just wear it, he insisted, his voice dropping a few tones. I'm quite eager to see you in it. Chapter 90. What is the meaning of disparity? The evening star had been simmering with frustration all afternoon. Why don't you start it? But Mo Ziyan suddenly grasped her arm and pulled her into an embrace. There are no other women, whether kissing or hugging. It has only ever been you. The evening star froze momentarily. So Mo Ziyan lowered his head to meet her gaze. Can we not be angry anymore? She bit her lip, feeling her heart soften slightly. Pushing him away, she puffed out her cheeks. Stop being so self-absorbed. I'm not angry because of other women. Fool, he said, handing her the clothes with a tone that brooked no argument. You're taking it because I'm telling you to. This isn't discussion. In an instant, he reverted to his domineering demeanor. The evening star sluggishly accepted the garments. Upon returning home, she found herself in a dilemma, staring at the two hanfu sets. One was a gift from Xiao Jingshun, and the other from Mo Ziyan. It felt as if wearing either would offend the other. In truth, she preferred the one from Mo Ziyan. Ethereal yet not overly alluring, it was her favorite. Yet, the outfit from Xiao Jingshun was also exquisite. What should she do? The day of the summer festival arrived swiftly. That evening, a gentle breeze wafted through. The seaside street was adorned with red lanterns, winding endlessly. Stalls lined either side, bustling with life. Every girl present wore hanfu, hair adorned with hairpins, laughter lighting up their expressions. The atmosphere was steeped in ancient charm, as if time had regressed a millennium. In Class A, many students surrounded Yi Qingqing. Qingqing, your hanfu is absolutely stunning. The upper garment fits perfectly. Isn't that from the Sanqian Du family? They only accept private commissions, and their orders are booked until the end of the year. Several classmates looked at Yi Qingqing with envy. Shen Luoxue chuckled, nudging her when Mr. Mo sees you. He'll surely be enchanted. Yi Qingqing smiled, yet her thoughts drifted to what Ning Wanxing would wear. She didn't have much money. I originally wanted to gift her a set, but she hasn't been in school these past few days. At this, her loyal male admirers immediately scoffed. Why bring up that repugnant woman? Exactly. Goddess, you're too kind-hearted, even thinking of gifting her clothes. Ning Wanxing stole your bracelet last time. Does she even deserve to compete with you? Even if she wore a hanfu worth hundreds of thousands, she couldn't shake off that air of poverty. With that, the boys erupted into derisive laughter. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but smirk, relishing their insults directed at Ning Wanxing. She was also curious about what hanfu Ning Wanxing would choose. That impoverished girl probably could only wear something from a street vendor, right? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, eagerly awaiting Ning Wanxing's arrival, ready to stand tall beside her and demonstrate the meaning of disparity. Just then, a stir arose not far away. The boys surrounding Yi Qingqing turned at the sound, only to freeze in shock the next second. Chapter 91. A stunning beauty, a girl was gracefully approaching, clad in a pink waist-length skirt. Her hair was styled into a bun secured with a simple hairpin, silver tassels swaying elegantly. A few strands framed her face, exuding a playful charm. Her skin was fair as frost, her eyes bright like stars, and her lips red and teeth white. Each smile was dazzling. Oh my, it's Ning Wanxing. The boys who had mocked her earlier found themselves breathless, their minds blank. The girl, usually barefaced, looked breathtakingly beautiful with just a hint of makeup. Upon her appearance, it seemed she captivated the attention of everyone around her. Which brand is her hanfu from? It's so lovely. As a hanfu enthusiast, I'm familiar with the most renowned brands, but I've never seen this design before. It's truly exquisite. Can I approach her for the link? Hearing the compliments from the surrounding girls, and witnessing her admirers captivated by Ning Wanxing, Yi Qingqing's expression darkened as she glared at the latter. That vixen, dressed so flamboyantly, does she intend to challenge me? By what right does she think she can overshadow me? Oh, by the way, Yi Qingqing interjected, smoothing her hair, there's a fireworks show at 9 tonight, specially prepared by my family to celebrate my 18th birthday. Please don't leave too early. With that, she redirected everyone's attention. Wow, fireworks show? That sounds amazing. Aren't you celebrating your birthday next week? Why the early arrangements? I'm so envious. Looks like we'll get to enjoy a beautiful spectacle tonight, thanks to Yi classmate. Ye think, fine simide. Meanwhile, Ning Wanxing was scanning the crowd like a radar and finally spotted her friend, Ji Xingxia, who was wearing a red crossover hanfu. bouncing towards her with 2 bowls of shaved ice. Wanxing, over here. She had finally been located, as the evening star hurriedly trotted over. The summer festival was a collaborative effort among several schools in Jiangxing, including that of Jixingxia. This occasion provided Wanxing with the perfect opportunity to reunite with her dear friends, an event she eagerly anticipated. She took the shaved ice, asking, "Did you not say Ji Youyang would accompany you? Where is he?" It had been 2 years since she last saw Ji Youyang. Ji Xingxia chuckled with a forced smile. "He stood me up. How could someone so busy possibly attend such an event with me? I was foolish to believe he would come." She decided to dismiss him from her thoughts and urged, "Let us go and have some fun." Not far away, a group of boys was gathered. Zwusher waved his hand, calling out, "Wanxing, Shengxiao, we're over here." Standing amid them were Mo Ziyan and Xiao Jingchen, who turned to look upon hearing their names. 2 young ladies approached. Zwusher inquired, "Where is Youyang?" Ji Xingxia stirred her shaved ice vigorously, responding, "He had something urgent and couldn't he make it." Zwusher chuckled mischievously. "Is this the umpteenth time you've been stood up? You asking for a beating, Zwa?" The two instantly erupted into playful banter. Wanxing found it amusing, but upon feeling a piercing gaze, she looked up to see Mo Ziyan clad in a black hanfu, exuding an air of regal elegance. His hair was meticulously styled, and his chiseled features were striking. The hanfu complemented his looks and presence, evoking the essence of an ancient monarch. Yet at that moment, this king was glaring at her disapprovingly. "Ning Wanxing, why are you wearing that?" Though it was also a pink hanfu, it was far from the one he had commissioned for her. Wanxing spread her arms, surveying her outfit. "What is wrong with this? I think it looks great." Xiao Jingchen closed his paper fan, smiling. "It truly does look lovely." Dressed in a blue and white hanfu, he radiated a scholarly charm. "Thank you," Wanxing beamed. "I bought it from a women's boutique on Xi'an Road for 300. Isn't that a steal? Regardless of who gifted it, nothing compares to what one purchases oneself." The group fell momentarily silent at her words. 300? She appeared to be wearing something worth 30,000. Mo Ziyan snatched her spoon and fed her a bite of shaved ice, scolding, "No one asked for your price, so kindly keep your mouth shut." 300. And she had the audacity to mention it. As Wanxing chewed on her ice, she glared at him, wondering if he disdained her attire. "Umph, then don't walk with me," she retorted, shifting closer to Xiao Jingchen. Mo Ziyan shot her a sidelong glance. "Why are you keeping your distance? Come here." His tone grew more authoritative as he commanded, "Come here, don't make me repeat myself." Reluctantly, Wanxing moved closer. The group ventured deeper into the bustling market. Ji Xingxia asked, "What do you want to do, Wanxing?" "Let us just wander around for a bit," she replied. Ji Xingxia quickly turned, blocking Zwusher and Xiao Jingchen, along with a few other followers, and said, "You and Mo Xiao can explore. We'll go grab something to eat and meet up later." Before the others could respond, Ji Xingxia dragged them away with surprising strength. "Huh?" Wanxing blinked, sensing something amiss. Mo Ziyan smirked, raising his chin arrogantly. "In that case, Ning Wanxing, I shall begrudgingly accompany you." His demeanor suggested she should feel honored. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd ahead. Wanxing's curiosity piqued. Mo Ziyan received a phone call, his expression shifting slightly. After hanging up, he turned to Wanxing, instructing, "Stay here and don't wander off. I'll be back shortly." "Understood?" "Understood," she replied distractedly, her attention entirely captured by the lively crowd. Mo Ziyan, displeased with her distraction, firmly adjusted her chin to face him, warning, "If I come back and cannot find you, you will regret it." Wanxing looked up into his deep, dark eyes, assuring him, "I won't stray. I'll just stand here." Mo Ziyan, as if offering a reward, gently pinched her earlobe before turning to leave. Watching him walk away, Wanxing took a few steps forward, parting the crowd to peek. She discovered it was a karaoke event. The person who had just sung and received thunderous applause looked familiar. Wasn't she the wealthy girl who had arrogantly defeated her in a KTV contest a few days ago? What was her name again? In the crowd, Yi Qingqing clapped, praising, "Imi, your singing is still wonderful." Shen Luoxue nodded in agreement. "You scored 95 on that difficult song. I heard you made Ning Wanxing look foolish the other day." Remembering the KTV incident, Imi scoffed. Naturally, she was no match for me. Turning around, she spotted Ning Wanxing among the onlookers. "Who are you calling weak?" Wanxing retorted, hands on her hips. Well, it seems I caught you gossiping behind my back." Imi, unfazed, sneered, "Did I say something incorrect? I scored 99. You know how poorly you performed." Yi Qingqing casually glanced at Wanxing, feigning innocence. Amy, how many points did she get? Amy beamed with arrogance. If I recall correctly, she didn't even break 90. Was in the 80s or 70s. TSK, that score cost Mo Xiao $1 million. Taking advantage of Mo Ziyan's absence, Amy boasted. You have no idea how unpleasant Mo Xiao's expression was. He regretted not betting on me. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing smirked. Ning Wanxing, you truly are a jinx. Anyone associated with you faces misfortune. I've heard you've been pestering Ziyan to join the student council. What a pity. He despises you, and Wu and Ti want to see your face for a second. Yi Qingqing stood with her hands gracefully positioned before her, exuding an air of disdain. Do you truly think you can join the student council and compete for Ziyan? Dream on. Are you still unconvinced? Amy challenged. Shall we have another contest? I'm ready whenever you are, Amy declared confidently. Yi Qingqing added, with a seemingly kind warning, you win against her. Why humiliate yourself in front of everyone? Ignoring them, Wanxing turned towards the karaoke machine as the first round commenced. Unbeknownst to her, Amy deliberately chose the same English song they had performed at KTV. Her final score, 99. The crowd gasped in awe. Such a score could rival that of the original artist. Amy looked down at Wanxing. Your turn. All eyes turned to Wanxing, anticipating her performance. Confidently, she selected the same song she had sung at KTV. Upon finishing her rendition of When You, the final score displayed. 89. Heavens, the scores mirrored those from KTV. Amy laughed uncontrollably. Oh, how delightful. The same score. Ning Wanxing, you've lost again. Wanxing clenched the microphone tightly. Remaining silent, Shen Luoxue remarked with a sardonic tone, as expected. She then turned to Yi Qingqing, saying, your dance performance is about to start. Let's not waste time here. If Ning Wanxing manages to defeat Amy, I shall devour this projector. Yi Qingqing, witnessing Ning Wanxing being mercilessly tormented by Amy, felt a sense of satisfaction. She nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. The summer festival was grand, with numerous television stations present for filming and interviews. On the night of the festival, a summer goddess would be selected. Contestants could freely solicit votes, and the one with the highest popularity would receive a brief interview, which essentially meant a chance to appear on television. Eager for this opportunity, Yi Qingqing had diligently prepared a classical dance to garner attention. With nothing more to see here, it was evident that Ning Wanxing was destined to lose. After exchanging a mocking smile, Yi Qingqing and Shen Luoxue left. Amy, observing Wanxing's pallid face, became increasingly smug. Ning Wanxing, is this your only skill? Do you dare to challenge me in front of so many people? If you lose this round, I shall slap you twice without you retaliating. Previously, Ning Wanxing had been audacious in KTV, thanks to Mo Xiao's presence. Today, in front of this vast audience, she intended to settle the score with this woman. A mere pauper, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Wanxing replied coolly, I can indulge you in another round, but let it be known that I shall score full marks in the next. Ha ha! Amy laughed as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Come on, anyone can boast. Ning Wanxing, I shall be waiting for you to slap yourself in the face. With that, she seized the microphone, ready to sing. Wanxing interjected, you haven't mentioned what will happen if I win. If you win, I shall return the 1 million you lost last time. But let me make it clear. You stand no chance of defeating me, understood? Wanxing smirked. Let's not forget your promise. Do not go back on your word. Amy pushed Wanxing aside. Let us wait until you win before you speak. Chapter 95. The sound of slapping faces 2. The performance commenced. Amy delivered a standard performance, ultimately scoring 97 points. Although this was 2 points lower than her previous score, victory was nearly certain. Given Wanxing's level, a score of 97 was unattainable for her. As Amy concluded her performance, a wave of applause erupted from the onlookers, especially her schoolmates from the 39th school, who chanted in unison, Amy, first. Amy first. Amy's vanity was greatly satisfied. She had also registered for the Summer Goddess title, competing against several girls from various schools for this coveted honor. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the crowd swelling around her, and a smug smile crept across her face. She had initially wondered how to distinguish herself, but it seemed Ning Wanxing had delivered herself right into her hands. Ning Wanxing, I scored 97 points. Amy crossed her arms, looking down at her. Do you still think you need to sing? Her words drew a chorus of jeers from the surrounding students of the 39th school. You cannot outsing anyone from our school. Spare us the embarrassment. I thought the renowned Xingye High was impressive. Yet here they are, openly challenging Amy from our school, only to be humiliated. It's truly laughable. Some students from Xingye High could no longer tolerate the arrogance of the 39th school. Ning Wanxing is Ning Wanxing. She does not represent our school. Exactly. This PK was trivial. Why are you so proud? We have every right to be proud. Your schoolmates have been utterly humiliated by ours. And you still dare to confront us? As the students began to divide into two factions, tensions rose, and it seemed a fight was imminent. Wanxing maintained a detached expression, seemingly oblivious to the commotion below. She stepped forward, attempting to seize the microphone from Amy, who recoiled. I await your kneeling submission, allowing me to slap you twice. Amy, grinning maliciously, finally offered the microphone. With so many witnesses, Ning Wanxing, do not even think of cheating. Wanxing scoffed, taking the microphone. As the opening notes of the song began to play, the student from the 39th school resumed their taunts. Don't struggle. You're only embarrassing yourself. Hey, I'm talking about you. Ning Wanxing, what a disgrace. She lacks the talent, yet insists on showing off. Does she not realize that her actions reflect on the entire school? The students from Xingye High felt their pride wounded as they were overshadowed by the 39th school. Let us leave. This area has practically become the territory of the 39th school. Why should we endure humiliation because of Ning Wanxing? Let us go see Yi Qingqing's dance performance. I hear it's packed. As the students from Xingye High prepared to depart, those from the 39th school, including Amy, wore expressions of anticipation, eagerly awaiting Wanxing's performance to belittle her. But just then, Chapter 96, a perfect score, do you accept? A transcendent voice, like the gentle flow of a stream, resonated through the microphone, soothing the chaotic atmosphere. The girl on stage, clad in a pink waist-length dress, had her hair gently tousled by the evening breeze, and her lips poured forth a melody that left everyone entranced. The contrast between this performance and the earlier one was staggering. What is happening? The projector displayed the score for each line of lyrics. Perfect 100. Perfect 100. Perfect 100. Final score 100. A flawless score. Amy stared in disbelief at the screen, her pupils dilating. Those 3 digits felt like a heavy stone, hastening her breath. A perfect score. Ning Wanxing actually achieved a perfect score. The area centered around the karaoke system fell silent, with everyone rendered speechless. Particularly the group from the 39th school, who had been eagerly awaiting Wanxing's embarrassment, were now left dumbfounded. Wanxing turned to the audience, her expression calm, and inquired, "What score did I receive?" No one responded. They were all frozen in shock. She repeated, "What score did I receive?" One student from Xingye High moved his lips and murmured, 100. 100 points. Another voice erupted in cheers, igniting a wave of excitement. Such an extraordinary score rendered Amy's 97 points, even her previous record of 99, trivial. Who has ever witnessed a perfect score? The students from Xingye High, initially intending to leave, were drawn back by the electrifying atmosphere, now cheering fervently. This is what it means to be vindicated. Wanxing approached Amy, declaring, "I already stated I would achieve a perfect score." Amy's face turned ashen. Wanxing glanced at the score frozen on the screen before fixing her gaze back on Amy. 100 points, do you accept it? Her tone was casual, yet it struck like a slap across the faces of Amy and the previously arrogant students from the 39th school. Amy's voice had changed, which was inconceivable. How did you manage this when you always lost to me? That time at KTV was due to my sore throat. As for just now, I intentionally let you win. What did you say? How else could I catch you off guard and win back the million? Amy was left speechless. The audience from No. 39 High School had also muted themselves. The situation had completely reversed. Ning Wanxing, Xingye High School. The chants grew louder, and the crowd around them swelled. On the other side of the bustling market, Yi Qingqing was performing her classical dance, only to find the audience dwindling. She frowned, perplexed. What was happening? Why were people moving in the opposite direction? As she noticed her audience nearly vanished, Yi Qingqing finally ceased her performance. Shen Luoxue had been watching over her. Why had she stopped dancing? With the crowd gone, how could she continue? Hearing this, Shen Luoxue turned to observe the throng moving away. As the dance paused, the shouts grew louder nearby. Distinctly, she could hear the crowd cheering for Ning Wanxing, which changed Yi Qingqing's expression in an instant. Just then, Amy pushed through the crowd, looking flustered. Yet the crowd remained, all clamoring for another song. Another song. Damn it. Amy glared at Wanxing, who was surrounded by admirers, before angrily averting her gaze. She had barely taken 2 steps when she collided with Shun Luoxue and Yi Qingqing. Shun Luoxue asked, "Amy, what is going on? What do you think? Can't you see for yourselves?" Amy snapped, her limelight stolen by Ning Wanxing. She was done with this summer festival. Yi Qingqing quickly inquired, "Weren't you just dominating Ning Wanxing?" Amy, suppressing her fury, recounted the events, concluding with gritted teeth, "That woman is ruthless. I can't compete with her. I can at least avoid her, right? She looks so innocent and harmless, yet she keeps making me stumble. Fine, I'm done. From now on, I'll steer clear of Ning Wanxing. Hey, why are you so useless? She's just a poor girl. Why fear her?" Shun Luoxue called after Amy's retreating figure, but Amy did not turn back. In the crowd, Ye Ving Koldi Yachit Waning. Shun Luoxue rolled up her sleeves. "I'll go find Ning Wanxing to settle this." Yet, Yi Qingqing clung to Shun Luoxue's arm. "Luoxue, let it go. Why should I let it go? She stole your admirer, and you're not even bothered? And Haven T, you heard? She has been pestering Mo Xiao lately. You and Mo Xiao are meant to be together, but Ning Wanxing, that shameless mistress, is getting on my nerves. Yes, Mo Ji and I are the rightful pair. With Ning Wanxing around, it's a constant worry. Ye vink konenchit hasidivis. I have a plan. What is it? Speak quickly. This is something I had someone acquire for me." Yi Qingqing pulled out a white packet from her pocket. "Find an opportunity to slip this into Ning Wanxing's drink. Once the drug takes effect, drag her somewhere secluded and have a few thugs teach her a lesson. Is this an aphrodisiac?" Yi Qingqing smiled sweetly, yet with a sinister edge. "Aren't there's several reporters at today's summer festival? If they happen to capture Ning Wanxing in a disheveled state, how do you think everyone will perceive her? And how will Mo Ji react?" Shun Luoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she took the packet from Yi Qingqing. "Just hand it over to me. Luoxue, ye vink hisitatit. Isn't this a bit too much? This is all Ning Wanxing's doing. Ye vink risusuriter. Tonight, I'll make sure Ning Wanxing can no longer perform her act. Once she becomes a pariah, let us see how she competes with you." With that, Shun Luoxue turned and left. Ye vink yachit hadretretink figure. A triumphant smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Wanxing stood at the entrance of a beverage shop. "Miss, your fruit drink is ready." Wanxing took the drink, thanking the attendant. With the beverage in hand, she turned to return to the agreed meeting spot with Mo Ji. "Wait, why am I so obedient to him?" Wanxing muttered to herself, inserting the straw into her drink. Not far away, Shun Luoxue hid in the shadows, exchanging a knowing glance with the shop attendant who had just handed the drink to Wanxing. Leaning against the wall, Shun Luoxue watched intently as the girl lifted the straw to her lips. Hooked, Qingqing mentioned that the drug was potent. Even a single sip would render her submissive to any man. Shun Luoxue observed Wanxing's every expression, watching as she grew increasingly flushed. Finally, she approached. "Are you feeling hot? Is it because of the clothes you're wearing?" The icy demeanor of Shun Luoxue masked her intentions. "This icy drink doesn't seem to be alleviating your discomfort. It appears to be intensifying it." Wanxing's breaths quickened as she tugged at her collar. Ning Wanxing. Turning, she saw Shun Luoxue feigning concern as she approached. "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell? It's none of your business." The words that nearly escaped her lips sounded uncharacteristically soft and alluring, as if her body had lost its strength. Shun Luoxue supported her, chuckling coldly. "We're classmates. If you're unwell, I must take care of you. Let us find a quieter place for you to rest." With no room for argument, she assisted the barely able to stand Wanxing away. Just as they departed, a tall figure strode towards them with purpose. Mo Ji glanced at his watch, cursing under his breath. He had been gone for nearly 20 minutes. His lips pressed into a thin line as he quickened his pace, pushing through the crowd, his gaze searching the spot where he had last seen Wanxing. It was empty. Where had she gone? Wasn't she supposed to stay put? Mo Ji immediately dialed her number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off." This infuriating woman. How dare she turn off her phone? Mo Ji quickly called Ji Xingxia, his tone irritable. "Is Ning Wanxing with you? Give her back to me." Ji Xingxia, munching on takoyaki, replied indistinctly. "No. Isn't Wanxing with you? She wasn't there. She wasn't with Ji Xingxiao either." Montag is toa tightened. "Ji." A gentle voice suddenly called out to him. "Are you looking for Wanxing?" Mo Ji turned to see Yi Qingqing standing nearby. "She just left with a few boys." "Left?" Mo Ji clenched his fists, a menacing aura radiating from him. Which direction did she go? Yi Qingqing stepped closer, her tone soothing. I was performing my classical dance up front, waiting for you all night. I asked which direction she went. His voice thundered like an infernal roar. Yi Qingqing flinched, pointing in the opposite direction from where Wanxing had departed. Over there, she was laughing and chatting with those boys, looking quite happy. She left, just like before, without a word, disappearing into silence. When she left, it was for 2 whole years. S eyes were ablaze with crimson rage. His entire being trembling, whether from suppressed fury or fear, it was unclear. The atmosphere around him radiated an intensity that seemed capable of freezing the surrounding lively scene in an instant. Ziyan, leave her be, or... He regarded her as if she were mere air, turning to dial a number, seeking someone. Ning Wanxing. I grant you 10 minutes. If it requires demolishing the entire bustling city, bring her to me. I vow to break that woman's legs with my own hands today. Having delivered his ruthless command, he violently smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yi Qingqing stood silently at a distance, her gaze following. Though her appearance was feeble, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes. Ning Wanxing would soon find her reputation tarnished. The entire city would be privy to her disgrace. Hate her. Hate Ning Wanxing a little more. Once you despise her enough, then I can be with you. Within a storage room, the door was kicked open. Shun Luoxue entered, supporting the weak and fragile Wanxing, and unceremoniously tossed her onto a pile of straw. Wanxing struggled to rise, but was swiftly seized by her hair. Shun Luoxue looked down at her, a mocking smile on her lips. It's hard, isn't it? Don't worry, someone will soon come to cater to your needs. Wanxing gazed vacantly at her. Did you draw my drink? So what if I did? Shun Luoxue's smile was cruel, pulling Wanxing's hair tighter. Once this is over, reporters will flood in to capture every angle of your disgrace. Ning Wanxing, weren't you quite the show-off just now? I will make you famous. Infamous throughout Jiang City. Become the object of public scorn. Wanxing clenched the straw beneath her. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Exposed? Shun Luoxue scoffed, her tone dripping with derision. You are nothing but a wretched insect. If I choose, you could vanish from this world right now. What else with that look? Unconvinced? Fine. I'll stand right here. If you dare, strike back. She laughed mockingly. Can you even manage that? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The door swung open, admitting several yellow-haired ruffians. The storage room, already cramped, felt even more stifling with their presence. Is this the woman we're supposed to handle? Shun Luoxue stood, declaring yes. Give me a hand. Finish her off. Such cruelty. Wanxing could sense the drug coursing through her system. If this continued, she would be finished. Shun Luoxue had snatched away her phone. What could she do? How could she escape? Her eyes scanned the room rapidly, and suddenly, they fixed on a spot beside her. Trying to run? One ruffian grinned, blocking her path with his foot. This place is too small. Let us see where you think you can go. Shun Luoxue crossed her arms, gleefully observing from the doorway. It was sweltering. Wanxing pinched her thigh, forcing herself to remain calm, but her breaths grew heavier. How much did you pay them? I'll give you double. Just let me go. Shun Luoxue found this amusing, sneering, you're merely a penniless girl. A jinx expelled from the Yi family 2 years ago. What are you pretending for? And you lot. What are you waiting for? Get her. The ruffians lunged at her without hesitation. Just as their hands grazed her collarbone, Wanxing raised her arm, using a stone she had picked up as a projectile. With a swift flick of her fingers, the stone shot forth, striking the ruffians' eyes with precision. Before they could comprehend what had happened, they were howling in pain, clutching their faces and collapsing to the ground. What has happened? Shun Luoxue staggered back, witnessing the ruffians fall. What did Ning Wanxing do? As the ruffians fell, Wanxing struggled to her feet, pushing against the wall as she made her escape. You think you can run? Shun Luoxue pursued, but was met with a powerful kick from Wanxing that sent her sprawling to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Run, just run. Wanxing urged herself, her nearly exhausted body propelling her forward. In the storage room, Shun Luoxue managed to rise, shouting, what are you waiting for? Go after her. I want to see her suffer. A few ruffians complied and dashed after her, but 2 remained, leering at Shun Luoxue. Miss Shun, didn't you say we could enjoy ourselves? Now that she has gone, how can we? One of the ruffians grinned, to do our job better. We took that same drug before coming here. Now that she has escaped, we still haven tea, had our fun. Do you have a death wish? Do you even know who I am? Shun Luoxue backed away frantically. Don't come any closer, or I'll ruin you all. However, the two ruffians paid her no heed. Before we finish with her, let us have some fun with you first. They cackled, advancing on her. Shun Luoxua struggled, shrieking, no. Get away, don't touch me. Their laughter was wild and unrestrained. No, huh, you'll soon be begging for it. A scream erupted from Shun Luoxua as her clothes were violently torn away, leaving the storage room filled with discordant sounds resonating for what felt like an eternity. Wanxing ran until she reached a faucet, where she leaned over the nearby trash can and forced herself to vomit the fruit drink she had consumed earlier. Gasping for breath, she splashed water on her face and rinsed her mouth. The drug expelled from her system, her consciousness began to return. Leaning against a tree, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, she saw those burly men had caught up to her. No, no, she cried, turning to flee once more. Stop! Why would I be foolish enough to stop? Wanxing sprinted faster, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her vision blurred from the summer heat. In a daze, a tall figure entered her line of sight, noble, arrogant, and imperious. It was him. She called out but stumbled, falling forward. Ouch, my knee! Wanxing collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly drained. Yet, a weight lifted from her heart. The men pursuing her halted, exchanging glances. This woman was connected to? They quickly abandoned their chase, fleeing in the opposite direction. Amidst the dim light, turned his handsome face, his gaze locking onto her from the crowd. Upon seeing Wanxing, he momentarily stiffened, then rushed toward her. However, as he drew closer, his pace slowed. The young man paused before Wanxing, as if restraining himself, not immediately offering her assistance. He loomed over her like a monarch, his voice chilling. So, are you lying here like a frog, or waiting for me to break your legs? Wanxing rubbed her knee, her expression filled with grievance as she looked up at him. Why would you want to break my legs? You are in need of correction. In an unexpectedly calm tone. It felt more like the tranquility before a storm. Wanxing appeared increasingly aggrieved. She was utterly oblivious to what had transpired, yet he approached her with intimidation. Seeing her sitting motionless on the ground, Mo Ziyan ultimately pulled her up with a stern expression. Wanxing complained, You hurt me. Could you not lift me up so roughly? At that moment, the tension that had gripped Mo Ziyan for an entire night erupted. You even know pain? You wretched woman. You better explain yourself. Where on earth did you run off to all night? Do you know I was nearly driven mad, searching for you? Are you attempting to play the disappearing act again? How long did you intend to vanish this time? How could you return so soon? His gaze was so intense, it seemed as if he wished to suffocate her. Wanxing instinctively recoiled. Yet in the next second, he reached out and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Ning Wanxing, do you find satisfaction in watching me lose my mind over you? Her mind went blank. Thud, thud. Her heart raced fiercely, stirred by his words. He had searched for her all night. Was that truly the case? You insufferable girl, fool. Mo Ziyan's fingers tangled in her hair as he pressed her firmly against his chest, his voice low and hoarse. You have no idea how worried I was about you. The words were almost a whisper, spoken in a breathless tone. The bustling crowd around them, filled with laughter and music, faded into the background. Wanxing, still dazed from her earlier exertion, asked, What did you just say? Mo Ziyan did not repeat himself. He merely held her tighter. Wanxing struggled slightly, feeling as though she could scarcely breathe, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. Mo Ziyan, she noticed something was amiss. Why are you trembling? Am I trembling? Mo Ziyan glanced at his own hand, his tone returning to its usual arrogance. Of course, it's because of you, Ning Wanxing. You should be grateful you returned on your own. If I had caught you, I would have tossed you in the sea to feed the sharks. Wanxing felt a chill, looking at him with a sense of grievance. Why are you so violent? I didn't leave on purpose. I was deceived, and I was waiting for you. Shun Luoxua drugged me. Do you know how close I was to? Just a hair's breadth away. Drugged? Mo Ziyan's expression darkened as he quickly examined her. No wonder she seemed off. Her hair was disheveled. He grasped her shoulders tightly, his voice icy cold. Who drugged you? Shun Luoxua, that friend of Yi Qingqing. A flicker of rage crossed Mo Ziyan's eyes, enveloping him in a terrifying aura. Very well, Shun Luoxua, just wait. But Wanxing grew increasingly irritated, shoving him. I'm in this miserable state, and you still want to scold me. Can't you speak civilly? After saying this, she sulkily turned to leave. Mo Ziyan swiftly grabbed her arm, scanning her for injuries. Are you hurt? Where? My head hurts, my knee hurts, my whole body hurts. Wanxing turned her face away, Just let me die from the pain. Then the sharks will have their dinner, just as you wish." Before she could finish, Mo Ziyan suddenly scooped her up in a princess carry. "Ah, what are you doing?" Wanxing exclaimed, glancing around in panic. "Put me down." Mo Ziyan held her firmly as he strode towards the infirmary. "Don't move. I'm taking you to see a doctor. I can walk on my own. Let me go. Don't move." Mo Ziyan's tone grew more authoritative. "Isn't your knee hurting? That doesn't require your assistance." "Fine." Mo Ziyan leaned closer, almost tenderly brushing his cheek against hers, coaxing softly. "I'm not trying to scold you. Just let me hold you while we see the doctor, all right?" Wanxing froze for a moment. Why was he suddenly so close? Did he not realize that getting so near could easily lead one astray? Seeing his softened demeanor, she relaxed a bit. It wasn't as serious as she initially thought, just a scrape on her knee. "What do you mean, just a scrape? What qualifies as serious then?" Mo Ziyan held her tightly. "Do you not know that a wound could get infected? What if it leads to a fever? You foolish girl, why are you so reckless?" Wanxing replied, "Normal people don't overthink a scrape as you do." "Thank you. Honestly, I didn't want to walk anyway." She comfortably leaned against him, gazing up at his jawline. "Ning Wanxing. What? I know I'm handsome, but you're not allowed to look at me with that expression." Imogen's grip on her tightened, his voice dropping. "I might lose control." Wanxing was puzzled. Lose control over what? Mo Ziyan swallowed hard. "Lose control and drop you. You are quite heavy." "Wanxing, where's my dragon-slaying sword when I need it?" In the infirmary, the doctor examined Wanxing and, after applying some spray to her knee, stood up, trembling slightly. "Mo Xiao, Miss Ning is fine." Throughout the examination, Mo Ziyan had remained seated on the opposite couch, his gaze fixed intently on them. Do you know how torturous that was? How could someone so young possess such a commanding presence? After the doctor left, Wanxing couldn't help but speak up. "Look what you've done. You've frightened the doctor. Can't you be a bit friendlier and smile?" "Cannot." He was unyielding. "Smile? Why would I smile? I'm not a clown. What will you do about Shun Luoxue?" Wanxing recalled Mo Ziyan's earlier threats. Perhaps throw her into the sea to feed the sharks. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. "All right, I'll toss her in tomorrow." "You can't be serious." Mo Ziyan regarded her oddly. "Didn't you suggest tossing her to the sharks? So are we doing it or not?" Upon seeing his earnest demeanor, Wanxing choked back her words. "I was just joking, but your tone doesn't sound like you're joking at all. Were your people able to find her? She has left the summer festival site, but as long as I want, she shouldn't expect to escape." Such arrogance. If anyone else had said this, it would have sounded somewhat conceited. Yet, coming from Mo Ziyan, it carried an undeniable weight, for he indeed possessed that capability. What a terrifying man. Just then, a whoosh echoed from outside. Boom! A burst of light flooded in. Wanxing turned her head, her bright eyes reflecting the splendid colors. Mo Ziyan, look! It's fireworks. Mo Ziyan glanced dispassionately, then returned his gaze. "Isn't it beautiful, right?" Wanxing beamed, but when she turned back, she realized his attention was not on the fireworks at all. "I asked you to look at the fireworks. What are you actually looking at?" "I'm looking at." Montag Jian hesitated. He sat casually on the opposite sofa, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, something more beautiful than fireworks. Wanxing met his fervent gaze. Merely being gazed upon in such a manner made me feel akin to ice cream, gradually succumbing to the warmth of the sun. Something more beautiful than fireworks. Wanxing licked her dry lower lip. "You can't possibly be referring to me, can you?" Mo Ziyan rose and approached her, lifting her chin. "Do you not understand that licking your lips in front of man is a form of seduction?" Wanxing hastily swatted his hand away. "You must be out of your mind. I'm merely thirsty, not trying to seduce anyone." Mo Ziyan smirked rebelliously, plucking the hairpin from her hair. "This is quite exquisite." "Ah." Wanxing glanced up, suddenly enlightened. "So, when you said something more beautiful than fireworks, you were speaking of the hairpin? What else did you think it was?" Mo Ziyan removed her slightly loose hairpin, measured it against her hair, and reinserted it. "You, my dear, make this hairpin look exceptionally beautiful." Wanxing was speechless. What did he mean by making the hairpin look beautiful? Did that imply she was merely an accessory? Mo Ziyan poured her a glass of water. "This is personally served by me. You must drink it all." How domineering. He insists on controlling even the act of drinking water. Wanxing muttered under her breath, but still extended her hand to accept it. She truly drank it all in one go. The fireworks outside had yet to cease. From the hospital room, there was a slight visual obstruction, Wanxing's gaze lingered outside. Shall we go out to watch? Mo Ziyan scoffed. What is so fascinating about colorful fireballs? Then I shall go alone. Wanxing struggled to rise from the bed. Stop. Wanxing tilted her small face, silently questioning. What a troublesome woman. Mo Ziyan cursed under his breath, then bent down to scoop Wanxing into his arms. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to see the fireworks? Mo Ziyan gazed down at her. Are you going to watch or not? But you said you weren't interested in fireworks. Wanxing blinked in confusion. Could it be that he intended to carry her to watch the fireworks? I can watch, but I'm really not that fragile. The doctor has already administered the medication. I can walk on my own. Walk on your own? You'll look ridiculous limping around. Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Who told you to accompany me? We can go our separate ways. Not a chance. Understand your position. You are my subordinate. Wherever I go, you must follow. Are you accompanying me to watch the fireworks, or am I accompanying you? Mo Ziyan momentarily lost his words, glaring at her furiously. Do you dare question me? Fine, this conversation is going nowhere. Wanxing wisely shifted the topic. Then please find a less crowded place with a good view and some quiet. Thank you. Mo Ziyan pouted. You have quite a few demands. The fireworks display was magnificent. Upon exiting the infirmary, they found many people gazing upwards at the spectacle. Isn't it beautiful? I heard the Yi family funded this to celebrate Yi Qingqing's birthday in advance. I believe this fireworks show cost over $1 million, right? Wow. Yi Qingqing is simply a little princess. I heard tonight as summer goddess is also her, so enviable. Wealthy, beautiful, and adored by all. Recently, rumors have been circulating in school that she and Mo Xiao are engaged. She is truly the center of attention. Chapter 105. A fireworks display exclusively for her. Mo Ziyan seemed unaffected by the chatter around him, his expression devoid of emotion. However, Wanxing caught a few key phrases. Yi family. This was the fireworks display prepared by the Yi family for Yi Qingqing, worth over $1 million. Recalling how she was expelled from the Yi family 2 years ago and how Yi Qingqing used to bully her, especially tonight's incident involving the drugging, she felt an undeniable connection to her. Wanxing pressed her lips together, suddenly losing interest in the fireworks. Mo Ziyan, let's go back. I no longer wish to watch. Are you toying with me? I simply don't want to watch anymore. She didn't want to be perceived as someone who could only witness such beauty by virtue of Yi Qingqing's influence. She would rather not see it at all. Mo Ziyan glared at her, his thin lips moving as if to speak, whether you want to or not, you will watch. With that, he continued to carry her outside. Wanxing pouted, struggling slightly, put me down. Mo Ziyan ignored her pleas, firmly carrying her to the rooftop of a building. This appeared to be a viewing platform, complete with a large double swing, yet it was entirely empty, enveloped in tranquility. The dazzling fireworks display had concluded before they reached the rooftop. Over $1 million had bought a mere few minutes, all for Yi Qingqing's delight. Extravagant, yet it left one envious. Wanxing seemed to hear the lingering voices of those downstairs. Her small face bore no expression of regret. It's over, let us return. Mo Ziyan set her on the swing, grasping the sides of the seat. Now I will count from 1 to 100. Wanxing found herself enveloped in his space. Looking at him quizzically, what? His tone brooked no argument. Count from 1 to 100, quickly. Very well. Wanxing reluctantly began to count 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 100, a sudden whoosh echoed from the night sky. Wanxing looked up, her moment frozen in time like a movie scene. Flames surged into the air, exploding into vibrant blossoms in the night sky, eventually dissolving into countless twinkling stars. Whoosh, whoosh. In her astonished eyes, the brilliant colors danced. Wanxing glanced at Mo Ziyan. Was the fireworks display already finished? Indeed, Yi Qingqing's fireworks had concluded. However, Mo Ziyan's gaze was fixed on the distance. This is a fireworks show exclusively for Ning Wanxing. No, you didn't arrange this, did you? I've already said I don't want to watch. Your desire to watch is written all over your face. Do you take me for a fool? Don't think I'm unaware that your reluctance stems from Yi Qingqing. The fireworks surged in the night sky, and this was undeniably the best vantage point for viewing them. Mo Ziyan leaned against the iron swing with crossed arms. Though I see little merit in this display, since you enjoy it, watch to your heart's content until you grow weary of it. Wanxing's mouth fell open in sheer disbelief. Fool, are you not afraid of dislocating your jaw? Mo Ziyan raised his hand to close her mouth. If you feel moved, I permit you to cry for a moment. Wanxing remained silent, merely gazing at him, emotions brewing within her. Mo Ziyan straightened up. Hey, don't actually start crying. Chapter 106. Give me, give me, give me. I wasn't even thinking of crying. Mo Ziyan looked at her with disdain. Ning Wanxing, are you even a woman? A normal woman would collapse into my arms, move to tears in moments like these. Wanxing sighed. Then what exactly do you want from me? Crying isn't allowed. And not crying isn't allowed either. Mo Ziyan sat beside her, his toes tapping the ground, the double swing swaying gently. Remember all the kindness I've shown you. Why are you suddenly treating me so well? Consider it a reward for your service. What kind of reward? For being your subordinate? Wanxing's thoughts leaped back to their earlier conversation. By the way, you promised me last time to shorten my probation by half a month. No reneging on that. Okay, when did I ever promise you that? During the Hanfu fitting. What's wrong? Do you want to backtrack? Wanxing puffed out her cheeks. Mo Ziyan chuckled at her. Fine, fine. That leaves you with 5 days. Don't let your guard down, little subordinate. And, can you provide me with a list of the student council members? Killer Key resides within the student council. What do you need that for? Well, Wanxing pondered for a moment and casually fabricated a reason, wondering if there might be any handsome guys around. Montag Jian, ex-Uding Arroganz, retorted. You might as well just look at me. The most handsome person in the entire student council stands right before you. Regardless, I want it. So just give me a copy. I won't. If you refuse, I'll seek help from Jingchen. Suddenly, Mo Ziyan halted the swing, glaring fiercely at Wanxing. You dare? Who told you to be so stingy? Ning Wanxing, refusing to acknowledge him, turned her face away. Don't forget who truly governs your fate. His tone was utterly domineering. Just as Mo Ziyan claimed, he was indeed the supreme ruler. Wanxing swallowed hard, then turned her head, flashing a bright smile. Brother Mo, please just give me one. Mo Ziyan's back stiffened momentarily. She was acting coy, and he inexplicably found himself enjoying it. Wanxing elongated her plea. Give me, give me, give me. Shut up. Damn. Did she realize how enticing those words were? Mo Ziyan diverted his gaze from her. I'll have someone print it out for you tomorrow. With her goal achieved, Wanxing immediately dropped her professional facade. Thank you. Mo Ziyan, woman. On the other side, as fireworks reignited the night sky, fellow students erupted into collective cheers. Ching, your parents aren't planning to put on another round of fireworks, are they? One round costs over $1 million. That's extravagant. Yi Ching gazed at the fireworks in confusion. I have no idea why this is happening. Normally, the fireworks display lasts only 15 minutes. Could it be a surprise birthday celebration from someone pursuing you? Suddenly, someone rushed over from a distance. Hey, I heard that this fireworks show was prepared by young Master Mo. The crowd exploded with envy and jealousy. Ching, young Master Mo dotes on you too much. Although he has many women, I've never seen him care for anyone like this. Next time it's your birthday, should we start calling you Mrs. Mo? Chapter 107. Worthless upon hearing this, Yi Ching froze, looking up at the fireworks in the night sky, a gleam of surprise in her eyes. In Starry Night High School, nearly everyone knew that tonight's fireworks display was organized by the Yi family to celebrate Yi Ching's birthday. Yet, young Master Mo had arranged another round. No, not just one round. As another 15 minutes passed, the fireworks continued to dazzle without a hint of stopping. Ziyan had prepared such a grand surprise for her. Listening to her classmates' flattery, Yi Ching felt as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Graciously accepting their well wishes, she said, "Thank you all, I'm surprised too." Surrounded by her peers, she was one of the few female members of the student council, and everyone was eager to curry favor. Whereas young Master Mo, why isn't he with you? Another classmate teased. Oh, you don't understand. Young Master Mo's absence means there's an even greater surprise waiting. He just doesn't want us mundane people to witness it. Yi Ching nodded confidently. I do have an appointment with Ziyan. Please continue enjoying the fireworks. I'll take my leave. Amidst envious gazes, she looked up at the fireworks prepared by Mo Ziyan and departed in glorious fashion. The Yi family's private car was parked by the roadside. After Yi Ching hopped in, she immediately rummaged for Mo Ziyan's phone and dialed. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Why is it switched off? Yi Ching thought little of it and sent a text. Ziyan, thank you for tonight. This birthday will be unforgettable. After sending the message, her mood brightened. Luo Shui should have succeeded by now, right? The reporters must have captured photos of Ning Wanxing after being drugged, right? I assume those photos will circulate throughout Starry Night High School by tomorrow. Today truly was a splendid day. Yi Ching beamed at Yi Tianhua. Dad, shall we head back? Yet, Yi Tianhua's expression was complex. The Shun family is in trouble. The Shun and Yi families were business partners, closely intertwined due to a significant contract. Luo Shui, what happened to her? Yi Qingqing asked, surprised. Yi Tianhua's Sikit, Miss Shen, was bullied by a few delinquents. What? Yi Qingqing's eyes widened. Luo Shui was bullied by delinquents? Why not Ning Wanxing? Yi Tianhua replied. Aren't you good friends with her? You should care for her. Care? Nonsense. Ye Vink, retorted angrily. How could Luo Shui mess this up? We had it all planned. Such a great opportunity wasted by that useless girl. Wanxing was carried back to the car by Mo Ziyan. After she scraped her knee, he refused to let her walk another step. Wanxing felt as though she had broken her leg. Jian, she called out. A clear voice came from behind, and she saw Xiao Jingchun standing a short distance away, seemingly waiting for them. Mo Ziyan turned to him. What are you doing here? Both of your phones have been unreachable all night, Xiao Jingchun said, glancing at Wanxing. I was worried about you. Chapter 108. May I get closer to her again? Oh, my phone. Wanxing suddenly remembered that her phone had been taken by Shun Luoxue. Yet, how could Mo Ziyan's phone be unreachable? She had just seen him make a call. Mo Ziyan arrogantly lifted his chin. I smashed my phone just now, frustrated at not being able to find this fool. He had taken his anger out on his phone. Wanxing, do you think it's impressive to smash your own phone? What a brute. Is it? Xiao Jingchun chuckled warmly. As long as you're all right. Wanxing surveyed her surroundings. Jingchun, where are the others? Shengxia and Zuosher are still looking for you at the summer festival site. Excited? Who could possibly excite Shengxia besides Ji Yaoyang? Wanxing raised an eyebrow. As for Zuosher and the others, they're still there searching for you. Then call them and tell them I've left. Mo Ziyan said, opening the car door to get in. Jian, Xiao Jingchun called out. The fireworks were specially prepared for Wanxing, right? Mo Ziyan slammed the car door shut, crossing his arms coolly against the sports car. Remove the word specially. It was just an act of mercy on my part. The car's excellent soundproofing almost isolated them from the outside world, while the girl inside was busy tidying her clothes. Xiao Jingchun smiled. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Half seriously, half teasingly, Xiao Jingchun continued. You once said you despised her. So now, may I get closer to her again? Mo Ziyan did not directly answer with a yes or no. Instead, with a nonchalant smirk, he replied, what would it matter if you got closer to her? He opened the car door and left. The sports car's engine roared to life as Wanxing waved goodbye from inside. Xiao Jingchun returned the gesture with a warm smile. As the evening star reclined against the seat behind her, she stretched languidly, finally ready to return home. The in-car television was broadcasting a report on tonight's summer festival, featuring Yi Qingqing, who had successfully been selected as the summer goddess and was currently being interviewed. The evening star clicked her tongue in disapproval. She seems rather glamorous. Doesn't she? Mo Ziyan cast her a sidelong glance. Would you like to? I can arrange a special interview for you right now. ISNT the interview only for the summer goddess tonight? How could they possibly arrange another? Why not? If I say it can be done, it can be done. Mo Ziyan's arrogance was palpable as he halted the car to gaze at her. As long as you express your desire. Surely, he can't be serious. The evening star hastily declined. No, I absolutely do not wish to appear on television. This was precisely why she hadn't signed up. Her return to the country was to track down the assassin Qi, and she intended to remain as discreet as possible. There was no way she would go on television for an interview. Mo Ziyan scoffed lightly. Not wanting to be on television is for the best. I would want more people to see just how beautiful this fool is. With a glance at the interview featuring Yi Qingqing, Mo Ziyan raised his hand and turned off the screen. The evening star, surprised by the abrupt silence, asked, why did you turn it off? His expression remained impassive. She is too ugly. It distracts me while driving. Chapter 109, I want you. The evening star burst into laughter. Seeing her amusement, Mo Ziyan's lips curled up slightly. So, does my disparagement of other women bring you joy? Because I don't like Yi Qingqing, she replied. Yi Qingqing had always been haughty. If she were to hear Mo Ziyan's assessment, she would surely be infuriated. Just the thought brought her delight, and she purred like a contented cat, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. In no time, the vehicle arrived at the base of her apartment building. Yet, instead of merely dropping her off, Mo Ziyan scooped her up and carried her directly to the sofa in her home. Something feels off about Mo Ziyan tonight. She mused, though she couldn't quite articulate what it was. It seemed as if he was cherishing her. Wait a minute, what on earth am I thinking? The evening star shook her head. Mo Ziyan, you treat other girls the same way, right? Your friends? You always take them home one by one, don't you? Do you think I have that much free time? Taking them home one by one would take a lifetime. I'm not a chauffeur. Then why do you take me home? Mo Ziyan chuckled softly, tilting her chin to meet his gaze, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Are you my girlfriend? Of course not. Then that has settled. His smirk deepened. You're different from them. The evening star was left with a myriad of questions. What kind of reasoning is this? She lowered her gaze to the pattern on the cushion. Regardless, thank you for today. Mo Ziyan propped himself on the couch, one hand cradling the back of her head, leaning in closer. I don't appreciate verbal thanks. It felt too close. The evening star instinctively leaned back, but his grip on her head held her firmly in place. Then what do you want? He tilted his handsome face, his lips brushing against her ear. I want you. The evening star's mind exploded at his words. Yet in the next breath, he added, and a bento made by you. What? Make me a bento for tomorrow. Can you not speak as if you're gasping for air? ISNT, they're a whole team of chefs at the MO residence. They can whip up Western or Chinese cuisine. Why are you making me do this? I only want the one you make. Mo Ziyan grasped her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. Make me a bento, understood? Understood. Now go. Once Mo Ziyan departed, the evening star couldn't help but rise and peer out the window, lifting the curtain to sneak a look. The silver sports car roared to life, speeding away with an air of arrogance. Almost simultaneously, a black sedan came to a halt at the roadside. Inside the car sat Yi Qingqing, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Had she just seen the young master Mo's car leaving this neighborhood? No, it must have been a mistake. The young master Mo would never be in the vicinity of Ning Wanxing's home. He currently harbored immense disdain for her. With that thought, a mocking smile crept onto Yi Qingqing's lips. Yi Tianhua unbuckled his seatbelt. Qingqing, wait here for me. I'll go talk to your sister. Dad, I'm going too. Ye vink undit her seatbelt. Yi Tianhua regarded her. You can go, but don't bully your sister. Dad, Yi Qingqing pouted, pushing open the car door. When have I ever bullied her? I've always let her have her way. Chapter 109. Departure. Yi Tianhua chose not to respond further and instead wrapped an arm around her shoulder as they made their way to the elevator. Yi Qingqing continued to chatter. Besides, Wanxing left home 2 years ago in such a willful manner, and you still defend her. She should consider herself lucky. If it weren't for you, she'd still be an orphan in the orphanage. Wanxing is simply a typical case of having little skill with a big temper. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. Regardless, she is still your sister. Yi Qingqing fell silent, a cold smile gracing her lips. Ning Wanxing was an orphan, her bloodline deemed inferior. Why should she be referred to as her sister? The elevator chimed as it reached the 10th floor, just as the doorbell rang. The evening star was preparing to put on her pajamas and take a shower. Ding dong. At this hour, who could be? Setting her pajamas down, the evening star stepped out to peek through the peephole. Instantly, her expression brightened with surprise, and she hurriedly opened the door. Uncle Yi? Yi Tianhua stood just as he had 2 years prior, his complexion appearing rather poor. He attempted to smile at the evening star, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest this late. Not at all. The evening star quickly stepped aside. Please come in. Unliye, what brings you here? Yi Tianhua affectionately patted her head as he entered. The next moment, Yi Qingqing appeared in the doorway. Why is she here too? The evening star furrowed her brows, but refrained from saying much in front of Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi had always been different from Yi Qingqing and her mother. He had treated the evening star with kindness that she vividly remembered. One could say he was her sole connection to that family. Yi Tianhua looked at her with warmth. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of your adoption into the Yi family. Such a significant day, of course, I wanted to come and see you. However, I checked my schedule, and unfortunately, I won't be in the country on that day to celebrate with you. The evening star was momentarily taken aback. So Uncle Yi remembers everything. Before she had reconciled with her biological grandfather, she was merely an orphan in an orphanage. It was Uncle Yi who brought her into the Yi family and made that day her birthday. A wave of warmth enveloped her chest, and she gently replied, Thank you, Uncle. I will be able to celebrate Qingqing's birthday with her, but I regret that I cannot be present for yours. Yi Tianhua expressed his guilt, pulling out a card from his pocket. Here, this is 500,000. I'm aware of the conflict between you and your Aunt Yi. If you don't wish to return to the Yi family, I won't pressure you. Take this money, buy whatever you like, consider it a birthday gift for me. 500,000. Both the Evening Star and Yi Qingqing were taken aback. Yi Qingqing was seething, nearly ready to snatch the card away. Uncle, I don't need this. The Evening Star pushed the car back. Just seeing you makes me very happy. Moreover, after reconciling with my biological grandfather, I don't lack for money. This 500,000 means nothing to me. What truly matters is your concern. Take it. Yi Tianhua forcefully handed a card to Wanxing. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. There's one more thing you must promise, Uncle. Uncle, what is it? Transfer schools. Yi Tianhua looked at Wanxing and said in a tone befitting an elder, immediately, leave Xingye Academy. Chapter 110. Try exposing me. Wanxing was taken aback. Why? Yi Tianhua avoided the question. Uncle has contacted a university abroad for you. Please organize the materials for me, and I will ensure the enrollment process is expedited. Throughout her life, Wanxing had always obeyed Yi Tianhua. However, this time she firmly replied, I'm sorry, Uncle, but I cannot follow your wishes. Stop joking. The assassin key has yet to be found. How can you possibly leave? Yi Tianhua had not anticipated Wanxing's abrupt refusal. His brows furrowed. Wanxing, listen to Uncle. I would never harm you. I know you wouldn't harm me, Uncle, but I have personal reasons for not wanting to leave Xingye Academy. This comment reached Yi Qingqing's ears, and she felt that Wanxing had ulterior motives. Yi Tianhua coughed heavily twice. Yi Qingqing hurriedly patted his back, glaring at Wanxing. Can't you be more understanding? Just leave if we ask you to. It's not like we'll abandon you. Didn't we arrange for another school? You were even given so much money. Are you not satisfied? Must you defy my father and drive him to his grave? Qingqing. Yi Tianhua shot her a look. Be quiet. Stop talking. Just then his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his expression changed slightly. He stood up, saying, I need to take this call. He walked toward the balcony and shut the door tightly before lowering his voice to answer. In the living room, once Yi Tianhua left, Yi Qingqing abandoned her pretense of gentleness. She coldly stared at Wanxing. What personal reasons? You are just being stubborn, refusing to leave. Wanxing leaned back against the sofa, her aura matching Yi Qingqing's. Think what you will. I will not withdraw from school. Ye ving la fit décisivity. I've never seen someone so shameless as you. Do you think that by clinging to Ziyan, he will pay you any attention? He despises you. The one he despises even more is you. Are you blind? Didn't you see the fireworks display tonight? That was Ziyan preparing a celebration for my birthday. Wanxing gazed at her expressionlessly, remaining silent. Yi Qingqing tossed her hair back, her expression growing more smug. Not only that, but I spent the entire evening with him, and he prepared other surprises for me. You think he despises me? Ha ha, who would believe that? Full of lies. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Ye vink, say contempt deep in it. Ning Wanxing, you are just sour grapes. It's disgusting. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Wanxing yawned, her tone languid. There will come a day when you are exposed. Yi Qingqing stood up, pointing at Wanxing defiantly. Ziyan treats me well. He truly cares about me. What do you mean expose? Who are you trying to impress with this act? I see you're just jealous of how he treats me, right? Well, go ahead and try to expose me. You want Ziyan to hold me, to tell you to get lost before you're satisfied, right? Ning Wanxing, I advise you to stop being so shameless and save some face for yourself. At that moment, the balcony door was pushed open. Yi Tianhua emerged. What are you two sisters arguing about? Ye vink, fine inogenje. Dad, I kindly advised Wanxing to listen to you and go to another school. Unexpectedly, she called me shameless. How can there be such a person? Chapter 111. Fingers covered in jam, Wanxing truly admired Yi Qingqing. Her ability to change faces was astonishing. She should consider acting. Yi Tianhua glanced at Wanxing and sighed. Forget it. He patted Yi Qingqing's shoulder. Come on, Qingqing, we should go home. Dad, are you just going to let her insult me? Yi Qingqing stood up reluctantly, and the matter of transferring hasn't been resolved yet. She eagerly hoped Wanxing would transfer away, eliminating any future threat. Yi Tianhua turned to Wanxing. Are you really unwilling to leave? Wanxing shook her head. Yi Tianhua did not press further. Rest well. We are heading back. The next day, early morning, having promised to prepare lunch for Mo Ziyan, Wanxing woke up half an hour early. After finishing her tasks, she realized she had already missed her usual school time. With swift movements, she grabbed her prepared items and rushed downstairs. Just as she dashed out of the corridor, a flashy sports car blinded her. The car's roof was down, and a young man in black sunglasses sat in the driver's seat, yawning in boredom. Wanxing could hardly believe her eyes as she approached. Montak Ziyan? Hearing her, Mo Ziyan turned his head. You slowpoke. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Waiting for me? Why didn't you just call? How was I supposed to know when you'd wake up? What if I called and woke you, this foolish pig? So he'd been waiting here all along? Wanxing was bewildered. Why are you waiting for me? Of course, to pick up my lunch. Mo Ziyan said, extending his hand. Give it to me. Wanxing was shocked. You waited here just for that? How idle can you be? However, it was fortuitous, as she was about to be late. Wanxing opened the car door and got in. Mo Ziyan smirked knowingly but feigned innocence. Just hand over the lunch. Why are you sitting inside? Wanxing replied seriously, I need to protect the lunch. It looks so good. What if it gets stolen on the way? Mo Ziyan, hurry up, we'll be late. Mo Ziyan started the engine, and the car sped toward the school. Hey, Ning Wanxing. Huh? Mo Ziyan rested one hand on the window, controlling the steering wheel with the other, and glanced at the sandwich in her lap. Feed me. Now? Right now, hurry. Can't you wait until we get to school? Absolutely not. This guy must be intentionally making things difficult for her. If he didn't order her around for a while, he wouldn't be satisfied, would he? Reluctantly, Wanxing opened the box and took out a piece of sandwich. Mo Ziyan drove while casually eating. She couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by his nonchalance in such a situation. They took turns feeding each other, and it was inexplicably heartwarming. Chapter 112. It's all your fault. A jolt of electricity surged from her fingertips throughout her body. Even her heart seemed to tremble. She could feel Mo Ziyan's warm breath brushing against her fingertips, igniting warmth within her. Startled, Wanxing withdrew her hand, her voice trembling. What are you doing? What brand of strawberry jam is this? Mo Ziyan sat up straight, smacking his lips. Tastes good. It tastes good, but you don't have to smear the jam all over my fingers. Wanxing's face flushed, and the places he had touched tingled with warmth. Who told you to make so little? Mon Ziyan retorted, unrepentant. It's not enough for me. Wanxing turned to look out the window, her heart racing. Mo Ziyan stole a glance at her, silently smiling. Upon arriving at school, Mo Ziyan headed straight for the student council. As they parted ways, Wanxing reminded him, don't forget to print out the list of all members for me. Got it, idiot. Mo Ziyan tapped her on the head, rubbing her forehead. Wanxing glared at him. You are the idiot. She walked towards her classroom. Speaking of which, she hadn't dreamed in a while. The last prophetic dream lingered in her mind, recalling the mysterious figure who had guided her to join the student council in search of the key. Lost in thought, she reached the entrance of Class A. However, just as she was about to step inside, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Why was everyone staring at her? Their gazes were imbued with unmistakable anger. Ning Wanxing, how dare you come to school? I never expected you to stoop so low, with such a cruel heart. Don't you fear being hit by a car when you step outside? Wanxing furrowed her brow. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just look. Someone thrust a newspaper in front of her. The headline read that the heiress of the Shun family had suffered misfortune at the summer festival, having been assaulted by thugs. Shun Luoxue, after all, belonged to a prominent and wealthy family. Such an incident was a disgrace to her family. Wanxing was momentarily taken aback by the news. On the night of the festival, it was Shun Luoxue who had drugged her drink and forcibly dragged her into a storage room, summoning several delinquents to ruin her reputation. At that time, Wanxing had no choice but to reveal her identity and fought off a few thugs with stones before desperately escaping. What had transpired in that storage room afterward? How could Shun Luoxue end up? Yet at that moment, Yi Qingqing stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wanxing, her voice filled with righteous indignation. It was you. You drugged Luoxue's drink that night, leading to her being. All of this is your fault. Why would you do such a thing? Speak up. Do you realize you've ruined Luoxue's future? Wanxing was furious. What was happening? Being forced to endure such baseless accusations so early in the morning? Observing Yi Qingqing's self-righteous demeanor, it was astonishing how righteous she appeared. Wanxing's voice was laced with anger. Yi Qingqing, stop slandering me. You know full well who drugged whose drink that night. Yi Qingqing seized a textbook and hurled it at Wanxing. You still refuse to admit it? Ning Wanxing, you have no shame. Chapter 113. Seeking justice, Yi Qingqing's demeanor was a far cry from her usual gentle and amiable self. However, the bystanders did not seem shocked. They believed Yi Qingqing was merely defending her friend, and her emotions stirred those around her. Wanxing swiftly turned, evading the textbook's assault. The book slammed against the door behind her. With a cold smirk, Wanxing retorted, no shame? Yi Qingqing, who could possibly be more shameless than you? The White Lotus? It was you who conspired with Shun Luoxue to drug my drink that night. and I barely escaped with my life. I have no knowledge of how Shen Luoxiu ended up in this predicament, but if you wish to cast aspersions upon me, present your evidence first. Yi Qingqing pushed through the crowd, raising her arm to slap Wanxing. Wanxing turned her head in response to the blow. With tears in her eyes, Yi Qingqing pointed at Wanxing, her voice tinged with sobs. Who is the real White Lotus? Everyone can see clearly. Go on, keep spinning your tales. No matter how you spin it, the truth is right before us. Do you need Luoxiu to stand up and personally identify you before you admit it? Ning Wanxing, you are utterly shameless. Wanxing maintained her position, her bangs partially obscuring her eyes, concealing her expression from view. The crowd erupted in applause for Yi Qingqing's slap. This is what you deserve for drugging someone and ruining their reputation. You're a girl too. Have you considered what would happen if someone drugged you and tarnished your purity? A slap is too lenient. You should be locked up and punished. Why are you silent now? Have you been rendered speechless by Yi Goddess? Someone jeered. Don't think that playing the victim will absolve you of your crimes. Yi Qingqing and Wanxing confronted each other, surrounded by supporters for Yi. Wanxing stood alone. Yi Qingqing, shedding her usual meekness, appeared justified in her actions, her momentum reaching a crescendo. She seized the opportunity to confront Ning Wanxing openly and decisively. How can my father adopt someone as malicious as you? Even though you are a foster daughter, I have treated you like my own sister, yet you continue to create trouble. Today, I will seek justice for my best friend. As she spoke, Yi Qingqing lunged forward again, but in the next moment, Wanxing grasped her collar. Slap. Wanxing raised her arm, delivering a fierce counterslap. Sanding ye vinkstamink aside. It didn't end there. Wanxing advanced once more. Ning Wanxing, what do you think you're doing? Wanxing clutched her collar again. It's been a while since anyone dared to lay a hand on me. Yi Qingqing, how dare you slap me? You brought this upon yourself. Slap. Another resounding slap followed, causing Yi Qingqing to crash into a desk, collapsing to the ground, dazed. Chapter 114. The one who captivates Mo. Yi Qingqing covered her swollen face. You. Wanxing looked down at her. This is your own doing. Yi Qingqing, instead of rising, began to cry in her fallen position, tears streaming down her face. Pitifully, classmates rushed over to help her up. Are you okay? Get up. Ning Wanxing, how could you hit someone? A girl remarked with a blank expression. Did you not see? She struck first. After doing something so disgusting, what's wrong with Qingqing hitting you? You deserved it. You have no right to retaliate. I warn you all to stop. Wanxing scanned the crowd. If you only listen to Yi Qingqing's side and cannot provide evidence while shouting here, I won't hesitate to slap each of you. Yi Qingqing clenched her fists. Who says there's no evidence? She pulled out her phone and opened a chat window. This is my conversation with Luoxiu. Everything she told me is right here. That night, it was you, Ning Wanxing, who drugged her and dragged her into a storage room at the summer festival. You called those delinquents, watching as they assaulted her, and even lured in reporters. The crowd gathered to look. Indeed, the contact was labeled Shen Luoxiu. The evidence was irrefutable. What more could she say? Ning Wanxing, tell me, does your face hurt? Wanxing crossed her arms and chuckled. You consider this evidence? Are you legally blind, or just completely lacking in intelligence? The crowd's disdainful glares intensified, their anger mounting. What sharp-tongued Ning Wanxing? What cunning? Shen Luoxiu personally identified her, and she still refuses to admit it. If that's not evidence, what is? Yi Qingqing's expression darkened. Ning Wanxing, the phrase know when a stop should be directed at you. Given your actions, I hereby announce your expulsion. Ning Wanxing, leave Xingye Academy at once. The fox's tail has finally revealed itself. Is this your true intention? Wanxing's smile turned icy. Expel me? Do you have the authority to do so? How arrogant. What right do you have to act so haughty? Do you even know who Yi Qingqing is? Someone spat at Wanxing. Qingqing is a member of the student council. Do you think she lacks the power? The consequences of Shen Luoxiu's actions are truly deserved. Her expulsion is nothing short of fitting retribution. Ning Wanxing, may you find yourself apprehended by the authorities upon your departure from school. Yi Qingqing gestured towards the entrance, casting a disdainful glance at Wanxing, commanding her to leave. Yet, it would be a mistake to allow her to depart unscathed. After all, she had the audacity to strike Qingqing earlier, and Mo Xiao would undoubtedly take issue with her actions. Indeed, Qingqing holds a special place in Mo Xiao's affections. Ning Wanxing, your fate is sealed. It seems you shall have to be carried out of the academy today. As the words of her peers echoed around her, particularly in the presence of Ning Wanxing. Yi Qingqing's vanity swelled with delight. Wanxing, weren't you just boasting last night about exposing me? Weren't you planning to slap my face? Look at this. Everyone is speaking on my behalf. I am indeed the apple of their eye. Did you hear that, Ning Wanxing? Chapter 115. Have the audacity to have him expel me himself. Wanxing met Yi Qingqing's ostentatious gaze and found her utterly ridiculous. A classmate suggested, Qingqing, why not call him Mo Xiao? Don't let her off so easily. Let her witness the consequences of her arrogance. Yi Qingqing longed to call Mo Ziyan, but since the fireworks display last night, she had been unable to reach him. If only he knew I had been struck, given his temperament. Ning Wanxing would surely be carried from the school. Feigning generosity, Yi Qingqing turned to Wanxing. You may leave. I merely hope you act wisely. Oh, how magnanimous of you. Qingqing, the one who was bullied, yet you graciously spare Ning Wanxing, remarked a classmate, impressed by Yi Qingqing's newfound stature. Truly, she was a goddess, deserving of her status. Unexpectedly, Wanxing leaned against the doorframe, twirling a lock of hair, and challenged Yi Qingqing, go on, if you have the guts. Call Mo Ziyan and have him expel me personally. The onlookers were taken aback. Was Ning Wanxing truly so bold? This was an outright provocation. Yiving, incensed by her audacity, declared, fine, I will give you this opportunity, Ning Wanxing. Just don't end up in tears. With that, she retrieved her phone, projecting confidence. Though internally uncertain about reaching Mo Ziyan, after what felt like an eternity, the call finally connected. What's the matter? Came his nonchalant response. Are you at school? Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Why does it matter to you? He retorted, leaving her feeling awkward. Just yesterday, he had so thoughtfully prepared a fireworks display for her birthday, and yet now his tone was cold. Sighing, she stepped aside and gently spoke, I'm in class. Could you come over for a moment? Impatience tinged his voice. What is it? If you don't speak, I'll hang up. Just before the call ended, Yi Qingqing hastily added, there has been an incident in our class. Ning Wanxing has caused trouble, followed by the sound of the line disconnecting. Stunned, Yi Qingqing stared at her phone. Would he come? Her classmates waited anxiously for her to finish the call. Regaining her composure, she returned to them. Mo Ziyan can't come. I'll handle this. Ning Wanxing, he doesn't even want to see you. If you know what is good for you, just leave Xingye Academy. Ha, Wanxing smiled, is that so? If he doesn't personally expel me, then I refuse to go. Come on, Ning Wanxing. Don't push your luck. Qingqing has graciously given you an out. Why can't you just leave quietly? Must you wait until you're humiliated? You've been expelled by the student council. Hurry and leave, shouted another classmate, their frustration mounting. They began hurling their discarded items towards Wanxing. Leftover breakfast, trash, textbooks. Seizing the moment, Yi Qingqing picked up a metal bookshelf and hurled it in Wanxing's direction. As Wanxing braced herself, she felt a sudden tug on her arm, pulling her back just in time. Chapter 116. My person Mo Ziyan stood protectively in front of Wanxing, using his arm to shield her from the bookshelf. The impact echoed as the bookshelf slammed against a nearby desk, the force causing him to wince in pain. What if the shelf had struck her instead? The sight of the debris surrounding Wanxing ignited a ferocious anger within him. He glared at the crowd, his voice booming. What are you all doing? Do you want to endanger your lives? His wrath, fierce and unyielding, froze the chaotic atmosphere in an instant. Ning Wanxing had evaded harm, but now Mo Ziyan's fury was directed at them. Mo, are you all right? His classmates stammered, their faces pale with fear. His anger remained unquenched as he declared, you should be worried about her. If anything happened to her, you will all pay. Her? The realization hit them. He was referring to Ning Wanxing. The students exchanged fearful glances, astonished by Mo Ziyan's unusual behavior. Wanxing herself was taken aback. Mo Ziyan was unleashing such fury without even grasping the full situation, all because someone almost struck her with a bookshelf? Yi Qingqing's expression faltered as she interjected, Ziyan, Wanxing just bullied me. Everyone was merely defending me. Montak Ziyuan, hands in his pockets, replied coldly, oh, how did she bully you? Enlighten me. Yi Qingqing's eyes flickered with hope, yet she feigned innocence, remaining silent. A classmate piped up, Mo. Ning Wanxing slapped Qingqing twice. Mo Ziyan, still with his hands in his pockets, responded, and that is it? Is that all? Do you not understand? Ning Wanxing struck Qingqing, flaunting her arrogance. She acted without regard, and look at Qingqing's swollen face. Ning Wanxing shows no respect. In a fit of rage, Mo Ziyan kicked over a desk, his jaw clenched tight. Ning Wanxing is mine. If my people wish to teach a lesson, they don't need your approval. Listen closely. Only I can manage Ning Wanxing. What gives you the right to interfere? Silence enveloped the room, the students frozen in shock, unable to process the gravity of his words. Yi Qingqing's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling erratically. Mo Ziyan's proclamation struck her like an invisible slap. My person. How could he claim Ning Wanxing as his? This was unfathomable. Yi Qingqing struggled to contain her escalating emotions. Yuan, you must understand, it was I who was attacked. Mo Ziyan shot her an irritated glare. So what? Out of all these people, why did she target you? It only proves you deserved it. Reflect on your actions. Yi Qingqing was on the verge of a breakdown. Reflect on what? I was the victim. Chapter 117. Identification. The surrounding classmates were equally bewildered. Wasn't Yi Qingqing supposed to be Mo Ziyan's favorite one? Yet his words seemed to suggest otherwise. As the crowd turned their gaze upon Wanxing, the air of arrogance dissipated instantly, leaving them nervously swallowing their breaths. Ye vinculanchit herfeasts. With so many classmates watching, Ziyan showed her no mercy, making it painfully clear that she was left with no way out. Yi Qingqing's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Ziyan, you are utterly oblivious to what transpired. The moment you arrived, Ning Wanxing feigned vulnerability to elicit sympathy. But ask everyone how domineering she was just moments ago. Did you fail to comprehend my words? Mo Ziyan surveyed her like a sovereign, declaring, my people may act as they wish under my protection. Let anyone dare speak against it. Yi Qingqing felt a suffocating pressure in her chest, caught in a whirlwind of frustration. Why was this happening? Just earlier on the playground, Ziyan had defended her. At the summer festival, he had even arranged a dazzling fireworks display for her. It was evident that he should harbor resentment toward Ning Wanxing for leaving him for 2 years. He should despise her. Jalousie, anger, disbelief, ye link tiremblet. Pointing at Ning Wanxing with righteous indignation, declaring, Ning Wanxing secretly drugged Luo Shue's drink at the summer festival, leading to her being assaulted by several ruffians. The news has already reported it. Ning Wanxing has ruined Luo Shue's future. Even so, you choose to shield her? Ziyan, everyone is watching. They are not fools. You are the student council president, wielding great power, and no one dares defy your words. Yet, are you truly willing to protect a culprit? Indeed, how could Mo Ziyan shield a perpetrator? What madness possessed him to defend Ning Wanxing for such actions? The surrounding students fell silent, but their disdainful glances towards Wanxing remained palpable. No wonder she was so brazen. She had evidently latched onto Mo Ziyan's coattails. Just a few days ago, he was so close with Yi Qingqing, a fact everyone witnessed. Yet now, it seemed she had ensnared him. How shameless! Upon hearing this, Mo Ziyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Drugging? Indeed, Ning Wanxing drugged Luo Shui. She told me herself. Yi Qingqing asserted, emboldened by the absence of Shun Luo Shui. As a member of the student council, knowing this, I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, Luo Shui is my closest friend. I must seek justice for her. A person of Ning Wanxing's dubious character deserves immediate expulsion from Xingyahai. With a scoff, Wanxing felt a wave of amusement wash over her. Yi Qingqing presented herself as a paragon of righteousness. The surrounding students regarded Yi Qingqing with admiration and approval. How impressive she was. Mo Ziyan pulled out a chair, sitting with an air of authority, his voice icy as he commanded, bring her in. In the next moment, several bodyguards entered escorting a girl. Yi Qingqing turned, her mind exploding in disbelief. The girl being brought in was none other than Shun Luo Shui. Yi Qingqing's face fell in shock, and she staggered back. Why was Shun Luo Shui suddenly here? It was over. Everything was over. Mo Ziyan maintained a commanding presence. Legs crossed, and one arm draped over the back of the chair, turning to Shun Luo Shui with an authoritative tone. Detail everything that transpired at the summer festival. All eyes turned to Shun Luo Shui, whose cascading waves of hair obscured half her face as she hung her head, a stark contrast to her usual arrogance. Her lips moved. No, don't say it. Yi Qingqing's pupils constricted violently, as if she could already hear the curses that would follow the revelation. The room fell silent, holding its breath. Shun Luo Shui finally spoke. It was Ning Wanxing who drugged me. This revelation struck like a massive stone thrown into calm waters, sending ripples of chaos throughout the crowd. Wanxing was bewildered. "What is wrong with you, Shen Luo Shui? Are you out of your mind?" Mo Ziyan's expression darkened, his voice chilling. "What did you say?" "It was Ning Wanxing who drugged me." Shen Luo Shui glared at Wanxing, filled with rage. "It was you, Ning Wanxing. Why did you harm me? If anyone doubts me, they can test the packaging of the drink I consumed that night for Ning Wanxing's fingerprints." Wanxing was infuriated by Shen Luo Shui's sudden turnabout. "You are spouting nonsense. There were several thugs that night. I can confront them directly, no matter how you confront them. You are the one who harmed me." Shen Luo Shui insisted vehemently. Yi Qingqing was momentarily stunned, realizing that the tide had completely turned against them. She nearly burst into laughter, wanting to trample Wanxing underfoot while exclaiming to Mo Ziyan and their classmates, "See, I am innocent. I spoke no falsehood. This is all Ning Wanxing's doing." She immediately donned a facade of innocence, turning to Mo Ziyan. "Ziyan, did you hear that? It's all Ning Wanxing's fault." This wretched Shen Luo Shui and Yi Qingqing had truly enraged Wanxing. However, Shen Luo Shui was quicker to react, lunging forward in fury. "Ning Wanxing, how cruel you are! Just because we had some personal grievances in the past, you would go to such lengths to harm me. Everyone look, it is all Ning Wanxing's doing. She has wronged me so grievously that I wish to see her suffer." Shen Luo Shui cried and cursed. Yet, before she could raise her fingers in accusation, someone seized her hair and yanked her back. Shen Luo Shui shrieked as she was thrown against a desk, pain forcing tears from her eyes. She looked up to meet Mo Ziyan's cold, piercing gaze. "Mo Ziyan, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, have the fingerprints tested." Yi Qingqing clutched Shen Luo Shui's arm, gazing up at Mo Ziyan with pleading eyes. "Luo Shui has suffered enough. Ning Wanxing is the real culprit. Ziyan, please see reason." Yi Qingqing and Shen Luo Shui's pitiful display elicited sympathy from many classmates who could no longer bear to watch. The evidence was clear. Ning Wanxing was not worth Missouri Ziyan's defense. Everyone awaited his response. A cold smile crept across the boy's lips as he remarked, "Shen Luo Shui, dare to scheme under my nose, and I shall show you the price of your actions." He remained seated, exuding an overwhelming aura. Though he smiled, the coldness in his gaze was chilling. Shen Luo Shui faltered for a moment under his intimidating presence, but clenched her fists, insisting, "I speak the truth. I believe you." Yi Qingqing clung to Shen Luo Shui as if she were a lifeline, raising her voice, "I trust Luo Shui. She is my good friend, and I empathize with her experience." Several students raised their hands, declaring, "I believe her too." "Me too." Many of Yi Qingqing's loyal followers rapidly joined in, and although they were a small faction, their collective force was palpable. "Very well," Mo Ziyan sneered, extending his hand with authority. Immediately, a bodyguard presented him with a phone. He tapped a few times, and a recorded conversation echoed through the room. "Miss Shun, I sent tea at just the last woman? Haven't you already drugged her? Why must we be forced to drink this as well? Enough of the nonsense, just drink it. I am ensuring absolute certainty. After consuming this potion, no woman will be able to endure it. Are you certain that the one named Ning Wanxing will escape? Furthermore, once this matter is resolved, when shall we receive the remaining payment? I assure you, she has already been dragged into the storeroom, so hurry back after she drinks. As for the payment, that will depend on how well you handle this situation." With a beep, the call ended, and the recording concluded. Shen Luo Shui's complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant. A mobile recording. How could there be a mobile recording? One of the thugs you summoned that night, concerned you might not settle their payment, deliberately recorded the phone conversation. A bodyguard stood beside Mo Ziyan, gazing at Shen Luo Shui. "Miss Shun, do you still refuse to admit it? You dare to bully me. You're quite audacious." Mo Ziyan folded his arms, turning to Wanxing. "What do you wish to do with them?" His tone was utterly arrogant, as if merely uttering a few words could plunge a person into hell. Shen Luo Shui's legs weakened. I know nothing. I don't know anything." She was unaware that those thugs would be apprehended, and they even had a recording. She was doomed. Mo Xiao would certainly make her pay dearly. The plot twist was as shocking as a television drama, as those who had just been voicing their support for Shen Luo Shui and Yi Qingqing were left dumbfounded. The classmates nearly stammered, "Mo Xiao, we meant no harm. We didn't anticipate that Shen Luo Shui would." Ning classmate please don't hold it against us. We were just deceived by Shen Luoxue. They cast resentful glances at Shen Luoxue. How shameless. Clearly, you were the one who had it in for Ning classmate, yet you try to tarnish others' reputations. We truly fell for your trickery. Justice prevails, evil is repaid, and you deserve every bit of it. Chapter 120. Sitting on his lap, the slap in the face came too swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. Mo Ziyan glanced at Wanxing and spoke again. I ask you, what do you wish to do with them? Let me think. Wanxing pondered seriously. Shen Luoxue felt her heart tightening. At this juncture, if Ning Wanxing were to suggest something, Mo Xiao would undoubtedly give the order without hesitation. If she did not humble herself now, she would appear utterly foolish. Shen Luoxue nearly crawled over to Wanxing. Ning Wanxing, no, Ning classmate. I realize my mistakes. I should not have crossed you. Please spare my life. And I have already faced punishment. That night felt like a nightmare, but she was clearly. Tears welled up in Shen Luoxue's eyes. Very well, Wanxing said, looking at her. As long as you tell me who instructed you to drug me, I will consider sparing your life. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing felt as though her head was buzzing, cold sweat instantly pouring down her face. Shen Luoxue lowered her head and after some time, murmured, no one directed me. It was entirely my own doing. I simply found you displeasing. Really? Wanxing glanced at Yi Qingqing, clearly noticing her sigh of relief, beads of sweat covering her forehead. A classmate exclaimed, how shameless. You deceived Qingqing. Uncertain emotions brewed in Wanxing's eyes as she turned to Mo Ziyan. Forget it. Just hand her over to the police. Is that all? Mo Ziyan scoffed, turning to Shen Luoxue with a dark gaze. Wouldn't that be too lenient for her? The law will punish her. Fine. I will heed your wishes. Mo Ziyan complied with Wanxing, instructing the bodyguards, you all, personally escort her to the police station. Mo Xiao's words were laden with implications. With his means, it seemed Shen Luoxue would be facing a lengthy prison sentence. Despite Yi Qingqing being the mastermind, she coldly watched Shen Luoxue being taken away. Not uttering a word, she withdrew her gaze and focused on Ning Wanxing and Mo Ziyan, her eyes glimmering with unwillingness and jealousy. The farce gradually came to a close, and everyone observed Ning Wanxing, who had been protected by Mo Ziyan throughout, learning to adapt to the shifting winds. Mo Xiao, what is Ning classmate to you? Does it even need to be said? She is undoubtedly my girlfriend. 666, although we are accustomed to it. Mo Xiao's speed in changing girlfriends is astonishing. Mo Ziyan looked at Wanxing, a smirk on his lips. Ning Wanxing is merely my little follower. How could she possibly be compared to those women? The crowd was left bewildered, pondering the meaning behind his words. Was Ning Wanxing significant or not? Wanxing, who had just been touched by his earlier sentiments, felt her heart retract at his teasing expression. She gazed down, murmuring, hey, do you dislike me or like me? Ugh, what am I saying? Dislike or like? Wanxing wished she could bite her own tongue. Mo Ziyan remained confidently seated, exuding an aura of dominance. I do not enjoy looking up to others. Then stand up. Surely, I cannot squat down to converse with you. In the next moment, he grasped Wanxing's hand, pulling her onto his lap. One of his arms encircled her waist, their gazes locking, his voice alluring. Do you wish for me to dislike you, or to like you? Chapter 122. Jealousy is playful words made Wanxing's body tense instantaneously. With so many classmates around, what was this guy doing? Let go of me. She attempted to break free from Mo Ziyan's grasp. However, as she stood, her legs felt weak. Mo Ziyan took it softly, Ning Wanxing. Are you playing hard to get with me? I'm not. Let go. His handsome face wore an increasingly teasing expression. You see clearly. Now it's you who is taking the initiative to lean in. Wanxing looked down and realized her hands were gripping his arms tightly due to her earlier stumble. Startled, she quickly jumped up again. The interaction between the two caught Yi Qingqing's attention, nearly causing her breath to halt. The person she admired most and the one she loathed openly together. Jealousy consumed her, nearly driving her mad. She yearned to violently pull Ning Wanxing away from Ziyan and cling to his arm, wanting her to leave. Je ving bit herlig fiersi, her feast kulenchet. Her nails digging deep into her flesh. As if sensing Yi Qingqing's gaze, Mo Ziyan's dark eyes flicked toward her. What are you still doing standing there? Ziyan. A flicker of surprise illuminated Yi Qingqing's eyes. Did he finally notice her? But the next moment, his words cast her back into despair. Hurry and apologize to her. Apologize? Yi Qingqing looked at Wanxing, her mind swirling in confusion. You want me to apologize to Ning Wanxing? Why? On what grounds? Montag Ziyan streikte it. His aura radiating coldness as he laughed derisively. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what you just did to Ning Wanxing? Yi Qingqing feigned innocence. You clearly saw that I was deceived by Shen Luoxue. I'm also a victim. Refusing to apologize, are we? Imogen interrupted her lamentation, his expression unwavering. Listen carefully. From now on, you are no longer a member of the student council. Yi Qingqing, you are expelled. Yi Qingqing felt as though struck by lightning. She could not afford to be expelled from the student council. No, please. Don't be angry. I apologize. Yi Qingqing set aside her pride. Looking at Wanxing with humiliation, I am sorry, Wanxing. I was reckless and falsely accused you earlier. Can you find it in your heart to understand? I, too, have been deceived by Shen Luoxue. It was all her trickery, and I am the innocent one. Ha! Wanxing let out a cold laugh. Mo Ziyan stepped forward, forcefully ripping the student council badge from Yi Qingqing's shoulder and hurling it out of the window. Ziyan. Yi Qingqing instinctively raised her voice. Breaking down, what are you doing? I already apologized. Mo Ziyan's voice was devoid of warmth. Only now do you realize the importance of an apology? It is too late. Yi Qingqing stood frozen, silence enveloping her, as if the gazes of those around her were slaps against her skin. She had always been a proud swan, never having endured such humiliation. Watching Mo Ziyan finish his business and turn to exit Class A, she clenched her fists and chased after him. Ziyan, why are you doing this? You know that Ning Wanxing. 2 years ago. Chapter 123. She likes you. Mo Ziyan, hands in pockets, glanced over with a cold interruption. If you dare to continue speaking, it won't just be expulsion from the student council. I will ensure you are expelled from Xingyi Academy altogether. Ye vink vink haltet abruptly. Mo Ziyan withdrew his gaze, his sharply defined features surfacing emotions that no one could decipher. To him, the events of 2 years ago had lost their significance. What mattered now was that woman. She had returned. Originally, Wanxing had remained in the classroom, but followed out. Upon exiting, she spotted Yi Qingqing standing in the corridor, arms hanging limply, fists clenched. Wanxing approached. Do you not feel the slightest guilt over Shen Luoxue? Yi Qingqing turned to meet Wanxing's gaze, responding in a low tone. What do you mean? I have no enmity with her. Even if she dislikes me, it should not come to this. You must have instigated her. Ridiculous. Why would she listen to me? Because she likes you, Wanxing stated plainly, exposing the truth. You know that very well, and you have been exploiting her affection for your own gain. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Ning Wanxing know about this? Indeed, she had long been aware of Shen Luoxue's complicated feelings. Yi Qingqing felt a wave of disgust. She was being liked by a girl. Were it not for Shen Luoxue's remaining value, she would have distanced herself from her entirely. Regaining had composure, ye vink vink retorted. Stop pretending to be clever. Shen Luoxue likes me. She's a lesbian, but she clearly has a boyfriend. I investigated Shen Luoxue's background. Her so-called boyfriend is actually her cousin. Leaning against the corridor window frame, Wanxing observed her, if I am not mistaken. It was your idea for Shen Luoxue to drug me, tarnishing my reputation, inciting everyone to despise me, and making Mo Ziyan hate me even more. You claim that I instigated Shen Luoxue? Fine, then go tell everyone. Go tell Ziyan. Let us see who will believe you. Shen Luoxue did not confess because she liked you. She took all the punishment for you. Do you truly feel no remorse? She had it coming. Why should I feel guilty? Yi Qingqing straightened herself, casting a cold glance at Wanxing. Do not overstate things. Ning Wanxing Ziyan still cares for me. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. With that, Yi Qingqing shoved past Wanxing and returned to the classroom. From afar, Wanxing heard her classmates comforting her. Qingqing, don't be upset. You were also deceived by Shen Luoxue. Besides, she is so malicious. She isn't worth your sorrow. Even if you were expelled from the student council, there is always a chance to be reinstated. We all support you. Wanxing glanced back, seeing Yi Qingqing surrounded by classmates, looking so innocent. The incident had spread like wildfire throughout the school. Everyone now knew that Wanxing was currently the, little follower of Mo Ziyan. In any case, she was not to be trifled with. During the afternoon math class, Wanxing, feeling utterly bored, scrolled through her social media until something caught her eye. The handsome boys we pursued together in those years. A collection of beautiful pictures. She excitedly shared it, commenting, "Oh my gosh, the boy with ash gray hair is so handsome." Moments later, her phone buzzed. Chapter 124, Do Not Look at Him. Upon checking, she found a comment from Mo Ziyan on her previous post. "What does that mean?" Wanxing replied, "Is that all you can say?" The next moment, a message popped up, "Come here." Mo Ziyan's terse command was laced with a tone of authority. "Where to?" "I still have class." "As class. If this young master does not see you in 5 minutes, you will be in trouble." Wanxing felt a sense of duty as a good student. "No, it's class time now. Let us discuss after class." Then, Montag Ziyan ceased replying. Could he be angry? Moments later. The back door of the classroom was kicked open with a loud bang. The math teacher was bewildered. "Do you need something?" "Looking for someone." Mo Ziyan's expression was grim, his gaze dark as it fell on Wanxing. "Why aren't you coming out yet?" "Wanxing. Is he serious?" "It's class time." She forced a laugh, standing upright. "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." Then she quickly dragged Mo Ziyan's arm and exited. Mo Ziyan had no intention of escaping like a coward. He was Mo Ziyan, after all, and he walked with pride wherever he went. However, glancing down at her hand gripping his arm, they dashed to the corridor around the corner. Wanxing turned to him. "What exactly do you want?" "You little brat. I see you become quite bold." Mo Ziyan raised his hand as if to give her a playful hit, but ultimately refrained. "Give me your phone." As Wanxing reluctantly handed over her phone, she muttered, "What do you need my phone for?" Mo Ziyan snatched it, opening her social media to the picture of the boy with ash-gray hair. "What is this? Which one did you fancy? Would you like me to introduce you?" Wanxing glanced at her phone screen, spotting the second-to-last picture. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Mo Ziyan pinched her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Do not look at him." "But you told me to point him out." Wanxing replied, exasperated, stealing another glance at her phone. "Ning Wanxing, do you dare to look again?" With that, Mo Ziyan promptly deleted her recent post. "Hey, why do you have to delete my post?" "Because I am Mo Ziyan." "Does being Mo Ziyan grant you the right to delete my posts?" He retorted confidently. "Whose fault is it that your post cluttered my friend's feed? It's quite bothersome. You could choose not to look. Just block me. Are you saying I can't post anything in the future? Every post will clutter your feed?" Mo Ziyan's expression remained impassive. "Oh, so if I block you, you wouldn't mind? Then no one would bother you." Ning Wanxing. His voice was filled with barely concealed fury. Why did it seem like he was even angrier? Why was this guy so difficult to deal with? Wanxing sighed. "What do you want me to do? If you dare to share such meaningless things again, I will chop off your hands." Wanxing kicked the ground, cursing inwardly. "Tyrant, oppressive jerk." Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, coldly snorting, "That ash-gray-haired man is nothing special. Your taste in men is truly poor." Chapter 125, The Identity of a Girlfriend. "I just think he is good-looking. I simply like him." Ning Wanxing snatched her phone back, kicked him, and turned to flee. "Damn it. You actually kicked me for that man. What nonsense is this?" Wanxing ignored him and continued to run. "Come back to me." A loud voice echoed, filled with arrogance and veiled threats. "Ning Wanxing, are you rebelling? You don't want to join the student council anymore?" Her footsteps faltered momentarily. "I'll count to 5. If you don't return, I guarantee you make it into the student council for the rest of your life." 1, 2, 3. How infuriating. Wanxing gritted her teeth and turned back. This is more like it. The corner of Mo Ziyan's mouth curved into a mischievous smirk as he reached out and ruffled her hair. "Learn to be obedient?" "Obedient, my foot. I'm not your pet. Why use that tone with me?" "The assessment period you mentioned ends the day after tomorrow." Wanxing raised her eyes. "So, does that mean I can join the student council then?" She had already seen the student council roster. There were a total of 20 members, 17 boys and 3 girls. The gender ratio was heavily skewed. Wanxing had her subordinates check the profiles of these members. On the surface, they all appeared no different from ordinary people. Was Qi truly among them? Regardless, she had to join first to conduct further investigations. Mo Ziyan tilted his chin slightly. "Whether you can join the student council depends on your performance." "Is my performance not good enough? For this period, you've had everything your way. What more do you want? Based on your recent performance, it's quite lacking. Then tell me, what more do I need to do?" "There's a gala tomorrow. You'll accompany me." "All right." His voice lowered a fraction. "As my girlfriend." "What did you just say?" Wanxing looked up at him, her heart racing. Mo Ziyan paused for a long moment before speaking slowly. "Don't overthink it. It's merely for you to pretend to be my girlfriend." "Oh, I see." Did he really have to speak with such dramatic pauses? Mo Ziyan stared at her intently, absorbing every expression on her face before slowly leaning down, his nose almost touching hers, smirking wickedly. What's the matter? Are you disappointed? What is there to be disappointed about? Em relieved. Moreover, with so many girlfriends, why go through the trouble of asking me to pretend? Because I want you. Can I know the reason? Because you don't want to go, so I insist you do. You insufferable sadist. Mo Ziyan straightened up, pressing a hand on her head. Follow me. What for? I still have classes. Hey, Mo Ziyan. In the student council president's office, it was Wanxing's first visit. The student council was housed in a separate building, aside from official members. Others were not allowed to enter freely. Shouldn't this place be built like a castle? Wanxing thought as she surveyed her surroundings. What exactly did he bring me here for? Mo Ziyan stood a short distance away, his figure sharply defined. His deep-set eyes, like the vast universe, lazily fell upon her. Long fingers began to unbutton his suit jacket. Chapter 126. The saliva coffee. Wanxing's eyes widened in shock as she saw him unbuttoning his jacket. She hurriedly shouted, covering her eyes, "What the hell are you doing?" With her eyes closed, her sense of hearing heightened. Mo Ziyan's footsteps approached her gradually, creating a tension in the air. Don't come any closer. The next moment, a warm piece of clothing was draped over her head. You idiot. Wanxing opened one eye, foolishly pulling off the uniform jacket. Mo Ziyan, arms crossed, commanded, "Go iron it for me." Wanxing chuckled dryly. "Oh, so that's it." The boy looked at her leisurely. "What did you think?" Clearing her throat, Wanxing turned, clutching his jacket, and made a hasty retreat, fuming as she ironed the jacket. She thought, how could I, Ning Wanxing, be dragged away from class to iron clothes? 5 minutes later, she returned to the office. Pushing the door open, she found Mo Ziyan sitting at his desk, clad in a white shirt with a loosely tied black tie, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, with his brows lowered, he was engrossed in the documents before him. This look was undeniably appealing. Is it good looking? Mo Ziyan asked without lifting his head. Are your eyes on your forehead? Wanxing walked in confidently. It's all right. Then sit down and take your time. What? Mo Ziyan finally looked up from his documents, gesturing toward the sofa beside him. Sit there. Wanxing took a seat, and then, that's it, just sit. Wanxing's lips twitched as she tried to maintain a stiff smile. Are you joking? What am I supposed to do sitting here? I've finished the clothes. Can I leave? Mo Ziyan resumed his perusal of the documents, his tone domineering. Shut up and don't talk. You're insane. Why must I sit here? Is showing off your office style really that impressive? Wanxing sat for a while, utterly bored, and pulled out her phone to play with. Time ticked by slowly. Throughout the process, Mo Ziyan occasionally glanced at her. Each glance felt tantalizingly close. After an indeterminate time, Wanxing could no longer endure sitting still, standing up abruptly. I'm tired of sitting. I don't want to sit anymore. If you don't want to sit, then make me a cup of coffee. What entitled attitude. She retorted, what kind of coffee does the young master wish for? Anything, just don't add sugar. Fine, wait for me. Mo Ziyan watched her scamper away with a puzzled expression. Why was she so agreeable this time? In the pantry, Wanxing brewed a cup of coffee and grinned at the fragrant cup. Huh. She spat into it a couple of times. You want to command me? Am I your maid? Huh. You shameless bastard. After a moment, satisfied, she wiped her mouth and strode back to the president's office, presenting the coffee before him. Here for you. The boy's ink-black eyes fixed on the cup of coffee. Chapter 127. Tastes good. Wanxing blinked her lively eyes. You should drink it. Presenting a fa of sweetness. She seemed to hide a mischievous tail behind her. Mo Ziyan redirected his gaze to her, a cryptic smile tugging at his lips. He did not refuse. Leaning back in his chair, lifting the cup of coffee with a refined motion to take a sip. He drank it. Mission accomplished. Wanxing burst into laughter. Mo Ziyan. Do you know what I added to this coffee? Mo Ziyan lazily rested his chin on his hand, his expression one of complete control. What did you add? Wanxing wiped away the tears of laughter from her eyes. You fool. I specially concocted saliva coffee for you. How does it taste? Suddenly, he reached out, wrapping an arm around her waist. Wanxing found herself in his embrace, staring up at him in astonishment. Before she could comprehend, his cool lips pressed down upon hers. Montak. All her words were completely silenced by him. Boom. Wanxing's mind erupted like a bomb, leaving her in a void. His movements were somewhat wild and reckless, akin to soldiers attacking a city gate. The surge of electricity coursing through her made Wanxing's legs feel weak. Soon, Mo Ziyan released her lips, his thin lips brushing against her ear as he hoarsely responded to her earlier question. The flavor, quite delightful. How could coffee, devoid of sugar, taste so sweet? A hint of mist clouded Wanxing's eyes, and her mind gradually began to function again. Damn it! She had been forcefully kissed by Mo Ziyan again. Montauk. Her face flushed crimson as she shouted in anger. Huh? Mo Ziyan raised an eyebrow, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Trying to play tricks on me? You little brat, do you now understand the meaning of consequences? Ah, this damn scoundrel. After returning home that evening, Wanxing took a shower but found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, Mo Ziyan's enlarged handsome face from the afternoon haunted her thoughts. Impossible to shake off. How infuriating. She tugged the blanket over her head, forcing herself to stop thinking. Sleep. The next day dawned, another weekend. By the time she awoke, it was nearly noon. All right, she seemed to have promised to accompany Mo Ziyan to some sort of banquet. Sigh, could she possibly skip it? Wanxing rolled over, indulging in her laziness. Someone was kicking the door. Sigh, this rough approach felt all too familiar. Wanxing resignedly got up, and as she opened the door, she froze. Standing at the entrance was indeed the young master Mo. However, Wanxing's mouth fell open. Today he was clad in an all-black suit, the sunlight behind him outlining his tall frame. His sharply defined facial features resembled a masterpiece crafted by cartoonists, each contour a perfect depiction by the creator. And his hair, a smoky gray, perhaps due to the hairstyle, his hair was tousled yet distinctly styled, exuding a carefree charm. The combination of the black suit and smoky gray hair created an utterly captivating allure. My goodness, he completely outshone the young man with smoky gray hair she had seen on social media yesterday. Chapter 128. No more looking at him, only at me. Mo Ziyan strode in with long strides, tugging at his tie and casting her a glance, somewhat awkwardly saying, What are you looking at? Your hair. Mo Ziyan emphasized in a stiff tone, This is what the stylist insisted on giving me. Wanxing's mind was in a daze, staring at him blankly. What is that expression? Is it not appealing? Cough, it's all right. What do you mean by all right? Mo Ziyan's gaze burned intensely upon her, as if demanding a definitive answer from her lips. Was it good-looking or not? It's quite good-looking. How does it compare to that male celebrity you saw online yesterday? She had never encountered a man as competitive as Mo Ziyan. Wanxing replied with a mix of helplessness and honesty, You look better. Is that sufficient? Mo Ziyan cupped Wanxing's face, declaring, Then you are forbidden from looking at him. Only look at me. Is it the reason you dyed your hair smoky gray? Mo Ziyan snorted, arrogantly glancing aside. I already told you, this was forced upon me by the stylist. How many times must I repeat myself? All right. The stylist did it for you. Wanxing acquiesced, glancing at the time and asking, Are we leaving now? Mo Ziyan's gaze roamed over her. Did you just wake up? Yeah. Damn it. Mo Ziyan exploded. Ning Wanxing, you knew I was coming to pick you up at noon, and you still slept so soundly until now. He had been up since 8, spending half the morning preparing. I just overslept accidentally. You weren't worried I'd see you in your disheveled state? Damn it. Did this woman not care about him at all? The women he had dated before always dressed glamorously in anticipation of his arrival. Wanxing replied honestly, I used to see it all the time when we were kids. Moreover, she wasn't unattractive. Her natural beauty required minimal makeup. Mo Ziyan's previously slightly displeased mood was unexpectedly soothed by her words. He crossed his arms, turning his handsome face away, yet his peripheral vision was fixed on her. Even without makeup, her face was captivating, and he couldn't get enough of it. Wanxing realized she had wasted time oversleeping and, feeling guilty, said, I'll go get ready quickly. By the time you're ready, the banquet will be over, you foolish woman. Mo Ziyan said, grabbing her arm, the car is waiting downstairs. We can fix it up on the way. Go downstairs. For what? It wasn't until they reached downstairs that Wanxing understood what he meant. Have you ever seen a mobile dressing room? Have you ever seen one filled with clothes, shoes, and various accessories that dazzled the eyes and made girls squeal? Wanxing's eyes widened as she was warmly greeted by Tony, the stylist, waiting by the mobile dressing room. Miss Ning, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for me? What the hell? Mo Ziyan pushed Wanxing forward and instructed the others. Hurry up. Yes, young Master Mo. What style do you want from Miss Ning? Whatever. Just make her presentable. Wanxing's face was filled with confusion. What does that mean? Am I not presentable enough right now? Mo Ziyan, you scoundrel. Chapter 129. Unashamed, the car drove towards a certain destination. Wanxing was subjected to a whirlwind of styling at the makeup station. Once the car stopped, she had just completed her transformation. Dressed in a white dress, her hair lightly curled and cascading down her back, she wore a delicate light makeup. Especially her lips adorned with pink gloss, making them even more alluring. Glancing at the time, it was just right for the banquet to begin. The stylist smiled and remarked, "Young Master Mo timed this perfectly." Wanxing, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by timed perfectly?" The stylist replied, "Young Master Mo said you would definitely oversleep, wanting you to rest more." But Mo Ziyan interrupted, "Do you still want to continue working for the Mo family? Why all the chatter?" He had already jumped out of the car and extended a hand to Wanxing. "Give me your hand. You are the one who needs a hand." Wanxing retorted, yet she still placed her hand in his to help herself out of the car. What else could it be? Mo Ziyan grinned wickedly, lifting her small hand. "A pig's trotter? Huh? Montak Ziyan." Wanxing retaliated with a kick, and after noticing the gazes of those around her, she cleared her throat and tugged at her dress, silently reminding herself, "I am a lady, a lady." This was a certain exhibition center in Jiangxing. Glancing up, the screen at the entrance displayed the words charity auction. Many people were gradually entering, just by observing the attire around her. It was evident that this was a gathering of high society. Perhaps it was her imagination, but as soon as she and Mo Ziyan arrived, all eyes in the vicinity seemed to focus on them, especially the girls, whose hostile gazes left Wanxing feeling bewildered. "I'm going to the restroom." "Fool, where are you going?" "This way." Mo Ziyan grasped her wrist, guiding her in a certain direction. "You don't need to accompany me. I can go by myself." "You can go in first." "How presumptuous. Who wants to accompany you?" "I'm worried you'll get lost, and I'd have to search everywhere for you." "I don't need the trouble." His tone was rather disdainful. As they walked, the young man glanced back at her, adding, "And don't forget your identity today." Right, today she was to pretend to be Mo Ziyan's girlfriend. It wasn't until they reached the restroom that Mo Ziyan finally let go of her. Leaning against the corridor window, he said, "Hurry up." Wanxing entered the women's restroom. After finishing her business, she washed her hands while gazing at her reflection in the mirror, ensuring her makeup was flawless. At that moment, a girl clad in a sultry red dress emerged from stall. "Hey, are you Mo Xiao's new girlfriend?" Wanxing looked up at the girl in the mirror. Who are you?" The girl, her teeth gritted, stepped closer and grasped the neckline of Wanxing's dress. "It's because of you that Mo Xiao broke up with me." "Oh." Wanxing suddenly recalled this girl. Wasn't she the one who had been forcefully kissed by Mo Ziyan upon her return to the country? The very same girl who sat beside him when she had confronted him the next day at the Mo villa? Li Yi glared at Wanxing, her eyes ablaze with fury. "You dared to flirt with Mo Xiao in front of me last time, and now you have the audacity to attend the auction with him? If it weren't for you, how could he possibly have dumped me?" Wanxing remained speechless. "Who are you referring to?" "I am unaware of Mo Ziyan's previous debaucheries, but today, he is the one who invited me to pretend to be his girlfriend. I refuse to bear the blame for being a mistress. Isn't it obvious who I mean? You are the one seducing someone else's boyfriend." Li returta angrily. As she raised her hand to slap Wanxing, the latter swiftly seized her arm midair. "Let go." Li Yi struggled, only to find that she could not free herself. Despite Wanxing's youthful appearance, she possessed surprising strength, her grip on Li Yi's arm effortlessly firm. Frustrated, Li Yi exclaimed, "Let go of me. Are you deaf?" Wanxing raised an eyebrow. "This is what you asked for." In the next moment, she indeed released her grip. Li Yi let out a scream as her sudden release caused her to lose balance and tumble backward, colliding with the wall and landing unceremoniously on the floor. Her handbag burst open, scattering cosmetics everywhere. Wincing in pain, she looked utterly disheveled. Rising with difficulty, Li Yi glared at Wanxing. "How dare you push me?" Wanxing, undeterred, filled a vase with water from the sink and turned to douse Li Yi with it. Splash! Water drenched Li Yi, who stared in shock. "What are you doing?" Wanxing coldly replied, "With a mouth so filthy, I thought I'd give you a free rinse." Enraged, Li Yi could hardly contain herself. Seeing Mo Xiao with a new woman had already ignited her anger, and encountering Ning Wanxing in the restroom only exacerbated her urge to teach her a lesson. Now, however, she was the one left in a humiliating predicament. As water dripped from her hair, Li Yi was on the brink of fury. She snatched one of her fallen high heels and hurled it at Wanxing, shouting, "You little wretch! Wanxing deftly sidestepped, and the shoe struck the wall with a loud thud, landing in front of Mo Ziyan, who stood outside, bemused by the unexpected projectile. Ning Wanxing, what on earth are you doing? Wanxing shot him a glare, rolling her eyes in exasperation. How dare you ask me what I'm doing? This is all your fault for creating such a scandal, leading me to be insulted in such a manner. Li Yi froze, realizing Mo Xiao was indeed outside. Panic set in, but upon assessing the situation, it was clear she was the one being bullied by Ning Wanxing. Gathering her composure, she exited the restroom, preparing to play the victim. Just then, Wanxing dashed past her and into Mo Ziyan's embrace, melodramatically exclaiming, "Darling, she bullied me," pointing a finger at Li Yi. Li Yi thought to herself, should I even bother to respond? Knowing Ning Wanxing was merely pretending to be Mo Ziyan's girlfriend today, she still felt a twinge of envy as Mo Ziyan seemed delighted by Wanxing's sweet address. His throat bobbed slightly, and his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Li Yi hurried to clarify, "Mo Xiao, it's not like that. I didn't tea. She claims to be your ex-girlfriend," Wanxing interjected, tilting her head to look at Mo Ziyan, "and she called me a mistress." "Ex-girlfriend?" Mo Ziyan regarded Li Yi with a kingly disdain, his voice cold and dangerous. "I don't recall ever having such a so-called ex-girlfriend." Panic surged through Li Yi as cold sweat broke out. She was not truly Mo Xiao's ex-girlfriend. While he had many women around him, he never acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend, and Li Yi was no exception, merely a fleeting companion. "Montak she, Yi. I didn't mean it that way." Her face turned pale as she realized her misjudgment. "You insulted my girlfriend, and you think a mere misunderstanding will suffice?" Em sorry. Li Yi nearly bowed to Wanxing. "I was being petty. I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. It was all out of jealousy. Please don't hold it against me. I truly apologize." Seeing her in such a subservient position, Wanxing felt her anger dissipate. With a huff, she turned and walked away, leaving Li Yi behind. Li Yi dared not say anything further, maintaining her head downcast, utterly defeated. Should she dare to provoke her again, she would regret it. Mo Ziyan arrogantly pointed at Li Yi before rushing after Wanxing. She strode confidently in her heels, clicking with determination. "Hey, there's wealth ahead waiting for you to seize. Why rush? Get away from me. Just a moment ago, you called me darling, and now you're acting like this? I did that to provoke your ex-girlfriend. Who told her to insult me as a mistress?" Wanxing turned and poked Mo Ziyan's chest. "Because of you, I've never been insulted so harshly in my life." Mo Ziyan caught her small hand, pressing it against his chest, his gaze softening as he smirked. "Didn't I ask you to accept her apology? Are you not satisfied? How can I help you feel better?" His tone was reminiscent of someone truly coaxing a girlfriend. Wanxing felt her throat tighten, pulling her hand away. "You rogue." Meanwhile, Li Yi waited until Wanxing had walked far away before daring to lift her head. Two girls who had accompanied her emerged from the restroom, teasing, "You really are pathetic." "Shut up." Li Yi shot them a glare. "You can't blame me for backing down." With a newcomer by Mo Xiao's side, he is certainly spoiling her. One girl with cascading waves draped her arm over Li Yi's shoulder. "That girl, Ning Wanxing, is quite remarkable. Our school's Yi Qingxing, the daughter of the Yi family, recently tangled with her, and Mo Xiao had her expelled from the student council." The other girl gasped, "Wow, she is that powerful? I heard Yi Qingxing and Mo Xiao grew up together, sharing a close bond. Yet, he treated her so harshly for Ning Wanxing. It seems this Ning Wanxing is truly not to be trifled with." Li Yi's face twisted with discontent, yet she could only swallow her frustration in silence. With no prominent background and hailing from a modest upbringing, she was merely a poor girl. Yet, despite her lack of connections, she still managed to attract the attention of the esteemed Mr. Mo. Upon hearing this, Li Yi curled her lip in disdain, realizing that the girl was nothing more than an inconspicuous pauper. While she dared not confront Ning Wanxing openly, her scheming eyes revealed her intent. She was determined to humiliate Ning Wanxing at the auction, to expose her before a crowd. If such a lofty figure as Mr. Mo were to lose face because of Ning Wanxing, it would be interesting to see if Mr. Mo would still want her then. Ning Wanxing and Mo then entered the venue, where elegant strains of a violin filled the air and a long white table was laden with an assortment of beverages. Individuals from the upper echelons of society clustered together, holding golden champagne flutes while engaging in lively conversation. Mo Ziyan was casually conversing with several foreigners, his hand tucked into his pocket. Meanwhile, Wanxing's stomach grumbled in hunger, prompting her to wander over to the long table. Alas, it was filled with alcoholic drinks, and the selection of substantial food was woefully scarce, dominated by mere desserts. As she scrutinized the table, a voice called out to her. Turning, she saw a hostess in a red cheongsam, who smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I forgot to register your name and donation upon your arrival." Puzzled, Wanxing inquired about the donation, to which the hostess explained that everyone present was required to contribute something for the charity auction. After a moment of contemplation, Wanxing opened her bag and produced a small item, asking if it would suffice. The hostess looked down, momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. "This will do. Thank you for your cooperation. Please sign your name in the donor section." Nodding, Wanxing took the pen and carefully inscribed her name. The hostess bowed in gratitude before departing. Wanxing returned to her search for food, but the lights suddenly dimmed as the host took the stage. A brash voice echoed from behind her. "Idiot! Where do you think you're going? Who allowed you to stray from my side?" Wanxing turned to see Mo Ziyan, explaining, "I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day." Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already past noon. He took a plate for her and naturally intertwined his fingers with hers as they returned to their seats. The auction commenced, and as Wanxing sat gracefully in her white chair, nibbling on food while observing the items on display, the excitement around her surged as bids were enthusiastically placed. Suddenly, her own item was brought onto the stage. This next item, presented by Miss Ning, is a bracelet. The host paused, having found no mention of the bracelet's details on his cue cards, not even a brand name. How should he introduce it? No brand? Could be a mere trinket? This bracelet, though lacking a known brand, is evidently crafted with exquisite workmanship. Mo Ziyan turned to Wanxing, asking when she had donated it. "Just now, while you were talking, a hostess approached me saying everyone must donate." He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the stage. Under the spotlight, the bracelet shimmered beautifully, yet without a brand to elevate its status. It risked being dismissed as inferior in the eyes of the crowd. Whispers erupted around them, and in a corner, Li Yi smirked with malicious glee. The hostess had been sent by her to trick Ning Wanxing into donating something trivial. Surely, someone of Ning Wanxing's status wouldn't possess anything of value. Yet, the woman had indeed presented a nameless bracelet. The embarrassment was palpable. Just then, a voice in the crowd exclaimed, "That bracelet! It's the Dreamer's limited edition Midsummer Night's Dream, released 6 months ago." Dreamer, a globally renowned luxury brand, had only produced 1,000 of these bracelets, coveted by many but attainable by few. Even months later, it was still a rare find. Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the bracelet on stage. Could it be true? The bracelet she had longed for was casually donated by Ning Wanxing? How was this possible? A girl in the crowd quickly raised her paddle, calling out, 300,000. Others scoffed, raising their bids, 500, 700. I bid 900,000. The atmosphere ignited as the price soared to 1 million, far exceeding its original value of 300,000. Seated elegantly, Wanxing savored her wine, casting a casual glance at Li Yi. She had suspected that the hostess was up to no good. Li Yi had underestimated her intelligence, hoping to see her humiliated. Not in this lifetime. The chairman of Dreamer was her grandfather, and she had been the first to acquire the Midsummer Night's Dream bracelet. Having worn it long enough, she felt it was a worthy cause to donate it for charity. The bidding continued unabated. Mo Ziyan leaned closer, his hand resting on the back of her chair, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. "Where did you get that bracelet?" Wanxing instinctively turned her head away. His piercing gaze seemed to delve into her very soul. Unfazed, she met his gaze defiantly. "What's with that look? If you don't believe me, just call her." She had already exchanged messages with Ji Xingxia, confirming the arrangement. Who else could afford to give such a valuable gift but the young lady of the Ji family? He straightened up, lazily remarking, "You just donated something your best friend gifted you?" Wanxing replied earnestly, "I did consult her before donating. Xingxia never mentioned the bracelet as high value. She said donating it for charity was meaningful, so I thought." As their conversation unfolded, the bracelet was sold for an astonishing 130,000, a price that had multiplied several times over. By the time the auction concluded, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Unintentionally, Wanxing had played along with Li Yi's scheme, leaving her in high spirits. The girl who photographed the evening star bracelet approached with a joyful demeanor to express her gratitude. Thankful that the evening star was willing to part with such a treasured bracelet for auction. This girl was acquainted with Mo Ziyan and before him. She praised the evening star effusively. The evening star felt a bit elated. Mo Xiao. Miss Ning, I must take my leave, she said, shaking the bracelet box in her hand once more to convey her thanks before bidding farewell. With her hand behind her back, the evening star smiled at Mo Ziyan, inquiring, "So, was my donation of the bracelet appropriate? Did I embarrass you today?" Mo Ziyan scoffed lightly. "Just a lucky break. You merely stumbled upon a fortuitous moment." "Luck is also a skill," she retorted, fool. As they walked towards the venue's exit, they noticed a throng of young people gathered by the entrance. A few boys, upon seeing Mo Ziyan emerge, appeared quite familiar with him, grinning as they remarked, "Mo Xiao, you've stolen the limelight today." The incident regarding the bracelet had indeed stirred quite a commotion among the girls. In the latter half of the event, Mo Ziyan made high-priced bids on numerous items, generating a buzz among the boys as well. It seemed the attention of the auction was not solely claimed by this couple. The boys turned their gazes toward the evening star, noting that this miss seemed to be a fresh face. The evening star greeted them warmly. "Hello there." The group responded with playful banter. "New sister-in-law." What new sister-in-law?" She chuckled awkwardly. "Mo Xiao never disappoints us. He always brings different companions." One boy winked at the evening star, adding, "Mo Xiao's romantic prospects are simply flourishing. He has countless women vying for his attention without even needing to beckon. You should be cautious." "Enough." Mo Ziyan's temples throbbed in irritation as he swung his fist. "Warning, you lot are courting death." He seethed internally, knowing that if this woman misinterpreted their words, he would turn these boys into mincemeat. The boys quickly backtracked. "No, we were just kidding. Please don't take offense, Miss Ning. Let's gather again sometime. Wishing you and Mo Xiao everlasting happiness." The evening star was left bewildered. What was all this about? Besides, she was merely playing the role of Mo Ziyan's girlfriend today. Why should she be upset? Nevertheless, she cast a sidelong glance at Mo Ziyan, who appeared momentarily guilty under her gaze. Wait a minute, why should he feel guilty? Why should he fear this woman misunderstanding anything? With this thought, Mo Ziyan resumed his haughty demeanor, declaring, "Wait here, I'll go get the car." While the evening star waited, a middle-aged man in a gray suit appeared behind her. "Are you Miss Ning?" he inquired. "I am. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Chun Yufei," he said with a gentle smile, handing her a business card. "I have a medical project focused on research and treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Thanks to today's charity auction, we can continue our work. Miss Ning, we truly appreciate your and Mo Xiao's generous support." Alzheimer's. The evening star's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her grandfather had succumbed to the disease, forgetting everyone and everything, and was still lying in a hospital in Y country. This affliction is a global challenge, with no effective solutions available. She had not anticipated that the charity event would focus on this issue. Suddenly, her donation of the bracelet felt more meaningful. She clutched the business card tightly, smiling at Chun Yufei, expressing her hope for their successful research. The silver sports car came to a halt, honking boldly. After bidding farewell to Chun Yufei, the evening star climbed into the car, placing the business card in her pocket and gently rubbing it with her fingertip. Perhaps one day, the medical field would indeed make a breakthrough. Perhaps her grandfather could awaken, returning to health as before. Knowing the hope was slim, yet being able to anticipate it was a beautiful sentiment. The evening star became lost in her thoughts. The car fell into silence, with neither of them speaking. Mo Ziyan drove casually, his peripheral vision inadvertently catching glimpses of Ning Wanxing. What was this woman thinking in her silence? Damn it, she wouldn't have misunderstood anything, would she? "Hey, Ning Wanxing," he coughed lightly, resting his elbow on the window frame, casually stating, "I have indeed brought other women to various events before, but don't misconstrue it. I have never publicly acknowledged any relationship with them." The evening star remained absorbed in her own world, still pondering her grandfather's illness. "What I said was the truth. I haven't even touched those women. In many situations, it's inappropriate to attend alone, and one must bring female companions. Are you listening to me? Don't tell me you care about this." His agitation grew, and he muttered a curse. "From now on, I will no longer bring other women to these events." The lack of response from the evening star left Mo Ziyan feeling anxious. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a complete stop. "Ning Wanxing," He called her name, inadvertently raising his voice a notch. The evening star jolted back to reality, turning to him. What's wrong? I was just thinking. Montak Niyan. Despite being a formidable figure elsewhere, he found himself at a loss for how to express his frustration when it came to her. You didn't hear a word I just said? He glared at her, teeth gritted. What did you say? With an impassive expression, Mo Ziyan averted his gaze, starting the engine once more, and coldly stated, I said nothing. Really? You seem rather upset, she replied, confused, nodding and looking away. Mo Ziyan's irritation deepened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slam the steering wheel. As he dropped her off downstairs, he noticed her unbuckling her seatbelt and stated, somewhat awkwardly and firmly, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Pick me up? For what? The evening star asked, puzzled. Tomorrow is Sunday, and Monday marks the end of my so-called probation period, after which I can join student council. Does this guy really want to squeeze every last bit out of her? Mo Ziyan huffed. Of course it's for something. What could it be? You're not going to make me pretend to be your girlfriend for another event, are you? The phrase again caught Mo Ziyan's attention, igniting his temper once more. Is my coming to find you a bother? Sweat dripped from her brow. She had merely asked out of curiosity, sensing the brewing storm over a single word. The evening star quickly added, no, it's just that I have plans to go shopping with Shangxia tomorrow. Mo Ziyan's expression softened slightly, then cancel it. Why? Because you've already made plans with me for tomorrow. When did I agree to that? Just now. Is that not acceptable? He challenged, his jaw set firmly, standing his ground. The evening star felt a headache coming on. I arranged this shopping trip days ago. I can't just cancel on her now. If I ditch her again, I'll be in deep trouble. Mo Ziyan's gaze hardened as he retorted coldly, right now, you are indeed digging your own grave. Wanxing felt an intensifying ache in her head. Why did it seem as though Mo Ziyan was competing with Shangxia for her affection? Stop teasing. I'll call you after I finish shopping with Shangxia tomorrow. Is that all right? The girl's voice was soft and sweet, as if she were coaxing someone. Montak Xian's toa tightened, his deep-set eyes shimmering as he gazed at her intently. The young man raised his hand, tucking a stray lock of Wanxing's hair behind her ear. All right, he murmured. I'll be waiting for you. How strange it was that this arrogant and domineering young master suddenly appeared so obedient at that moment. Am I truly losing my mind? Night fell. Before drifting off to sleep, Wanxing pondered how long it had been since she last dreamt. She rarely had dreams, but whenever she did, they served as a premonition of the future. That night, as she succumbed to slumber, she found herself in a dream. Chapter 137. So obedient to her astonishment. She dreamt of Mr. Chun, whom she had encountered that afternoon at the charity auction. She saw Chun Yufei's team embroiled in a heated argument. It turned out that a medication for Alzheimer's had already been developed, but due to various reasons, it could not be publicly announced yet. Wanxing jolted awake, glancing at the dawn light just breaking through. That dream from last night, filled with excitement, Wanxing sprang up, washed up, and grabbed the business card that Chun Yufei had given her the previous day. If Chun Yufei had indeed developed a medication for Alzheimer's, it meant her grandfather could be saved. Wasting no time, she donned a coat and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Chun Yufei's research institute. During the ride, she attempted to call Mr. Chun, but alas, his phone was switched off. Upon arriving at the address on the card, she discovered it was located in a villa district. One of the villas served as Chun Yufei's research institute, yet the gates were firmly shut. Perhaps he had not yet risen? Wanxing patiently waited outside. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Wanxing? She turned to find Xiao Jingqian dressed in white sportswear, holding a large black dog on a leash. Wanxing was taken aback. Jingqian? What are you doing here? Xiao Jingqian suppressed his surprise and smiled. Shouldn't I be asking you that? This villa is my home. Understanding dawned on Wanxing as her eyes brightened. She stepped closer, grasping Xiao Jingqian's sleeve. Do you know where your neighbor is? Has he not arrived at his workplace yet? What time does he usually come? Xiao Jingqian glanced at her hand gripping his sleeve, his eyelashes fluttering slightly as he raised his delicate face. You mean Mr. Chun? This villa is both his home and research institute. He works and resides here. Then why did no one respond when I knocked? Wanxing turned to the closed door. That's something I'm not quite sure about, Xiao Jingqian replied, also gazing at the door before his attention returned to Wanxing. You came here specifically to find him. Is there an urgent matter? Of course, she replied. Chun Yufei's team had developed the medication, and her grandfather was in desperate need of it. However, she couldn't just divulge everything to anyone. Wanxing nodded and vaguely said, just some personal matters. Jingqian, Do you have any other contact information for Mr. Chun? Could you help me find out where he might be? I really need to know. All right. Xiao Jingshan nodded, promptly pulling out his phone to search for contact details. As Wanxing waited, she noticed the massive dog he was holding. Wow, that's a big dog, she exclaimed, startled, her heart racing. Upon closer inspection, the dog appeared quite majestic, resembling a wolf. The dog was obedient, and Wanxing's fear dissipated as she knelt to pet its head. Such a good boy. After finishing the call, Xiao Jingshan looked down to see Wanxing interacting with the animal. The golden morning sunlight illuminated her, casting a warm glow over her bright, innocent smile. He remained quietly observing her. Chapter 138. Fondness. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Wanxing lifted her eyes. Did you reach Mr. Chun? Xiao Jingshan's eyes flickered momentarily before he masked his emotions and spoke in a gentle tone. I tried calling him, but his phone remains off. Mr. Chun is still unmarried and has no children, making it difficult to locate him once he goes missing. Wanxing's delicate brows furrowed. What should we do now? Maybe he just hasn't woken up yet. Xiao Jingshan suggested. Would you like to wait at my house? From my yard, we can see clearly if anything happens. Perhaps not. I wouldn't want to intrude on your family, she replied. My family is away on a trip, Xiao Jingshan said, his features softening. It's just me and Lightning at home. Lightning? Yes, he said with a smile, lifting the leash. This is it. So, your name is Lightning, Wanxing said, stroking the dog's head. What a cool name for such a handsome dog. It really looks like a wolf. Xiao Jingshan chuckled softly. Is a wolf. Wanxing froze in place. What did you just say? Lightning is a wolf. Ah, she screamed, leaping up. Xiao Jingshan burst into laughter, pulling Lightning closer. Don't be afraid. It won't do anything to you unless I command it. Can you really keep such an animal here? Isn't that a bit extreme? You're not joking, are you? Wanxing clung to a nearby pole, feeling a mix of fear and disbelief. If you're truly scared, I can just tie it up, all right? No, that won't be necessary. Wanxing steadied herself, attempting to regain her composure. I'm not that frightened. I just didn't expect it. Xiao Jingshan smiled as he pushed open the villa's iron gate. Then come in. It's not ideal for you to wait out here. Who knows when the security might arrive and ask you to leave. Wouldn't the security first ask the wolf to leave? Wanxing steadied her emotions and stepped inside. The housekeeper, busy tending to the garden, looked up in surprise upon seeing Wanxing. The young master actually brought a girl home? The housekeeper quickly composed himself and greeted them. Young master. Xiao Jingshan nodded slightly and turned to Wanxing. Have you had breakfast? I'm not hungry. Not eating breakfast is bad for your stomach, he replied, inquiring again. How about American breakfast? Wanxing could only nod. The two of them sat in the garden, facing the entrance of Chen Yufei's villa. They would be able to see anyone coming or going. The housekeeper soon brought out the food, but Wanxing had no appetite, her gaze fixated on the opposite villa, hoping for Mr. Chun to appear soon. Xiao Jingshan sat nearby, with Lightning lying beside him. The wait felt agonizing, especially since she had plans to shop with Shengxia at noon. She casually asked, by the way, what made you decide to keep such a pet? Xiao Jingshan glanced at Lightning, but fixed his eyes on Wanxing. Because I like it. Chapter 139. Recommendation votes. For more updates. Wanxing was oblivious to his gaze, her attention wholly on Lightning. But can you really keep such a pet here? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be allowed. Wanxing raised a hand to halt his forthcoming words. Don't say any more, I understand. Do you think having money means one can do whatever one pleases? Indeed, wealth affords one the liberty to act as one pleases. He seldom ventures outside. Xiao Jingshan gently stroked the head of Lightning, who was obedient yet seemed a tad pitiful. Pitiful? Creatures of this nature must yearn for freedom. No? However, I do adore it, Xiao Jingshan murmured softly. Anything I cherish, I will undoubtedly devise means to keep it close. His voice was tender, yet the contours of his face bore a deep, shadowed intensity, with a hint of obsession in his tone. After a long wait, the villa across remained devoid of any comings or goings. Wanxing felt drowsy from the wait. Checking the time, the morning had slipped by. The rendezvous with Shengxia was set for noon, and it was rapidly approaching. Should she abandon the wait for Mr. Chun and seek out Shengxia instead? Yet the thought that the medicine capable of healing her grandfather might be within that very building made Wanxing reluctant to delay even a second. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, her phone rang. It was Ji Shengxia. Hello, Shengxia, have you set off? Ji Shengxia elongated her tone. Wanxing, can we reschedule for next week? What is the matter? It's Ji Yelyong. Ji Shengxia lowered her voice. He suddenly asked me out. That poker-faced individual had never taken the initiative to invite her before. Shengxia was practically bursting with excitement. Wanxing blinked in surprise. Oh, is it such a coincidence? She replied. All right then, let us plan for next week. Moi, I love you. Don't be mad. I'll treat you next week. Ji Shengxia's voice brimmed with elation. Let us leave it at that. I'm hanging up. Even without meeting, Wanxing could envision the brilliance of Ji Shengxia's smile. However, it was also a relief not to have to attend the appointment. She could continue her vigil at Chun Yufei's Research Institute. Little did she expect that her wait would extend until the sun dipped below the horizon. Wanxing felt as if she were growing moldy from the wait. Having seen no one enter or exit Chun Yufei's research facility, glancing at the time, she felt disheartened. Where could he possibly be? After waiting all day, how much longer must she endure? Xiao Jingxun turned to Wanxing. What do you wish to eat for dinner? No, thank you. Wanxing shook her head, rising to her feet. I apologize for wasting your day. I should head back. However, I must ask you to keep an eye out. If anyone arrives at the opposite building, please contact me immediately, all right? Is she really leaving? Xiao Jingxun's gaze dimmed slightly as he stood as well. No problem. Reluctantly glancing back at the tightly shut doors of Chun Yufei's Research Institute, Wanxing began to walk away. I'll give you a ride, Xiao Jingxun offered, holding up the car keys. No need, I could take a taxi. Xiao Jingxun smiled. It's fine. I happen to be heading out too, and it's on the way. Is it? Wanxing tilted her head in thought. Then thank you. Without Wanxing's presence, Mo Ziyan felt an inexplicable lethargy in all he did. He declined an afternoon engagement and aimlessly drove his car. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself parked outside Ning Wanxing's apartment. Chapter 140. Calm, he was mad. Todi Mel. Mo Ziyan's long fingers buried themselves in his ash-colored hair, pushing it back. His sharply defined features appeared even more pronounced at that moment. He glanced at his phone. Damn it. Hadn't T that woman said she would call him? Where had she gone? Just that one statement had left him in disarray for the entire day. Mo Ziyan irritably tugged at his tie. Should he call her first? No. That would make him seem desperate, as if he were waiting for a call. Just then, a blue car suddenly stopped in the distance. The next moment, a familiar figure stepped out. Mo Ziyan froze. After waving goodbye to Xiao Jingxun, Wanxing turned to walk toward her apartment. All right. She had promised Mo Ziyan to call him after finishing her work yesterday. It was already 6 o'clock. Should she call him? Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Ning Wanxing. She turned in shock, meeting a pair of piercing, cold eyes. When did you arrive? She stammered. Mo Ziyan's expression was impassive. From a moment, you stepped out of Xiao Jingxun's car. A thunderclap. This guy couldn't he possibly have misconstrued her interaction with Xiao Jingxun? Could he? Mo Ziyan smirked, pointing in the direction Xiao Jingxun had departed. This is your idea of shopping with Ji Shengxia, and then calling me afterward, is it? The final note of his sentence carried a dangerously sharp undertone. Wanxing swallowed hard. No, it's not what you think. Mo Ziyan remained calm, his expression unchanged, yet for some reason, this demeanor was more terrifying. Even with her fortitude, Wanxing found herself stammering. You misunderstood me. I genuinely had things to do today, and I had indeed planned to shop with Shengxia, but she said she couldn't make it, so I... Montak Jian Laukit Koutli. So you spent the entire day with Xiao Jingxun. He was someone I unexpectedly ran into. It wasn't a planned meeting. Wanxing's voice rose slightly, then quickly deflated. But, regarding that matter, I cannot disclose it. What was she to say? To directly tell Mo Ziyan that she could foresee dreams, and that Chun Yufei possessed medicine that could cure her grandfather's illness? To reveal that her grandfather was the chairman of Dreamer and part of a mysterious organization? That was utterly impossible, at least, not at this moment. Montak Jian chuckled, though his tone was frigid. Are you suggesting that you and Xiao Jingxun share a secret that cannot be revealed to others? That's not what I meant. Is this amusing to you? Mo Ziyan's voice was dark, his handsome features taut, his calmness almost unfathomable. You're delighting in this game, Ning Wanxing, aren't you? His harsh tone lacked any fluctuation. Wanxing felt as though her throat was constricted. She was unaccustomed to this version of Mo Ziyan. He was usually so arrogant and brash. His unnerving calmness. What did it signify? For reasons unknown, she felt a tremor within her. Chapter 141. This ends here. Perhaps it was due to Mo Ziyan's usual ferocity. Yet now, he appeared devoid of warmth or mercy. I will ask you one last time. Mo Ziyan's eyes were frosted with ice. What is it? Wanxing's breath caught in her throat. Her lips moved soundlessly. I truly cannot say. Very well. A splendid cannot say. What is it truly? Is it that you have nothing to say? He had clearly seen Ning Wanxing exit Xiao Jingchen's car, smiling radiantly at him. Did this woman think him a fool? He had awaited her call all day, only to be met with this? Mo Ziyan had never been toyed with by a woman in such a manner. His gaze bore into her, suddenly gripping her chin, his voice devoid of warmth. Do you know, I loathe being lied to. Wanxing bit her lip, feeling a weight upon her chest. Who lied? Everything I said is true. You simply refuse to believe it. Everyone has their own privacy. If I choose not to disclose something, it is for my own reasons. You can choose to believe or not, but you have no right to interfere with me. No right to interfere. Mo Ziyan's eyes were a tempest, fury brewing, ready to erupt. Yet he fixed his gaze upon Wanxing, and suddenly, a sardonic smile broke forth. The storm ceased abruptly. Ning Wanxing, you've won. Let's leave it at that. He has truly lost his mind, allowing all his emotions to be swayed by this woman. Haven't the lessons from 2 years ago been sufficient? A mocking curve graced the corners of Mo Ziyan's mouth. This is where it ends. With that phrase, he coldly turned and strode towards his car. Bang! The door of the sports car slammed shut with force, and the silver vehicle accelerated away like a swift arrow. The night wind tousled Wanxing's hair as she blinked. Looking down at her phone, she saw the screen still displaying the call interface for Mo Ziyan. Wanxing pursed her lips. This is where it ends? What does he mean by that? Inside the bar, Mo Ziyan sat at the counter, indulging in alcohol, when Zhuo Shi hurried over. He glanced at the numerous empty glasses in front of Mo Ziyan and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing, young Master Mo?" Mo Ziyan tilted his head back, downing half a bottle, his expression unchanged as he said, "Either sit down and drink or get lost." Zhuo Shi took a seat, grinning. "What's going on? Did you have a fight with Ning Wanxing?" Mo Ziyan slammed his glass on the table, irritated. "Don't mention that name to me." It was clear he had indeed quarreled with Ning Wanxing. Zhuo Shi picked up a bottle and began to drink, wisely refraining from further mention of her. However, after a few more bottles, Mo Ziyan could no longer remain composed. Ning Wanxing, that wretched girl, does she even have a conscience? Ning Wanxing, she... I told you not to mention that name. Didn't you hear me? Zhuo Shi obediently closed his mouth. What kind of woman hasn't Mo Ziyan encountered? Who does she think she is? She has no right to interfere, right? Fine, if she dies outside tomorrow, I wouldn't care. Actually, Wanxing, Mo Ziyan smashed his glass. I told you not to mention her. Do you want to die? Zhuo Shi. Clearly, it is you, young master, who can't stop talking about her. Chapter 142. Go find her. After mixing various drinks, Mo Ziyan was somewhat intoxicated. One hand rested on the rim of his glass as he supported his forehead, murmuring, "She didn't come. 2 years ago, I waited for her all night, and she never showed up." Brother Ziyan, what did you say? Mo Ziyan tightened his grip on the glass. I wish I could strangle her myself. Zhuo Shi, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from responding, silently clinking glasses with him and drinking alongside. Brother Ziyan, you're drunk. Zhuo Shi pushed an unopened bottle aside. Stop drinking. Wait for me. I'm going to the restroom, and then I'll take you back to the Mo family. Mo Ziyan remained silent, his handsome face buried in his arms, mumbling about Ning Wanxing repeatedly. The bar's lights cast upon his chiseled features, stripping away his usual arrogance, revealing a side that truly tugged at one's heartstrings. In this entire world, it seemed only Ning Wanxing could reduce the proud Mo Ziyan to such a state. Zhuo Shi walked into the restroom and called Wanxing. You say he is drunk? Yes, he is practically unconscious, mumbling your name over and over. What happened between you two? He keeps murmuring my name. The softest corner of Wanxing's heart felt a stir, and she tightened her grip on her phone. Which bar are you at? I'm coming to find you. It's getting late. It's not safe for you to come alone, Zhuo Shi replied. No matter what happened between you two, can you talk it over tomorrow? Wanxing, Brother Ziyan, really. He cares about you, even though he's been reckless these past 2 years. But Zhuo Shi knew that all of that was merely a facade. Wanxing bit her lip. I understand. The bar was deafening. With Mo Ziyan striking looks, he drew all eyes towards him. As many women eagerly approached, one figure boldly moved forward. Mo. Young master? Yi Qingqing nudged Mo Ziyan, pleasantly surprised to see him. Initially seeking to unwind from her recent troubles at the bar, she never expected to encounter the one person who occupied her thoughts. Mo Ziyan opened his eyes, slightly inebriated, his voice hoarse. Who are you? I. Yi Qingqing hesitated, opting not to answer that question. Why are you here alone? You drunk too much. Get lost. Mo Ziyan pushed her away, cringing at the unpleasant scent. Stay away from me. Ning Wanxing smells so much better, a faint scent of shower gel, far superior to this cloying perfume. With that thought, Mo Ziyan stumbled, pushing back his chair and attempting to exit the bar. Where are you going? To find Ning Wanxing. Without looking back, he declared, I must clarify things with her. Young master. Yi Qingqing rushed after him, realizing he was too intoxicated to care about her choice of address. She quickly corrected herself. Ziyan, you're drunk. Let me help you find Ning Wanxing, all right? As she spoke, she leaned closer, her midriff-bearing outfit pressing against him. Chapter 143. If you come find me now? Mo Ziyan ignored her, continuing to make his way outside. Once he exited the bar, he completely lost direction, his mind clouded by alcohol. Yi Qingqing quickly followed, finding Mo Ziyan sitting on the steps, one leg bent, the other stretched out. Even in this disheveled state, he exuded an air of dominance. Yi Qingqing sat beside him. Ziyan, what are you looking for? My phone. Bring me my phone. What do you need it for? I know where you live. Let me take you home. Just bring me my phone. Mo Ziyan snapped impatiently. I need to call Ning Wanxing. I must get to the bottom of this. Damn it. She stood me up 2 years ago, and now she's back, dating another man right under my nose. What does she think I am? I gave her a chance, and she dares to challenge my limits. I will make her pay. Leaning against the steps, he oozed a rebellious fury, threatening incessantly. Hearing Mo Ziyan mentioned 2 years ago, Yi Qingqing instinctively clenched her fists. I know Ning Wanxing. Can I help you call her? Call her now. Hurry. Ye think nodded, pretending to dial the number and engaging in a mock conversation with the heir before turning to Mo Ziyan. Ziyan. Wanxing says she doesn't want to talk to you at all. She said she hates you, hates your spoiled rich temperament, hates your authoritarian ways, hates your arrogance. She hates you so much she doesn't even want to see you. Such familiar words. 2 years ago, he waited at the middle school gate, drenched in rain all night, and she never arrived. The next day, it was Yi Qingqing who came to tell him that Ning Wanxing had left. Yi Qingqing had relayed Ning Wanxing's message. She hates you, hates your spoiled rich temperament, hates your authoritarian ways, hates your arrogance. And she hates you so much she doesn't want to see you. The memory crashed into Mo Ziyan's intoxicated mind, a dark recollection he had forced to the back. His eyes turned crimson as he snatched Yi Qingqing's phone, roaring, Ning Wanxing, do you want to die? You better come here now. Ha, you hate me, do you? Then you better explain where I went wrong. I nearly bare my soul to you. Ning Wanxing, has your conscience been devoured by a dog? In vino veritas. These words were ones Mo Ziyan would never utter when sober. He was the proud Mo Ziyan, possessing his own dignity. However, at this moment, after a furious outburst, Mo Ziyan realized that there was no response from the other side, and gradually quieted down. He said, Ning Wanxing, why is your heart so cruel? Ning Wanxing, did you hear me when I called you over? I want to see you. Ning Wanxing, if you come and find me now, I can forget everything from the past and embrace you anew. He made yet another concession, willing to overlook their previous grievances as long as she would come to him now. Yet, silence persisted from the other side. Yi Qingqing took her phone and whispered in his ear, wake up. She despises you so much. How could she possibly come to see you? Chapter 144. Concerned she really detests you. Mo Ziyan, who was slightly tipsy, froze in place, his pupils constricting. After a moment, he slowly lowered his head, his disheveled hair shading his brows and eyes, resembling an injured beast. Seizing the moment, Yi Qingqing linked her arm with his, attempting to help him up. Let us go. I'll take you back. She had no intention of genuinely escorting Mo Ziyan back to the Mo family villa. Such a splendid opportunity was meant for a hotel rendezvous. Gazing at Mo Ziyan's strikingly handsome face, she couldn't help but smile. Oh, Ziyan, why did you come out alone? A voice called out, as Zwasher rushed over and supported Mo Ziyan. Upon noticing Yi Qingqing, he asked, what are you doing here? Yi Qingqing maintained her composure and replied with a gentle smile. I saw Yin sitting alone at the bar, looking quite intoxicated. So I thought I'd help him get home. No need. I could take Ziyan home myself. Yi Qingqing nodded. All right, be careful on the way. Watching the two depart. Ye vink clenched had feasts in frustration. What pity. If only something could happen between her and Ziyan. However, recalling Mo Ziyan's dazed expression earlier, she tossed her hair back and smiled triumphantly. There was no rush. As long as the young master Mo harbored no feelings for Ning Wanxing, she, Yi Qingqing, would certainly have her chance to rise. The following day, Mo Ziyan awoke with a throbbing headache. He propped himself up, fingers entangled in his hair, brows furrowed slightly. He glanced at the time, 7:30 in the morning. What had transpired last night? Pressing his hand against his forehead, he recalled the scene of Ning Wanxing stepping out of Xiao Jingchen's car, his gaze immediately turning icy. His memory faltered at the bar where he had been drinking with Zuo, and he could hardly remember what had happened afterward. He only vaguely recalled calling Ning Wanxing with someone else's phone, asking her to come find him. Did she come? He could not remember. Just then his phone rang. Zuo was calling to gloat. Ziyan, are you feeling better? Do you realize how much you drank last night? You were practically unconscious. I had to exert a great deal of effort to bring you back to the Mo villa. Mo Ziyan leaned lazily against the headboard, his bathrobe slightly disheveled, revealing a glimpse of his alluring collarbone. His voice was hoarse from sleep. You were the only one there? Who else would it be? I brought you back myself. Mo Ziyan's expression turned cold, a sarcastic smile tugging at his lips. But then, the call ended abruptly. He tossed his phone aside and, with a composed face, walked to the bathroom. Splashing cold water on his face, he pressed his hands against the sink, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Water trickled down his exquisitely contoured jawline, each drop echoing in the eerie silence. He had lowered himself to such an extent to bring her back. Yet Ning Wanxing still did not come. She simply did not care for him, never had. His long fingers tightened around the edge of the sink, and he repeated the words he had spoken yesterday, each syllable laden with weight. This ends here. Chapter 145. Waiting Wanxing had hardly slept well throughout the night. Rising early, she hurried to school and, after dropping off her backpack, dashed to Class S. Peering through the window, she confirmed that Mo Ziyan had not arrived. Thus, she decided to wait in the hallway. The morning corridor buzzed with activity, and amidst the crowd, Xiao Jingchen spotted Wanxing waiting at the entrance. Leaning against the wall, her gaze lowered, she wore a white shirt with a red bow at her neck and a navy pleated skirt, her hair cascading down in soft waves, exuding a serene presence. Xiao Jingchen paused for a moment, observing her before stepping forward. Wanxing, are you waiting for someone? Upon hearing him, Wanxing turned, I'm waiting for Mo Ziyan. I see. Xiao Jingchen smiled gently. Ziyan has a rather unpredictable schedule. Sometimes he doesn't even show up by the time the class bell rings. It's all right. I'm waiting for him. Wanxing clutched the bag tightly. Xiao Jingchen leaned against the wall beside her, adding, by the way, I've had someone monitoring Mr. Chan's research facility. There has been no sign of anyone coming or going since yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate it, Wanxing replied politely. After returning to her apartment the previous day, she had already informed her organization to send someone to Huagua, determined to find Chen Yufei and acquire the necessary medicine at any cost. Her subordinates were likely nearing Huagua now. Noticing the item she held closely, Xiao Jingchen chuckled. What treasure are you holding? This is... Wanxing looked down at her bag. I woke up early to prepare some soup for warmth. Mo Ziyan doesn't have a good stomach, and he drank so much last night. Zuo's words echoed her mind. Ziyan truly cares about you. Wanxing lowered her head, a smile involuntarily rising at the corners of her mouth. In the distance, Mo Ziyan strode toward them, his posture tall and proud, hands in his pockets, his uniform jacket unbuttoned, and his black tie loosely hanging over his white shirt, exuding a rebellious charm. Upon spotting Ning Wanxing standing at the entrance of Class S, conversing with Xiao Jingchen, her shy yet captivating smile caught his eye. Mo Ziyan turned his gaze away, his expression indifferent as he continued toward the classroom. Hey, Montak Nian. Wanxing called out to him. He paused momentarily, turning his handsome face toward her, his voice void of emotion. What is it? The coldness in his 3 words extinguished Wanxing's enthusiasm. She pouted, feeling frustrated. Why act so aloof? Seeing her silence, Mo Ziyan didn't inquire further, continuing toward the classroom. Wait, just a moment. What do you want? I don't have time to listen to you ramble. His dismissive attitude left Wanxing feeling stifled. Tightening her grip on the bag, she held as she felt as though she was pressing her warm face against something cold. Biting her lip in frustration, she declared, Of course I have something to say. The probation period has passed, right? When can I join the student council? Was that what she wanted to convey? Mo Ziyan wore a look of mockery. What? Are you afraid I might go back on my word? You can report to the student council at noon today. Someone will arrange for your membership. Is that satisfactory? Wanxing remained silent, simply gazing at him. He added, now can you disappear from my sight? Chapter 146. Settle the counts? What does he mean by that? If I'm to disappear, then so be it. Wanxing angrily turned away, forgetting to even bid farewell to shout Jingshun as she stormed back to Class A, stuffing the bag in her desk drawer. She pulled out her textbook and turned the pages forcefully. How infuriating. What kind of attitude was that from Mo Ziyan? Who was he trying to impress with that cold demeanor? Zwasher had said that Mo Ziyan really cared about her. Despite her anger, she still attended the student council report at noon. At the grand entrance, a boy dressed in a black uniform and sporting black-framed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, was already waiting. After filling out the necessary forms and receiving her uniform and badge, Wanxing was also given the code for a members-only lounge. This space, approximately several dozen square meters, was well equipped with a sofa, television, refrigerator, and all the amenities one could desire. However, the decor seemed to have been altered without permission, appearing somewhat gaudy. This was formerly Yi Qingqing's lounge. The bespectacled boy smiled and explained, we have tidied it up for you. Everything has been replaced with new items. Upon hearing that irksome name, Wanxing instinctively recoiled, but still nodded in gratitude. Please change into your uniform first, he suggested before stepping outside. After locking the door, Wanxing looked around and began to change. Is this skirt the same size as the regular school uniform? Although it was also size S. The student council's skirt felt a bit shorter. She tugged it down and, after putting on the badge, stepped out. Finally, she had joined the student council. Feeling a step closer to Key, as she surveyed her surroundings, she began to explore. This was an independent building with 5 floors. The first floor was a conference room, the second a dining area, the third for leisure and entertainment. The fourth contained the members' lounge, and the fifth housed the offices and lounge for the president and vice president. After some contemplation, she decided to thank Mo Ziyan. Although he had made her life difficult, without him, she wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Well, that's that. She reassured herself, brewed a cup of coffee, and carried it to his office door. Knock, knock. A boisterous voice called from within, get in here. Wanxing pushed the door open. Mo Ziyan was sitting at his computer, typing away without lifting his head. Cough, it's me. His fingers paused, and he raised his gaze, clearly surprised to see her. His expression was devoid of any emotion. What do you want? This is for you, Wanxing said, extending the coffee. Mo Ziyan glanced at it, then asked, what did you add to it this time? Nothing, she retorted. I merely wanted to thank you. Now that you've had my coffee, we're even. Even? He seemed to scoff at her eagerness to settle things. No need. Mo Ziyan resumed typing, his eyes fixed on the screen. Take it away. I went through the trouble of making it. At least have a sip. Wasting someone's effort brings misfortune. I told you to take it away. You must drink it. Wanxing challenged him. With a swift motion, Mo Ziyan pushed back his chair, rose, and poured the coffee into a nearby potted plant, tossing the empty cup onto the table with a cold demeanor. As you wish, we're even. Chapter 147. As you wish, Wanxing stared at the coffee, now soaking into the plant, her lips pressed tightly together. Just then, another knock sounded at the door. Mo Ziyan resumed his seat, his voice low, come in. The door swung open, revealing the bespectacled boy who had greeted Wanxing earlier. He looked bewildered at the sight of Mo Ziyan, then glanced at Wanxing, sensing an ominous atmosphere. President, this is the information you asked me to organize. Mo Ziyan took the documents, engaging in discussion with the boy, completely disregarding Wanxing, who felt invisible in the corner. Taking a deep breath, Wanxing clenched her fists, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Mo Ziyan, you jerk. With that, she turned and stormed out. If he wanted to be dismissive, so be it. She would no longer seek his approval. The bespectacled boy was left dumbfounded, instinctively turning to watch Wanxing leave. A chilling voice cut through the air, laced with a strong warning. If you look at her again, I'll have your eyes. The boy shuddered and quickly averted his gaze. Montak she. Please change your uniform. Mo Ziyan's expression darkened. A longer skirt. Ah, yes. The boy nodded vigorously, as if he had just grasped something. Which lounge is hers? The one previously used by Yi Qingqing. Mo Ziyan frowned. Change it. Change it. But the rooms match the number of members. They're fixed. Isn't there an empty room in the middle? Mo Ziyan lowered his gaze to review the documents. That room is for her. But that room is. Why are you so chatty? Mo Ziyan snapped, his handsome face showing irritation. Get out and help her change rooms. The boy hastily complied, obediently exiting. At noon, a small meeting took place. As a new member, Wanxing officially joined and met the others. When the meeting concluded, it coincided with mealtime, and everyone headed upstairs together. The student council members had a different dining area. Xiao Jingqian walked alongside Wanxing, gently inquiring, having just joined, everything here must feel quite unfamiliar, right? Indeed, it was quite unfamiliar. The building was vast, filled with numerous furnishings. Wanxing felt she might easily get lost. She nodded, yes, I'll adapt slowly. As they ascended, another member chuckled. With a newcomer, someone should show her around. Ning, why don't you pick someone from our group to guide you? Wanxing glanced at Mo Ziyan, who appeared oblivious, continuing to walk ahead, casually chatting with other students, his profile exuding effortless grace, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. President Xiao Jingqian addressed Mo Ziyan. Ning is the new member and needs someone to show her around. How about I do it? Only then did Mo Ziyan shift his attention towards Wanxing. His dark eyes assessed her, then flicked back to Xiao Jingqian before he nonchalantly replied, as you wish. Chapter 148. Not worth it. Wanxing inhaled deeply, turning to Xiao Jingqian. Then I'll rely on you. Not a bother at all. Xiao Jingqian replied with a warm smile. I have plenty of patience. Mo Ziyan had already moved on, not glancing back. In the dining hall, the food was entirely self-serve. Wanxing casually selected a few items and found a seat. Before long, Xiao Jingqian joined her, asking, May I sit beside you? Of course, Wanxing nodded. Xiao Jingqian settled across from her. Is this all you're eating? I'm on a diet. In truth, she had little appetite. You're so thin. You don't need a diet. Xiao Jingqian urged, placing some meat on her plate. Eat more. I'm genuinely worried a gust of wind might carry you away. Just then, Mo Ziyan approached, carrying his own food. For some reason, Wanxing instinctively wanted to distance herself from Xiao Jingqian, yet he affectionately added more meat to her plate. Thank you, she managed to say to Xiao Jingqian. Mo Ziyan didn't spare her a glance, walking past her without acknowledgement, taking a seat at the farthest window table, casually sipping his coffee. His movements were elegant and indifferent. Though the dining hall was spacious, Wanxing felt the air was stifling. After shoving a few bites in her mouth, she stood up. I'm heading back to the lounge. Xiao Jingqian raised his eyes to her. Do you know the way back? Wanxing couldn't help but chuckle. It's just on the 4th floor. I'm not stupid. I'll take the elevator straight up. Let me escort you. Xiao Jingqian pondered for a moment, his eyes sparkling with a radiant smile. Since I have decided to accompany you, I shall naturally take responsibility for you. Wanxing glanced at the unfinished food before him. Really? You needn't worry. Please continue eating. It's nothing. This is of little importance. Xiao Jingqian had already risen to his feet. Let's go. All right. It was a fortunate opportunity for Wanxing to engage in a private conversation with Xiao Jingqian. She had not forgotten the letter K tattooed on his collarbone. Nodding, she ceased her reluctance, and the two made their way towards the elevator. They had become the focal point of the onlookers. As others observed Wanxing and Xiao Jingqian departing, the murmurs erupted. Wow, Chen Xiao is truly attentive to the new member. There must be some hidden story. Mo Ziyan leisurely chewed his food while listening to the discussions around him, eventually lifting his gaze. Wanxing and Xiao Jingqian walked side by side, deep in conversation, with Wanxing even gesturing towards Xiao Jingqian's collarbone. He leaned down, allowing her a closer view of the tattoo. Montauk Yuan scoffed coldly. How long had they known each other? Already so familiar? This woman was indeed ungrateful. She was not worth his attention. Retracting his gaze, Mo Ziyan took another sip of coffee. Whatever she chose to do was of no concern to him now. As the day passed, rain unexpectedly began to fall as school was about to end. The downpour intensified, leaving Wanxing stranded at the entrance. When Mo Ziyan descended the stairs, he immediately spotted her with a distressed expression standing not far ahead. The girl bit her lower lip, a habitual gesture when faced with difficulties. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding an umbrella, he glanced outside. The rain was indeed heavy. Chapter 149. The harshest revenge. Vaughn's gaze darkened as he stepped forward. Wanxing had made up her mind to plunge into the downpour. Waiting here was merely wasting time. She decided to brave it. However, in the next moment, someone seized her arm. The rain was pouring heavily. Rushing out like this would surely lead to a cold. Turning her head, she found herself facing Xiao Jingxun's delicate and handsome face. "Let me escort you," he said, holding the umbrella open. Dressed in a white shirt with a few buttons undone, the letter K on his collarbone was faintly visible. Wanxing recalled his explanation from noon. He had tattooed it simply because he liked the letter. Was it truly just admiration for that letter, or was there something more? Snapping back to reality, Wanxing was about to speak when she noticed Mo Ziyan approaching with one hand in his pocket. He unfurled his umbrella and strode into the rain with an air of indifference, his features sharp and eyes devoid of emotion. His nonchalance was infuriating to her. Was she merely a pet that he summoned at will, discarded when bored, and ignored thereafter? Xiao Jingchun regarded her with gentle concern. "Wanxing, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied with a forced smile. "There's no need for you to worry." Xiao Jingchun lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. "I can see that you're not in a good mood. What can I do to lighten your spirits?" Gazing at the rain, Wanxing replied, "Jingchun, have you heard the saying? What is it? Indifference is the cruelest form of revenge." "Are you referring to Ziyuan?" "It just came to mind," she shrugged. "All right, it's time to head back. I simply didn't sleep well last night. I'll take a nap and rise refreshed tomorrow." At the racing club, Mo Ziyan completed a lap, executing a stylish drift at the finish line. Zwisher glanced at the timer and whistled. "Wow, Brother Ziyan, you've broken the record again. Oh my, mighty one, please accept my admiration." Mo Ziyan removed his helmet and tossed it aside, stepping out of the car with his long legs. His handsome face bore a clouded expression, void of joy despite the record-breaking achievement. He returned to the lounge area, taking a bottle of water and drinking deeply, his jawline elegantly defined, the movement of his atoms apple undeniably alluring. Familiar with the racing scene, the manager here endeavored to charm the wealthy young men. Manager Zhang observed from a distance, signaling to his niece, who hesitantly approached with a tissue in hand. Standing beside Mo Ziyan, she dared not get too close, biting her lip in shyness. "Young Master Mo, you're quite sweaty. May I help you with that?" Mo Ziyan shot her a glance. Something about her expression, or perhaps her lip-biting gesture, bore a striking resemblance to that woman. His eyes darkened slightly. Zwisher, understanding Mo Ziyan well, knew he loathed any woman encroaching on his space. He sprang up, hastily intercepting her before she could utter another word. "You're standing so far away. How can you help?" Chapter 150. A painful sight, a flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. Momentarily flustered, she nodded and stepped closer, awkwardly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Zwisher was dumbfounded. Had he lost his mind? Was this really the Mo Ziyan who never allowed any woman to touch him? Mo Ziyan languidly propped his chin on his hand, observing the girl wiping his sweat. "What's your name?" Her stunning beauty was now within reach, and her voice carried an air of delicacy. The girl blushed deeply. "I am Lingu." After wiping his sweat, she took a seat beside him and poured him a glass of water. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the silver bracelet he was toying with. How beautiful! Mo Ziyan looked down at the bracelet. It was a dreamer piece, a few days prior at an auction. Ning Wanxing had casually remarked on how exquisite the brand's bracelets were. The very next day, he had purchased this bracelet from the boutique. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes, but when he opened them again, his expression remained indifferent. He tossed the bracelet onto the table. "If you like it, take it." "Really?" the girl asked cautiously, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you, young Master Mo." She finally understood why so many girls would sacrifice their dignity to cling to wealthy men. This was a dreamer bracelet, after all, with even the cheapest costing several thousand. Zwisher could no longer contain himself. "Brother Ziyan, what has gotten into you?" Montauk Ziyuan scoffed. "What? Am I not allowed to be with other women if I haven't been provoked?" "It's not that, but Wanxing." "What about Ning Wanxing? She's a part of my past." Mo Ziyan snapped, irritation etched on his face. "Don't ever mention that distasteful name in my presence again." He was Mo Ziyan. He would never stumble over the same issue with the same woman time and again. The next day, during physical education class, Wanxing stood yawning among the crowd. Was it the sweltering weather? She felt perpetually lethargic, wishing only to laze about instead of attending class. Suddenly, the girls around her began to buzz with excitement. "We're sharing this class with Class S. Oh, I see young Master Mo. Chin Xiao is here too. Yay, I love PE class." Wanxing turned to look, and indeed, not far away was the Class S team, with Xiao Jingxun among them. Their eyes met, and he smiled, waving at her. Mo Ziyan, however, did not glance in their direction at all. Wanxing also waved back at Xiao Jingchun before retracting her gaze, just as a hurried voice rang out. Classmates in the front, move aside quickly. Under the evening star, Wanxing instinctively gazed towards the source of the sound, but before she could discern anything clearly, a basketball hurtled towards her. With a resounding thud, her vision was momentarily filled with golden stars. What on earth? She was knocked to the ground, kneeling on one knee with her hands braced against the floor. Ouch, that hurts! The surrounding crowd gasped in shock and hurriedly gathered around her. Ning, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Mo Ziyan's back stiffened as he quickly turned to look. Among the crowd, he spotted Ning Wanxing being helped to her feet. The skin on her palm was scraped, and blood began to seep through her delicate, fair skin. The vivid red was a painful sight to his eyes. Chapter 151. Where do you feel unwell? The scraped palm throbbed painfully. Wanxing hesitated to move her hand, flinching at even the slightest motion. Her classmates chattered anxiously. Should we take her to the infirmary? Can you walk? Did you hurt your knee? A melodious voice cut through the commotion from outside the crowd. Please make way. Xiao Jingchun pushed through the throng, his gaze nervously landing on Wanxing's injured hand. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to lift her into his arms. What are you doing? Wanxing instinctively recoiled. If you're hurt, we should go to the infirmary. My leg is fine. Don't worry. She waved dismissively. It's just a minor scrape. She was rejecting his embrace. Xiao Jingchun suppressed the fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes and nodded along with her words. All right. Then let me take you to the infirmary. That should suffice, right? Wanxing nodded. Thank you. He moved closer, supporting her as they made their way to the infirmary. Mo Ziyan stood rigidly in place, no longer indifferent, his gaze fixed on the girl. Wanxing kept her head down throughout. As they passed Mo Ziyan, she caught a whiff of his familiar scent, but it was fleeting. Just as they moved past, Xiao Jingchun seemed to recall something, pausing momentarily to glance back. Ziyan, I'll take her to the infirmary. Can you please inform the teacher for me later? Mo Ziyan's throat tightened. The affirmative response stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Xiao Jingchun had already taken Wanxing away. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they discovered it was entirely deserted. Please have a seat. Xiao Jingchun gently guided her to a chair, surveying the room before softly stating, I'll go find a doctor. Just wait here for a moment. Okay, Wanxing nodded. Perhaps her appearance was too adorably obedient, as Xiao Jingchun couldn't resist ruffling her hair before striding out. In an instant, Wanxing found herself alone in the infirmary, her gaze fixed on her injured palm. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. So soon? She looked up, only to be met by the sight of a rebellious figure, Mo Ziyan. What was he doing here? He stood at the entrance, one hand in his pocket while the other held the door ajar. Their eyes locked momentarily before Mo Ziyan averted his gaze. Expressionless as he stepped inside, he remained silent, scanning the room before positioning himself near the window, observing the outside world. Silence enveloped the room. Mo Ziyan turned, his gaze landing on her wound, and his expression darkened further. Laughter echoed from outside as the doctors chatted amiably. When the doors swung open again, the two doctors were greeted by an abrupt chill. Mo Ziyan leaned against the desk with crossed arms, his face ominously dark, his lips moving with an edge of menace. Are you the doctors in this infirmary? There isn't a single soul here during your shift. It seems you don't value your jobs. The two doctors were taken aback, stammering in fear, Mo Xiao. Get in here and tend to the patient. They scrambled in, completely ignoring Wanxing. Montak She, where are you feeling unwell? Chapter 152. Concerned Wanxing stood up. Doctors, I'm here too. One of the doctors turned, finally noticing the young girl sitting nearby. He approached her. How did you injure your hand? I accidentally fell on the ground. The doctor nodded, turning to rummage through the medicine cabinet. The other doctor, faced with Mo Ziyan's displeased demeanor, nervously wiped his forehead and inquired, Mo Xiao, are you unwell? Mo Ziyan replied casually, I have fever. I'll take your temperature. He retrieved an electronic thermometer, which required just a quick scan of the forehead to display the reading. Mo Ziyan tilted his head away. Put that down. I don't want that thermometer. Huh? The doctor was baffled. How could they measure without a thermometer? Mo Ziyan snatched an old-fashioned thermometer from the doctor's desk. Flicking it with flair, I'll use this one. This takes at least 5 minutes to register. I prefer this one. It's none of your business. The doctor dared not argue. All right, Mo Xiao, please take a seat. I'll keep track of the time. Mo Ziyan slumped into a chair, his gaze continually drifting toward Wanxing. Just then, the infirmary door swung open once more. Wanxing initially thought it was Xiao Jingchen returning, but to her surprise, it was a boy in a student council uniform, wearing glasses. "Ah, it's you," she exclaimed, recognizing him as the one who had welcomed her into the student council. "President? Ning." Mo Ziyan lazily glanced at him, noting that the bespectacled boy had also taken a tumble, injuring his leg. The two doctors approached the two injured students, applying medication with cotton swabs. The ointment stung like fire, causing the bespectacled boy to wail in agony. "Ouch, that hurts too much." His cries startled the doctor tending to Wanxing, causing the cotton swab to jabber wound. Wanxing bit her lip tightly, suppressing any sound, her brows furrowing in discomfort. Mo Ziyan abruptly stood, his voice sharp. "Are you even doctors? Are you capable of applying medicine properly? If you don't know how to treat a wound, just pack your things and leave." The doctors trembled in fear. "We just a bit flustered because of your imposing presence." The bespectacled boy looked on, touched. With tears in his eyes, "Mo, Xiao, I never realized you cared so much about me. My yell just now was merely because I wasn't mentally prepared. I can handle it." Meanwhile, Wanxing thought to herself, who knew Mo Ziyan could be so concerned for his subordinates? Quite a miracle indeed. Just as the doctor finished bandaging Wanxing's hand, Xiao Jingchen returned, appearing relieved. "Doctors, where have you been? I've been searching for you. We're so sorry we want to let it happen again." Xiao Jingchen shook his head, crouching beside Wanxing. "Does your hand still hurt?" Wanxing shook her head, her smile radiant. "It's fine. The doctor has already taken care of it." Mo Ziyan sat a short distance away, coldly observing their interaction. Chapter 153. "Thank you, young master Mo." As Wanxing exited the infirmary, she returned directly to the student council room. Zhuoshi was lounging on the sofa on the first floor, casually playing a match 3 game. Upon spotting Wanxing, he tossed his phone aside. "Hey, my Ning Jia, are you surprised to see me? Happy?" Wanxing felt a strange resemblance to a playful husky bounding towards her, instinctively stepping back. "Zhuoshi, control yourself. What's wrong with you?" Zhuoshi halted, mischievously tapping his foot. "This marks the first time we've met at school. It's a momentous occasion. I have no desire to partake in such a mundane anniversary. Thank you." Zhuoshi is also a member of the student council at Xingya High School. He appears foolish, yet is even more rebellious than Mo Ziyan. If he spend a month at school in a semester, his family will surely be grateful. Wanxing, too, sat on the sofa, questioning how he could bear to come to school. "My mother said if I don't return to school soon, she will cut off all my financial support." Zhuoshi wore a weary expression, stating that in the world, one must inevitably bow to money. As the two conversed, Mo Ziyan returned. Zhuoshi pulled Mo Ziyan over to the sofa. He suddenly noticed the bandage on Wanxing's hand. "Hey, what happened to your hand?" "I accidentally fell just now," Wanxing replied nonchalantly. "How unfortunate. Are you all right?" "What is so unfortunate about it?" Montak Jian sneered. "I think she has benefited from this misfortune." They hadn't spoken for a day, and now their conversation was a direct confrontation. Wanxing asked, "What do you mean?" The boy sat there, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "If you hadn't fallen, how would you have had the chance to be alone with Xiao Jingchen? Do you enjoy the taste of his concern?" Wanxing took a deep breath to calm herself. Gradually, the other members returned. Xiao Jingchen pushed open the door and approached with a smile. "What are you discussing?" Wanxing straightened up and, with a blank expression, said, "Nothing. You all continue talking. I will head upstairs." "Wanxing," Xiao Jingchen called out, "I heard you were moving into the student council. When will you move? I can help you." Zhuoshi jumped up, realizing this was an excellent opportunity for the two of them to grow closer. Mo Ziyan will surely be furious. "Zhuoshi, are you planning to be a third wheel?" Mo Ziyan straightened up, his handsome features taut. "Stay put. You are not allowed to go." Zhuoshi was taken aback. Mo Ziyan surprisingly did not oppose this. Could it be that he truly regarded Ning Wanxing as a thing of the past? Wanxing pursed her lips and looked at Xiao Jingchen. "It's not confirmed yet. Let me know once it is finalized," he replied. "All right." She nodded and headed toward the elevator, pressing the up button with determination. Just then, a voice called out from behind. "Aren't you going to thank me for creating this opportunity for you to be alone with Xiao Jingchen?" Turning around, she saw Mo Ziyan had followed her. Wanxing smiled suddenly. "Thank you, Mo young master. I will cherish this opportunity well." Mo Ziyan paused, his breath hitching as his gaze darkened slightly. Chapter 154. What's going on, Ding? The elevator doors opened. Wanxing stepped inside without looking back. Mo Ziyan's dark eyes remained fixed on her as his hands instinctively clenched. He closed his eyes and turned away, leaving with a stern expression. The next day, Wanxing had begun residing at the student council. It was equipped with everything necessary, rendering her need to gather belongings from her small apartment unnecessary. Most importantly, living on campus saved her at least half an hour of commuting. Perhaps her biological clock had yet to adjust, for she woke at her usual time. Since she couldn't fall back asleep, Wanxing washed up and went downstairs in search of breakfast. The cafeteria was divided into several areas, including a semi-open kitchen stocked with various ingredients for self-cooking. Scanning the kitchen, she couldn't find the kind of porridge she desired, so she decided to make it herself. Just as it finished cooking, she heard the sound of a chair being pulled back. Turning, she noticed Xiao Jingchun had arrived. Looking somewhat pale, yet possessing a certain sickly beauty. Upon seeing Wanxing, he smiled and said, "Good morning." "Morning," Wanxing replied, covering the pot and sitting down. "Why do you look so unwell?" "I might have eaten something bad yesterday. My stomach has been uncomfortable all night." "Are you all right? Did you take any medicine?" "I'm fine." Xiao Jingchun glanced at the steaming rice cooker. "What are you cooking?" "Just some porridge. It's not available in the cafeteria." Wanxing suddenly remembered something. "This porridge is great for warming the stomach. I'll serve you a bowl." "All right." Xiao Jingchun's eyes softened, half teasing. "I didn't expect Ning classmate to be so virtuous." "Of course," she replied. "Not many girls these days can cook. Do you enjoy it?" "Not particularly. I haven't really cooked since those 2 years in Country Y." After returning, I remembered that the butler from the Mo family mentioned that Mo Ziyan had developed stomach issues from drinking too much. While browsing online, I found recipes for warming soups and porridge. Shaking off her thoughts, Wanxing added, "It was just a whim. I'm quite fickle, so I might lose interest in cooking soon." Beep, beep, beep. The appliance signaled that the food was ready. Wanxing stood to serve the porridge. As the time to leave for school drew closer, the other members gradually came downstairs for breakfast. Mo Ziyan, rarely staying on campus, walked over with a rebellious expression, hands in pockets. A casual glance revealed Wanxing bringing a bowl of porridge to Xiao Jingchun, smiling as she said, "Drink this porridge I made. It will surely warm your stomach." Mo Ziyan abruptly halted in his tracks. Zhuo Shi, who had been following him, yawned and collided into Mo Ziyan's back, complaining, "Why did you stop suddenly, bro? Wow, your expression is terrifying. What's going on?" Chapter 155. May or may not. Zhuo Shi then followed Mo Ziyan's gaze and instantly understood. He dashed over, exclaiming, "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning." Wanxing greeted him and glanced at Mo Ziyan before casually returning her gaze to Xiao Jingchun, continuing their quiet conversation without a moment's hesitation. Mo Ziyan felt a wall rise in his chest. An unpleasant sensation surged in his mind, prompting him to approach without further thought. Zhuo Shi eyed the porridge on the table. "Wow, you made this?" "Yes, it's good for the stomach. Would you like some?" "Absolutely." Zhuo Shi clapped the table. "Bro, don't you often have stomach issues? You should have a bowl too." "I don't want any." "Montag Jian restet filmly." Wanxing remarked, "What's with the attitude? If you wanted some, I wouldn't deny you." She served Zhuo Shi a bowl. After she and Xiao Jingchun finished their porridge, they exchanged laughter and left with great haste, as if eager to escape Mo Ziyan. Mo Ziyan glared at their retreating figures, the unpleasant sensation amplifying yet again, leading him to kick the table in frustration. Zhuo Shi jumped, cautiously asking, "What's on your mind, bro?" "If you care that Xiao Jingchun is getting close to Wanxing, you should just say it. If necessary, I can talk to Jingchun and tell him to keep his distance from Wanxing." Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, coldly scoffing. "How many times must I say it for you to understand? I lack no women around me. Ning Wanxing is nothing, just a thing of the past." "What do you mean I care? What do I care about? If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll tear your tongue out." Zhuo Shi. He silently lowered his head and sipped his porridge. Mo Ziyan maintained a posture with his arms crossed, coldly surveying the kitchen. Tomorrow, he would have this kitchen dismantled. "I look forward to seeing how she cooks next time." At the entrance of Class S, Mo Ziyan spotted Xiao Jingchun waiting from a distance. "Ziyan," he paused slightly, his tone indifferent. "What's the matter?" "There's an event at the student council this Saturday, right?" Xiao Jingchun's voice undoubtedly conveyed his anticipation for that day. "Can Ning and I take a day off? Isn't she moving to the student council dormitory? I want to help her with her things." Mo Ziyan stood with his back straight, his voice cooling somewhat. Moving things requires an entire day? Well, Xiao Jingchun chuckled lightly. Actually, I have some other plans prepared. Mo Ziyan remained silent, his jaw clenched. Saturday, Valentine's Day. What could Xiao Jingchun's other plans possibly entail? It was all too obvious. I have never asked you for anything. Xiao Jingchun smiled. Just this once, could you let me and Wanxing have a day off this Saturday? Mo Ziyan did not respond, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, as if desperately suppressing something. So it sure was nearly in a state of panic. Young master, Xiao Jingchun is about to confess his feelings. Can you not be so composed? You are the president of the student council. Your word is final. If you want to stop it, it's merely a matter of a single sentence. Say no, please. Chapter 156. No. Mo Ziyan's thin lips parted, exhaling 3 cold words. No. Zhuosher was utterly exasperated. No. No way. Xiao Jingchun did not expect such a blunt refusal, momentarily stunned. Ziyan, we've known each other for so long. This is the first time I'm asking you for something. Besides, granting leave is entirely up to your will. Or do you not want to get in close to her? I simply distinguish between public and private matters. Mo Ziyan took a step forward, stating that this matter was non-negotiable. Regardless of whether it was you or Ning Wanxing, both must remain at the student council this Saturday. Zhuosher patted Xiao Jingchun on the shoulder. You know Ziyan's temperament. It's best not to challenge him. With that, he followed him into the classroom. During the break, Mo Ziyan rested his chin on his hand, gazing out of the window, his eyes fixated on a figure in the crowd. He watched her standing there, boredly kicking the ground and fiddling with her bangs. Every mundane action of hers captivated his attention. Mo Ziyan reluctantly withdrew his gaze, forcing himself not to look at her again. On the playground, Wanxing stood in line with her classmates. A casual glance revealed Yi Qingqing approaching the group. Upon seeing her, Yi Qingqing's eyes gleamed with mockery. She had heard from friends in the student council that Mo Ziyan had barely interacted with Ning Wanxing these days. It was evident that he had completely lost interest in her. How delightful to think of how it felt to be ignored. What is wrong? Wanxing replied expressionlessly. I don't understand what you're saying. Stop pretending. Yi Qingqing chuckled. Don't think I don't know what is happening just because I'm not in the student council. Mo Ziyan hasn't been paying attention to you at all these days. Are you still in denial? He has no interest in you anymore. So what? Wanxing retorted with a smile. Did he have interest in you? What are you bragging about? As the music for the calisthenics began, Yi Qingqing positioned herself to Wanxing's left. While performing the exercises, she calmly remarked, but it doesn't matter. Your relationship with Xiao Jingchun is quite good. I assent to it. Ning Wanxing, you've quickly secured an escape route. Wanxing could not be bothered to engage with this woman. However, Yi Qingqing showed no signs of letting up. Did you know what I overheard at the entrance of Class S just now? Xiao Jingchun was asking Mo Ziyan for leave, saying he wanted to help you move on that day and had other plans prepared. Ning Wanxing, Saturday is Valentine's Day. Can you guess what those plans might be? Wanxing remained unperturbed, not even casting a glance in her direction, until Yi Qingqing's next words pierced through her indifference. Do you know how Mo Ziyan reacted? Yi Qingqing spoke with feigned sympathy. He said he doesn't care if Xiao Jingchun asks you out on Valentine's Day. He said it's irrelevant to him. Ning Wanxing, he no longer likes you. He never did. Chapter 157. 2 years ago. Wanxing's breath hitched. Her mind went blank. Yi Qingqing's voice echoed like a spell, looping endlessly in her ears. He no longer likes you. He never did. Memories crashed back 2 years to a time when she and Mo Ziyan had a small argument, leading to nearly a week of coldness between them. Just before his birthday, he had asked to meet her at the school gate the next evening. The following day, she arrived on time, but an accident had occurred on the way. And when she regained consciousness, it was already the next morning. Panicking, she realized her phone had been confiscated, and her family had prevented her from leaving. She had sneaked out through the balcony, breathlessly rushing to the school. From a distance, she spotted Mo Ziyan surrounded by a crowd, his expression grim. Was it because she hadn't shown up for their meeting? Wanxing wanted to explain, but before she could approach, she overheard those around him laughing and asking how he had celebrated his birthday and what he had said to Ning Wanxing. His response was something she would never forget. Confess to Ning Wanxing? Don't joke around. Who would like that dead girl? I invited her out purely to tell her to stay away from me. No way. Montak, we've seen how well you treat her. That sounds insincere. Don't be coy. Huh. My kindness towards her is out of pity, not affection. And when did my matters become your topic of laughter? Do you all want to die? Wanxing stood frozen at a distance, her gaze momentarily unfocused. Pitying me, feeling sorry for me. This was the attitude Mo Ziyan had always held towards her. Everyone knew that Wanxing was merely an adopted daughter from the orphanage, and he had so casually trampled on her self-esteem. Without a word, she turned and left. The calisthenics music had ceased, yet Wanxing seemed trapped in her memories. Observing Wanxing's troubled expression, Yi Qingqing felt a surge of satisfaction. Recently, Ning Wanxing had been so smug, basking in the protection from Mo Ziyan. Because of her, Yi Qingqing had lost her position in the student council. Now, she had finally taken her revenge, and it felt delightful. Moreover, Ning Wanxing, did you know? On that birthday 2 years ago, Mo Ziyan waited for you all night. I was the one who saw the messages on your phone and rushed over. I told him you had intentionally stood him up. I told him you disliked him, which made him completely lose hope. I orchestrated it all. Actually, Xiao Jingshan is not so bad. Yi Qingqing said with malicious glee, I wish you both a swift union. I hope when I am with Mo Ziyan in the future, you will bless us just as warmly. With that, Yi Qingqing left in high spirits. Wanxing remained silent, slowly making her way back to the classroom. The memories from 2 years ago resurfaced, leaving her thoroughly unsettled. Whether 2 years ago or today, Mo Ziyan had always treated her as a mere plaything. That was why he could be so casual and indifferent. When he was happy, he would tease her. When he was not, he would cast her aside. Wanxing shook her head, striding towards Class S. Chapter 158. I like her. Xiao Jingshan stepped out of the classroom, somewhat taken aback, yet clearly delighted. Wanxing, did you seek me out? Yes, Wanxing nodded. Actually, I've suddenly decided against moving this Saturday. I really don't have much to move. I could fit everything into 2 suitcases, so I'll just organize my things on Friday and move directly to school. She also intended to stay at the student council over the weekend to expedite the search for Key and leave as soon as possible. Moreover, it struck her that Saturday was Valentine's Day. If she were to be with Xiao Jingshan, it would undoubtedly be awkward. So Friday it is. Xiao Jingshan readily acquiesced, as there was a student council meeting scheduled for Saturday, thus eliminating the need for leave. I didn't mean it like that. I can manage on my own, she insisted. Xiao Jingshan chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Wanxing's hair. As my protege, it is only fitting that I assist you. Their affectionate exchange provoked a profound irritation within Mo Ziyan, who found their flirtation utterly intolerable. Did they not consider his presence? With a forceful kick to the desk, he stormed out, his voice dripping with arrogance. Ning Wanxing, I believe I previously stated that students from Class A are not welcome in Class S. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? However, Wanxing completely disregarded him. Instead, she turned to Xiao Jingshan and affirmed, all right, Friday it is. Damn it, was he invisible? How could she ignore him? Xiao Jingshan's request for leave on Saturday had been denied, yet she had the audacity to change it to Friday. Did she truly desire to be with Xiao Jingshan? Mo Ziyan felt an uncontrollable anger bubbling within him. Fine, Xiao Jingshan responded cheerfully. At that moment, a classmate called for Xiao Jingshan, stating that the homeroom teacher needed him. I'll take my leave then. Wanxing maintained her gaze on Xiao Jingshan, greeting him before turning away. Xiao Jingshan watched her retreating figure, then turned to Mo Ziyan. Ziyan, do you care about my relationship with Wanxing? I don't care at all. Mo Ziyan's words were nearly spat out, his focus still on Wanxing's figure. But you seem to be gritting your teeth. Mo Ziyan averted his gaze, shoving his hands into his pockets. I dislike her, understand? But I like her, Xiao Jingshan replied with a smile that possessed an almost effeminate charm. Mo Ziyan's back stiffened as he narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? I like her. And you dare to speak of liking her when you've only known her for such a short time? I have known Ning Wanxing for over a decade. Is the duration of acquaintance a measure of affection? Xiao Jingshan tilted his head, gazing at Mo Ziyan. I wish to be with her. That feeling is affection. I assent it. I intend to pursue her. Mo Ziyan's breathing grew heavier, ultimately transforming into a dismissive tone. If you wish to pursue her, then do so. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Jingshan departed, leaving Mo Ziyan standing there. Xiao Jingshan liked her. Did she like Xiao Jingshan in return? Mo Ziyan's breath quickened, and his rationality began to crumble. Suddenly, he took off in pursuit of Wanxing. Just as she was about to enter the classroom, he seized her arm. Chapter 159. You see, I won. Wanxing turned her head, frowning slightly, attempting to shake him off. What are you doing? Her struggle only infuriated Mo Ziyan further. So you intend to date Xiao Jingqian this Friday, do you? Ning Wanxing, do you want to be with him that badly? Yes, I do want to be with him. Is that any of your concern? Besides, this is an opportunity you created for me to be alone with Xiao Jingqian. Of course, I must cherish it. What he thought was of no significance, wasn't it? So, Montag Xian's tonedakend ominously. You like him? That has nothing to do with you. Ah, so it has nothing to do with me. Mo Ziyan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. I never intended to meddle. Spare me your self-importance. Wanxing bit her lip, glancing down at his hand, tightly gripping her arm. Then please let go. Mo Ziyan's gaze bore into her unblinkingly. He not only refused to release her, but tightened his grip instead. Mr. Montag. A cheerful voice suddenly rang out from the back door of the classroom. Yi Qingqing approached, cradling a beautifully wrapped box. I was just looking for you. Mo Ziyan shot her a sidelong glance. This is the chocolate I made, Yi Qingqing said, looking down at the gift box with a hint of shyness. Would you like to try it? The youth abruptly released Wanxing's arm. Oh, what flavor is it? Yi Qingqing was positively glowing with excitement, her eyes sparkling. It's dark chocolate. I know you don't like sweet things. Peel one for me to try. Heavens, did this mean that Mo Ziyan was actively requesting her to feed him? Without hesitation, Yi Qingqing retrieved a piece of chocolate, unwrapped it, and held it out. Here, see if you like it. Mo Ziyan bent down and took a bite. He actually ate it. It tastes good. Yi Qingqing had never felt as blissful as she did at that moment, especially in front of Ning Wanxing, which made her feel utterly triumphant. She shot Wanxing a smug glance, a display of her victory. See, I won. Wanxing stiffened momentarily, then let out a cold laugh as she turned and walked into the classroom, disdainfully flicking her sleeve where Mo Ziyan had touched it. Mo Ziyan's gaze lingered on Wanxing, his expression darkening further. Yi Qingqing, in a flirtatious tone, added, by the way, after school on Friday, we have a party to celebrate Valentine's Day at midnight. Will you come? Mo Ziyan's expression remained indifferent. Where is it? At the Scarlet Bar. Fine. Yi Qingqing's voice brimmed with excitement. Then I'll contact you later. Whatever they discussed afterward was lost on Wanxing. She returned to her seat, pulled out her textbook, and stared blankly at the words, her body trembling. Was it anger? She couldn't tell. All she knew was that her head felt hot, and her temples throbbed heavily. Montag Xian was heute in Sofa Ibe. After school on Friday. As Wanxing was packing her bag, a commotion erupted at the door. Mo Ziyan leaned against the corridor wall, hands in his pockets, waiting for someone. Yi Qingqing hastily gathered her belongings, her makeup freshly touched up during the last class, and dashed out, her smile radiant. Have you been waiting long? Let us go. Chapter 160. Prove it. Wanxing numbly packed her bag, shouldered it, and walked away without casting a glance in their direction, completely ignoring them. Mo Ziyan raised his eyes to watch her, remaining silent, but his expression darkened further. Was she going to find Xiao Jingqian? Sure enough, he saw Ning Wanxing at the corridor's corner, meeting Xiao Jingqian. The previously stern expression on her face transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing him. Mo Ziyan felt as though his blood was boiling, and he struggled against the impulse to pull Wanxing back. In the small apartment, Wanxing busied herself packing. She coughed heavily twice. Xiao Jingqian, assisting her, asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Yes, I have a cold." "Is it because your hand was injured and got infected?" "Do you have a fever?" "Infected?" Wanxing glanced down at her small hand. Earlier, during gym class, she had fallen and scraped her palm, causing it to bleed profusely. Suddenly, she recalled the summer festival when she had also injured her knee, and Mo Ziyan had forbidden her from moving, carrying her the entire night. At that moment, Wanxing was dismissive, but Mo Ziyan was quite domineering, exclaiming, "You idiot! If you're injured, just stay put and don't move. It's just a scrape. How is that serious? What would be serious? What if it gets infected? What if that leads to a fever? How can you be so oblivious to safety?" Wanxing stared blankly at her palm, realizing that an inflamed wound could indeed lead to illness. When Xiao Jingqian noticed her dazed expression, he grasped her arm firmly. "Hey!" Wanxing paused, raising her gaze. "Em fine." Just as those words left her lips, a pair of cool hands reached for her forehead. "You feel a bit warm," Xiao Jingqian said gravely. "I'll take you to the hospital." "No need," Wanxing shook her head. "I took some medicine earlier. After I finish packing, I'll go to the infirmary at school." Seeing her insistence, Xiao Jingqian had no choice but to relent, hastening to help her gather her belongings. Meanwhile, in a leisure club, on an open-air rooftop, A large swimming pool was filled with men and women in swimsuits, laughing and frolicking. In the distance, the twinkling lights of the city illuminated the night. Despite the vibrant rock music, Mo Ziyan remained unaffected, sipping his drink with an impassive expression. Zhuosher draped his arm over Mo Ziyan's shoulder. Hitting the nail on the head, Ziyan, are you wondering what Wanxing and Xiao Jingxian are doing right now? Mo Ziyan cast a cold glance at the arm resting on him and removed it. Why bother? Go find her. Look at how attentive Xiao Jingxian is. If you don't act, she might be taken away. Zhua, Mo Ziyan warned. How many times must I tell you? Ning Wanxing is a thing of the past. This is my final warning. Do not mention her again. But I will. Zhuosher jumped up. How long will you continue to deceive yourself? Is she truly a thing of the past? How can you prove that? You clearly care deeply. Yi Qingqing and several girls approached with drinks, smiling. Mo Xiao, what are you discussing? Mo Ziyan cast a frosty glance at Yi Qingqing. Proof? Fine, you want proof? He suddenly seized Yi Qingqing's arm, gripping her chin. Chapter 161. Voices of other boys. Yi Qingqing was taken aback, not expecting such an action from Mo Ziyan. What was he about to do? Was he going to kiss her? Elated, she did not struggle. Instead, she leaned into Mo Ziyan's embrace. Wow, Mo Xiao, what are you going to do to our Qingqing? The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Kiss her. Kiss here. It's incredible. Our Mo Xiao finally dares to touch a woman. The teasing and playful banter reached a fever pitch, capturing the attention of everyone present. Mo Ziyan held Yi Qingqing's chin, but the phrase finally dares to touch a woman echoed mockingly in his mind, taunting his unwavering devotion over the past 2 years. Everyone knew Mo Ziyan was a notorious flirt, surrounded by countless women, yet he had never touched a single one. But no one knew the reason why. Mo Ziyan exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to the alluring lips so close before him. Just kiss her. If he could take that first step, he could truly consider Ning Wanxing a chapter closed, never to be revisited. Yi Qingqing tilted her face up, exuding an enticing charm. Everything felt like a slow-motion scene from a movie, with everyone around them frozen in anticipation. He leaned down, just as he was mere inches from Yi Qingqing's lips. He abruptly halted. The sharp angles of his handsome face cast shadows, his expression darkening. Suddenly, he straightened and pushed Yi Qingqing away forcefully. Get lost. Yi Qingqing stumbled backward onto a nearby sofa, disappointment flooding her heart. Struggling to sit up, she anxiously called after him. Mo Xiao? With long strides, Mo Ziyan exited. His lips pressed into a cold line, tugging at his tie in frustration, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers exchanging glances. The sound of water continued to flow. Mo Ziyan stood at the sink, splashing water on his face repeatedly. After several attempts, he pressed his hands against the edge, raising his crimson gaze to meet his reflection. Damn it, he muttered. He didn't care about Ning Wanxing. Not at all. In recent days, whenever his rationality threatened to dissolve, he would repeat those words to himself as a mantra. Bang! Lowering his head, he suddenly slammed his fist against the mirror, shattering it into a web of cracks that fragmented his sharp features. Montak Niyan? A surprised voice called from behind. Ji Xingxia approached incredulously. What are you doing here? Didn't Ti Wanxing say she was sick with a fever? She mentioned someone was helping her move and taking her to the hospital. Wasn't Ti that you? Mo Ziyan's gaze sharpened, turning to her. What happened to her? What do you mean sick with a fever? She just has a cold. I called her earlier, and she told me that someone was with her, so not to worry. I thought you two were together. Wait, you're not together? But I clearly heard another boy's voice on the phone. Cold realization washed over Mo Ziyan at the mention of cold, fever, and other boys' voices. Chapter 162. She is mine. Noticing his reaction, Ji Xingxia coughed lightly. Did I let something slip? I know asking further is dangerous, but my curiosity is burning. Who is that boy? What is going on between you and Wanxing? Mo Ziyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his throat tightening. How should I know who that boy is? It has nothing to do with me. Seriously? Ji Xingxia recoiled. Have you lost your mind? I'll say it again. Wanxing is with another boy right now. Mo Ziyan's composure crumbled for a second, his voice low and hoarse. So what? You, Ji Xingxia, unaware of the recent events at Xingya High, was taken aback by Mo Ziyan's indifferent attitude. Instantly, she felt a sense of injustice for her friend. How can you act so nonchalant? Wanxing is so pitiful. She thinks of you constantly, knowing you've hurt your stomach from drinking, even going so far as to learn how to make soup for you. And this is the attitude you give her? Mo Ziyan's icy gaze, which had been directed elsewhere, froze upon hearing those words. What soup? The soup she learned specifically for you. She doesn't know how to cook, so she experimented again and again, always using me as her taste tester. Hey, where you going? Ji Xingshu's chatter continued, but Mo Ziyan was already striding out in a hurry. Back in the car, Mo Ziyan gripped the steering wheel, his body trembling. Ji Xingshu's revelation that Ning Wanxing had learned to make soup for him shattered the walls he had kept fortified for so long. Downstairs, Ning Wanxing and Xiao Jingchun each carried a box, making their way down. Xiao Jingchun, noticing her pale complexion, gently said, "Once we get downstairs, you should stay in the car. I'll handle the rest." "That is not acceptable." Wanxing shook her head. "This is my personal matter, and I feel guilty enough that you're helping me." Xiao Jingchun gazed deeply at her. "Wanxing, could you not be so formal with me?" Feeling a bit awkward, Wanxing licked her lips, and Yi Qingqing's words suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Does Xiao Jingchun truly harbor feelings for me? If so, how should I confront this reality? As Wanxing pondered, her thoughts became increasingly chaotic, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. She shook her head, yet this simple action only intensified the sensation of her feet sinking into cotton. The car came to a halt downstairs. Wanxing bent down to place her belongings in the trunk, but when she straightened up, darkness suddenly enveloped her. Instinctively, Xiao Jingchun reached out to steady her. Wanxing, unexpectedly, an arm grasped her other arm, lifting her off the ground entirely. "Montaqian, what brings you here?" Xiao Jingchun's gaze fell upon the unconscious Wanxing, raising his hand to take her back, but Mo Ziyan insisted, "Let me handle her." To his surprise, Mo Ziyan held Wanxing tightly and sidestepped. The dim light behind him cast shadows on his sharply defined features, his eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. With a deliberate cadence, he declared, "She is mine." Xiao Jingchun was momentarily taken aback. "She is my responsibility. Do not touch her." Before Xiao Jingchun could comprehend the situation, Mo Ziyan had already placed Wanxing into his car. With a press of the accelerator, the silver sports car shot away like an arrow into the night. In a hospital room, a nurse swiftly attached and to Wanxing before departing. The room fell into a hushed stillness. Mo Ziyan sat beside her, gently probing her forehead with his hand. As she remained unconscious, he gazed at her with deep, glistening eyes. "Untamed Ning Wanxing." He took her other hand, the one without and for, and brushed it against his face, his tone a mix of authority and helplessness. "With a fever nearing 40 degrees, are you intentionally trying to break my heart?" Since that drunken night, when he resolved to abandon her completely, he had not observed her this closely. Her brows, her eyes, her nose, her lips, every detail was indelibly etched in Mo Ziyan's mind, yet he could never seem to gaze upon her enough. With no one around, he no longer had to disguise his feelings. Unconsciously, his hand traced an intimate path from her face to her lips, planting delicate kisses that ignited a tingling sensation throughout his body, melting his heart. A fleeting kiss, a mere tease amidst the emotional turmoil he had suppressed for days. He understood that if he ventured further, it would transcend a simple kiss. Nonetheless, this gentle caress left his breath ragged. Mo Ziyan buried his handsome face in Ning Wanxing's neck, gasping for air. What does it feel like to love a woman to such an extent? In blunt terms, it means that she need only lie there, and he would react. Even her breath became a tantalizing allure. Every fiber of his being screamed for her, caught between restraint and desire. Meanwhile, Ji Xingshu stepped into a bar, her senses electrified by the pulsating DJ beats. She relished the liberating atmosphere. Scanning the room, her gaze landed on a group at a nearby booth. One of them spotted her and waved her over. As she walked in her high heels, she overheard their conversation. "Fayer, aren't you fond of Xiao Jingchun from our school? Have you made your move yet?" A girl in a red V-neck dress took a sip of her drink. "Don't even mention it. There's this girl, Ning Wanxing. She's like a green tea bitch, always clinging to Chun Xiao. It's utterly shameless. I must find a way to deal with her." The boys roared with laughter, spewing lewd remarks. "Need us to help you out? If you're still not satisfied, we'll record the whole thing and send it to your crush. Bet he'll be disgusted." Ji Xingshu paused, then stepped back. "Who are you?" she asked with a smile. "Hello there. I think I just heard you mention the name Ning Wanxing. Did I mishear? So what if you did? What is it to you?" Ji Xingshu's lips curled into a cold smile as she seized a bottle of liquor, dousing the group with it. What the hell? The boys jumped up, startled. Ning Wanxing is my friend, and I'm here to teach you a lesson on her behalf. Mind your words, or next time, it won't just be liquor. Xi Faya stood up, indignant. Who do you think you are to bother me? You insulted my friend, so yes, I'm confronting you. What is it to you? Di Xingxie Teodo here our eclipsing sea face. As the argument escalated, Ji Xingxiao's friends rushed over, forming two opposing factions. The boys behind Xie Feier boasted, "Do you know that our Miss Xie is the daughter of this bar's owner? Do you know who she associates with? Who are you to provoke her? You're asking for trouble. I scoff at the owner of a mere bar. Our Ji family could easily crush you with a flick of our fingers." Crush us? Xi Feier laukit derisively. Do you think our bar's bodyguards are just for show? You're in for a world of hurt today. The two groups clashed, with sounds of scuffles and screams echoing through the bar. At the police station, the brawlers leaned against the wall. Ji Xingxia's hair was slightly disheveled as she listened to the officer's lecture. "I see you're all high school students. Why not study instead of fighting? Give me your parents' contact information. I can't stand troublemakers like you. I'll have a good talk with your parents." The participants of the fight lamented, knowing they would face the wrath of their families upon returning home. One officer stood before Ji Xingxia. "Your parent's name and phone number." With a haughty huff, she replied, "I don't want to say." "What? Afraid your parents will find out? Will you tell me or not? If not, you won't be leaving today." Ji Xingxia pouted, reluctantly uttering three words, Ji Yelyang. Yelyang? That name sounds familiar. The officer jotted down the number, and, as he sat back down, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment." He dialed the number personally. "Hello, is this Mr. Ji? We are the XX police station. May I ask if you know Ji Xingxia?" The person on the other end responded, and the director personally handed the phone to Ji Xingxia, smiling ingratiatingly. "Miss Ji, Mr. Ji would like you to answer this call." Ji Xingxia glanced at the phone, reluctantly took it, and said, "Hello?" A deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. "Yi Xingxia, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't cause trouble for me in a day?" Ji Xingxia lowered her head, thinking to herself, "This is how I am. You can come or go as you please." After a brief silence, the voice on the other end sighed, faintly, "Wait, I'm coming right away." Minutes later, a black Jeep parked outside the police station. The door swung open, and a young man stepped out, clad in a black suit. His tall and slender figure exuded a strong presence. His short black hair, deep-set eyes, and high nose created a striking profile. At first glance, one could feel the powerful aura surrounding him, and upon a second glance, one could only marvel at his extraordinary looks. He strode forward, his hair tousled by the wind, and his dark eyes grew sharper. Ji Yelyang pushed open the door of the police station, and in an instant, all eyes were on him, followed by an eerie silence. Director Zhang hurriedly approached him, saying, "Mr. Ji, you really didn't need to come. We are all on the same side, with just your word. We could have released her." Ji Yelyang ignored him, scanning the room until his gaze settled on Ji Xingxia. He walked up decisively, examining her to ensure she was unharmed before turning to Director Zhang, stating, "I'm taking her." His tone was crisp and clean, devoid of any unnecessary words. Gripping Ji Xingxia's arm, he prepared to leave, but to his surprise, she shrugged off his hand, declaring, "Let go." Ji Xingxia was quite tall. In heels, she stood at least 170 centimeters. Yet even so, she only reached Ji Yelyang's chin. He lowered his gaze, his voice deep and patient. "Let us not stir trouble at home." Ji Xingxia pointed to her friends behind her. "First, let the police release my friends." Ji Yelyang's gaze swept over her companions, 4 or 5 boys of similar age, with not a single girl among them. His expression turned noticeably cooler. He withdrew his gaze and addressed the officers. "Release them." "Right away, sir," they responded. Yet Ji Xingxia was still unsatisfied, pointing at CFA and her group, insisting, "But they shouldn't be released." Ji Yelyang complied, issuing another command, "Do as she says." "Understood, Mr. Ji." His dark eyes turned to Xingxia. "Are you satisfied now?" "Oomph." She lifted her chin and exited the police station, leaving the staff exchanging puzzled glances. "Who exactly is this girl?" to Mr. Ji. "Quite impressive." Back in the car, Ji Yelyang cast a sidelong glance at her. Ji Xingxia was still sulking over their recent quarrel, refusing to meet his gaze. Ji Yelyang grasped her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. "Now, tell me, who were those boys?" "Friends," she replied. Ji Yelyang's voice deepened. "What kind of friends?" Ji Xingxia struggled to suppress the smile creeping on her lips. Just backup options for boyfriends. Yi Xingxia. She laughed, leaning closer to Ji Yelyong. Are you jealous? Last Saturday, Ji Yelyong had suddenly invited her out, marking his first initiative. She had been thrilled, only to discover it was not the romantic outing she had envisioned, but rather a scene of a commercial marriage alliance. Furious, she had stormed out, leaving a room full of people behind. Meanwhile, Ji Yelyong regarded her with an impassive expression. Do you enjoy opposing me so much? You didn't even glance at the boys I picked for you. Yet you turn to those whose backgrounds are unclear? Ji Xingxia's smile faltered, her tone shifting. I simply dislike the boys you choose. I want to mingle with the ones I choose. Why do you care? Aside from me, who else do you want to answer to? Ji Yelyong's voice turned stern. Ji Xingxia, remember I am your legal guardian. Until you reach adulthood, you are under my care. What are the end? Do guardians dictate my future partners? Is there a law about that? By what right do you presume to decide? Ji Xingxia's eyes reddened. She felt that Ji Yelyong never took her concerns seriously. What mattered to her was always Ji Yelyong. Yet he seemed to push her towards other boys. Frustrated, she sat upright, crossing her arms and gazing out the window. After a moment of silence, Ji Yelyong noticed her slightly reddened eyes and sighed, conceding. He reached out to ruffle her hair, soothingly stating, all right, because of that marriage alliance. You've been upset for a week. I know you dislike him, and I've already canceled the alliance. Can we not be angry anymore? His voice was husky, a rich baritone that resonated within the confines of the car, making one's heart flutter without needing to see his striking face. No, I'm still angry. What can I do to make you stop being angry? Tell me, will you agree to whatever I say? Go ahead. I want you to like me. Okay. Ji Yelyong nodded. I like you. Seeing his nonchalant attitude only fueled Ji Xingxia's anger. I don't want that kind of casual liking. I want you to like me like a man likes a woman. This confession had been repeated countless times since she moved into the Ji household. Ji Yelyong had clearly grown accustomed to it, fastening her seatbelt as they headed home. You, get away from me. I want to get out. I don't want to go back with you. Ji Xingxia. He called her name calmly. Don't test my patience, okay? Her eyes reddened again. Why don't you like me? I told you, I do like you. He had started the car, his expression indifferent, unperturbed. Yi Xingxia persisted. Just because I currently live in the Ji household, do I have to take your surname? But she had never been Ji Xingxia. Her surname was Sheng, and her name was Xingxia. 5 years ago, a devastating fire claimed the lives of her parents, leaving only her to be rescued at the last moment by Ji Yelyong. After dealing with the aftermath, he brought her back to the Ji family home, thus becoming Xingxia's legal guardian. The mention of uncle inadvertently created a distance between them. Xingxia gazed at the man's striking profile, determined to call him Ji Yelyong. He meticulously corrected her, insisting on uncle. Xingxia found joy in defying him, affectionately calling him Yelyong, my dear brother. Ji Yelyong fell silent, focused on driving. Xingxia reclined her seat, resting her cheek against her hand, and complained of feeling hot. He reached out to turn on the air conditioning. Adjusting her position, she stretched her fair legs out on the dashboard. Ji Yelyong frowned, questioning her lack of feminine decorum. I prefer to sit this way, she asserted, deliberately swinging her legs in defiance, seeking to provoke this typically unflappable man. With a red light ahead, Ji Yelyong halted the car, casting a sidelong glance at her long legs. The school uniform that once reached her knees had been transformed into a short skirt, barely covering her upper thighs. Is this how you intend to present yourself? He asked, removing his suit jacket and draping it over her legs. I won't cover up. I'm hot. Xingxia protested, playfully kicking off his jacket, her actions undeniably flirtatious. I will repeat myself. Cover up, Ji Yelyong stated, his tone firm and authoritative. While others might have been intimidated into compliance, Xingxia remained undeterred, defiantly swinging her legs. The traffic light switched to green, yet Ji Yelyong showed no intention of moving. He unbuckled his seatbelt, leaning in to corner her, his commanding presence palpable. Are you genuinely trying to provoke me? In chapter 168, I can give you everything except love. Xingxia blinked innocently and eagerly agreed. Yes, I want to see you angry. However, he bore no trace of anger, his expression devoid of emotion. Ji Yelyong placed his suit jacket back over her legs before straightening up, warning her to behave, for angering him would not bode well. His voice, though flat, resonated with an unsettling power. Xingxia pouted, shifting the topic to instigate further. Where are you taking me? Home. I refuse to go home. I want to visit Wanxing. She fainted from fever. Very well, Ji Yelyong conceded, inquiring about the hospital. Upon learning the name, he promptly turned the car around. As they passed a milk tea shop, Shang Xia called out, "Stop. I'm thirsty. I want milk tea from that place." The man obediently signaled and parked. "Stay put. I'll get it for you," he instructed before exiting the vehicle. His tall figure, illuminated by the neon lights, was captivating. Shang Xia watched him, unable to suppress her fluttering heart as he returned with the drink, attracting the attention of several girls nearby. Once back in the car, he inserted the straw for her before handing it over. "Why is it hot? I wanted it iced." "You can't have ice for the next few days," he replied, and she quickly realized that her period was imminent. Smiling, she poked his arm playfully. "So you care about me enough to remember?" After their earlier tussle, her hand felt sticky from the spilled drink. Ji Yelyong took her hand, offering a tissue to clean it, while firmly stating, "Do not alter your skirts like this again. If you care so much about how I dress, I might just keep doing it," she teased. For years, regardless of her mischief or trouble, Ji Yelyong had always been there to gently guide her, indulging her whims. Shang Xia, biting the straw, pressed her luck further. "My lips are sticky too. Could you clean them for me?" Ji Yelyong handed her another tissue, wiping the corners of her mouth. "All done," he said, preparing to turn back. She seized his arm. "Verntingokish." Yet, he remained unmoved, withdrawing his arm and stating flatly, "No more games." "I insist," she whined, leaning in like an octopus. "Ji Shangxia," he warned, turning his handsome face away. "I said no more games. I'm not playing. You know exactly what I mean. Why pretend to be oblivious?" Ji Yelyong pushed her back, his voice carrying an air of authority. "Let me clarify. I can give you everything except love." Shang Xia stiffened momentarily, then silently gazed out the window, retreating into silence. In chapter 169, Are You Jealous? Within a hospital room, Wanxing awakened, confused about her surroundings. "Where am I? Who am I? What happened?" Noticing the 4 in her hand, her recollection slowly returned. "I was moving things and then fainted." Struggling to sit up, she surveyed the empty room, wondering who had brought her to the hospital. Was it Xiao Jingxin? Just as her thoughts wandered, the door swung open. Instinctively, she looked up to meet Mo Ziyan's gaze. He stepped forward, asking, "Awake? Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to be at some party with Yi Qingqing?" Wanxing averted her eyes, ignoring him. "Is your head still dizzy? Any discomfort?" He reached out to check her forehead, but she recoiled, avoiding his touch. His intention was clear, but he stubbornly held her head in place, pressing his forehead against hers. "What are you doing?" she demanded, a hint of anger in her voice. "Stay still." Mo Ziyan studied her closely, gauging her temperature, which seemed to have subsided. His breath brushed against her face, leaving her momentarily speechless. "You fool," he chuckled softly, nudging her nose with his. "Is this how you need me to behave for you to listen?" Wanxing shoved him away. "Keep your distance. If you want me to stay away, do you think I will?" He teased, inching closer. She dodged left, and he followed. She moved right, and he mirrored her. He seemed to delight in her annoyance, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "What do you want from me?" Frustrated, she nearly jolted the 4-line. A flicker of concern crossed Mo Ziyan's handsome face as he steadied the 4. "Do you want to feel the needle again? How did you end up here?" Wanxing asked, her face blank. "What about Xiao Jingxin? With me here, what need do you have for Xiao Jingxin?" Montauk Nian asserted possessively. "He is not here now, nor will he ever be." The Evening Star was utterly infuriated by Mo Ziyan's demeanor, and recalling recent events only intensified her displeasure. "Why are you here? Causing a disturbance instead of accompanying your Yi Qingqing to the party?" she snapped. Mo Ziyan, upon witnessing her vexation, wore an even more devilish grin and chuckled softly to himself. "Laughing? What a joke! You lunatic!" Strangely, his laughter only fueled her irritation further. "Get out," she demanded. "I want tea leave," he retorted. "You should go." His smile broadened defiantly as he refused to budge. In frustration, she pushed against him with all her might. "How can you be so shameless? Will you leave or not?" "I do not wish to see you." Mo Ziyan effortlessly grasped her small hand, holding it firmly before him, leaning closer with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "Little girl, are you jealous?" Chapter 170. The overbearing Mo, punished online get lost. She exclaimed. Montag Jian, undetarit, playfully stroked her chin with his long fingers, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "You're indeed jealous." Montag Jian, she protested, slapping his hand away, genuinely furious. "Are you finished? Who do you think you are? What do you take me for? If you wish to flirt, you can easily find someone else. I have no time to entertain you here. Her heart was brimming with indignation. This wretched scoundrel had been ignoring her just days ago, acting aloof and indifferent, claiming he didn't care whom she associated with. What was he up to now? Did he truly believe she was like his other female companions, coming and going at his whim? Hey, what are you doing? Mo Ziyan noticed her distress and quickly abandoned his nonchalant facade, standing up abruptly. You may vent your anger at me all you like, but do not shed tears. Mo Ziyan was accustomed to being spoiled and revered, always speaking with an authoritative tone. Yet, witnessing the slight redness in her eyes and her angry demeanor left him momentarily at a loss, unsure where to place his hands. He had never known how to bow his head to anyone. But now, looking at her, he felt a sudden urge to soften his approach. Foolish girl, you look much better when you smile. Ignoring him completely, she lowered her gaze to inspect the needle mark on her hand. Mo Ziyan squatted beside her hospital bed, tilting his handsome face upward. Even from this angle, despite her deliberate attempt to avoid his gaze, their eyes met, albeit he was looking up at her. He remained there, leaning against the bed, observing her with a gentle smile. In that moment, he appeared to have shed his usual sharp edges, resembling a docile lion. I'm not here to entertain you. Why should I smile at you? Then perhaps you should consider smiling for a price, he proposed, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at her. How much for just one smile? Seriously? Aren't you supposed to be the domineering type? Why are you suddenly acting cute? She retorted coldly. You're insulting me. Let me rephrase that. He persisted patiently. What must I do to earn a smile from you? Her heart momentarily skipped a beat, and then she caught sight of several figures. She blinked in surprise and looked up, realizing the door to the room was ajar, revealing a doctor and a nurse standing at the entrance, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. Montakshe, we didn't see anything, they exclaimed in a flurry. We were just passing by to check on Miss Ning to remove her for. Mo Ziyan slowly straightened up, his expression turning cold. The softness in his voice vanished, replaced by a commanding tone. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and check. Yes, sir. They rushed in, clearly flustered, knowing they had seen something they shouldn't have. Chapter 171. Pain, yet unyielding after the doctor finished removing the four and conducting the examination. He informed her that she could be discharged but needed a rest. Ning Wanxing pressed on the back of her hand where the needle had been, waiting for the bleeding to stop. Mo Ziyan, arms crossed, leaned against the wall beside her. You certainly cannot cook, can you? What of it? She replied defiantly. Did you learn to cook for me? He teased. Absolutely not. She denied without hesitation. When people lie, their voices often unconsciously rise, and they tend to use double negatives. Mo Ziyan chuckled softly. Ning Wanxing, you are simply not good at lying. Ning Wanxing fell silent, searching for her shoes that had been pushed under the bed. To her surprise, Mo Ziyan knelt down and retrieved one of her shoes, holding her foot in place. Is he really going to put my shoes on for me? She thought, instinctively grabbing the shoe from him. I could do it myself. He did not rush to stand up, maintaining his position as he gazed at her. Even for something as trivial as learning to make soup, it made him realize her feelings for him. She had not dismissed him from her thoughts. If the distance between them was 1,000 meters, Ning Wanxing only needed to take one step forward for him to confidently traverse the remaining 999 meters. Emotions churned within him. He desperately wanted to ask her why she hadn't shown up 2 years ago. Tell me clearly, do you like me or not? Yet, he feared that his inquiry might frighten her away, terrified of hearing an answer that could extinguish the hope he had just rekindled. How ridiculous it was for Mo Ziyan to have something he feared. His voice slightly hoarse, he asked, Are you returning to the student council now? Ning Wanxing stood up after putting on her shoes. What does that have to do with you? And where's my phone? She was still unaware of Xiao Jingxin's whereabouts, and that her belongings were likely still in his car. Are you so eager to contact Xiao Jingxin? Yes, very much so. She extended her delicate hand. Return it to me. Mo Ziyan stared at her face for several moments before abruptly wrapping his arms around her, lifting her effortlessly. What are you doing? Put me down. I'm taking you back to the dorm. I can return on my own. He reverted to his usual arrogant demeanor. How will you get back? Call Xiao Jingxin to take you? I told you. With me here, you don't need him. Will you let me go or not? If not, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Mo Ziyan remain unmoved, she bit down on his arm in defiance. He paused, brow furrowing slightly. He did not make a sound. You really don't feel it? Does it not hurt? Pain does not make me release you, he declared, tightening his grip around her. Let me take you back. Once we reach the dorm, I will return your phone. Just as they reached the hospital entrance, they spotted Xiao Jingshun waiting there. With his delicate features and handsome countenance, his gaze fell upon Ning Wanxing in Mo Ziyan's arms. Ning Wanxing was taken aback. Jingshun, what are you doing here? Xiao Jingshun's voice was gentle. I'm here to take you back to the dorm. As soon as he spoke, an invisible line seemed to divide the two young men, each claiming their territory. Chapter 172. He kissed Mo Ziyan, tightened his hold on Ning Wanxing as if to assert his claim. I will take care of her. Xiao Jingshun smiled. Yet Wanxing had just joined the student council, and I was the one responsible for her. From this moment forth, that role is no longer yours. Xiao Jingshun fell silent, acknowledging that such words held little significance. What mattered most was whom Wanxing chose to accompany. Wanxing gazed at Xiao Jingshun and declared, I will go with you. Her belongings remained in Xiao Jingshun's car. Montag Nians hitched. Xiao Jingshun's smile widened slightly as he nodded. All right. Wanxing shifted her body. Mo Ziyan, let me down. Let you go? Not a chance. It will never happen. Mo Ziyan tightened his embrace around Wanxing, ignoring everything else as he strode outside. Xiao Jingshun attempted to pursue. She asked you to let go. However, Mo Ziyan remained expressionless as he instructed the driver waiting at the door, stop him. Without a backward glance, he left with an air of arrogance. Wanxing found his demeanor utterly exasperating. Let me go. I made it very clear. I want to follow Xiao Jingshun. Not permitted. Why are you being so domineering? Who are you to say what is or isn't allowed? Did I ever say it was not allowed when you sought out other women? He placed Wanxing in the car, fastening her seatbelt. I will not seek out other women in the future. Wanxing fell silent for a brief moment before responding. I want to find Xiao Jingshun. Are you ever going to stop? Since earlier, it has been Xiao Jingshun this and Xiao Jingshun that. Don't make me hear his name from your lips again. Wanxing retorted, I will say it. Suddenly, Mo Ziyan cupped her face in his hands. Lowering his voice, I know you're angry. I was at fault recently. Can we not be angry anymore? She pouted, but refrained from further comment. Ning Wanxing. Mo Ziyan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His voice husky, do not use other men to punish me. Wanxing was taken aback and averted her gaze. Why did her heartbeat quicken? Thump thump, it was deafening. The next day, Wanxing was unsure how she returned to the dormitory last night. It seemed she had fallen asleep in Mo Ziyan's car on the way back to school. Cough. Did he carry me back? She glanced at the time, got up, and began her morning routine. It was Saturday, a day off, and she leisurely squeezed toothpaste when her phone rang. It's me, Yi Qingqing. While brushing her teeth, Wanxing mumbled, what is it? Next Saturday is Grandma's 66th birthday, and Dad asked me to check if you're coming back. Wanxing replied flatly, I might not have the time. Apart from Uncle Yi, she felt no affection for anyone else in that family. TCH, what airs are you putting on? Yi Qingqing's tone dripped with disdain. I see you're afraid to face me. You think too highly of yourself. Stop pretending. Mo Xiao won't even acknowledge you now, treating you like a transparent person. Yet he favors me, so you don't want to see me. You're jealous, aren't you? Was a shock when he picked me up from school yesterday? Are you angry but can't do anything about it? Yiding Lafit. Oh, I forgot to tell you, at yesterday's party, he kissed me. Chapter 173. Turning back with silence on the other end. Yi Qingqing felt triumphant, wishing she could crawl through the phone line to relish Ning Wanxing's breakdown and fury up close. Whether you'll attend the birthday banquet is none of your business. I'll respond to Uncle Yi personally. No need for you to stir the pot. Stir the pot? If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. Go ahead. Yi Qingqing's tone was filled with provocation. See if he even acknowledges you now. Ziyan has given up on you. This is all thanks to me, but you'll never know. Ning Wanxing, you're truly pitiful. The student council was nearly deserted on weekends, as everyone had returned home. Wanxing sat alone at a table, eating. Her phone rang again. It was Mo Ziyan. Initially reluctant to answer, the incessant ringing became unbearable. Wanxing finally snapped. What do you want? Is this a life or death call? You took so long to answer. I was just about to ask what you were doing. Montag Ziyan retorted, indignant. Eating. She shouted back. Mo Ziyan moved the phone away from his ear for a moment. Are you sure you're eating food and not explosives? What do you want? Something came up. So I won't be in Jiangxing this weekend. Mo Ziyan coughed awkwardly. Just thought I'd let you know. Also, this is business. There are no other women involved. Ning Wanxing, are you listening? Don't ignore me. Is this a report on your whereabouts? I'm merely informing you. Why would I care about your whereabouts? You might as well inform Yi Qingqing. After all, you two have kissed. The plane cruised smoothly through the sky. Mo Ziyan, initially lounging in his seat, jumped up at her words. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I kiss her? At yesterday's party. Mo Ziyan ground his teeth. Who spread that rumor? Yi Qingqing said so. I never touched her. Wanxing lowered her head to sip her porridge. Ning Wanxing, I did not touch her. Damn it. I'll have someone chop her up and feed her to the fish. Wanxing could hardly suppress a smile, though her voice remained indifferent. Did I say anything? You don't need to rush to explain. So you believe me? No. Actually, I already do. Ning Wanxing. Mo Ziyan raised his voice, then forcefully suppressed it. What do you want me to do? Seeing his demeanor, Wanxing suddenly felt quite pleased. Swinging her legs, it's fine. After all, young master Mo has been reckless and flirtatious these past 2 years. I understand. Understand? What nonsense. Who asked for your understanding? Fine. I'm done eating. I need to return the tray. Bye. With that, Wanxing hung up, lifted her empty tray, and stood up. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy signal on the other end, Mo Ziyan's expression darkened, and he finally threw his phone onto the sofa. Pressing the intercom, turned the plane around. I want to go back. Chapter 174. Confession. Wanxing placed the tray back and contemplated what to do next. Next week is the old lady of the Yi family's birthday. She still hadn't decided whether to attend. Wanxing, a clear voice called to her, as she turned to see Xiao Jingchen approaching. Jingchen, it's you. Wanxing smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yesterday, Xiao Jingchen had kindly come to help her move, only to end up alone. Moreover, she found her luggage had been moved back to her room today, likely ordered by Mo Ziyan. Xiao Jingchen gestured towards the outside. Can we talk? Wanxing nodded and followed him outside. The sunlight was splendid, filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Wanxing clasped her hands behind her back and spoke first. I'm really sorry about yesterday. Why apologize? I didn't expect Mo Ziyan to cause such a ruckus. Xiao Jingchen smiled. Where is he now? I don't know. He said he was leaving Jiangsheng for something urgent. The two sat down on a wooden bench beneath a large tree. Turning his face towards her, Xiao Jingchen inquired softly, Do you like Ziyan? Wanxing's heart skipped a beat, completely taken aback by his directness. She stretched out her legs, her eyes brimming with mirth, and replied in a cheerful tone, Humph, he's so domineering and authoritarian. Who would like such a demon? Do you like me then? Wanxing's legs, which had been gently swinging, abruptly halted. She turned to look at him in disbelief. Xiao Jingchen smiled warmly, the sunlight casting a golden glow on his face. I really like Wanxing. Stop. Why has the atmosphere suddenly changed like this? Jingchen, you. Wanxing forced a laugh and pretended to check the calendar on her phone. You're not pulling an April Fool's prank, are you? It's not April Fool's Day, Xiao Jingchen said, plucking a flower from her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. If you don't like Ziyan, would you consider liking me? Wanxing fell silent, but she inched slightly away, putting some distance between them. Xiao Jingchen, patient and calm, gazed at her, waiting for her response. Well, Wanxing gathered her thoughts before speaking. I can't tell you if I like Mo Ziyan or not, because I'm not even sure myself. But I'm certain that I don't like you. Is that so? Xiao Jingcheng's voice was low, and he smiled lightly. This is my first confession. Yet you rejected me so decisively. I'm truly sorry, Wanxing said, standing up and stretching to ease the awkwardness. Jingchen, you're such a good person. I'm sure you'll find someone much better than me. Thank you, Xiao Jingchen said, rising to his feet. In a sudden, unexpected move, he brought his left hand down on the back of her neck. The action, which took only 2 seconds, caught Wanxing off guard. She fainted, and Xiao Jingchen caught her as she fell, his expression still gentle, but his eyes gleaming with a dark light. But I only want you. Chapter 175. Trapped. When Wanxing awoke, she found herself in complete darkness. Where am I? She sat up, her neck still aching. The door creaked open, and a faint light filtered in. Wanxing looked up to see Xiao Jingchen standing there with a glass of water. Are you awake? He asked, his smile gentle. Jingchen, where are we? She asked. Drink some water first, he said, placing the glass on the table and sitting down, his gaze intense. Wanxing, with no interest in drinking, repeated, Where are we? What time is it? I need to go back to my dorm. You can't go back, he said, his face still gentle. Because I like you, you must stay here. This way, we won't be separated. His appearance was so refined, almost angelic, and his voice was soft. Yet Wanxing shivered, remembering the last time she went to Chen Yufei to get medicine for her grandfather. She had run into Xiao Jincheng, who kept a wolf at his home. She had remarked, wolves are free animals. It must be painful to confine them in a villa. Xiao Jincheng had replied, if I like something, I will do everything to keep it by my side. Wanxing felt a chill. She jumped off the bed and headed for the door. Where are you going? Xiao Jincheng grabbed her arm. She yanked it away. I need to go out. Her sense of security was rapidly fading, and she suddenly longed to see Mo Ziyan. I already said, you can't go out, Xiao Jincheng said. Wanxing took a deep breath. Can't you be rational? If you let me go now, I can pretend nothing happened. Can you do that? The one who isn't being rational is you, Wanxing, he said, reaching out to touch her face. Don't touch me, she said, turning away. Xiao Jincheng, this is pointless. I don't like you. She called him by his full name, creating a distance. Xiao Jincheng smiled, showing no sign of anger. He locked the door just as she was about to rush out. It's all right. I have time. I'll wait for you to like me. Chapter 176. Taming Mo Ziyan returned to the school, searching everywhere for Ning Wanxing. Her phone was off. Damn. Did she really misunderstand his relationship with Yi Qingqing? Su the butler, who had been following him, reminded him, Sir, if we don't leave now, we'll be late. Then we'll be late, Mo Ziyan said, impatient. Send more people to find Ning Wanxing and pull up all the surveillance footage. Su the butler, seeing his master's determination, nodded. Yes, sir. Did that woman go back to her apartment? Mo Ziyan, keys in hand, turned to leave and saw Xiao Jincheng returning from outside the campus. His expression was as usual. Ziyan, good morning. Montag Ziyan pauset. Have you seen Ning Wanxing? No, I haven't, Xiao Jincheng replied. Mo Ziyan gave him a meaningful look and left. In the other room, the surroundings were pitch black, illuminated only by a dim, yellow light. It was oppressive. Wanxing sat on the table, scanning the room for the nth time. She had checked. This must be a basement with no windows. The only way out was through the front door. Footsteps approached, and the door opened. Xiao Jincheng placed toiletries on the table. These are the things you use. I made a list and bought new ones for you. Wanxing was furious. Do you plan to keep me locked up like this? Why aren't you drinking the water? He asked. You haven't eaten anything. Why are you being so disobedient? I'm not your pet, she said. But I like you, Xiao Jincheng said, tilting his head. I'm worried about your health, aren't I? Is this what you call liking? I don't want it, and I don't need it. Xiao Jincheng brought the glass to her lips, feeding her water. She spat it out. I won't eat or drink anything you bring. If you won't let me out, then please leave. The cold tone from the usually cheerful girl made Xiao Jincheng pause. He smiled lightly. I'll leave the things here. I'll come back tomorrow, Wanxing. You will eat. When he first brought lightning back, it also refused to eat or drink. After a day, the wolf devoured the meat he threw. Taming takes time. The next day, he found the items untouched. Wanxing's lips were pale and cracked, and she looked weaker. Still not eating or drinking. You'll die if you continue like this, he said. Wanxing closed her eyes. It's none of your concern. This girl was stubborn. Xiao Jincheng left. In the afternoon, he returned. The food and water remained untouched. Wanxing's face was even paler. Xiao Jingchan sat at the table, resting his cheek as he gazed at Wanxing. What are you thinking? He inquired softly. He nudged the food toward her, suggesting that since she lacked the strength to speak, she should eat. His gentle tone remained consistent with his usual demeanor. I simply despise you to the point of not wanting to engage, she replied, her voice frail yet stubborn. How long have you been here? Wanxing had completely lost track of time. There were no clocks, no phones, and she couldn't discern whether it was day or night outside. The sensation was terrifying. Each second felt like an eternity. Mo Ziyan is likely frantic, searching the world for me. Would he truly come for her? It suddenly dawned on her how different Mo Ziyan was from Xiao Jincheng. While Xiao Jincheng appeared gentle, professing his affection for her, he had coerced her into her current state. Even when she was too weak to move, he could speak of his concern while casually urging her to submit and eat. In contrast, Mo Ziyan's demeanor was domineering, exuding an air of authority, even when he spoke harshly in her moments of distress. Yet, his eyes were filled with a tender concern. Chapter 177. Deadline 48 hours. Xiao Jincheng observed her quietly. Do you truly find me so detestable? Yes. Then, let your disdain grow. As he spoke, he produced a syringe from seemingly nowhere and aimed it at Wanxing's arm, plunging it in. A pale liquid slowly entered her body. Wanxing winced in pain, struggling against him. What have you injected me with? Something to ensure your compliance, he replied. Xiao Jincheng. Wanxing raised her voice, but within moments, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Xiao Jingshan laid her on the bed and watched her for a considerable time until commotion outside drew his attention. Rising, he stepped out only to find his home surrounded. A tall youth clad in a black uniform stood at the forefront, exuding an air of defiance. Ziyan, Xiao Jingshan called out. Just as the name left his lips, a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Mo Ziyan's face was inscrutable, his voice icy as he demanded, "Where is Ning Wanxing? What are you doing?" Xiao Jingshan's gaze flickered toward him. "What has happened to Wanxing?" "Xiao Jingshan, you would do well not to provoke me," Mo Ziyan warned, his eyes dark with menace. "I could easily end your life." "I wish to understand the reason," Xiao Jingshan countered, but Mo Ziyan disregarded him, instead commanding his men, "Search every room. Leave no stone unturned." On the day Ning Wanxing vanished, the school surveillance mysteriously failed. After investigating various leads, Mo Ziyan concluded that her disappearance was undoubtedly linked to Xiao Jingshan. It had been 2 days since he last saw her. Despite their arguments and cold silences, they had never been apart for such a duration. Mo Ziyan felt as though he were under her spell, teetering on the brink of madness. "Stop wasting time," Xiao Jingshan replied with a calm smile. "She is in the secret passage of the basement." Mo Ziyan's eyes widened, and he rushed toward the basement, finding Wanxing lying motionless on the bed. In that moment, his heart felt as if it had stopped. "You foolish girl," he exclaimed, striding forward and lifting her into his arms, his previously arrogant voice trembling. "Don't scare me. Wake up, Ning Wanxing." "She has merely been sedated," Xiao Jingshan remarked, descending the stairs softly. "However, in 48 hours, she will slip into a permanent coma." "What kind of drug?" Mo Ziyan's temples throbbed as anger coursed through him, veins bulging. He set Wanxing down and advanced on Xiao Jingshan, striking him squarely in the face. Blood trickled from Xiao Jingshan's mouth as Mo Ziyan seized his collar, his voice roaring like a tempest from the depths of hell. "You dare harm my woman? If you wish to die, I shall oblige you." With that, he snatched a black handgun from one of the bodyguards, chambering a round and aiming it at Xiao Jingshan, his jaw clenched tightly, every movement decisive, without hesitation. Until Xiao Jingshan's next words, "If you kill me, Ning Wanxing will never awaken." Chapter 178. "Do you dare?" Mo Ziyan's eyes narrowed in shock. "What do you mean? What have you done to her? Explain yourself." "The drug is a newly developed toxin. If not counteracted within 48 hours, it will irreparably damage her nervous system," Xiao Jingshan explained. Mo Ziyan grasped his collar tightly, forcing the words through gritted teeth. "Where is the antidote?" "I am afraid it is not with me." "I demand to know where the antidote is." "Xiao Jingshan, you would be wise not to test my patience. I could easily end your life. As I mentioned, should you kill me, Ning Wanxing will never awaken." Fury ignited in Mo Ziyan's eyes as he kicked over a coffee table, shattering everything in reach. He resembled a tempest of destruction. Amidst the cacophony, a crystal ashtray sailed through the air, shattering against the wall. The shards exploded, cutting Xiao Jingshan's hand and grazing Mo Ziyan's sharply defined face, leaving a small wound from which blood flowed, adding a wild edge to his appearance. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, his features taut as he suppressed his rage. "I want the antidote. What are your terms?" "First, vacate the premises. Remove all your people," Xiao Jingshan replied. The head of the bodyguards immediately grew wary. "Young master, do not heed him. This is undoubtedly a trap." But Mo Ziyan remained undeterred, commanding coldly, "Withdraw. All of you. Young master, remain calm. We should strategize." Though the balance of power favored Mo Ziyan, the withdrawal of his men would leave him vulnerable, a situation he would never willingly accept. Yet consumed by rage, he glared at them. "I said leave. Do you not understand? Get out." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately complying and retreating to a distance of 1,000 meters, disappearing from sight. Once they had gone, the room felt eerily empty. Mo Ziyan, now alone, retained an imposing presence. "As you wish, where's the antidote? This is my final inquiry." Xiao Jingshan stepped toward the balcony, looking out over distant mountains. This was not his villa in Jiangsheng, but a secluded mountain retreat. Only Mo Ziyan could have led them here, so swiftly. "Do you see that peak?" Xiao Jingshan pointed to the highest summit nearby. "There is a secret research facility at its summit. The antidote is there. You may choose to go or not. But if you decide to embark on this journey, I must warn you, it will take at least a day to ascend and descend. Once night falls, wolves will roam the mountain, and your life could be forfeit. Moreover, you must go alone. The facility typically utilized helicopters for access. This demand was nothing short of unreasonable. Xiao Jingchen looked at Mo Ziyan and posed a daring question. Do you dare risk your life for her? Chapter 178. The Test I Dare. These words were spoken by Xiao Jingchen. I can choose another entrance to ascend the mountain and fetch the medicine simultaneously with you, all on my own. I can make such a decision for Wanxing. Mo Ziyan's voice was devoid of any fluctuations. What if the outcome is that neither of us returns? What will happen to her? My people will calculate the time. If by this time tomorrow, neither of us has returned, the servants over there will dispatch a helicopter to the summit to retrieve the medicine, ensuring she is not kept waiting. Xiao Jingchen smiled. If you're concerned about my people, you may provide an email address, and I shall send them a scheduled message. If you do not contact them by this time tomorrow, they will go to the summit for the medicine. Mo Ziyan's communication devices had been taken away by the bodyguard earlier. After setting everything up on his phone, Xiao Jingchen tossed it into the fish tank, where it instantly blacked out. All done. Ziyan, do you dare to face this challenge? Mo Ziyan shot him a cold glare. What is your true intention? One test. Who loves her more? Those who truly love another would never subject their lives to such a meaningless test. Mo Ziyan pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Jingchen. You are utterly reckless. I will settle this score with you once she awakens. With that, the young man turned and strode away. The dense forest lay ahead, and without a moment's hesitation, he crossed the iron fence and entered. Xiao Jingchen followed closely, entering from the opposite side. When Wanxing awoke, she felt utterly drained. Struggling to sit up, her eyes were met with blinding light. Have I emerged from that dark basement? Realizing this, she quickly surveyed her surroundings. Before her stood a maid preparing food. The maid approached with a bowl of congee, smiling. Miss Ning, you are awake. Who are you? Wanxing asked, her memory hazy. I remember. I think I was injected with something by Xiao Jingchen and then lost consciousness. I was ordered by the young master to take care of you. The maid replied, offering the congee. You are quite weak. Please eat something first. Wanxing remained unmoved. Where has he gone? Both the young master and young master Mo have gone to fetch medicine for you. Young master Mo. Wanxing's eyes widened in shock, her voice quickening. Where is he? What antidote? You have been injected with a virus. Even if you awaken now, if the antidote is not administered within 48 hours, Miss Ning, you will die. Wanxing's body trembled. But do not be afraid, the maid reassured her. The antidote is at the research facility on the mountaintop. The two young masters have already set out to retrieve it. Who ultimately succeeds is fate's decree. What is going on? Wanxing's mind was in turmoil. Had Mo Ziyan arrived? Had he found this place? If Xiao Jingchen were also to fetch the antidote, why had he injected her with that poison in the first place? What was his game? Regaining her composure, she accepted the food, quickly consuming the bowl of congee to regain her strength before rushing out. Chapter 179. It's him. The maid followed closely, calling out, Miss Ning, Miss Ning. The young master asked you to stay here until you fully recover. To her surprise, a few maids surrounded Wanxing, but with a few swift moves, she dispatched them all to the ground. They were no match for the slender girl with a newfound vigor. Several maids fell unconscious from the blows to their heads. Freed from the confines of the small room, Wanxing's aura had transformed completely. She crouched beside one of the remaining conscious maids and asked coldly, from where did Mo Ziyan enter? The maid shrank back, intimidated by her demeanor, and pointed in a direction. It's through that entrance. Our young master entered from the back door of the villa, Miss Ning. Before she could finish, Wanxing swiftly struck the maid's neck, rendering the last conscious servant unconscious. Standing tall, she scanned her surroundings. Apart from maids, there was no one else present. There were no communication devices. The only phone had been tossed into the fish tank, now blacked out, leaving her utterly isolated. However, the wilderness surrounding her offered an abundance of supplies. Retreating into the room, she conducted a thorough search, packed essential items, and made her way out through the villa's main entrance. The forest was eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves as Wanxing pushed through the underbrush. Montak Yian, she called out, startling several crows into flight. Their cawing echoed, adding to the chilling atmosphere. As she reached a fork in the path, she noticed a figure drawn into the ground with a branch, a star. It must be Mo Ziyan. Wanxing's eyes brightened, and she followed the markings with determination. As the sun began to set, fatigue weighed heavily on her, and suddenly, she heard rustling ahead. Montauk. Her eyes lit up, but before she could finish his name, a hand covered her mouth from behind. Shoo! A familiar, deep voice whispered in her ear. Wanxing's gaze brightened as she turned to meet the distinct features of Mo Ziyan. It was him. Unexplainably, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had been adrift at sea, uncertain of her destination, only to suddenly see land. A wave of security enveloped her. Do not speak. He lowered his voice. There are beasts in the thicket ahead. The deliberate softness of his tone rendered it even more alluring, his deep voice resonating in her ears, igniting a warmth within her. Wanxing nodded obediently, biting her lip as she pressed her back against the tree and locked gazes with him. Mo Ziyan's eyes were cast downward, one hand bracing against the trunk while the other gently traced her face, his throat subtly moving. Wanxing dared not utter a word, biting her lip harder, their silent exchange speaking volumes. The rustling continued. The unseen beast had yet to retreat. Yet the intensity of the young man's gaze grew hotter. Suddenly, he lowered his head and sealed her lips with his own. Chapter 180. You are the best. The coolness of his lips sent Wanxing's heart racing. The source of her rapid heartbeat uncertain, whether it was the lurking danger of the jungle or the kiss itself. As the sounds behind them faded, the world fell into a profound silence, leaving only the pounding of their hearts. Mo Ziyan released her lips, the heat in his gaze undiminished. Wanxing bit her lip, her eyes awkwardly darting elsewhere. Why did you kiss me? His voice was husky as he replied, There are beasts. I didn't say anything just now. Mo Ziyan's piercing gaze remained fixed on her. When did you awaken? About 2 hours ago, she answered. He grasped her arm and turned her in a circle. Glancing around before continuing, Xiao Jingchun injected you with an unknown substance. Do you feel any unusual symptoms? Nothing unusual, just a bit weak. I heard from a maid that you entered the mountain through the villa's entrance, so I came looking for you. Fool! Mo Ziyan cupped her face in his hands, his usual devil-may-care demeanor returning. Now that you are awake, you must stay here and not run off recklessly. Do you have any idea how dangerous it was just now? The evening star glanced towards the jungle, and I thought I saw something moving, thinking it was you. Do you think this is a playground? If it weren't for me, you would have been injured by that beast long ago. Even after being injected with the drug, you still can't behave. How can you, a woman, never learn? The evening star's voice, fiercer than his, rang out. Have you had enough? Wasn't I just worried about you? Mo Ziyan's dark pupils momentarily froze. Then his lips unconsciously curled up, and he pulled her even more forcefully into his arms. His voice was low. Really? That worried about me? Get lost. Don't touch me. Just now, you kissed me, and now you won't even let me touch you? Montauk Niyan. Wanxing, enraged. Hit him. I told you to get lost. You ungrateful brute, shouting at me the moment we meet. I won't care about you anymore. Then I'll take care of you. Who cares? Wanxing sidestepped him. Let's part ways here. All right. Mo Ziyan grabbed her arm and pulled her back. I wasn't shouting. I was just worried about you. Concern makes one lose their composure. Is your way of worrying about someone to be harsh with them? Was I harsh to you? You were. Your voice was raised, and you said I never learn. Wanxing argued, jumping a few times in frustration. Suddenly, the young man pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly and soothingly stroked her hair. I was wrong. You're the most well-behaved. This sounded like a way to pacify a child. Wanxing was quiet for 2 seconds, then huffed and moved. Don't move. He held her head. Let me hold you for a while. By the time they met, the sun was setting, and the darkness was gradually swallowing the last rays of light. Wanxing felt Mo Ziyan's embrace tightening, his breath on her ear, making her body heat up. Why? His thin lips brushed against her ear, knowing the path ahead is dangerous. Why did you still come? Aren't you the same? Wanxing looked up at him, knowing the danger. Why did you still come? Why? Chapter 181. Protection. Mo Ziyan's lips curled up. This young master enjoys challenges and is not afraid of danger. Wanxing took out a flashlight from her bag and shone it on him, enjoying challenges. Does that mean you can risk your life? She had heard from the maid that Mo Ziyan came up the mountain alone, without any equipment. During the day, it was still manageable, but at night, the surroundings were pitch black, and danger lurked everywhere. He might not even know if danger was approaching, and he was practically gambling with his life. Mo Ziyan lowered his gaze, his eyes meeting hers, his voice full of magnetism. Yes, risking my life is no problem. Is the life of the great young master so worthless? His gaze never left Wanxing, his voice low and smooth. It depends on whose life it is. Once you fall in love with someone, everything you have belongs to her. What's the harm in risking your life? Wanxing averted her gaze, her heart beating uncontrollably. She realized that the relationship between her and Mo Ziyan was like a thin sheet of paper. Guessing, ambiguity, and attraction were all fermenting on one side of the paper, waiting for one of them to reach the highest point and break through the paper. This process of being close yet distant constantly tugged at their heartstrings. It was already night. Wanxing looked at her watch, rationally analyzing, "We are probably at the halfway point of the mountain. We should continue to the top after dawn. It will take another morning to reach the research institute, and there's still time. Acting rashly now would be dangerous." Mo Ziyan didn't say anything. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Mo Ziyan raised an eyebrow. "I'll listen to you." Wanxing shone the flashlight ahead. "Let's find a place to sit. Somewhere we can rest, and also quickly escape if a wild beast attacks." "What are you waiting for?" "Follow me." Mo Ziyan stepped forward and took the flashlight from Wanxing. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Fool, you should follow me." Mo Ziyan put her behind him, looking at her. His jawline proud. "Protection is a man's job. Follow me obediently." Wanxing looked at the hand he held tightly, and a word escaped her lips. "Okay." A heavy rain suddenly fell, splashing onto the ground. They were under a large, leafy tree with a river nearby. Wanxing and Mo Ziyan were sitting under the tree. Fortunately, the dense leaves provided some shelter. They waited for dawn, the flashlight placed between them, shining upwards as a precaution. Wanxing, hugging her knees, watched the rain. "I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse." "The blessing is that, on a rainy day like this, wild beasts usually don't leave their dens." She moved her lips. "What do you think Xiao Jingxin's purpose was?" "First, he injected her with poison, then told Mo Ziyan where the antidote was, and then split up to get it. What was the point of all this?" Mo Ziyan, lounging against the tree, had a blade of grass in his mouth to test. "Test?" Wanxing was confused. "Test what?" Mo Ziyan's eyes flickered, glancing at Wanxing, but in the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 182. Poison. He slowly straightened up, one hand supporting the ground, the other on his knee, his gaze deep. "What's wrong?" Wanxing was about to follow his gaze. "Don't turn around," he commanded. "Keep looking at me." Behind Wanxing, a black-gray snake was coiled around the tree, only an arm's length away. Its red tongue flicked in and out, its eyes fixed on them. Mo Ziyan subtly moved towards it. However, even the slightest movement did not escape the predator's eyes. As Mo Ziyan moved, the snake lunged, aiming for Wanxing's neck. Mo Ziyan's hand blocked the snake, and with a swift turn, he shielded her, the snake biting his hand. The snake then quickly slithered away. Wanxing turned to see the snake, realizing what had just happened. "Montak Niyan, are you okay? Are you all right?" She patted his face, her voice trembling. "I'm Yufine." The words seemed to be forced out. Mo Ziyan's handsome face was pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his hair damp. He held his hand and rolled to the side, lying flat. Wanxing quickly sat up, shining the flashlight on his hand. "The wound is changing color. That snake was venomous." Even bitten by a venomous snake, Mo Ziyan maintained his arrogance, weakly scoffing. "I'll wait for that snake. Once I get out, I'll have all the trees here cut down and that snake cooked in a soup." Wanxing immediately took out a bandage from her bag, quickly tying it above the wound. Then, she took out a Swiss Army knife, took a deep breath, and looked at Mo Ziyan. "This will hurt. If it hurts, you can scream." As the venom spread, Mo Ziyan's eyes half closed. "Do you think I'm weak? Go ahead and do it." Wanxing raised the knife and stabbed the wound. Black blood immediately flowed out. Mo Ziyan hissed, his lips tightly pressed, his dignity on the line, his veins almost bursting from the pain. Inner thoughts: "It doesn't hurt, not at all. I simply refuse to cry out." Wanxing furrowed her brow slightly, as she watched the blood from her wound turn a normal shade of red, the toxins having been completely expelled. She rummaged through her bag for a disinfectant spray. After tending to her injury, she retrieved a bandage once more. Mo Ziyan observed Wanxing as she treated her own wound, and suddenly asked, "Ning Wanxing, would you cry if I died?" "You won't die," she replied. Her gaze lowered as she wrapped the bandage around him. "The snake that bit you, the Huanin snake, while venomous, is not lethal to humans. Would you cry if I died?" Mo Ziyan insisted, repeating his question. "You're injured, so stop talking for now," Wanxing replied briskly, finishing the bandaging. "Ning Wanxing." Mo Ziyan's temper flared, his domineering voice encircling her as he demanded, "Would you cry? Would you?" Huh? Speak to me. Chapter 183. Dream Talk Wanxing was utterly speechless. Why do you keep cursing yourself to death? I just want to know. Please tell me. I suppose I would, she admitted. Mo Ziyan glared at her, confused by her non-committal response. You would. Wanxing softly continued. So, can you please remain silent and rest for a moment? You're the one who has been bitten by a venomous snake, after all. Mo Ziyan finally seemed satisfied, resting his head on her lap, tilting his handsome face to gaze at her. Rest assured, I won't let you cry. Not in this lifetime. Beneath the sprawling tree, the flashlight illuminated their surroundings. Wanxing sat against the trunk while Mo Ziyan lay beside her, his head resting on her lap. The heavy rain gradually subsided, enveloping the world in silence, save for the occasional drop of rain cascading from the leaves. Why is he still watching me? Wanxing felt uneasy under his gaze, so she stretched out her hand to cover his eyes. Close your eyes and take a moment to relax. Mo Ziyan complied, shutting his eyes and grasping her wrist, gradually pulling it down. Whether intentional or not, his lips brushed against her palm in a fleeting kiss. Then, he fell utterly silent, submissive as if in a trance. Time passed, though how long it was, she could not tell. Mo Ziyan seemed to drift in and out of consciousness, his breaths growing heavier. Wanxing reached out to check his forehead. Thankfully, it was not feverish. Though the venom had been released, the initial toxins had already spread, and his current state of semi-unconsciousness was to be expected. In this environment, all she could do was pray that this devil would not succumb to fever in the dead of night. Ning Wanxing, he suddenly murmured, vaguely calling her name. What? Wanxing lowered her gaze. I was thinking how wonderful it would be if time could just freeze like this. Are you foolish? Why would you want to freeze this moment? You were bitten by a snake and still find enjoyment in it? Besides, if you're not careful, you could truly die in this forest. Mo Ziyan kept his eyes closed, his voice a subconscious murmur. Because right now, it's just the two of us. Just the two of us? Isn't that a nightmare for you? Haven't you told many people that the person you despise most in this world is me? Those were your own words. That was me deceiving myself. Mo Ziyan rubbed his cheek, his voice muffled and lower than before. I have never disliked you. Wanxing was taken aback. A gust of wind swirled through, rustling the leaves, causing the rain droplets that had collected to fall with a soft patter. Those droplets felt as if they had landed on her heart, creating ripples anew. Mo Ziyan fell silent once more. His previous words felt like mere dreams whispered in a state of delirium. Yet, Wanxing could not quell her thoughts. She was consumed by the phrase, I have never disliked you. Never, never. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from afar. Wanxing instinctively raised her eyes. Oh my! Several snakes were slithering from the thicket nearby, their glossy black eyes fixed purposefully on Wanxing and Mo Ziyan beneath the tree. These snakes were also Huanin snakes. Could they have been attracted by the one that bit Mo Ziyan? There were so many. Wanxing's cold sweat immediately trickled down her back. Chapter 184. Yuan Hiss. Hiss. The snakes continued to flick their tongues, appearing ready to attack, their bodies raising. Wanxing bit her lip and retrieved several throwing darts from her bag. The snakes swiftly advanced, mouths agape to reveal their sharp fangs, preparing to lunge. In a split second, with a flurry of swift sounds, she launched the darts with precision, striking each snake perfectly. Some were pinned to the ground, while others, wounded, fled in haste. Wanxing's cold sweat poured down as she leaned back against the tree. The night had only just begun, and so much had already happened. If there were more surprise attacks, she and Mo Ziyan would truly perish here. What to do? At that moment, a sound resembling a helicopter rotor echoed from above. Looking up, she spotted several helicopters hovering in the sky. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes as she set Mo Ziyan aside, struggling to rise. Rushing to a clearing to wave her flashlight desperately, signaling for help. On off, on off. Please, we're over here, notice us quickly. Fortunately, the light was finally spotted by the helicopter crew, and a black helicopter descended slowly. The cabin door opened, and Butler Sue jumped out. Young Master, Miss Ning, are you both all right? Are you hurt? Phew, at last were they saved? Wanxing's hair clung to her face, dampened by sweat, and her body weakened, causing her to collapse onto the ground, utterly drained. Oh no, is the poison injected by Xiao Jingshen acting up again? Darkness engulfed her once more, just as it had before. But this time, how long would she remain unconscious? I am at the boundary of escaping the forest. Mo family. Wanxing lay in bed, still unresponsive. Mo Ziyan was fully awake, the family doctor carefully unwrapping his bandages and re-examining his wound. The original bandage was discarded into the trash. Are you trying to die? Pick it up. Young master. The doctor timidly queried. That was a used bandage. Where else would it go? Mo Ziyan shot him a glare, snatching the bandage back. Who said I was throwing it away? He then turned to Butler Sue and commanded, store it properly. Frame it as a keepsake. Family doctor. Butler Sue. Are you serious? What is so special about a used bandage? The young master's collecting habits are getting stranger. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. A bodyguard entered, young master. The antidote is secured, and we've captured the culprit. They're downstairs. Would you like to see him, or should we deal with him directly? Mo Ziyan cast a sidelong glance at the still unconscious Wanxing, stuffed his bandaged left hand into his pocket, and said defiantly, let us go. His intent was clear. He wanted to confront Xiao Jingchen. The bodyguard quickly led the way. On the first floor of the villa, Xiao Jingchen stood restrained by ropes. Despite being captured, he showed no signs of distress or fear. Mo Ziyan spread his arms wide, exuding an air of dominance as he sat on the sofa, waiting in silence for Xiao Jingchen to speak first. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jingchen finally chuckled. Ziyan, you have won. Chapter 185. The truth. He scoffed derisively. The word lose has never existed in my dictionary. His tone was utterly arrogant, filled with an air of invincibility. This was Mo Ziyan. Xiao Jingchen shrugged and glanced at the blue liquid in the glass bottle on the table. The antidote lay there. Mo Ziyan's expression remained impassive. Do you have nothing else to say? At this point, I have no words left. Excellent. Mo Ziyan stood up abruptly, seized a black gun resting nearby, his dark eyes glinting ominously, and aimed it directly at Xiao Jingchen. I told you, if you wish to die, I can facilitate that. No sooner had he spoken than he pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Bang! The bullet grazed the rope, striking the blue glass bottle on the table behind him, shattering the antidote instantly. The ropes binding Xiao Jingchen's wrist fell loose. He looked down at the ropes, and then at Mo Ziyan, bewildered. What does this mean? Did you truly believe I was a fool? Mo Ziyan tossed the gun aside and reclined back onto the sofa. Ning Wanxing had never been injected with poison, so why would she need the so-called antidote? You. A hint of disbelief flickered across Xiao Jingchen's face as he pursed his lips. Realizing that you had already known, Mo Ziyan let out a cold chuckle. Initially, he had indeed trusted Xiao Jingchen, driven solely by the desire to obtain the antidote at any cost. However, when Ning Wanxing appeared before him in the forest, he comprehended everything. The poison was a ruse. The test was genuine, but the individual he intended to test was not Mo Ziyan at all. It was Ning Wanxing. His true intention was to assess whom Ning Wanxing would choose. Mo Ziyan crossed his arms, warning, should you dare to toy with me again, I will aim for your head. Xiao Jingchen self-deprecatingly mused, there will be no next time, because Wanxing has already made her choice. She had indeed not been poisoned. The reason for her repeated fainting spells was merely exhaustion. During the days, he confined her in the dark room. Xiao Jingchen had thought he could tame her, as one might train a wolf named Lightning. Love necessitates possession, requiring no further justification. Yet, he soon realized he was mistaken. Observing Wanxing starve herself rather than consume his offerings, refusing even a sip of water, and witnessing her fight for her life against him, Xiao Jingchen found himself unexpectedly gripped by an emotion he could only describe as heartache. He discovered that his attempts at taming her were utterly futile. For she was not an animal, she possessed her own thoughts, and he was not the kind of person who could dictate her beliefs. Seeing that Wanxing would not eat, Xiao Jingchen reluctantly injected her with nutrients. When Mo Ziyan arrived, gun drawn and demanding answers, Xiao Jingchen suddenly felt the urge to gamble. He would wager on whom she would ultimately choose. At that moment, he and Mo Ziyan had ascended the mountain, leaving behind a few maids. He deliberately instructed the maids to feign releasing Ning Wanxing, observing which direction she would pursue. Once she made her choice, he would have the maids contact someone to search for her. However, he did not anticipate that Wanxing would incapacitate the maid. By the time the maid regained consciousness, it was already night. Xiao Jingchen's eyes flickered with conflicting emotions as he looked at Mo Ziyan and repeated, "You have won." Chapter 186. 2 years ago. Why did you not come? 1. Xiao Jingchen lowered his gaze, pondering why he hadn't shot him dead then. If you wish to die so badly, once you leave here, You may perish as you please. I have neither the time nor the inclination to fulfill your desires. Mo Ziyan tossed this remark over his shoulder as he turned to ascend the stairs. Just as he reached the first step, he paused, hands in pockets, and added, "You should be grateful you did not truly harm her. Otherwise, even if you were dead, I would not spare you. Leave this place and never return. This is my final warning to you." With that, Mo Ziyan ascended the stairs without looking back. Upon opening the door, he found the girl awake, propped against the headboard, drinking water. The coldness that had previously shrouded his youthful eyes melted away in an instant. In truth, on some level, the events of the past few days had afforded him clarity regarding her heart. Wanxing glanced up and immediately noticed Mo Ziyan standing motionless in the doorway, causing her to choke on her water. Cough, cough. Mo Ziyan rushed to her side, patting her back. "What is wrong with you? How can you choke on water? Foolish woman. You, cough, it's all your fault. What does that have to do with me? Why are women so unreasonable?" Mo Ziyan clicked his tongue, yet he played along with her words. Fine, fine, it's all my fault. Are you feeling better now?" "Not all. I feel weak. You should eat something." Mo Ziyan took the porridge brought by the maid, scooped a spoonful, and offered it to her lips. Wanxing, feeling too lethargic to move, obediently opened her mouth and took a bite. There's meat in it. It's meat porridge. Delicious. Wanxing swallowed, and before Mo Ziyan could scoop a second spoonful, she eagerly opened her mouth for more. Unable to resist, Mo Ziyan reached out and pinched her cheek. She turned away, protesting, "I want to eat porridge, not have my face pinched. Is it so wrong for me to feed you personally and collect some interest? Is that interest merely pinching my face? Montak Niyan. If you pinch me again, I will bite you." Understanding her frail condition, Mo Ziyan refrained from further teasing, continuing to feed her. After another spoonful, she suddenly encountered something soft and gelatinous. "It's century egg. Quickly, take it away. I don't want to eat that." She had never eaten century egg, finding it somewhat terrifying. "What are you doing? I told you to take it away. Did you not hear me? Take it away?" Mo Ziyan's gaze remained fixed on her. This dish was genuinely quite palatable. Wanxing pulled the blanket up to half cover her face, declaring, "I won't eat it." "You cannot. You have barely finished a bowl of porridge. I refuse to eat it. I will pick all the century egg pieces out for you, all right?" She shut her eyes, her ears reddening. "You must not mention century egg." Mo Ziyan pulled the blanket away from her face, a mischievous smile spreading across his features as he feigned ignorance. "Why must I not mention it?" Chapter 187. 2 years ago, why did you not come? 2. I detest that dish. Is that not reason enough? Very well. The corners of Mo Ziyan's mouth curled into a more wicked grin. Then, from this moment forth, I shall detest it as well. Why is he imitating me? At noon, Mo Ziyan took Wanxing to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Although he knew that the poison Xiao Jingshan injected her with was a ruse, he still needed to ensure her well-being for his peace of mind. After the examination, the doctor called Mo Ziyan aside. Wanxing sat anxiously outside, wondering why she had been separated. Could it be that she had genuinely been poisoned? Moments later, Mo Ziyan returned, patting her on the head. "All done. Is my body all right?" Mo Ziyan smirked. You're as stout as a little pig. What could possibly be wrong?" Wanxing sighed in relief, indignantly retorting, "Hey, I've lost so much weight these past few days. Let us go." Mo Ziyan wrapped an arm around Wanxing's shoulders, declaring, "I'll treat you to a grand feast." This morning, to help her stomach, he had only allowed her to eat light fare. Naturally, a delicious meal awaited at noon. Once back in the car, Wanxing contemplated, "Let me think about what I want to eat. Which restaurant in Jiangsheng is the most expensive? I want to eat you out of house and home. No need to think." Mo Ziyan fastened her seatbelt. "No matter how much you indulge, I can afford it." Wanxing's back stiffened. What did he mean by that? The air grew thick with an ambiguous tension, and Wanxing found herself at a loss for words, opting instead to gaze out the window. Upon witnessing her expression, Mo Ziyan mistakenly believed she was upset. He averted his gaze and remarked, "Do not misunderstand. What I mean is that I can handle anything you wish to do." "Ah, I see," Wanxing replied. "How about we return to school? What purpose would that serve? I crave the ramen from the cafeteria." "Ning Wanxing, can you not aspire to something greater? It's simply a desire to eat. Are you going or not?" "I will go." The vehicle navigated the traffic light and proceeded towards Xingye Academy. Inside the student union cafeteria, the lunch hour had passed, leaving it sparsely populated. Mo Ziyan instructed Wanxing to find a seat while he went to purchase food. She nodded and waited at the table, soon spotting Zhuo yawning as he approached. Wow, Wanxing, you've finally returned. Where's Brother Ziyan? There, Wanxing gestured with her chin towards Mo Ziyan, who was busy ordering ramen for himself. Zhuo turned to glance at Mo Ziyan's back and exclaimed, You two are together now? Wanxing instinctively raised her voice. What nonsense are you spouting? That's not the case. Then why have you both been absent? You haven't been in school for several days. And what about Xiao Jingxin? He dropped out. Did you know? Dropped out? Wanxing froze momentarily, reluctant to recall the 2 days she spent locked in a small dark room with Xiao Jingxin. She nodded faintly, murmuring, Oh. Regarding the letter tattooed on Xiao Jingxin's collarbone, Wanxing had instructed her subordinates to investigate. The results indicated that this bore no connection to the assassin Qi. It stood to reason. A meticulous person like Qi would never tattoo such a distinctive letter on themselves, akin to an admission of guilt. Chapter 188. 2 years ago. Why didn't you come? 3. So who exactly is Qi? The student union members are fixed. With Xiao Jingxin's departure, new members are likely to join. Wanxing inquired. Zhuo, is there anyone in the student union who appears particularly unique? Indeed, Zhuo replied, shaking his leg and pointing at himself. I believe I am rather special. Exceptionally handsome. Wanxing regarded him with indifference. Cough. When I say special, what do you mean? We are all earthlings. What could be so special? I just remembered. There's a member who has been listed in the student union but has never been seen in person. Quite mysterious, wouldn't you say? Wanxing's sensitivity detected something unusual. Who is that? What is their name? I'm not sure, but the room you currently occupy was previously vacant. I heard it belonged to that person as a resting place. Zhuo looked at Wanxing curiously. Why do you ask? Just a casual inquiry. Zhuo leaned in with a gossiping demeanor. So, what is the situation between you and Brother Ziyan now? There is no situation at all. Actually, I've been wanting to ask you. 2 years ago, on his birthday, he arranged to meet you at the school gate. Why didn't you come? Do you know he waited for you all night? Wanxing's wandering thoughts sharpened at those words. What did you say? He waited for me all night. Yes, it rained heavily that night, and he didn't leave. The following day, he was hospitalized with a fever. Zhuo continued. No one knows what transpired that day, except him. I only learned of it when I had drinks with him a few days ago, and he inadvertently mentioned it while intoxicated. By the way, isn't Brother Ziyan's birthday approaching? I wonder if he will celebrate this year. Ever since you vanished, he hasn't celebrated a birthday. I was pondering the reason until now, realizing he had intended to confess his feelings for you that day. He likes you, you know. Wanxing's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. 2 years ago, Mo Ziyan had arranged to meet her at the school gate, intending to confess. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap from her throat. The thin veil separating her from Mo Ziyan had been torn asunder by Zhuo's words. He likes you. What's wrong? Zhuo waved his hand in front of her, concerned. Wanxing, did you just say he hasn't celebrated a birthday in 2 years? Is that true? How could it be false? Last year, a girl foolishly threw him a birthday party, and he was furious. Everyone was terrified, and that girl was completely ostracized from her circle. Wanxing bit her lip in silence. Mo Ziyan returned with a bowl of ramen. Noticing Zhuo and Wanxing animatedly conversing, he approached and shot a glare at Zhuo. Who told you to sit next to her? Move aside. Zhuo jumped up. I suddenly lost my appetite. I'll head back to the classroom. You two enjoy your meal. He exchanged furtive glances with Wanxing, attempting to convey a message. Mo Ziyan was ready to kick Zhuo out for openly flirting with Wanxing in his presence. How dare he attempt to put a green hat on him? Did he want to die? Chapter 189. The Confession Plan. 1. As Zhuo hastily departed, Mo Ziyan glanced down, his lips twitching. Ning Wanxing, what kind of expression is that? Why are you just staring? I bought this for you, eat. He pushed the ramen towards her, but Wanxing continued to gaze at him. Are you waiting for me to feed you? To her surprise, Mo Ziyan picked up chopsticks, disregarding the gazes of those around them. He rolled some noodles onto a spoon and brought it to her lips. Open up. Wanxing turned her head away. I'm not eating. She hadn't yet processed Zhuo's earlier comments. Hearing this, Mo Ziyan's temples throbbed as he gritted his teeth. I brought this for you, and you refuse to eat? Ning Wanxing, are you playing with me? Wanxing maintained her gaze, gently biting her lip. Fine, I want to eat. Mo Ziyan was at a loss for how to handle her. He flattened her bitten lip with his fingertip. Stop giving me that look as if you're about to cry. Can you not cry? 2 years ago, Mo Ziyan waited for me all night. The next day, what I overheard at the school gate were his words after waiting for me all night. Wanxing's eyes turned slightly red. Hey, seeing this, Mo Ziyan rose and moved to sit beside her. What are you doing? It's just a bowl of noodles. If you don't want it, what do you wish to eat? I'll go get it for you. Before he could finish, Wanxing suddenly threw herself into his arms. Mo Ziyan's back stiffened, his voice caught in his throat. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to embrace him. Though it was merely a hug, he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Ning Wanxing. His voice was hoarse. What are you doing? I just wanted a hug. Her tone was soft, tilting her face to gaze at his determined chin. Next Sunday is your birthday, right? And then, let us celebrate together. I have something to tell you that day. What is it? Mo Ziyan lifted her chin, his gaze deepening. I want to hear it now. No. Her tone turned stubborn, imbued with defiance. If you keep pressing me, I want to talk to you for the next few days. This remark was indeed the Achilles heel of Mo Ziyan. The young man crossed his arms and cast a disdainful glance to the side, muttering under his breath, if you don't say it, then I shall wait. What are you being fierce about, you foul girl? Watching him complain like a child, Wanxing couldn't help but smile slightly. The countdown to Mo Ziyan's birthday stood at 7 days. Suddenly, a surprised exclamation came from the other end of the phone. What did you say? You intend to confess to Mo Ziyan on his birthday? Wanxing's face flushed slightly as she quickly glanced around to ensure no one was listening before responding. Shengxia, can you keep your voice down? Shengxia, engrossed in a game at an internet CF, paused her gameplay, removed her headphones, and asked incredulously, you want to confess to Mo Ziyan? What has inspired you? Weren't you two at odds just recently? It was all a misunderstanding, and some things have happened over the past few days. Chapter 190. The Confession Plan 2. Wanxing recounted the events of her recent abduction by Xiao Jingxun and the near mishap in the forest with Mo Ziyan to her friend. So it was these incidents that made you realize you have feelings for the young Master Mo? And 2 years ago, he waited for you all night at the school gate? This is so dramatic, but shouldn't the boy be the one to confess? This is something I owe him. Wanxing replied softly. He has sacrificed so much for me, and I want to do something for him. To tell him directly. To tell him that I did show up 2 years ago, but had an accident on the way and lost consciousness. I want him to know that I like him. Really, really like him. I see. Shengxia snapped her fingers. So your birthday gift to him is this confession? I actually suggest you give him a room key. A room key? Wanxing blushed even more. Shengxia. Oh, come on, I was just joking. Shengxia reclined back, playing with her hair and gazing at the ceiling. You could take him to the place you two agreed upon 2 years ago. Starting anew from there would be far more meaningful. That's quite reasonable. Wanxing nodded. I will do as you say. By the way, you should actually thank Xiao Jingxun. If it weren't for him, you might still be oblivious to your feelings for the young Master Mo. He has already dropped out. Ah, the lovesick child. I pray for him. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Mo Ziyan had been staring at the documents in his hands for quite some time. Yet he had turned not a single page. His mind was consumed by the memory of Ning Wanxing's earlier embrace. He was truly losing his sanity. It was merely a hug. What was so remarkable about that? But it was the first time Ning Wanxing had taken the initiative to embrace him. Is it just a hug? Mo Ziyan, have you never encountered a woman before? But it was indeed the first time she had embraced him. The bespectacled man, waiting for Mo Ziyan's signature, observed the young master with a perplexed expression, noticing his mood swings from serious to silly. Mo Xiao, President? He timidly reminded, is everything all right with the documents? If there are no issues, could you please sign? The staff are waiting for your signature to proceed. Mo Ziyan snapped back to reality, signed his name with a flourish, and tossed the papers forward. It's done. Now, take the documents and get out of my sight. You're interrupting my contemplation of life's great matters. The bespectacled man, clutching the documents, was about to leave when Mo Ziyan suddenly called out, Wait, Mo Xiao, I ask you. Mo Ziyan tugged at his tie, leaning back in his chair. If you were a man who had a woman you deeply admired, and this woman had always seemed to dislike you, but suddenly embraced you out of the blue and mentioned she had something to tell you in a few days, what do you think it might be? The bespectacled man was taken aback. What do you mean if he were a man? He is a man. What is going on with you today, President? Seeing the man remain silent, Mo Ziyan narrowed his eyes in irritation. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Chapter 191. Treat her well, The bespectacled man shivered slightly and quickly replied this. I don't know, but it could be one of two scenarios. What two? First, the girl is preparing to say something good and wants to clarify everything on that day. Mo Ziyan's lips curled slightly. In the other scenario, the girl is preparing to say something bad, intending to finish her words and then leave. She wouldn't dare. Mo Ziyan slammed his palm on the desk. The bespectacled man looked terrified. Regaining his composure, Mo Ziyan glared at him. Get out. You're too chatty, hurry. But you asked me to speak. The bespectacled man lamented, hastily exiting. Mo Ziyan paced the office, suddenly engulfed by frustration. The thought of the bespectacled man's suggestion, that perhaps it was something bad and she would leave afterward, made him furious. With a forceful kick, he struck the table. He would not allow that woman to leave him a second time. Absolutely not. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Without checking the caller ID, he answered brusquely. Hello, who is it? Ziyan. A gentle voice resonated from the other end. Montag Ziyan Wanxing, CIO Yingchen? It's me. I'm at the airport and about to board a flight to M country for university. So you called to ask me to wish you safe travels. Or to warn you that you better not return. He chuckled about what happened before. I sincerely apologize. Not just to you, but also to Wanxing. If possible, I hope you can convey my apologies to her. Mo Ziyan snorted dismissively. Don't think that just because you've changed, I'll allow you to get close to her. She is Mine. At the airport, Xiao Jingchun, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, stood tall. He gazed out at the blue sky, reminiscent of the young man beneath the cherry blossom tree, his features gentle and pure. He appeared nothing like the obsessive and frantic individual of recent days. Take good care of her, Xiao Jingchun said. If you make her cry, I will ensure to take her back in the right way. Mo Ziyan's expression turned unusually serious. You will not have that opportunity. Because he would never allow her to cry. The boarding announcement echoed through the terminal as Xiao Jingchun smiled. Well then, goodbye. After hanging up, he glanced back and murmured, Ziyan and Ning Wanxing, until we meet again. As the ground staff tore up Xiao Jingchun's boarding pass, they teased, Sir, your tattoo is quite beautiful. Tattoo? Xiao Jingchun looked down at his collarbone, a faint smile gracing his lips. The letter K. His gaze flickered as he recalled the moment he first met Wanxing, when she had just arrived at school, chatting animatedly on the phone. Her hair danced in the wind, and her smile was bright and innocent. I just discovered that the classes here are organized by letters. I'm in Class A, but I really like the letter K. That fleeting glance might have been the most beautiful moment in Xiao Jingchun's life. Love at first sight. Chapter 192. Distracted as the plane soared through the sky. Wanxing stepped out of the school gate, glancing up at the aircraft overhead when someone suddenly pressed down on her head from behind. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go, spoke as he helped Wanxing with her backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. This effortless gesture caused Wanxing to momentarily drift into a reverie. Their acquaintance began in the second grade when transferred to her school. At first glance, she found him exceptionally handsome, albeit with an air of arrogance. When the teacher prompted him to introduce himself, he simply stated and left the class in awkward silence, prompting the teacher's forced laughter. You may take the empty seat in the fifth row. That seat happened to be right behind Wanxing, and thus, she fell completely under the spell of this demon. If you pull my braid again, I will report you to the teacher. Go ahead, the teacher wouldn't dare take action against me anyway. That water bottle was mine. How could you drink my water? Humph. If you dare give your water to another boy again, I'll make sure he regrets it. After they entered junior high, they attended the same school but were in different classes. Yet, every day after school, would wait outside Wanxing's classroom. As she emerged, he would take her backpack and carry it on his back, his handsome face adorned with a look of disdain. If your class drags on again, I'll leave you behind. But despite the delays, he always waited. Eventually, the teachers ceased to prolong class under his silent pressure. At this moment, the scene at Xingye Academy was bustling with students leaving. Noticed Wanxing lagging behind and turn around, his expression a mix of impatience and sincerity. What are you daydreaming about? If you don't hurry up, I'll leave you behind. Wanxing chuckled, rushing to catch up. They had plans to visit the arcade after school. Inside the arcade, Wanxing inserted coins and challenged to a high-speed racing game. Racing was forte, yet he found himself losing repeatedly to Wanxing, clearly out of sorts. I'm done, he grumbled, banging the steering wheel. Ha ha. Wanxing laughed until she nearly fell over. Aren't you the so-called god of cars at Akin Mountain? With those skills, you should be renamed Car Tyrant. Cut it out. I was just distracted, retorted. Curious, Wanxing asked, What were you thinking about? Met her gaze and suddenly pulled her into his lap. What did you want to say to me on your birthday? This question had lingered in his mind all day. Is that what you were thinking? Wanxing suppressed a laugh. No, I can't tell you now. Couldn't help but curse under his breath, holding her tightly. You're driving me crazy, do you know that? He felt utterly captivated by her presence, nearly losing himself in her allure. What do I want to tell him on her birthday? 193 Wanxing was pressed against his chest, unable to suppress a smile. She nestled closer, tilting her head up to him. Just bear with it a little longer. Lowered his gaze, enchanted by the sparkle in her eyes, filled only with him. His throat tightened as he gently cupped her face. Don't look at me like that. Such a gaze was almost too much for him to handle. Wanxing shrugged and jumped back to her seat. Want to keep playing? Or should we try something else? Competing with you in racing is boring. How dare you provoke me? Thought, unable to tolerate her challenge. Playing such a virtual game was beneath him. He was a man of real skill. Okay, real skill. Wanxing replied nonchalantly, inserting more coins for another round. Seized her wrist. Come with me. Hey, where are we going? To show you what a real racing champion is. At the racing club, a sleek black car made a sharp turn and came to a stop at the finish line. Casually rested his arm outside the car, waiting. After about 10 seconds, a red car skidded around the corner, finally reaching the finish line. How frustrating. Wanxing removed her helmet, glancing at the timer, disheartened by her significant gap behind. She had performed so well at the arcade. Pointed at the screen, raising an eyebrow. Are you convinced now? Wanxing feigned ignorance, glaring at him. Why are you, a grown man, taking this so seriously against a little girl? Well, it was you who challenged me to give it my all, he replied, amused by her audacity. Adopted a teasing demeanor. What do you propose we do? Let's have another round, Wanxing said, donning her helmet again. If you let me start half a lap ahead, and I still win, then I'll admit you're better. Beside the judge stood a girl in a pink t-shirt and white skirt. Frowning, she raised her voice. Miss, that S against the rules. It's not a real competition. We're just having fun. Wanxing shot a playful look at. Besides, you're older than me, have more experience, and are familiar with the track. The staff said this is your usual car. Meanwhile, it's my first time. I'm not used to it, and I'm younger. So, I'm weak and helpless. Thus, I think a half-lap advantage is fair. Her reasoning was flimsy, yet accepted it without hesitation. He smirked. All right, I'll give you half a lap. Wanxing revved the engine. I'm off now, half lap only, and no jumping the start. This time, she was sure she would win. As her car surged ahead, remained calm at the starting line, genuinely allowing her the half-lap advantage. The girl in the t-shirt was fuming. 194, standing outside the racecourse. The girl watched Wanxing's car speed away before her gaze turned to. Why was he so accommodating to that girl? As the half-lap passed, finally revved his car and took off in pursuit. Wanxing, leading the race, focused intently, fearful of a misstep that would cost her everything. Yet, the more cautious she was, the slower her speed became. Even with the half-lap lead, quickly closed the gap with his exceptional driving skills. The finish line was just ahead, with only a tight S-curve remaining. Could easily overtake her if he wished. Wanxing steadied the steering wheel, stealing glances at the relentless behind her. How was he managing to catch up, even after she had a half-lap lead? At that moment, Wanxing felt a pang of anxiety for boasting in the arcade about being a car tyrant. If she lost after such a head start, he would surely revel in it. Wanxing concentrated, determined. As their cars approached the finish line side by side, the black car suddenly appeared to slow down, allowing Wanxing to surge ahead by half a car's length. Did she win? The girl leaped out of her car, ecstatic and bouncing with joy. I beat you, appeared nonchalant, yet there lingered a hint of subtle affection in his demeanor. Well, you win, he conceded. Wanxing extended her hand, playfully demanding her prize. He grasped her small hand and pressed a kiss in her palm. Startled, Wanxing quickly withdrew her hand. What are you doing? The prize is a kiss, and I have given it to you, he replied. Nearby, several boys began to tease. Young Master Mo, could you spare a thought for us single lads? We might as well skip dinner tonight. We're so full. They urged him to join them for a round, insisting that they only needed 3 seconds. Mo Ziyan lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a rebellious glance their way. Who do you think you are? Why would I accommodate you? In this world, the only person who could compel him to make concessions was Ning Wanxing. As Wanxing retreated to the resting area, Mo Ziyan and the boys became engrossed in their competition. Sipping orange juice, her gaze remained fixated on him. The young man's concentration, while racing, exuded a defiance that was even more pronounced than usual. She watched intently until a voice interrupted her thoughts. "You have shattered young Master Mo's undefeated legend with your trickery," remarked a girl in a pink t-shirt and white sports skirt, who had been standing beside the referee. She was the manager's niece, her expression filled with sorrow. The last time Mo Ziyan came to race, he had not brought a woman along. Why had he chosen to do so this time? Wanxing regarded her. "What do you mean by trickery? We were merely having fun. Your behavior was despicable," the girl retorted, indignantly defending Mo Ziyan. "It was you who caused him to lose face. I do not know what your relationship with him is, but please refrain from making him uncomfortable." Chapter 195. Defending justice for a moment. Wanxing found the situation amusing. "And who are you to speak to me in such a manner?" The girl faltered, glancing at the large screen displaying the youthful, striking face of Mo Ziyan. Her heart raced. "I have no relationship with him. I merely cannot condone your actions. Since you have no relationship, what gives you the right to meddle?" Wanxing countered. The girl, named Lingyu, was at a loss for words. The manager of the racing club was her uncle. During Mo Ziyan's last visit, she had mustered the courage to offer him a towel after his race, and to her surprise, he had accepted, gifting her a bracelet in return. Gazing at the dreamer bracelet on her wrist, she recalled her uncle's words about Mo Ziyan being a regular who never allowed women near him. Yet, he had not rejected her last time. Perhaps she held a special place in his heart. Thus, she felt compelled to defend him. "I merely wish to reason with you," Lingyu insisted, looking earnestly at Wanxing. "You did indeed embarrass Mo Ziyan, did you not? You used underhanded tactics to win the race and then flaunted it before him, with so many witnesses present while they made joke. Who knows what they truly think of Mo Ziyan? I hope that after the race, you will clarify to them that it was your strategy that won, not a reflection of his abilities." Wanxing was rendered speechless. "What is your connection to Mo Ziyan that you defend him so ardently?" In the distance, Mo Ziyan completed another lap, victorious. He did not continue racing, but instead opened the car door, removed his helmet, and tossed it onto the seat as he approached the resting area. Wanxing turned her attention to him, asking, "Why did you stop?" "I feared you might be bored," he replied, settling beside her. After several laps, his ash-colored hair was damp with sweat, clinging alluringly to his forehead. He casually draped an arm over the sofa, intertwining his fingers with Wanxing's. "If you find it dull, you are free to leave." Throughout, he did not glance at Lingyu, as if she were invisible. Lingyu bit her lip, unable to contain herself any longer. Young Master Mo Ziyan finally acknowledged her presence, lifting his gaze. "Who are you?" It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. He had completely forgotten her. Just days prior, she had wiped the sweat from his brow, sitting on the very sofa he now occupied. He had even gifted her a bracelet, which she now wore on her wrist. Wanxing smirked. "Just someone defending you." Mo Ziyan looked confused. "Defending me? Just now I won against you. This girl claims I lost my streak due to trickery and insists I owe an explanation to those boys to save face." Chapter 196. Disappear immediately. Lingyu, usually timid and soft-spoken, felt her sense of justice surge within her. "Did I say anything wrong? You did indeed lose face just now. Should you not clarify this to them?" Wanxing was exasperated. "So what? Do you require me to explain myself?" Mo Ziyan shot a glare at Lingyu. "I'm willing to indulge her. You, however, must clarify what she needs to explain." "Young Master Mo." Lingyu was perplexed. "But this girl just made you lose face. Which of your eyes saw me lose face?" He retorted. "I merely defended myself. I was merely standing up for you." Lingyu felt utterly misunderstood. "I know how prideful boys can be. The less you appear to care, the more it matters to you. Who could feel good about having their undefeated streak broken?" "Enough." Mo Ziyan interrupted her with irritation. "My record is mine to break as I please. It has nothing to do with you." Lingyu pressed her lips together, pondering Mo Ziyan's thoughts. Why was he so arrogant, yet so indulgent of this girl's antics? Since he had forgotten her, she resolved to remind him. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and approached him. "Young Master Mo, you've perspired profusely. May I wipe your brow?" This dialogue echoed their previous encounter. She gestured to the bracelet he had gifted her. Yet, as she stepped closer, he abruptly shifted away. "Stay away from me." Lingyu attempted to follow. "Mo, take one more step closer, and I shall have your hands severed." His attitude contrasted starkly with their last meeting, leaving her bewildered. Young Master Mo, do you truly not remember me? Just half a month ago, you sat on this sofa, asking for my name after I wiped your sweat. I am Ling Yu. Do you recall? Upon hearing this, Mo Ziyan cursed inwardly, instinctively turning to Wanxing. I do not know you. Do not dare touch my belongings. His words were directed at Ling Yu. Yet his focus was entirely on Ning Wanxing, his eyes pleading. I do not know her. Do not listen to her fabrications. Ling Yu grew frantic. Everything I said is true. Young Master Mo, this bracelet is indeed a gift from you. As she spoke, she shook her hand, the dreamer bracelet glimmering beautifully under the light, clearly a costly piece. Was this a gift from Mo Ziyan? Wanxing withdrew her gaze and suddenly pulled out 2 tissues. After pushing Ling Yu aside, she boldly sat on Mo Ziyan's lap. Wiping sweat was she? She smiled sweetly and kindly, gently using the tissue to wipe Mo Ziyan's face. Softly asking, is this how it's done? The usually fearless Mo Ziyan surprisingly shuddered. What was happening? Tension tightened his jaw as he grasped Wanxing's wrist, insisting, listen to me. What on earth are you still doing here? Yet, Wanxing looked up at Ling Yu instead. Chapter 197. Comforting a woman, Wanxing sat unabashedly on Mo Ziyan's lap, her every movement and expression showcasing their relationship. From now on, I'll be the one wiping his sweat. And as for you, disappear. Ling Yu felt deeply wounded by the scene before her, as Wanxing's position was one she could only dream of. Yet, unwilling to concede, she clenched the tissue in her hand. Mo Xiao, consider this a 3-second ultimatum. Either you leave on your own, or my people will escort you out. At this point, Ling Yu felt her face flush with embarrassment. Biting her lip, she cast a glance at Wanxing before turning on her heel and fleeing, utterly defeated. Once Ling Yu was gone, Wanxing continued to wipe Mo Ziyan's sweat with a forced smile, remarking, her bracelet really is beautiful. Mo Ziyan shivered again. Actually, that was originally meant for you. But now, it was in someone else's possession. He seized Wanxing's wrist, rubbing her hand against his face. If you like it, I'll take you to buy one right now, okay? I don't covet what others possess, she retorted. I've truly forgotten what transpired back then. In fact, he couldn't even recall Ling Yu's appearance. As for the bracelet, he had dismissed it entirely. You may have forgotten, but others remember. Look at how kind she is, always defending you, making me appear as the villain in this tale. Mo Ziyan's gaze remained fixed on her. Wanxing, slightly annoyed, questioned, what else with that look? Am I wrong? Yes, you're entirely right. Then why are you staring? Mo Ziyan cupped Wanxing's face, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You look particularly adorable when you're angry, like a pufferfish. Coughing lightly, he attempted to flatter her, but Wanxing leapt off him in fury. Get lost. You're the one who resembles a pufferfish when angry. Fuming, she exclaimed, what a ridiculous metaphor. Mo Ziyan leaned back on the sofa, exuding an air of dominance. Yet his eyes wandered, glancing at Wanxing with curiosity. Why do girls enjoy being called cute? What had he done wrong in his attempt to comfort her? It wasn't entirely his fault. He was accustomed to others catering to him. Never had he needed to woo anyone. Thus, he took out his phone and posted on social media. Can someone give me tips on how to please a woman? Typically, Mo Ziyan preferred not to share his life on such platforms, posting only a handful of times a year. However, this post elicited a flood of responses from his friends, as if it were a festive occasion, with likes and comments pouring in. Several girls even messaged him directly. Mo Xiao, you're trying to a woman? With a playful emoji. Which ungrateful girl needs wooing? You say it, and it's done. Mo Xiao, long time no see. Let's hang out sometime. Montak she. His phone buzzed incessantly. Wanxing's expression darkened as she glared at him without emotion. Mo Ziyan suddenly felt a chill creeping up his neck. Chapter 198. Deleting friends, Mo Ziyan pressed his lips together and then stood up to grasp Wanxing's wrist. Are you hungry? Let me take you out to eat and then get you home. That's all right, Wanxing replied with a smile. You have so many messages to respond to. It's no wonder you have so many friends. Indeed, Mo Ziyan had a plethora of friends, particularly female ones. Over the past 2 years, during Wanxing's absence, his demeanor had changed drastically, becoming wild and unrestrained. The number of girls around him was staggering. However, despite having many friends, he rarely engaged in conversations, hardly acknowledging anyone. He was never one to patiently type out messages. If a girl pursued him too aggressively, he would dismiss her outright. Over time, those girls became hesitant to message him, fearing he might delete them at a whim. Mo Ziyan shoved his phone into Wanxing's hands. Here, feel free to browse through my phone however you like. Wanxing averted her gaze, uninterested. You must look, Mo Ziyan insisted, pulling her closer, wrapping his arm around her as he swiped through his contacts. Haven't you noticed I've never engaged with other girls? Still, Wanxing held her chin high, refusing to look. Hey, Ning Wanxing, he said, capturing her chin. His eyes filled with exasperation. Those girls mean nothing to me. He couldn't fathom why so many girls had mysteriously appeared in his contacts. Perhaps someone close to him had secretly added them without his knowledge. If he found out who it was, he would make them pay. All right, I understand. Wanxing patted his shoulder. I don't mind. No, you must care. Mo Ziyan then took hold of Wanxing's fingers, swiftly deleting contacts one by one. What are you doing? She instinctively tried to retract her hand, but he held it firmly. The deletion process accelerated as he removed each female contact from his list. Once he finished, he turned to look at her. All done. You. Wanxing was momentarily taken aback. This was rather extreme. The list now contained only Wanxing's name among the girls, the rest being male. Mo Ziyan buried his face in her neck, his voice low and raspy. As I said, those people mean nothing to me. He only desired Ning Wanxing. That night, Wanxing returned to her small apartment. With the weekend off from school, she tossed her clothes into the washing machine and began cleaning while listening to music. During a break, she checked her phone and found 20 unread messages. So many? She thought, quickly opening them. 19 were from Mo Ziyan. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Ning Wanxing, I asked what you're doing. Stinky girl, how dare you not reply? And many more messages. Wanxing looked up at the ceiling, speechless. Mo Xiao, don't you typically avoid texting? Chapter 199, spying Wanxing replied, cleaning. Cleaning? By yourself? What else would I do? Leave it. I'll send a maid over tomorrow. No need. It's just some simple chores. I'm treating it as a chance to exercise. Having already become so thin, why continue to lose weight? What if a typhoon comes and blows you away? I would still worry about where to find you. Am I just trash? Do I need to be picked up? Wanxing typed back. You said a few days ago that I was as chubby as a pig. Ha, man, I never expected you to have two faces. Calling you a pig has nothing to do with your weight. It primarily concerns your intelligence. Goodbye. I must continue cleaning. She tossed her phone onto the bed and muttered angrily. Your intelligence is the real pig. Just as she picked up the mop, her phone vibrated again, signaling a new message. Without needing to think, she knew who it was. Wanxing pretended not to hear and continued mopping the floor. Minutes later, there was a knock at the apartment door. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Who could it be? Peering through the peephole, she saw Butler Sue from the Mo family standing outside. She hurriedly opened the door, surprised. Butler Sue, what brings you here? Miss Ning, Butler Sue smiled slightly, gesturing to a few maids behind him. The young master has instructed me to bring these ladies to assist you with cleaning. He continued. The young master said that you can leave the household chores to them. Please respond to him immediately. He is waiting for your message. Wanxing watched as the maids entered and began cleaning without further ado. She sighed in resignation. Oh, and I almost forgot this, Butler Sue said, handing her a small notebook. Is this the property deed? This apartment was merely a temporary residence for Wanxing. Yet Mo Ziyan had actually purchased it for her. How indulgent can one be? The next day, at 10 in the morning, Wanxing had made plans with Shang Xia to go shopping. Next week was Mo Ziyan's birthday. But today was the grand celebration for the matriarch of the Yi family. Wanxing had initially intended to decline the invitation, but after several calls from Uncle Yi, she couldn't bear to refuse any longer. Since she was attending the birthday banquet, she obviously couldn't dress too casually. After all, the Yi family was a prominent clan in the entire Jiang city. Out of respect for Uncle Yi, Wanxing decided her attire for the banquet must be formal. Unfortunately, she realized she had no suitable formal wear, so she had to visit the mall's counter to see if anything appropriate was available. Inside the mall, Shang Xia emerged from Starbucks, skipping with 2 cups of Frappuccino. Wanxing, I'm over here. Wanxing waved back and dashed toward her. Suddenly, she felt as though someone was aiming a camera at her. Pausing briefly, she glanced around. People were bustling about, chatting and laughing. Shrugging it off, she walked over to Shang Xia. What were you just looking at? Shang Xia handed Wanxing one of the Frappuccinos. I felt like someone was secretly taking pictures of us. You're overthinking it. Who would do that? Maybe, Wanxing shrugged and took a sip of her Frappuccino. As they walked side by side, the mall was crowded with weekend shoppers. A young man accidentally bumped into an elderly lady, causing her to fall. The young man just turned and walked away. Wanxing rushed to help the elderly woman, indignantly calling after the man, Hey, come back. You can't just walk away after knocking someone down. The young man glanced back. I didn't bump into anyone. You ran into me. Stop blaming me. With that, he took off. What kind of person does that? Wanxing asked the elderly lady. Are you all right? Iem me fine. Thank you. Thank you both. The grandmother patted Wanxing's hand. Sheng Xia fumed. If only I hadn't been wearing heels today, I would have dragged that man back. Thankfully, the elderly woman was unharmed. After parting ways with her, Wanxing and Sheng Xia entered a luxury boutique. I want to buy a dress, something sexy and revealing, to show Ji Yelyong that I'm a woman now, not a child. Wanxing chuckled. If you really bought something like that, Ji Yelyong would probably toss it in the trash. Why would he throw it away? I'm buying it, Sheng Xia declared, scanning the store. What do you think of that red dress? Wanxing looked in the direction of her gaze and nodded. It is indeed quite sexy and revealing. A sales associate approached, first assessing Wanxing's appearance, then shifting her gaze to Sheng Xia. Wanxing wore a white shirt and a pleated skirt, which didn't seem to be from a high-end brand, while Sheng Xia was clad in the latest collection from the brand, complete with a limited edition handbag. The sales associate approached Sheng Xia with a broad smile. Miss, which pieces caught your eye? The fitting rooms are over there. I can take you to try them on. Sheng Xia examined the dress, checking its fabric before turning to Wanxing. What about you? Have you found anything you like? Wanxing shook her head. I'll keep looking. If you like that dress, go ahead and try it on. Sheng Xia nodded and headed to the fitting room as Wanxing continued browsing until her eyes landed on a nude pink long dress. The flowing silhouette was both elegant and understated, embellished with gem-like sequins at the hem. Wanxing instinctively reached out to touch it, but suddenly a voice interrupted her. Excuse me, our clothing is quite valuable. Please refrain from touching without permission. If it gets dirty, it can't be sold. Wanxing turned to see another sales associate with a neat short haircut, clearly irked. Her partner had slyly maneuvered the wealthy customer to try on clothes, leaving her to handle the poor girl. Wanxing frowned. Is this how you treat your customers? Our customer is already trying on a dress. Isn't she? It seems you're merely accompanying her shopping. Just wait patiently for her to finish trying on the clothes. Please refrain from touching anything unnecessarily. Wanxing pointed to the dress. I want to try this one on. Bring it to me. Sorry, our dresses aren't for just anyone to try on. Only serious buyers may do so. Wanxing smirked. Is your vision that keen? You can tell just by looking if someone intends to buy. The sales associate was momentarily taken aback. She had encountered many oblivious girls in her line of work. Students strolling and only to leave dejectedly upon learning the prices of dresses that cost tens or even hundreds of thousands. The associate looked down at Wanxing. Miss, this dress is worth 108,000. Bring it to me. I want to try it on. Do you not understand? A dress worth over 100,000 isn't something you can just try on. The one who doesn't understand is you. Wanxing retorted coldly, arms crossed defiantly. This is my final request. I want to try on this dress. If it fits, I will buy it. The sales associate rolled her eyes. Buy? With your appearance? What do you intend to purchase with? Seeing that she remained unmoved, Wanxing stood tall, her demeanor commanding. Very well, since you don't understand my words. Summon your store manager. Perhaps the girl's assertiveness intimidated the short-haired sales associate. In luxury boutiques like this, staff undergo training before starting work, with the first rule being never to argue with customers. If the store manager came, it would likely be the associate who ended up regretting it. Upon this reflection, the shop assistant pursed her lips and, albeit reluctantly, approached to retrieve the dress. Miss, the fitting rooms are this way. Please follow me. After changing into the long gown, Wanxing emerged. Sheng Xia, donned in a striking red dress, was still sifting through the garments in the store. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned and exclaimed, Wanxing, you look stunning. The other attendants were equally captivated. Indeed, the adage holds true. Clothes make the man, and this nude pink gown seemed tailor-made for Wanxing. Really? Wanxing gazed at her reflection in the full-length mirror, admiring the fit. The dress was indeed selective, yet surprisingly complemented her perfectly. Oh my, it's so beautiful. I'm almost falling in love with you. Sheng Xia embraced Wanxing and turned to the assistant, inquiring, is there another one of this dress available? I'm afraid this dress is a singular piece, the assistant replied. Perhaps you would like to try this one instead? It bears a similar style to your friend's. Let me take a look. Sheng Xia released Wanxing and hurried over, nodding in approval. All right, I shall try this one. As Sheng Xia continued to try on clothes, Wanxing looked down at the gown she was wearing, growing fonder of it with each passing moment. The short-haired assistant noticed that Wanxing's aura had transformed with the dress, and her demeanor softened slightly. "Miss, this dress truly suits you. Who would have thought someone would come here pretending to be affluent?" "Oh, it's you, Ning Wanxing." A mocking voice suddenly interjected from behind. Wanxing glanced at the mirror to see Yi Qingqing, adorned in designer labels, standing not far off, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. "What good is it to look good if you can't afford it?" The short-haired assistant promptly approached Yi Qingqing, bowing slightly. "Ah, isn't this Miss Yi?" It was evident that Yi Qingqing was a regular patron, well known to the staff. Yi Qingqing nodded, pointing at the long dress Wanxing wore. "I want that dress she's wearing." The assistant found herself caught between Wanxing and Yi Qingqing, unsure of how to proceed. "What are you waiting for? Tell her to take it off and give it to me," Yi Qingqing commanded, her tone dripping with disdain. "I know this girl. She can't afford that dress. If you're trying to sell something, you ought to be discerning about who can actually buy it." Yi Qingqing was none other than the famous heiress of the Yi Group, contributing substantial revenue to the store each year. Her words made the assistant feel as though Wanxing had played a cruel trick on her. "Miss, as I mentioned earlier, if you can't afford it, please refrain from trying on. You are merely increasing our workload unnecessarily." The assistant's tone shifted upon realizing Wanxing's financial limitations. "Miss, he has already claimed this dress. Please remove it immediately." What a farce. Pretending to be affluent when she's merely a pauper. What a waste of time. Yi Qingqing smirked, relishing the embarrassment she was inflicting upon Wanxing. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and change." Wanxing cast Yi Qingqing a sidelong glance. "I was the one who spotted this dress first. Why should I relinquish it to you?" With an air of superiority, Yi Qingqing retorted, "Because you lack the means. You simply cannot afford it." The assistant, growing impatient, indicated to Wanxing, "The fitting room is this way, miss, please." Unexpectedly, Wanxing opened her wallet, retrieving a card and tossing it onto the checkout counter. "I will take this dress. Please wrap it up." The assistant, initially indifferent, glanced at the black card and her jaw nearly dropped. My goodness, who said she couldn't afford it? With this card's limit, she could buy out the entire store without a second thought. Stunned for a moment, the assistant quickly regained her composure, no longer daring to exhibit any hint of indifference. "Of course, please wait a moment." Yi Qingqing stood in disbelief, her gaze fixed on the black card. "Where did you get that card?" she questioned incredulously. "Someone like you, cast out by the Yi family, could never possess such a card." Wanxing found great satisfaction in Yi Qingqing's agitation. Raising an eyebrow, she replied, "What does it matter to you? This dress is mine now. I can afford it, and you will have to watch." This card was something she had brought back from her time abroad, a precautionary measure she had not utilized in a while. Today, she finally indulged herself. "You." Yi Qingqing was beside herself with rage. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sneered. "The life of a kept woman certainly has its perks. Ning Wanxing, you're quite impressive." Wanxing's expression darkened. "Mind your words." "Mind my words? You, of all people, have the audacity to demand that? You're nothing but a disgrace, and yet you expect others to speak respectfully? Huh, if it weren't for your patrons, how would you even possess that card? How could you afford such a dress?" Engaging in a debate with someone like Yi Qingqing was beneath Wanxing. Maintaining her composure, she turned away from her, signing the receipt before stating, "I shall wear this dress directly. Please package my previous outfit." The assistant nodded fervently. "Of course." Yet Yi Qingqing persisted, stepping forward and refusing to relent. "Why so silent now? Feeling guilty, are we? You can commit such a vile act but cannot confess to it?" Her voice rose, drawing the attention of onlookers. Wanxing turned to her, asserting, "Listen closely, my card and the source of my funds are none of your concern. Tonight is my grandmother's birthday banquet. I wish to avoid conflict. However, should you continue to spout nonsense, you will bear the consequences." The assistant cautiously verified the receipt, confirming its accuracy, then turned to another staff member who had just emerged from the fitting rooms. "Ling Yu, please go to fitting room 2 and wrap up the clothes this lady has changed out of." As Chun Ling Yu approached, she paused, recognizing Wanxing. "Is that you?" Wanxing was equally surprised. This was the girl she had encountered with Mo Ziyan at the racing club the previous day. "So, she worked at this store?" The short-haired assistant inquired. "Do you know this young lady?" Ling Yu nodded. "Yes, I met her at a club yesterday." Yi Qingqing interjected, "What club? Was she alone?" "She was not alone." Yi Qingqing looked down her nose at Wanxing. "I know. She was accompanied by a plump, balding man, old enough to be her father. Those are the types of men who keep girls like Ning Wanxing." Ling Yu remained silent, harboring a hint of resentment towards Wanxing for the previous day's events. In truth, the man by Wanxing's side was not the middle-aged man Yi Qingqing described at all. It was Mo Xiao, who treated her with utmost affection. Ling Yu was well aware of the truth, but chose to remain silent, feigning agreement with Yi Qingqing. Just a moment, I will get your clothes wrapped up. With that, she hurried into the changing room, leaving an ambiguous atmosphere that only fueled Yi Qingqing's arrogance. Pointing at Ling Yu's retreating figure, Yi Qingqing taunted, "You saw it with your own eyes. Ning Wanxing, what do you have to say now? I was at the racing club with Mo Ziyan yesterday. Is there a problem with that?" Bah. The clerk, feeling too embarrassed to confront you openly, watched as you skillfully extricated yourself from a situation. Yi Qingqing's eyes brimmed with disdain as she took advantage of Mo Xiao's absence to speak carelessly. "Ning Wanxing, be careful. You might end up with a swollen face." It was evident that she was being supported by an older man, and the evidence was irrefutable. Why was she still pretending? The combination of Yi Qingqing's words and Chun Lingyu's tacit agreement caused the short-haired clerk to regard Wanxing through tinted lenses. No wonder this young lady dressed so simply yet spent lavishly. It turned out she was being TSK. Are young women today so lacking in self-respect? Chapter 204. The phone call Qin Lingyu had already packaged the clothes and emerged with shopping bags in hand. Sheng Xia followed closely behind, handing the clerk the 2 dresses she had tried on. "I'll take both of these. Please wrap them up." To her surprise, she turned around and found Wanxing in a standoff with Yi Qingqing. Sheng Xia looked at Yi Qingqing and asked Wanxing, "What is she doing here?" Wanxing shrugged. "I've already made my purchases. We can leave. There's a mad dog here biting everyone." "Ji Sheng Xia, with your wealth, how can you watch your friend sink so low?" Yi Qingqing pointed at the black card in Wanxing's hand. "Don't you know your friend is being supported by someone?" "Wanxing, your card." Ji Sheng Xiao exclaimed in surprise, but she quickly realized this must be from Mo Ziyan, right? "Actually, ISNT. I brought this car back from Y country." However, at this moment, Wanxing felt compelled to maintain her cover and merely nodded. Sheng Xia rolled her eyes at Yi Qingqing. "Mo Xiao willingly supports Wanxing. Why should you concern yourself?" "Given by Mo Xiao?" Yi Qingqing laughed as if she had heard the greatest joke. "Ning Wanxing, do you not even draft your lies? I can see clearly that Mo Xiao has long given up on you. Stop using him as a shield. After Mo Ziyan had gotten drunk last time, it was she who severed his last connection to Ning Wanxing. She had witnessed their Cold War at school firsthand. This card was given by Mo Ziyan? Who would believe that? Ye yink taunted. You think I want to call Mo Ziyan right now? I'll have him tell you himself how much he indulges Wanxing." Hearing this, Qin Lingyu turned pale. She might not know how much Mo Xiao indulged Ning Wanxing yesterday, but she had seen it with her own eyes. If this call went through, would Mo Xiao not come here directly? "Don't." Wanxing clutched Sheng Xia's arm. "Let's just go." If Sheng Xia really called Mo Ziyan, her secret would be exposed. For that black card was not given by him at all. Ji Xingxia, who did not save phone numbers, rummaged through her phone to find Mo Ziyan's WeChat. Just as she was about to make the call, the system notified her that she was not on the contact list. "What?" Ji Xingxia looked at Wanxing. "Did I offend him? Why did he delete me?" How could she explain to Sheng Xia that Mo Ziyan had deleted all female contacts in front of her yesterday? Sweat began to bead. "Never mind. I'll use your phone to call him. He will definitely pick up instantly," Ji Xingxia said, snatching Wanxing's phone and swiftly locating Mo Ziyan's number, dialing it again. "Sheng Xia, let us not stoop to Yi Qingqing's level. Really, she can say whatever she wants. I don't care at all." Seeing Wanxing's flustered demeanor only reinforced Yi Qingqing's certainty that Wanxing had something to hide. "Oh, come on. Don't say you don't care. If you're so confident, let Ji Xingxia call him and have Mo Xiao tell me personally how he indulges you. Let him slap me in the face." What a pair of pretentious sisters, trying to scare me with a call to Mo Xiao. Even if you call him, let's see if he pays you any mind. Unexpectedly, the call connected. "Hello." Chapter 205. Busy with matters on the other end of the line came a clear, pleasant voice, but it was not Mo Ziyan. Wanxing and Ji Xingxiao exchanged glances. "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Mo Xiao's assistant. Mo Xiao is currently occupied with some matters and is unable to take calls. I apologize. This was rather awkward." Ji Xingxia prompted. "Please hand the phone to him and tell him that Ning Wanxing is trying to reach him." "I'm sorry, but Mo Xiao is still busy and will not be taking any calls. Please hold for a moment, and I will report your name to him once he is free." I sincerely advise you to hand the phone to Mo Ziyan now, or you might face dire consequences later. The assistant's tone remained formal. I apologize. What a stubborn individual. Ji Xingxia could only hang up in frustration. At this moment, Yi Qingqing's nose was nearly in the air. What's wrong? Mo Xiao want to take your call? Didn't you say he indulges Ning Wanxing? Has the lie been exposed? How is your face? Does it hurt? Initially, Wanxing felt relieved that Mo Ziyan did not answer, but seeing Yi Qingqing's smug expression ignited her irritation. Ji Xingxia was even angrier. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that he is busy? How could Mo Xiao drop the ball at such a critical moment? If it boasted, and all I get is your assistant telling me he can't take calls? Yi Qingqing scoffed dismissively. Yes, I heard it clearly. Mo Xiao simply can't be bothered with Ning Wanxing. You're just two self-deceiving clowns. Her mood brightened as she tossed her hair and addressed the clerk. Have there been any new arrivals lately? I want the most expensive one. The clerk beamed and hurried to Yi Qingqing. Missy, how about this one? Not bad. Let me try it on. Right this way, Missy. As Yi Qingqing and the clerk headed towards the fitting room, Ji Xingxia rolled up her sleeves, determined to confront that woman. I'm going to make her regret it. Stop. Wanxing grasped Shang Xia's hand. This afternoon is my grandmother's birthday banquet. If I fight her now, I want to be able to explain it to Uncle Yi. But her demeanor was simply infuriating. Wanxing glanced towards the fitting room. No rush. After we handle tonight, I'll have plenty of time to settle the score with Yi Qingqing. Meanwhile, the clerk followed Yi Qingqing, nodding and bowing. With a socialite like Miss Yi, you don't even need to try on the dress to know how well it will fit. My money is clean. It all comes from my parents. Unlike some people who trade their bodies for money, no matter how well the dress fits, it cannot hide the stench of dirtiness. Wanxing and Ji Xingxia had already left. The short-haired clerk nodded in agreement. Miss Yi is absolutely right. After years in this industry, I've seen all kinds of girls, and the ones I despise the most are those who sell their bodies for money. Lingyu, was that older man you saw with the lady yesterday really one of those? Lingyu, who had been standing by, shivered and bit her lip, nodding. Yes,